I drum my talons on the footboard of the Terran's hospital bed, my disapproving eyes moving up and down his battered body, taking in the extent of the damage. Security Specialist Taylor, please tell me about your encounter with the Atexian mercbeast, I say as sternly as I can muster. A look of shame crosses his face as he begins, well, asterisk, asterisk cap. You see, it's, I snap my beak in reproof and he shuts up. Your compatriots might have died, Taylor. Now, I take a deep inhale of the oxygen-rich ward air to calm myself. Tell me what happened. Taylor steadies himself before speaking. I was safeguarding an expedition to the Twilight Zone on Atexia 3. The researchers had spread out to collect samples and I was trying to keep my head on a swivel. You know what with it being a death world and all. Then, from about 30 meters away, I heard research lead Shanza scream. Immediately, I saw her running and shouted to her to run to me. I drew up my shotgun and leveled it in the direction she'd come from. That's when I saw it loping after her. It was... Here he trails off, so I decide to interrupt. It was an Atexian mercbeast, Taylor. One of the only creatures in known space that's a credible threat. Even to an armed Terran native Earth fauna excluded, of course. 300 kilos of dense bone, muscle, and sinew, 6 legs, each ending in 2 claws specifically shaped for optimal disemboweling of its prey, a maw full of upwards of 50 razor teeth. If we'd known that thing was in the area, we never would have greenlit the expedition. Why, by the spires of Akaros, didn't you just shoot that monster? He looks abashed, but doesn't answer, so I change tack. Blinking at me for a moment, he answers, You mean, aside from the obvious? He flexes his unbroken arm, showing off a bicep thicker around than my chest. I chirp irritably. It's not your strength, or your ferocity, Taylor. If it were something like that, you could be substituted with a high-spec combat droid. It's your sense of self-preservation. You're the only sapient Death World species known. You're supposed to have a sense for danger that droids can't replicate. You're supposed to have your wits about you in a way that the rest of us just don't and can't, having evolved on sane planets. So tell me, why did my legally mandated armed Terran chaperone decide to attempt to wrestle a mercbeast to death instead of just shooting the Akaros damned thing? Here a look of genuine confusion passes over the Terran's face. What do you mean, wrestle to death? Confused myself. I glance to the holopad where Sha'anza's after-action report is written. Research lead Sha'anza indicates that after she had reached the relative safety of the shuttle, she watched as you dropped your firearm. The mercbeast skidded to a halt, a scant meter from you, and you stared each other down for a few moments before you initiated a wrestling match by tapping it on the nose. This story was corroborated by every other researcher present. Are you claiming that this sequence of events is false? The Terran scratches his stubbled chin for a few moments, seeming to think, not so much false. More like, misinterpreted. Me and Fluffy were playing. I'm utterly dumbstruck for a few moments before I can stammer out, Playing! By the Titan Spear, Taylor! What do you mean you were playing? Captain, Taylor responds, now deadly serious. It was love at first sight. Fluffy is the cutest thing I've ever set my eyes on. Like someone blended all the cutest bits of an otter, an owl, a kitty, a pupper, and a baby seal into one big old distilled. Cute. She was just begging to have that lil button nose booped. After that, it was ear scritches and tummy rubs and cuddle wrestling. We only stopped 'cause she tuckered herself out. At a loss, I ask the only question my mind can present coherently. How? How can you call that monster cute? I don't understand. He frowns before raising his unbroken hand in a fist. Is he going to punch me? Instead of punching me, he extends a finger. 1. She got these big old puppy dog eyes like whoa, like biggest eyes you've ever seen on anything. Collecting myself, I respond, These would be the eyes specifically adapted to tracking prey in the permanent crepuscular gloom of its home environment, and the button nose that you booped would be the one that's perfectly adapted to allow it to smell a drop of blood from 15 Yakinera away. Scowling, the Terran leans forward and says in a mix of hurt and anger, She's a she, Captain, not in it. Alarmed now, I fan out my flight feathers in a gesture of mollification which seems to satisfy the deranged Terran. He extends a second finger. Those tiny little nublet legs with those adorable toe beans. You mean the short legs that allowed her to keep a low profile while stalking? The toe beans that allow her to both pad silently and retain traction in an all-out sprint? And you didn't mention the 7cm claws that she uses to eviscerate anything unlucky enough to be caught by her. Waving his counting hand back and forth in a dismissive gesture, he continues, Her floppy ears, another finger. Her flapping tail, another finger. Oh, and her fur, Captain, her fur. You've never felt anything so soft and silky. It's like stroking a cloud. A thumb this time. I refrain from pointing out the predatory functions of these attributes. Taylor, if you just played with the mercbeast, then why are you lying in the ship's medical ward? Taken aback, he answers, This? Gesturing at his broken arm, bloodied face, and bruised body. This is completely unrelated. After the end of the mission, I had a bit too much celebratory whiskey and ended up falling down Access Stairway 5. I was off duty, but I know that's no excuse. I'm sorry, Cap. Masking my shock, I sardonically respond. So, the mighty Deathworlder, who wrestled an Atexian mercbeast in fun, was defeated by a staircase after purposefully impairing his own judgment. Is that right? Remember how you're supposed to have a better sense of self-preservation than the rest of us? Taylor has the decency to look guilty. Trying not to look as wary as I feel, I approach his side and rest my wing claws on the back of his hand. Victor, my friend. Taylor scrunches his face and responds, "Nothing good follows when you call me Victor." Ignoring him, I continue, "How long has it been since you spent time in the company of another Terran?" He thinks about the question for a moment. "I guess it has been a while." I level a sympathetic gaze up into his mournful green eyes. "Victor, I am at fault here. I must say, until today, the implications of hiring a lone member of such a highly social species did not occur to me. The next time we dock, I will take on a few more Terrans, and then you'll have some friends who will be able to keep you sane. By Terran standards. Okay? No more wrestling dangerous indigenous fauna. No more whiskey benders. No more falling downstairs. How does that sound?" Turning away in an attempt to hide his watery eyes, he responds in a slightly cracking voice. "Yeah, Cap, that sounds good." Doing my best to mimic a Terran smile, I turn to go before adding, "Perhaps you should also look into getting a pet, Victor. You're clearly starved for this cuteness you insist the mercbeast exhibited." He responds, "Oh, that's not necessary anymore." I keep walking and am almost out of the room before fear roots me to the spot. My crown plume feathers raise in agitation and I turn in slowly dawning horror. "What do you mean anymore, Victor?" I say, barely keeping my voice steady. He averts his gaze. "Victor, what do you mean anymore?" More silence. "Victor, you didn't bring the mercbeast onto my ship, did you?" Just then the lighting switches to an emergency blue and klaxon sound. Striding down the corridor of the, as of recently, single-occupant dorm deck, I draw up to the door that is my objective. "Computer, send alert to the occupant of 506. The computer takes a few moments before answering. "No response. Would you like to try again?" Irritated, I flap my wing. "Computer, captain's override. Open 506. Wordlessly, the door slides open. With my hearts racing a combined 1,000 BPM, I step into the gloom and am immediately forced to shut my main spectrum eyes and open my low spectrum eyes in order to see. This reveals an enormous mass, radiating copious quantities of infrared, located where any other room would have a bed. I march to the glowing heap and, directing my words at the cooler patch, issue a commanding, "Get up!" The cool patch doesn't stir, but the enveloping warmth shifts. Silently, a head resolves itself with eyes, the diameter of quarat eggs, turned towards me. The creature then emits a deep rumbling growl. "None of that," I say with a gentle asterisk flap asterisk of my flight feathers against her nose, causing her to chuff and shake her head. "I'm not here for you, it's your daddy who needs to wake up. You can stay sleeping in here forever as far as I'm concerned." The cool patch protests, "Don't. Listen to her. Fluff. She loves you asterisk yawn asterisk really. Ah, you're awake, good. Now get up. We're making port in 43 minutes, and you have to be presentable for all your prospective new Terran friends." Groaning only a little further, my security specialist stands and reveals himself to be entirely nude. I cock a brow tuft and ask, "Isn't modesty a Terran concept?" "Yeah, but it doesn't, apply in a locked bedroom. Plus it's too hot for clothes with Fluffy snuggled around me," he retorts. "Why do you let her snuggle you if you find her heat so stifling?" He turns a bemused expression on me. "Do you want to tell a 300 kilograms Death World predator what she is and is not allowed to snuggle?" That is a fair point. After Taylor has thrown on a passable outfit, brushed his oral bone outcrops, for some reason, worked a comb through his curly copper hair, and has given his pet mercbeast a playful goodbye, involving him being repeatedly slammed to the deck with force that would have dented a full body impression into the floor of a non-Deathworlder certified cabin, we are finally able to vacate that room. The moment the door closes, I slump, gasping against a wall, and give the Terran a venomous look. "I will never forgive you for bringing that thing onto my ship, Taylor." Returning an amused expression, he asks, "Why do you insist on exposing yourself to her when it affects you like this?" All my neighbors transferred to other decks when Fluffy moved in, and I literally have to run an evacuation followed by a lockout on the gym to let her get her exercise. No one would hold it against you if you steered clear of her too. I hold up a talon and say, "One word, my young Terran friend, pecking order." The Terran frowns. "That's 2 words, he says, perplexed. I give an amused asterisk chirrup asterisk. "Not in Ricali, it isn't." He thinks for a moment before shrugging. "I guess that's the language of Space Secretary birds for you. What do you mean anyway? I cannot allow there to be a creature on this ship that is not aware of who's ultimately in charge. I need only manage her the same way I manage you. Confidence." I preen, only partly in jest. "Confidence?" Taylor echoes, skeptically. "Oh, my dear boy, yes. Both you and she outmass me, outmuscle me, and are more ferocious than me by orders of magnitude. The trick is to pretend that that doesn't matter. I'm the captain, and acting it so makes it so." Clearly still unconvinced, he feigns woundedness. "And here, I thought we were friends. Turns out you've been using anti-Death Worlder mind tricks on me this whole time." He places a hand over his single heart, as if it had been mortally pierced. I shake my head in a Terran expression of mild disapproval. Then Taylor steps in front of me and says, "Listen, Cap," in a way which still makes my instincts scream and probably always will, no matter how many more years I know him. "What is it, Taylor?" I ask, voice permeated with concern. "Could I ask that you perhaps don't telegraph to the hires exactly why we need Terrans?" His cheeks are flush with IR. My translator trips a little over telegraph, but I get the gist. "Taylor, there's no need to be embarrassed. You humanities are a social and highly gregarious species. Looking after that need is nothing to be ashamed of. Humans, Cap, you know it's humans, and it's not that I'm embarrassed." He cuts me off before I can point out that in the IR spectrum, his face is lit up like the skyline of Rawakal. "It's not. Just that I'm embarrassed. It's for their sake, too." I narrow all four of my eyes. "Explain?" He thinks for a moment before coming up with an analogy. Terrans do so, love their analogies. "It's like, imagine you were dating a Rakali guy and he admitted to you that he wasn't even a little interested in your personality. It was literally only the fact that you were captain of the Bright Plume that interested him." Not really understanding at all, I say, "Taylor, I'm already life-bonded to our Rakali guy. Our cultures share the concept of monogamy." Waving a hand in frustration, he says, "Yeah, so in the hypothetical world where you ain't. I wouldn't care, Taylor. It's natural that I would have a higher caliber of mate from the prestige of being a ship captain." Korak freely admits the prestige was a large part of what sealed the deal with him. At this, the Terran frowns. I decide to toss him an okla fruit, though I suppose I would probably prefer a mate who was interested in my personality and prestige. "Now tell me, O wise Terran, crafter of allegory, how does this allegory pertain?" He smiles. "It's like, you want to be considered worth it on your own, you know? I admit the comparison to Rakali Dayton was a little butchered. Such a violent language. But like, you'd be making all the new hires feel like it's not them you're after, just company for me. That kind of feeling'll fester. They might resent you, me, the ship, but most damaging, themselves." I am momentarily speechless. Eventually, I manage to ask, "What's that Terran monster you're always calling yourselves? Galaxy goblins?" "Space orcs, Cap." "Yes, that's it. For space orcs, you certainly have fragile little spun glass egos." He chuckles at that. "Yeah, we do." "Wow, that guy was a freak," Taylor huffs dejectedly. "It's really hard to tell with you Terrans. That was considered out of the ordinary even by your standards?" I query. Taylor looks genuinely hurt that the question had to be asked. "That guy made 15 separate allusions to eating you, Cap. I counted. One allusion is really too many. Yes, that was abnormal, even for us. I'm not going to be able to relax until I see him leave the ship." His eyes are glued to the security monitor, and he gives a relieved sigh when the repulsive Terran steps off the ramp. He takes his finger away from the neutralize button. Authoritatively, he commands the computer, "Computer, blacklist Jax the Butcher Carven from the ship if he attempts to gain entry again. Hit him with a double dose of Terran-certified fast-acting tranquilizers. Then notify me. Do not wait to receive confirmation. Also send a recording of that interview to the local authorities, marked urgent, with the suggestion that he ought to be considered a person of interest in the recent spate of disappearances in local space. This is why it's nice to have competent subordinates." I give him a Terran nod that suggests I also thought of logging that series of commands with the computer, and he just beat me to the flap rather than the truth, that I was just sitting here stewing in anxiety. "So, who's next?" I wonder aloud. Shanza glances down the list, held in her trunk. Next it looks like... Oh dear. Oh no. Her normal, healthy pink fades to an off-white. "Don't leave us in the dark, Shan. Who's next? And what's got you this worked up?" Taylor asks. Wordlessly, Research Lead Sha'anza slides the holopad across my desk, and I freeze when I see the words written there. Jenny Mouse McLeod, engineer. Hysterical, Sha'anza blurts, "We can't hire a Terran engineer. We'd all be out on the street, or worse, by the end of the cycle." "Something you guys want to enlighten me about?" Taylor quips. Shaking more than when the apparently serial killer was sat across from me, I answer, "Terran engineers have a mixed reputation, Taylor." Sha'anza trumpets derisively, "Mixed? That is the understatement of the eon, Captain." I glare at her and she cautiously backs off. An admittedly mostly negative reputation. Certainly they get the job done and they'll even take it upon themselves to improve things that are working perfectly fine already. The problem is that the moment they leave your employ, all the mad labyrinths they've piled up come crashing down for want of maintenance. No one else of any species is even remotely able to see how to maintain, let alone reverse all of the improvements that Terran engineers make. They are generally thought to be a liability in the normal function of interstellar travel. The only time everyone admits you really want a Terran engineer is when you're already in a dire predicament, and everyone aboard will die without miraculous intervention. The popular expression to describe this phenomenon is that Terran engineers are touched by the gods of madness and brilliance. Taylor thinks for a moment before speaking. Well, we won't know without meeting her. No group of Terrans is a monolith. Maybe she's an exception to this stereotype. Thinking a moment more, he adds, "Mind if I take the lead on this one?" Unable to think of any suitable reason not to allow it and, not a little, anxious that every moment McLeod sits in ship without a distraction might be the moment she finds something to improve, I relent and wave an assent. Pressing the intercom, I say, "Korak, Sweetfruit, would you send Miss McLeod in?" My life-mate answers almost instantly, "Sending her in now, my Okla." Taylor gives me a bemused look. "Sweetfruit?" Chirping in irritation, I say, "Perks of having a life-mate come secretary, you get to flirt on the job. And don't you dare make the secretary bird secretary quip again. It wasn't funny the first 140 times." He concedes, throwing up his hands. As she enters, I observe that the nickname Mouse is very apartment. The resemblance this Terran bears to the Earth rodent is uncanny, small, withdrawn with honey-brown hair and protruding ears. It's almost enough to make me forget that she's still a death-worlder with the strength to crush my ribcage in one hand. Taylor stands and gives her an enthusiastic handshake. She winces. I'm glad to see that that can happen to Terrans as well. "Miss McLeod, I'm Chief Security Specialist Victor Taylor." I let out a brief chit that my translator turns into a Terran throat clear. Pausing, Taylor amends, "Chief Security Specialist, currently on disciplinary probation." "Oh," squeaks McLeod, clearly not knowing what to make of that. "This is Captain Kakal, head of the Bright Plume, 27th daughter of Highspire Peak. Everyone calls her Captain. I call her Cap." I give a single exasperated flap of my crown feathers before extending my wing claws for a Terran handshake. She takes them with both unexpected confidence, as Terrans usually find Rakali wing claws off-putting, but also supreme gentleness. She makes a good first impression. "And this is Research Lead Sha'anza," I call her Shan. Sha'anza nervously raises her trunk in greeting. "So my compatriots here appear to have some reservations about hiring a Terran engineer." McLeod gives a knowing, slightly crestfallen smile. "I'm aware that we do have a bit of a reputation, but I can assure you that my experience should speak for itself. In fact, I wrote my master's thesis on the topic of bridging the gap between Terran and non-Terran design philosophies by means of compromising some of the performance demanded by Terran traditional thinking in exchange for a disproportionate return in the lastability and ease of maintenance favored by garden worlders." She produces a holopad and taps at it for a moment before turning it around to face me. "If you'll look at these examples of my work, you'll see I've taken great pains to make them approachable to non-Terrans, with detailed instructions largely absent of the dense jargon, so characteristic of Terran engineering. I look at the images. They are indeed impressively approachable, so much so that even I can somewhat understand them. With no engineering background, the interview progresses for another 30 minutes with McLeod making favorable impression after favorable impression. At the end, I am forced to ignore the pleading eyes of my research lead and tentatively offer her a position aboard my ship. She's clearly pleased but queries, "Tentatively? Is there another stage to this interview?" I do my best to keep an impassive expression. "Yes, you and all of the others tentatively offered positions will face a final test of your suitability in Starboard Dorm Deck 5, which, if you pass, will become your living quarters." She flashes a nervous expression briefly, but appears to have intuited that that will be all she finds out about the test, for now. "If you would please tell my secretary to show you to the nearest rec room. It's just you at the moment, but hopefully soon, you'll be joined by other successful applicants." I smile. She nods before exiting. Consulting my notes, I remark, "That makes 6, an engineer, a cook, a researcher, and 3 security officers. That's almost enough to fill the entire dorm." Taylor waves a hand in negation. "Let's not count our species-appropriate chicken equivalents. They've still got to pass the test. Also, I think there's one more applicant. 23, right? We've only seen 22. Frowning at my holopad, I realized that there was indeed an applicant that I had overlooked. Toon, no last name given. I turned to Taylor. "Is that a Terran name? Do some Terrans not have last names?" Taylor shrugs. "Could be. Can't pretend to be familiar with every Terran culture. Let's bring him in and see." "Korak, would you please send in the last applicant? Miss Toon Elf, no last name given, auxiliary security officer?" Taking a few moments longer than before, he responds uncertainly, "Yes, she's coming through now." When the door opens, I have to think extremely hard about whether the creature I'm looking at is a Terran or not. The midnight blue skin, white hair, pointed ears, and luminescent eyes are certainly not typical of Terrans, but on the other hand, Terrans do sometimes go in for somewhat extreme aesthetic body modifications. It requires me glancing at Taylor to double-check that no, 4 arms with 4 fingers each is not a normal amount for a Terran. It's 2 and 5, 2 and 5. Miss Toon is not Terran, I've concluded. Then she extends her arm in a very Terran greeting and says, in what my translator informs me is flawless English, "Hello, my name is Toon. I'm very pleased to meet all of you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity." So, I start hesitantly. "I'm not a Terran?" Toon asks matter-of-factly. Well, uncertainly drumming my talons against my perch, I decide to err on the side of caution. "Are you?" She gives a mirthful puff of air through her nostrils before taking a moment to think. It's true, I'm not a human, nor have I ever set foot on Terra. Nor, for that matter, have I ever been within 50 light-years of the Sol system. Despite that, she breaks off here. I prompt, despite that. She seems to pluck confidence from the ether, in a very Terran fashion. I would consider myself Terran, by upbringing, ma'am. I also completed a full certification at New Tromsø University, on Nova Fenascandia, making me a fully qualified auxiliary security officer. I immediately have half a dozen questions, but manage to decide on one to start with. What is your species in Homeworld, Miss Toon? With decidedly Deathworld confidence. She answers, I am a Don, of the planet Donolu. It's a tidally locked Class 9 rough world, in proximity to the Crab Nebula. It also has a highly isolationist culture, hence your unfamiliarity with it, and with the Don. Rough world? Taylor answers, they're planets that straddle the line between Garden World and Death World. Threats to life present, but nothing so egregious as to make the planetary classification nerds mess themselves. Sapient Roughworlders ain't as rare as sapient Deathworlders, but still pretty rare. Maybe a dozen in known space. He glances at Toon. That about the size of it? She nods at him and smiles with just a hint of purple in her cheeks. Just so, Mr. Taylor. Her tone makes it clear that she's unused to others' familiarity with the classification. He mirrors her smile. Breaking these two from their staring contest, I ask, so, if it's not an overly personal question, how did you come to have a Terran upbringing? A pained expression flashes over her features for just a moment before she collects herself. Taking great care with her words, she starts, I was born around 5 years after the Galactic Union's Great Consignment Agreement, wherein the Terrans were given settlement and development rights for all the galaxy's death worlds, which had, thus far, been considered unsettleable. A year after that, the Nova Fenascandian colony was established, on a death world a scant few light-years from Donolu. She pauses here to collect herself. Breaking with the policy of isolationism, my birth parents' clan decided to make diplomatic outreach to our new neighbors. My birth parents were sent as ambassadors. My elder siblings traveled with them. They became firm friends with their opposite numbers, Katrine Thoradottir and Heidi Arnadottir, such that they were named godmothers when I was born. That's a Terran custom, where a parent selects a friend to raise their children in the event that they are killed. Of course, Terrans would have a tradition of nominating seconds to complete the task of parenting in the event of their mortality, as if dueling to the death. She continues, when I was 6 years old, my birth parents made what was supposed to be a brief trip back to Donolu and left me and my siblings in the care of Katrine and Heidi. They never came back, and Donolu rejected all future attempts at diplomatic outreach. I learned later that it's presumed there was a clan coup, and my birth parents were executed. Me and my siblings were left in the care of Katrine and Heidi, who became our foster parents. They loved us as if we were their own, and I grew up as one of the few non-Death Worlders on Nova Fenascandia. I give a soft, sympathetic keen and whimper slightly. As I say, Miss Toon, I apologize for making you recount that. It was insensitive of me. Thank you for trusting us with what must be a painful memory. She gives a reassuring smile. Composing myself, I ask my next question. Forgive me my ignorance, but what exactly is an auxiliary security officer? I've not come across this designation before. Yes. That was actually the result of a compromise reached between the GU and the UTC. After the ceasefire of the United Terran Coalition's First Contact War, Terran security officers immediately became the UTC's most in-demand export. GU law is very strict that Terran refers to biological Homo sapiens and Homo resurrecti species Neanderthalensis, Denisova, Longi, and Schwann, but doesn't include any other Terran uplift species or Death World raised, non-Terrans. However, Terrans have an extremely fierce pack-bonding instinct and objected, rather fervently, to being legally segregated from what they saw as kin. So, in compromise, the creation of the Auxiliary Security Officer qualification was authorized by the GU's Office of Deathworld Relations, allowing assorted culturally Deathworld individuals, like myself, to have a route to security officerhood. My course was adapted to my differing physiology and psychology, insofar as those adaptations wouldn't compromise my competence for duty. ASO effectively means I qualify as a full Terran SO, but only in the company of other Terran SOs. so while I wouldn't legally be able to safeguard a Deathworld expedition alone, I could do so in the company of another SO. I think for a moment. You're saying that if I sent you and Mr. Taylor, or any of the new hires on a Deathworld expedition, I could increase the headcount of researchers from 6 to 12. If I sent you and 2 Terran SOs, it could be 18, etc.? Exactly, she smiles. I look at her requested rate. It's only just over half that Brunhilde Samus Aran, Francois Dog Norman, and Guillaume Conqueror Norman are asking, and easily a third of Taylor's salary. It would be a fantastic deal, but that thought makes me uncomfortable for some reason. I put that thought to the back of my mind and say, for further questioning, I'll have to pass you over to our resident Terran, as my research lead appears to be somewhat indisposed. Sha'anza looks up from the notes she's been furiously tapping out, no doubt hypothesizing wildly about all the novel information on human pack bonding that we've just been inundated with. She gives a self-conscious curl of her trunk, but then returns it to her holopad. I gesture, Taylor. He leans forward. In what ways do your physiology and psychology differ from a standard Terran's tune? Aside from the obvious, of course. She starts counting on her upper right hand. On the negative side, I will never be able to have quite the strength, stamina, or durability that a Bioterran does. Growing up on a planet of 1.8 galactic standard G has made me stronger than any Donolu raised Don. Bitterly, she adds, as well as stunting my growth to a mere 2.2 meters, but I am still relatively frail by your standards. I also have only what I would call a well-developed sense for danger. Not quite the preternatural sense for it that Bioterrans have. I'm also quite sensitive to bright light, being from the twilight zone of an eyeball world. She now shifts her count from her right hands to her left. On the positive side, I easily adjust to an upended sleep schedule. I can move faster than a Bioterran, as my inertia is lower for not being as dense. In a dead sprint, I can reach upwards of 60 kph in Earth standard gravity, though I can only maintain that for around 30 seconds. I interrupt, is that fast? Directing my question more at Taylor than Toon. He answers, extremely, clearly impressed. That's nearly 20% higher than the record for an unaugmented Terran. He gives an approving nod for her to continue. Beaming in the praise, she resumes, my graduate epithet was very nearly eel instead of elf, as a result of my fighting style. My classmates called it slippery. This is as a result of the fact that, compared to a Bioterran, I have superior reflexes and higher perceptual temporal resolution, *pop*. Faster than I can resolve, something happens. Taylor and Toon have both moved, and Toon appears to be holding something she wasn't before. She cocks an eyebrow at him and says, satisfied? He nods, oh yeah. In utter bewilderment, I ask, what just happened? Taylor, what did you do? Toon answers, he threw a stress ball at me to test my claim about my reaction times. I appear to have passed. Mortified, I turn to Taylor. Taylor, how could you have been so reckless? What if it had hit her? With a mollifying wave of the offending hand, he says, relax, Cap. It was a foam ball. That throw could have hit you, and it wouldn't have done more than knock you off your perch. She noticed as I was throwing it and snatched it out of the air, with no warning, from a distance of 4 meters, which is practically point blank. She then intuited reasoning behind that throw without missing a beat. Majorly impressive. I round on Taylor, wings and crown plumes raised. He shrinks and says, sorry, Cap. Still in my stance of aggression, I say, it's not me you need to apologize to. A moment for it to click. Sorry, Toon. She waves a hand. Quite all right, Taylor. Quite all right, Captain. No harm meant, no harm done. I appreciate the opportunity to prove my capabilities. Satisfied, I motion to move on. Taylor asks, so what would be a comfortable frame rate for you? Between 200 and 350 frames a second. Lower than 200 and video starts to look choppy to me. Higher than 350 and extra frames make no difference. Taylor whistles, clearly impressed. That's what, 5 times a Bioterran? More? Old Terran movies must be hell for you. She nods. Yeah, like a slideshow. They're a little nauseating in an unaltered state, but I do have a program, on my holopad, to maximize frames. You just feed it the original footage, and it brings it up to a comfortable frame rate by computer modeling and generating what the tweener frames would have looked like. It is somewhat computationally demanding, though, so I can't run it without access to a more powerful computer. Well, Taylor says, smiling, the ship has computation power to spare. Maybe we can have a movie night sometime. I'm interested to see what It's a Wonderful Life looks like at 350 FPs. Well, there's just one more thing before I tentatively accept you, Miss Toon. I gesture at the salary she's asked for, and her face drops. It's too much! I told my brother, but he was saw-like, you need to value yourself, Tunya, they will never take you seriously. If you don't take yourself seriously, and you went yes, but what if they find you tough pudding and they don't get the job? I hold up a claw to silence the unintelligible gibbering, and she falls mercifully silent. Too much, dear girl. The custodian staff make more than this, and all they do is sit on their behinds dispatching cleaning droids all day. Your brother was right, or maybe he wasn't. I couldn't really follow at the speed you were talking. The point is, it would shame me as your captain if word got around that I paid so little for your services. So, could you accept 90% again? Her jaw drops. That would be almost what you'd pay a standard, so I couldn't. I snap back. You can and you will if you want the job. Speechless a few moments, she eventually answers. What would you say to 50% again? Cocking a brow tuft, I respond, You're haggling me down. That's extremely unusual. Fixing her gaze on her feet, she mumbles, I'm not worth. It's too much. With a Terran sigh, I relent, 80% final offer. That's 10% less than standard for the inconvenience of not being able to send you out alone. This is in spite of the fact that now that I have more than one SO, it really makes no difference if you're an SO or an ASO. What do you say? I extend my wing claws. Tentatively, she encloses them in her hand and says, Okay, deal. Excellent, I crow. Now, if you would tell my mate, secretary, that you've been successful, we'll be along to guide you and the others to the final suitability test, shortly. Sha'anza, you're also free to go. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, Toon says giddily, practically sprinting from the room, shortly followed by my clearly relieved research lead. I turn to Taylor, who's still gazing at the doorway, eyes fixed on the last point that he had line of sight to Toon. I chitter, Well, you certainly have a type. Snapping back to reality, he takes a few moments to compose himself. I've no idea what you might be referring to, Cap, he says carefully. Raising a leg, I start counting on my talons. Big eyes, big midnight blue body, 6 limbs, Deathworlder, after a fashion, Twilight Zoner. I'm seeing some similarities to a certain other object of your affections. Scrunching his face in distaste, Taylor answers, To start, Fluffy's Prussian blue with charcoal black stripes. How a species of trichromates have so many subtle color distinctions, I'll never know. Who needs more than one word for black? Next, he continues, to humans. The suggestion that a person might be or desire to be romantically or sexually involved with a pet is extremely distasteful, even indirectly, even in jest. I interrupt. So you're admitting that you would like to have sexual and/or romantic involvement with Miss Toon? After all, you did throw that ball at her like a fledgling plucking the plume feathers of her favorite boy at school, I point out, smugly. Finally, he says through gritted teeth, it'd be unprofessional of me to fraternize with a subordinate. I'm stunned. Do you think I'm unprofessional, Taylor? It takes a moment before it clicks and he realizes what he's just implied. Stammering, he replies, No, Cap. It ain't like that. Your situation with Korak, that's like normal for Rakali, right? I got no stand-in to judge. I flap sharply once and he shuts up. I understand you didn't make the connection, Taylor. It's okay. Just maybe keep an open mind. She's clearly interested in you as well, and the whole point of this exercise is to find you companionship while filling out the positions we would have needed filled anyway. He pouts, clearly not convinced. Just some food for thought. I don't expect you to be an ascetic, Taylor. It's ironic that you Deathworlders all too often forget that you're mortal too. He nods ponderously. If nothing else, it'd be nice to get to know the ship's second honorary Deathworlder, he muses. I cock my head, confused. Second, who's the first? He shoots me a wry smile. You're kiddin', right? You big doof. I splutter. How? In what way? Rakali are frugivorous garden worlders. You could pick me up and dash me against this desk before I knew what was happening. On what basis? Smirking, he says, You're shrewd like a Deathworlder, you're fierce like a Deathworlder, you're suspicious like a Deathworlder. You might have the body of a garden worlder, but your spirit is the spirit of a Deathworlder. Dumbstruck, I eventually respond, Taylor, in all my cycles, I've never been accorded such a dubious honor. He laughs heartily at that. Taking a moment to recompose myself, I say, Now how about we go administer our final test? You're insisted upon, surprise for them. He smiles mischievously. For the second time in the last subcycle, I sit by the hospital bed of an unconscious Terran. This time, thankfully, he isn't injured. Who? He starts awake. Mr. Normand, good to have you back, I greet. What happened? Where am I? What was that thing? You fainted. The medical room of the Bright Plume and Fluffy, I respond coolly. Fluffy? He says incredulous. Fluffy, the Atexian merc beast of Deck 5, terror of all non-Terrans, initiator of ship-wide lockdowns, and the reason that CSS Victor Cuddles Taylor is currently on disciplinary probation, I quip. He glances over the other beds. Where's everyone else? They're settling into their new accommodations and probably giving Fluffy more pets and scritches than even she can handle in the starboard Deck 5 common room. He gawks, disbelieving. They stayed? With that thing? They didn't faint? They weren't scared? In answer, I bring up my holopad and, bored, begin reading aloud from the transcript from the SD5 hallcam footage, starting the moment he lost consciousness. McLeod, OMG, murder floof. Aaron, so fierce, all the scritches for you. Taylor, she's wonderful, isn't she? Dewan, She looks like the Cheshire Cat going through a goth phase. I love it. McLeod, or like the cat bus from Totoro. God, she's so sleek. Zunberry. I could cuddle her all day every day. Aaron, write proper danger noodle. Dawan. Nuh-uh. Danger noodles are snakes. Look at those little legs. Jenny had it right. McLeod. Yeah, murder floof. Toon. It's as if someone put the eyes of an owl onto the face of a baby kitten-puppy hybrid, then stuck that onto a ferret-raccoon hybrid body and tie-dyed the whole thing with the advice of an emo tiger, and then hit it with a growth ray and a cute ray for way longer than advisable. F. Normand. Guys, my brother is, kinda alienophobic. He had a bad experience when we were kids. He might not be Fuck, Guillaume? Guillaume? That was how long it took anyone to notice you'd lost consciousness. If it's any consolation, I think you're the sane one. However, unfortunately, through no fault of your own, you have demonstrated a lack of suitability for the Terran enclave aboard my vessel. I've explained the situation to your brother, and agreed a very generous reimbursement for your lost time and stress, a token of goodwill. He's already explained that the two of you are a package deal, as he put it, so don't worry about us whisking him away. He stares at me dumbstruck.
Perhaps you should check your account balance?
Still mute, he turns his head away, pulls up his holopad and taps for a few moments before gasping. You weren't kidding about it being generous. What on earth for? He blurts. Death worlders with a grudge are a nightmare scenario for any sane captain, or sane person for that matter. As I said, it's a token of goodwill. You do not have to worry, ma'am. I'm going to do my best to never think of this ship or that monster again. I nod and begin walking away. Before I leave, I say, it's a shame it didn't work out, Mr. Normand. Good luck on your future travels. Perhaps try to avoid Atexia 3. I awake to a rainbow of iridescent feathers clouding my vision. I pull my head out from under Korak's wing and hop down from our perch. Computer, repeat? I ask blearily. The computer answers in an uncharacteristically urgent tone. I say again, 37 separate messages detailing various disparate descriptions of a, hitherto, undetermined emergency have been logged within the last 66 minutes. All attempts to identify the source and nature of the emergency and resolve it, without crew intervention, have failed. Most appropriate course of action determined to be, raise the captain and advise her to gather security officers and the engineering lead to seek out the source and nature of the emergency and attempt to resolve it. My stomach drops. I turn to Korak, his face a mask of dread and his beautiful plumage wilting too, momentarily seeming almost as drab as my coat of matte gray, white and black. I run to him and throw my wings around him, and in as soothing a voice as I can manage, while conveying the urgency, I say, seal the door when I'm gone. Do not open it under any circumstances for anyone but me, even if I'm taken hostage and they threaten to kill me. That door stays shut. Do you understand me? Stammering, he says, but if they... I snap. Do you understand me? He slumps. Yes, my Okla. I tenderly tap the side of my beak against his, and looking down into his eyes, I say, thank you, sweet fruit. As I leave, he calls out desperately, come back to me, Tiakal. Don't allow our daughter to grow up never having met her mother. Without turning, I answer, I don't intend to. So, what do the reports say? Asks engineering lead Quidge, against the steady pitter-patter of her 12 gel-coated manipular perambulatory tentacles on the bridge deck corridor. Jogging beside her, I answer, the common theme is that they describe being woken by a terrifying noise. Could you slow down? Her single eye wheels down to mine without her forward momentum breaking. I'm sorry, Captain. It really sounds like we don't have time. None of the triple M's responded to comm pings? Yes, I couldn't get my CSS, SO or ASO to respond. Nor anyone else in triple M. No one on decks. 4 or 6 was brave enough to venture out to make contact. It's possible. Whatever this threat is, they're already casualties. Quidge's skin flashes through puce, magenta, and orange, which her translator renders as a pathetic squeal. Seeming to steel herself, she asks, nature? Some reports speculate pirates. Some hyperdrive malfunction. 1. Vengeful warrior ghosts. Obviously, you're here. In case it's an engineering problem, I don't expect you to fight pirates or exercise spirits. Being 1 3 meters and 2 5 calories of mostly bone and feather really has its disadvantages, keeping stride with 3 AM dodecapods being 1. Reaching the door of the starboard stairwell, I burst through, not waiting for it to fully slide open. I can hear a distant but intense noise in the distance down below me, but am not able to see over the safety rail. Irritated, I hop atop it and perch, looking down. That terrible caterwauling is coming from down there somewhere. Looking over the railing through her goggle aqua respirator, Quidge asks, any ideas? Can you identify it? No, it's... I freeze. No, they wouldn't! Motherfucking Dragon Force, I shriek, in a mangled approximation of the English loanwords. What? Quidge asks, clearly alarmed. I gratefully come, Korak. Korak, my love. It was a false alarm. Don't worry, I'll be back a little later after I've sorted it out. Clearly relieved, he says, by Akaros, that eases my mind, so I can open the... No, you cannot open the door. I told you not to open the door for anyone but me, didn't I? What if I were being held at gunpoint right now? I snap. But nothing. Open the door only when you can see it's me and I'm alone. Okay, I'll see you later. Assuming you're not at gunpoint right now. I chitter at that. Try to get back to sleep for the time being, sweet fruit. Shutting off my holopad, I address Quij. Stand down, Quij. Your expertise is not required in this matter. Quij looks more lost than ever. Captain, what is it? Did you say parental copulating Leviathan power? What's the Leviathan powering? And why does that require it to copulate a parent? Not answering, I say. Return to your habtank, Quij, and try to get some rest. You'll only slow me down from here. Hesitantly, she asks, what are you going to do? Cocksure, I say. Me? Why, I'm going to crash a Death Worlder party. Quij's whole body pales. You're a braver woman than I, Captain. Wordlessly, I tumble backward over the railing and perform a tight roll, in air, to right myself. I dive down 50 meters and out 20 from my start point, spreading out my wings at the last possible moment to arrest my momentum, alighting on the balcony of what was formerly known as Starboard Dorm, Deck 5. As I stride beneath it, I glance up at the hand-painted sign that reads Mundus Minimus Mortis, painted in red, 1-meter-tall letters of a long-dead Terran language, which now serves as a linguistic adstratum for most of the Terran cultures. MacLeod's edition * Telusculus Mortis is written in 5 cm or black lettering in a corner. That sign was an addition of the first 7 diurnals, or week, after the Terran hiring. This deck is now known as Triple M and its inhabitants the Triple M's. There goes my orderly numbering system. 3, 4, 6. I enter the dorm hall and the sound is deafening. It's so loud I can't really discern a direction, but from intuition I head to the common room. The tempo is so high and the instruments so coordinated that, if Terrans did not exist, I would say it could only have been constructed on a computer, never played naturally. This is music so intense that, if Terrans did not exist, I would say no being could have survived feeling the emotions necessary to write it. This is music so ferocious that if Terrans did not exist, it could only be the defiant knell of warriors who knew they were moments from martyrdom in a blaze of glory. But for Terrans, it's just Tuesday! As the common room door slides open, I am hit with a wall of sound, seeming nearly strong enough to knock me over. So far away we wait for the Dei, for the light source so wasted and gone. We feel the pain of a lifetime lost in 1,000 days. Through the fire and the flames we carry on. CSS Victor Cuddles. Taylor is standing flanked by So Brunhilde Samus Aran and ASO Toon Elf screaming into microphones, gesticulating wildly with their 5 spare hands, faces screwed, backed by the distinctly unmusical yowling of Fluffy in addition to a pair of speakers, taller than I am, combining their amplified voices with a furious backing track. Commissary Krish Cookie Dawan, Engineer Jenny Mouse MacLeod, Researcher Messia Mage Zunberry, and Aaron's Samoyed Husky Mix Canine, Sam are sat spectating on a giant couch. They're so enraptured that Zunberry is the only one to notice me standing there, glaring at the scene. Trepidatiously, he fumbles for the control panel and shuts off the cacophony. The other Triple M's are each perplexed for 1 seconds before they notice me standing, scowling. I fold my wings behind my back, a distinctly unnatural posture for me, and begin pacing while keeping my gaze fixed on the crowd of them. After a full 15 seconds of silence, Taylor starts, "Cap, but my wing shoots up with a single claw extended, indicating that the silence is to continue. A few more seconds pass before I deem them all sufficiently cowed. I stroll over to the panel by the door. On it, there is a gray switch beside a white dial. Experimentally, I flick the switch from the off position to the on position, and all ambient noise from beyond the room ceases. Back to the off, and the low ambient thrum of a ship in warp is back. One more flick and it's gone. I turn to them and say, "Your privacy field appears to be functional, just not enabled. Yet I can see from the compromise of brightness and dimness, to suit both bright worlders and murk worlders, that someone here knows this panel exists." More pacing, more silence. I flick my crown plume and affect a Terran sigh. Massaging my temples with my wing claws, I ask, "While I'm extremely glad you're all alive and not slaughtered by pirates, ripped into atoms by warp malfunction or possessed by the spirits of vengeful warriors, as the reports I was receiving would have had me believe, while my hearts sing that I get to go back to my mate, alive, and show him it was a false alarm. I can't help but feel a little fucking livid that this whole mass panic could have been avoided with the flick of a switch. And why by the Titan, by the Pygmy, by the Watcher, and by the Orchardist did none of you answer your damn comms?" At this, Sam bounds forward, but thankfully is well trained enough to know that I will die if he runs into me at that speed, so stops short, and starts frantically sniffing my front with an apologetic demeanor. Captain Bird Mummy, not angry being. Please, 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 we is happy time being. Sorry, sorry, sorry. Not meaning to upsetting you being. Not be angry, not be cross. Sam yaps. Translators really don't work well on near sapients. Despite my not being a Terran, this cuteness offensive is working. I bend down to look Sam in the eye. Captain Bird Mummy isn't angry with you, Sam. You and Fluffy have done nothing wrong. I glance at Fluffy. This time. Why don't you and Fluffy go to bed? I'm sure you're tired. Sam hangs his head, dejectedly, and leaves the room, shortly followed by Fluffy. I'm very grateful Taylor is resistant to the idea of getting her a translator. I shudder to think what she'd say. I point to the 3 standing Deathworlders and snap my beak. Sit down, gesturing to the couch. They swiftly comply. Pacing again, I ask, so? No communicators? You what, left your hollows in your rooms? A no phones party? What if there had been a real emergency? If we'd been boarded? If we had needed our brave knights in shining armor to come and slay some Terran dragons and they were too busy karaokeing to notice? This is the 4th incident of its kind, in the 2 subcycles since I hired you. Requisitions. Officer Hamtonio still hasn't mentally recovered from his detainment and copious licking after the Fluffy containment breach of Diurnal 15. What were you thinking? I'm not your mother. I don't want to have to police when you go to bed, but Akaros knows I'm not going to let you keep the whole ship up with you. I don't want to have to install a surveillance camera in this room. I don't want to check that every emergency isn't just Terrans being Terrans. And another thing? Now I'm through with you. You may go, I roar. The doleful Terrans file from the room. Except you, Mr. Taylor. You stay. He looks surprised. Everyone else also looks curious but still file out. Once the room is clear, I climb up and nestle into the love seat and gesture across the coffee table for him to sit back down on the sofa. He hesitates before asking, "Can I offer you a nightcap, Cap?" It takes a moment before my translator can make nightcap sensical to me, and when it does, I'm about to refuse out of reflex. Then I reconsider. Sure, I'm off duty tomorrow. I guess I can relax a bit. I trust you know how to mix a drink that won't kill me. He smiles. One moment, Cap. He comes back with a rather expensive-looking bottle of whiskey. 2 glasses, one filled with ice water, one holding a frosty stone, a stir bar, and a pipette. Interested, I watch intently to see what his process is. He takes the pipette and dips it into the bottle, before repeating once, dispensing 6 ml of whiskey into the ice water and stirring it in. He places that glass in front of me. He then proceeds to pour a frankly ludicrous quantity of undiluted whiskey into the other glass. He raises it, and it takes me a moment before I figure out what's expected. I pick up my glass with my talons and gently clink it against his. To your health, he toasts. To yours, I answer. I dip my beak into the mixture and tilt my head up to tip it down my throat. Even diluted, it tastes very strong to me. Drink now and foot. We sit in silence for a long while. Eventually, I start, Taylor, listen. I'm glad you're doing so much better. Anyone can see you're much happier now than you were before the Terran contingent arrived. It's just, these sorts of antics are getting to be something of a drain, emotionally and financially. Taken aback, he asks, financially? I chitter. Deathworld research is extremely lucrative, Taylor. That's how I can afford to pay everyone so handsomely. You 1.7x standard, Miss Aaron 1.2x standard, Miss Toon 1.8x her asking price, haggled down from 1.9x. Even so, the money is not infinite, and every time something like this happens, I have to pay half the crew emotional damages. I pause here and then continue. If you start putting this ship in the red, you're going to make me choose between booting you and Fluffy off at the next port, or letting you drag the ship down with you. I stare into his eyes imploringly. Taylor, you are a dear friend and I owe you my life more times than I can count. But don't make me choose between my loyalty to you and my ability to provide the livelihoods of 276 other crew members, okay? Looking more sober now than when his glass was full, he nods. Yeah, Cap. We understand each other. I'll rein it in. No more incidents. I'm sorry. I nod. Good. I think. And then add one more thing, Taylor. Yes, Cap? The next time you throw one of these little Deathworlder soirees of yours, invite me. His eyebrows rise at that. You're serious? I nod. Oh yes. After all, I have the spirit of a Deathworlder, and I'd be lying if I said it didn't look like fun. Maybe with a little moderation of volume. He snickers at that. And of course, someone has to make sure that you activate the privacy field. I smirk. He winces. Sorry again. I wave wind under the wing, dear boy. No, water under the bridge, right? He nods. I finish my whiskey and am about to bid him good night when he says, Cap, want to see something unforgettable before you go? I think then nod. You have to be quiet, though. I raise a brow tuft, the alcohol haze setting in. Less of a problem for me than you, I'm sure, you great galumphing Deathworlder. I was wrong. I thought I was quiet, but in the deathly still of Triple M Hall, I can still hear the light pit, pit, pit of my feet on the deck, whereas he passes so silently, that it's as if he isn't there. I would have thought this stealth impossible for a being more than 40 times my mass, but to Terrans, the impossible is barely an inconvenience. He draws up to his and Fluffy's room and the door slides open. I gasp. Sound asleep, there are 4 humans, a canine and a Don, all snuggling around a merc beast, also sound asleep. How? I whisper. I thought humans preferred to sleep solitarily or with a mate. Taylor bends down and whispers in a voice so quiet that it's almost impossible to consider that barely an hour ago he sung so loud he woke and terrified half the ship. Private bedrooms are a social construct originally intended to demonstrate wealth. It then spread mimetically, so now we've forgotten that it was ever any other way. Don't get me wrong. Privacy is nice sometimes, but this… He gestures at the pile. This is how humans are meant to sleep. He then turns to me and whispers in the most serious voice I've ever heard him use. The cuddle puddle is justice.
A chorus of opposition comes back. Not a single one of them sees sense. I take a scoop of my dilute Terran wine into my beak before swallowing it back. You just don't get it. There are millions of them. They hunger for our flesh. They bite us, and then we become one of them. How can you say that zombies are less threatening than we are, complains Dawan. I can say it because it's true. A Terran zombie is just a Terran, with everything that makes you Terrans, a force to be reckoned with gone. They're slow, they're stupid. They don't plan, they don't coordinate, cooperate, communicate. They can't track you over land. They can't mentally keep track of objects, not currently in their awareness. They can't trap, they can't deceive, beguile, betray. They won't hold a grudge. They can't make tools, usually can't use tools. They're often depicted as being physically weaker than standard Terrans, and the biggest thing is that they have no sense of self-preservation at all. An animal can learn to recognize a gun and work out that guns equal sign death equal sign bad. A zombie can't. They're only scary when they're already in overwhelming numbers, but they would never get to overwhelming numbers because of how unthreatening they are when they're in small numbers. If one of you, even Taylor, suddenly stood up and announced they were going to try and bite someone, the rest of you could probably stop them before they succeeded. That's what a zombie's doing all the time, by being a zombie. Wait, objects Aaron. What was that you said about not keeping track of things mentally? Because they, gather outside buildings. They've seen people go in and then they stay there. That means that they're mentally tracking that this is a building with a person in it. Or, I counter, they'd just keep doing whatever they're doing. And the fact that the Terran who went into this building was what started them doing it is irrelevant. They'll just do it until something comes along to displace them from it. I take a moment to breathe. A Terran would be all like, well, I saw them go in there, but I can't get in there. So what else can I do? Sam chimes in here. Liking people lots and lots. Deadwalk people scary being, not liking. I try to mimic a Terran smile and say, thank you for your input, Sam, while giving him an appreciative scritch. Akaros. That Death World body is solid. He wags his tail and pants excitedly before leaving the room, likely to go and tell Fluffy that he got scritches from Captain Bird Mummy. I'll tell you why I think you're really scared of zombies, I announce. Enlighten us, smiles Taylor. I think exactly because they're so unthreatening. Cocking his head, Sunbury asks, can you elaborate? I'd be happy to, I preen. It's because they're so pathetic, so meek, so slow, so stupid. But if they bite you, they'll make you that way too. They'll rob you of all of your inborn gifts of mind and body. If they were impressive, you'd want to be bitten by them like vampires. Vampires are basically everything that Terrans are, but more. Despite the clear drawbacks, tons of Terrans want to be bitten by a vampire. Precisely none of you are like, ooh, bite me, Mr. Zombie. Boom. I chitter boisterously. The rest of the Triple M common room are clearly trying and failing to come up with a counter-argument, though that might be because they are just as intoxicated as I am. Taylor stands and says, well, looks like my drink needs refreshing, and looks like the nachos and salsa are running out. Anyone need anything? There's a brief hubbub as drinks are requested, after which he looks at his hands and says, anyone want to help me carry all that? McLeod volunteers with a helpful smile. A few moments pass as conversation at the lounge end of the common room moves on to how quickly Bruce Wayne would be identified as Batman, and Taylor and McLeod move over to the kitchen end to fetch the beverages and victuals. Once they've returned and passed out drinks, Taylor says, guys, watch this. He proceeds to pour a sauce bottle I recognize into an egg cup and slide it to me. Knowing it's safe both from trust in Taylor and past experience, and having been unmistakably indicated to do so, I take the egg cup in my talons, tip its contents into my beak, and tilt my head up to swallow. It has the same calorie-dense, rich, flavorful impact as all Death World foods. A mix of savory and sweet, like a green pepper or a tomato. The instant it is in my mouth, all the Death Worlders erupt in shock and excitement. You'd think I'd snapped a tungsten girder in half with my bare talons. I have no idea what they find so impressive about me drinking this California Reaper sauce, but don't want to spoil the moment. McLeod is struggling to open the jar of salsa she retrieved from the kitchen. It honestly seems like an egregious overdesign to make a container that even a Death Worlder can't open. She gives up and hands it to Taylor. Could you open this for me, babes? He sighs and pops it open with only slight effort. You know the Omni appliance can open jars for you? He asks dryly. Yeah, but that's the way over there, she says, gesturing back to the kitchen with mock misery. Plus, then I'd have missed the gun show, she smirks. I really don't know what exhibitions of firearms have to do with anything but, when you spend time with Terrans, you learn not to interrupt the conversation to clarify every idiom you don't understand. If you wanted a gun show, your Amazonian girlfriend is right next to you. She could have taken your breath away with her muscular jar opening, quips Taylor. Gun show must be an allusion to physical prowess and displays thereof. Now what does Amazonian mean? McLeod latches protectively onto her much larger girlfriend and says she has nothing to worry about, but there's no harm in looking. You and she can both spare a bit of all that beefcake for us delicate little members off the fairer sex, right, Toon? Toon was making a barely perceptibly injured expression before she seemed to return to herself and answer, yes, that's right, uncertainly. I scoff delicate? I don't think so. Human women must have extremely intense copulation rages. What? Say Taylor, McLeod, Dawan, and Toon in unison. I look around the table, and it looks as if none of the triple M's know what I'm talking about. Hesitantly, Zunbury asks, do Urkali women have a copulation rage? I chitter, of course not, but human women do, right? Tilting her head, Erin prompts, what makes you think that? Oh well, I've inferred it myself, I suppose, but I don't know what other explanation there could be, I say, getting a little defensive. Explanation for what? Asks Toon. Hesitating, I say, I need wheel for what I saw on the handful of occasions I've accidentally walked in on CSS Taylor making use of a mating sim. For a moment you could hear a pip drop. Then McLeod squeals and says, OMG, Deets, what did you see? A similar reaction is rippling around the room, everywhere except in Taylor's seat, where sits a man who looks as if he's witnessing a murder in slow motion while paralyzed to inaction, for some reason. Confused, I shrug. I mean, we're all adults here. We've all used mating sims when single or when at a removed distance from our partners, haven't we? They are being extremely weird about this, like fledglings in the school canopy. No adult reacts this way to talk of mating sims. Dawan prompts, I think what Jenny means is, what did you see in Cuddle's mating sims that made you think human women have a copulation rage? I gesture at him and say, well, he's right there. Why don't you ask him yourself? It's then that I notice his face is glowing in the IR spectrum, and he seems to have entirely ceased responding. Something's going on here. Zunberry says, seems like Taylor isn't here at the moment. Why don't you just tell us for him? I look around and see that everyone has that same cheeky Death World smirk. Well, not everyone. Taylor is fixing a blank stare at the table, and Tun is giving more of an expectant, hopeful expression. I finally give up and say, I saw that the women needed to be quite heavily restrained, muzzled, bound, chained, etc. And I naturally concluded that, if they weren't, they'd be a threat to those around them. First of all, their mate, due to some sort of copulation rage. Is that not accurate? 2/3 of the Terrans and 4/5 of the humans present burst out laughing. Annoyed now, I say, okay, if it's not for copulation rage, why do they need to be so restrained? Managing to calm down enough to talk, Erin says, no, you're exactly right. We human women absolutely lose our minds during the act. If proper measures aren't taken, people can get really hurt. I knew it, I exclaim. Why were they all so strangely evasive about it, only to tell me now? Does it only change your behavior, or is your strength also affected? Do you remember what's happened after you return to your senses, I ask. After a moment's hesitation, Zunberry responds, well, no one's quite sure if it actually affects their physical characteristics, or just unbridled strength they already have. Studying it is quite difficult for obvious reasons, barely suppressing giggles. As for the subjective experience, he glances at Erin and McLeod. Vague impressions, snapshots, says McLeod. Erin nods enthusiastically. How does it work for you two? I ask them. Do you have to restrain each other? How can you do that in a way that you can then participate? How can you restrain yourselves enough to be sure you won't break free during, but can then free yourselves afterward? They think for a moment before McLeod answers. FF couples need a third. Their job is to restrain both in such a way as we can perform, but not hurt each other. They don't participate, she smirks. Usually. I consider this and then asking, and who's your third? Grinning smugly, she nods at Taylor and answers, Cuddles, of course. Oh, that makes sense, I say. I can't imagine anyone I would trust more to tend to me in such a state of vulnerability. I look around and see the beaming smile on all but two faces. Taylor is still blankly focused down, and Tun looks as if she's just been shot. Guys, Taylor says, only barely above his normal speaking volume, but with an intensity that silences everyone. His eyes still 1,000 yards staring through the table. He looks up. That's enough. Stop messing with her. I'll explain. One very baffling explanation and many pipettes of wine later. And most humans don't have this proclivity, I ask uncertainly. No, he responds mirthlessly. And it's embarrassing, I say timidly.
Yeah,
He responds, still grim. So I shouldn't have exposed that? I inquire, terrified that I've jeopardized my friendship with him. No, he responds with bleakness unending. At this, Zunberry nudges him and interjects, I don't think we can call you a triple M anymore. I think you're a triple S from now on, to General Snickers. In horror, I blurt, you would eject him from the dorm for this? From the social group? There are general guffaws at this, and they reassure me that it was a joke that missed my beak, or went over my head. Taylor, I'm extremely sorry. Ricali don't advertise our bedroom activities, but we don't have such an intense culture of embarrassment about it. We would give a frank answer if asked, and wouldn't feel at all ashamed. I didn't think before I spoke. I'm sorry, I plead, desperately. It's fine, Cap, he says, exhausted. I wouldn't have had it come out this way, but it doesn't look like anyone's ready to burn a friendship over this. In a way, I'm glad that I have the opportunity to have this part of me accepted too, he says, smiling lightly. Aaron looks at him, smiling, and says, Cuddles, you're going to make me cry, you big doof. What's going to become of my badass space bounty hunter image if that happens? Who knew having your kinks exposed could get so touching? Taylor smiles back before looking around his apparently newly firm friends and saying, Yeah, I'm glad me. Now how about a subject change? Have you seen the eye that Quidge has been making at that new retige in research? The conversation moves on to speculation about shipboard romances, potential romances, and speculations on the mechanics of various interspecies unions. At some point in the evening, 6 Terrans become 12, then 24. 12 who are only there in the IR spectrum, and 12 who only appear in the visible. Fluffy got here at some point. I go to her. That nose is extremely boopable. I boop it. Very satisfying. She brings her head to the floor so I can scritch between her ears. By the 17 gods of Akaros. She's so soft. This is paradise. Then I see Taylor's face. My Victor. The boy from Earth who saved my life on my first mission as captain and countless times since. The boy I hired on the spot and sponsored through SO training. The boy now become a man. Korak may be the love of my life, but Victor is my strength. Then I ask Victor, do you want to be Takak's godfather? The next morning. I'm lying down. Why am I lying down? Ricali perched to sleep. Why am I lying down? And why do I feel like a Terran has run me through a juice press? I open my eyes to see Taylor sitting by my hospital bedside. He's noticed me stirring and is pulling a smirking face at me. So this is what it feels like from the other side, I quip. He laughs at that. What happened? I ask. Pausing a moment, he speaks. I gave you a 3 milliliters pipette to dilute your drinks with at the beginning of the night. At some point you managed to, I assume unwittingly, exchange it for a 15 milliliters pipette and didn't notice. I don't bother asking if he's sure he didn't give me the wrong one originally. If there were any doubt, he would blame himself. It's my fault. He blames himself and I should have noticed. I scoff at that. You should have noticed from across the table what I didn't notice in my claws, I query wryly. It's my job to keep you safe, Cap. The pipettes shouldn't have been in a place where you could have confused him. Once you confused him, I should have noticed the new one didn't look right. You even said it tasted as strong. I hold up a wing claw and silence falls. This isn't your fault, Victor, I say simply, letting my words hang in the air. Eventually he nods and says, All right, Cap. I nod approvingly before asking, So then what happened? He shifts uncomfortably before answering. Well, then you were a sparkling conversationalist about Terran pop culture. You accidentally exposed my preference in Matin Sim material. We gossiped. You went to pet Fluffy. That was when I realized something was wrong. You asked me to be your daughter's godfather, and I picked you up by your feet and carried you here, like a prize turkey to get your stomach pumped. He lists matter-of-factly. Wait, what? I squawk. What was the last one? You being a prize turkey? No, the one before that, I say with a flick of my crown plumes. Oh yeah, you asked me to be Takak's godfather. I was really touched. I'm dumbfounded. Eventually I say, I told you we're expecting and I named her. He cocks his head. Were you not supposed to? No, it's terrible luck to tell anyone, let alone name a child before they hatch. Rakali don't even do parental seconds. What was I thinking? I bury my head in my wings. I feel a very gentle but very powerful hand on the back of my wing and look up. I see Taylor's emerald eyes staring back into mine. It'll be okay. And my answer is yes, by the way. I chirp appreciatively. Well, what's done is done. Thank you. Sorry for being such a terrible guest. You were an amazing guest, but I think next time I'll dispense your drinks. He smiles. I'm invited back, I say, a little incredulous. Of course, he scoffs before continuing. Well, I should probably get going. Your breakfast will be here soon, and I've got duty later. As he makes to leave, I say, before you go, Victor, I just want to apologize again for exposing your kink in front of your friends. He smiles. Actually, Cap, I should thank you for that. After I dropped you off here last night and got shooed off by the nurse droid, I went back to Triple M and got waylaid by Toon. He's clearly very pleased, but I'm unsure about what. Oh, I prompt. Let's just say that she and I have some common interests, and you helped us realize. It takes several seconds for me to put together what he means. Eventually, I get there. Oh, Taylor, I'm happy for you. He nods excitedly. Just then, the nurse droid arrives and places my breakfast in front of me. Happy for the food, I ask. What am I having? The nurse droid uncovers the platter and says, Pancakes, Captain. Loneliness, 13 years. Before Fluffy, the galaxy is vast. It contains 14 billion terrestrial planets. Of those, half are life-bearing. Of those, 1 in 100 are currently host to a permanent sapient population. Of those, only a little over 30,000 are cradle worlds of sapient species. Of those, 1 is a death world. Light years separate stars. The size and quantity of objects that can move through the void without being detected is immense. This was a lesson my polity, the Galactic Union, learned hard, all too recently. Around 20 years ago, we discovered that our society had been cohabiting the galaxy with another domain. This wasn't the normal first contact situation where we'd find a species bound to one planet, maybe with a few extrasolar colonies. They had a territory that already made them the most numerous single species in the galaxy. Hundreds of planets and 1.7 trillion souls. And they'd been hiding right under our eyes, and yet in the last place we'd look for them. On death worlds, worlds where the gravity is high enough to crush our silicate bones. Worlds where wildfires rage. Worlds where winds whip and storms howl. Worlds where the plants are locked in a death game with each other, greedily monopolizing every last nutrient and ray of sunshine that they can. Worlds where even the herbivores are ready to kill unprovoked because they have to be. Worlds where predators stalk and venomous creatures lie coiled and waiting. Worlds where a single microbe would be enough to lay waste to the ecosystem of an entire garden world. Worlds where the very crust fractures and chafes against itself, roiling out streams of lava across the land, flattening buildings with earthquakes, washing away coastal towns with great waves. Worlds where the suns stream a constant barrage of lethal radiation to crash against powerful magnetospheres, only just able to hold them at bay, but still letting through enough to bathe the surface in mutagenic rays. And what had these death worlders to say of our garden worlds? The appropriate, sane places for life and sapience to develop and inhabit? Unfit for settlement. The selfsame thing we had declared of their species' chosen expansion grounds. Their complaints? Sun too weak, not tectonically active enough. Atmosphere too thin, climate too stable. Ecosystem not dynamic. Crop growth too calorie poor. Gravity too low. Could never support settlement. Could never produce sapience. We hadn't found the Death Worlders hiding in our midst, and they hadn't found us surrounding them, because neither of us were looking in the right places. And the worst part, they had spent centuries screaming into the void, begging to be found, pleading for anyone to tell them they weren't alone. They had found life. Death worlds are not dead worlds, but no sapience. In frustration, they uplifted their companion animals, built AIs, resurrected long-dead cousin species. Unsatisfied with their lot of loneliness, they changed it. If the universe wouldn't give them company, they would make it. Death worlds have always terrified garden worlders. The stories that come back with the few survivors are the stuff of nightmare. Death world sapiens have been a monster of myth for longer than there are surviving records. Hell-forged bodies, hell-forged minds, hell-forged intelligence, and hell-forged malice. Stalking you. The thought is enough to make the most grizzled veterans in the galaxy quail and cower. It was less than 2 months after news of the discovery broke that the GU Parliament declared a war of annihilation against the Terrans. Death worlders couldn't be reasoned with. Deathworlders couldn't be placated. Deathworlders would not stop until they had brought death to us all, they said. 750 trillion souls marched to war against 1.7 trillion and were utterly routed. We were millennia ahead of them, technologically. They didn't have nanotech. Their computing was a fraction as powerful as ours. They were still dying at the end of their natural lifespan. They lacked regenerative medicine. They didn't have FTL comms, didn't have FTL tracking or targeting. They didn't even have proper translators. Despite having thousands of languages, they relied instead on a culture of polyglottalism. In the face of all that, they humiliated us. The casualty disparity was immense. Hundreds of us died for every one of them we killed. When we sent elite units, composed of some of the very few hypercarnivorous sapients, their ferocity paled in comparison to that of Deathworlders. When we tried to make use of our tech edge, they would reverse engineer it, our millennia of engineering, by the very next time we fought them. When we spun up the engines of our industry, theirs spun up faster. On the rare occasions that we would capture one alive, they would tear through the containments we had assembled as if they were made of tinfoil and proceed to rampage through our ranks. Terran children and pets laid waste to battalions when we tried to take their worlds with the ground forces. We attempted to glass their planets and they stopped us. They always stopped us, like they knew what we were thinking before we thought it. Almost none of the Terran casualties were planetside. Over 99% were voidside. That was my domain. Fresh out of officer training, at 16 years old, I took to the stars in a starfighter. Rakali are some of the only sapients that have the instincts for dogfighting, and we are undoubtedly the best. Or we were. Human fighters outstripped us to the point that precognition seemed the only plausible explanation. In the year that I served, I didn't manage to shoot down a single one of them. But, unlike 9/10 of my classmates, I survived. I watched and retreated with the GU forces as the Terrans pushed us back and back, taking and occupying planet after planet. We wept for the poor souls lost to Terran occupation. The barbarism, the carnage, the atrocities, the brutalities, the care, the empathy, the kindness, video after testimonial after undeniable piece of evidence came from those occupied worlds. In war, the Terrans had been every bit the monsters we thought they would be, and so much worse. But in conquest, Terrans in white clothes with red symbols on brought food, medicine, blankets, tents. They brought all the things they would need to tend to the homeless, the hungry, the sick, the cold. They taught us the word humanitarian. They taught us the depth of compassion that must flourish in you when your home is hell itself. They taught us that we were wrong about them. They were such a lonely species for so long. And when they finally found fellow beings to offer a hand of friendship, we recoiled in horror and tried to exterminate them. We were the monsters. After 7 years of war, after 20 trillion, 2.7%, GU dead and only 70 billion, 4% Terran dead, we capitulated. We surrendered. We invited a Terran delegation to the GU Parliament to discuss the terms of our surrender. The best we were hoping for was that the Terrans would declare themselves our overlords and force us to give them everything we had to give, to repay them for the heartache we had caused. The galaxy watched with bated breath as the broadcast was made of the peace conference. Into the Parliament strode the United Terran Coalition's representative, backed by 4 bodyguards. It was such a strange sight to see Terrans in their people's formal wear. We were used to images of them in battle armor and, as of late, white and red uniforms. It drove home again that these were people, not monsters. She sat, and what followed was the most furious dressing down of a room full of powerful people that likely ever has or ever will occur. Xenophobia, genocide, bigotry, war crime, crime against peace, and fucking were all words and concepts introduced to the non-death world galaxy that day. When the speaker bravely asked if the Terrans intended to seize control of the GU and turn it into their own expanded territory, she scoffed and answered that they weren't orcs and they weren't imperialists. 2 more new words. Their insistence that they aren't and don't do any of these things is marred slightly by the fact that they're the only ones with words for them. With great care and demonstrating more backbone than I'm sure 99.9% of the Garden Worlders in the galaxy would have been able to, the speaker asked, "If you don't want to rule us, what would be adequate recompense for this blood debt?" The Terran thought for a long while before answering. "We don't want anyone else to die. Enough of us, and Christ enough of you, have died. You made us slaughter more than 10 times our total population. Just to survive, you can atone by first telling us that you're sorry, then showing us that you're sorry. You can make this up to us by treating us as equals. You can make this up to us by ensuring that this never happens again. The next time you discover beings that frighten you, we'll be here to make sure you extend the olive branch first and then don't bludgeon them with it. We can forget about blood debts and focus on healing and transforming things so that nothing like this is ever possible again. Over the coming months, the Terrans took their seat in the parliament, and negotiations on reparations began. The Jew gave a formal apology for the slaughter, and so did the UTC, which no one was expecting. The Office of Deathworld Relations was established to search for new Deathworld sapients and mediate with the ones already known. It was scrupulously staffed with 50% Terrans and 50% Garden Worlders. Against their protests, the Terrans were given exclusive settlement rights to all the galaxy's hundreds of thousands of Deathworlds. It was a hollow gesture. They weren't really ours to give. We may control the space around them, but those planets were so hostile to us that we never would have been able to develop them ourselves. Like giving water to a fish was the analogy the Terrans used. It got the point across after some translation struggles. They rightfully also pointed out that if they settled all these worlds, any future Deathworlders would be left out in the cold. So, unbidden, they announced a regimen that saw a portion of Deathworlds left unsettled for any future Deathworlders and ensured the preservation of any local ecosystem. For worlds they did settle. We've shared technology, innovations, medicine, philosophy, law, and we've both learned so much. The results have been better than anyone could have hoped. And yet it's been 14 years since the peace, and while hostilities have not resumed, the Terrans describe the current state of affairs with words like apartheid and Cold War. Separated by planetary classification, the Garden Worlders and new Deathworlders have barely mixed at all. There are fewer than 1 million non-Terrans living permanently across all their settlement worlds, and the number of Terrans who've taken to the stars among non-Terrans currently sits at around the same. Terrans have taken their seat in the parliament, but scrupulously avoid voting on anything that doesn't directly affect them. We need more integration, more participation, more innovation-spurring cultural exchange. There's so much to learn from Deathworlds and Deathworlders. Deathworld research has yielded uncountable new improvements to the galaxy's quality of life. But Deathworlds being Deathworlds and Deathworlders being so rare and guarded, in wider space, there have been numerous instances of researchers being sent to Deathworlds without a Terran because none could be found. The results were predictable. That's why, mere months ago, the GU declared that a Terran escort was obligatory on Deathworld expeditions and requested the Office of Deathworld Relations to draw up requirements for a qualification that will come into effect in the next few years. That being done, all that was required was someone to negotiate the establishment of this course and agree to be captain of the ship that would be the first test case for this new Terran security officer position. Those would both be me, Kakal, 27th daughter of High Spire Peak, who's currently stood on a shuttle descending to hell itself, the home of death, Earth. Ma'am, Shanza has been making objection about Regulation 17.4. It's making her nervous. I flap irritably. We can't ban pets if we want Terrans, and we can't restrict the kinds of pet they're allowed if we want them happy. It stays as is. I look at the pretty male holding a holopad with clear concern plastered on his face. Remind me of your name, soldier. I don't need to guess that he's a soldier, though definitely too young to have fought. It's Korak, Captain. Your clan mother hired me as your secretary and personal assistant shortly before the Bright Plume departed. I chitter at that, did she now? The old woman does so like to play matchmaker. Listen, Korak, I'm sure you'll make some woman very happy when you agree to life bond one day. But it won't be me. Is that understood? His face is unreadable as he says, perfectly, ma'am. I avoid asking why a secretary would be on a surface shuttle to spare the boy any further embarrassment. The shuttle door cracks and begins extending out to form a ramp, allowing the thick, soupy Terran atmosphere inside. It reveals the roof of the 1,500 m tall Reception of Non-Terran Dignitaries building, located in a megalopolis on an island off of one of Earth's land masses. An armored Terran strides up the ramp, blocking my egress, gun slung at his side. If someone asks me to define overkill, he glances between me and my new secretary for a few moments, before settling on me. You are Lady Tuak Kal, 27th daughter of High Spire Peak? Captain, yes, I answer. Do you have a gravitic compensator and an aerial microbe denial field equipped and engaged? He says, without apology. I gesture to them, strung on a sash. unnaturally draped across my chest. He looks at them a moment before seeming satisfied. I'm afraid I'm going to have to enclose them in the tamper-proof case. We've had some instances of garden worlders accidentally disabling personal welfare devices recently, and the results weren't pleasant. This is now policy. The case will be removed before you reboard. Do I have your permission to do that? I give a Terran nod and he clips a transparent case around my devices. Akaros. It feels sturdy enough to survive a bomb blast. That done, I'm shown across the roof to a lift which takes me to the 169th floor, where my appointment is. I walk up to the door of Ambassador Jean Blitz Miyazaki, the selfsame woman who stormed into the GU Parliament and berated the representatives like fledglings all those years ago. And it is 1026 R583, A. Ezra. I drum my talons against the desk perch that the ambassadors have so graciously had provided. It's unusual that I'm here alone. Terrans only do diplomacy from paired couple to paired couple. It wasn't always that way. It was apparently a habit they only picked up after leaving their cradle world, pre-contact, and it has become a policy since. But I'm unpaired, and the only qualified person who is willing to take this job, so they're making an allowance. I know that the skills required would require turning out a galactic arm to find experts in garden world populations, but the Office of Death World Relations assured me that finding these experts on Earth would be a trivial matter. I say, cautiously. The mechanical man fixes his eyes on me and says, in a perfectly level voice, Captain Chakal, as my wife explained. It isn't a matter of finding instructors, it's volunteers that are necessary. A pause. None have come forward. There are tens of billions of people on this planet, I exclaim, losing composure. None? Ambassador Miyazaki turns her eyes to me from the window. Diplomats can shake hands. Ma'am, governments can issue apologies, but the people out there, she gestures out of the window. We can't make them forgive and forget. The fact is, they don't trust non-Terrans. After your catastrophic mishandling of our first contact, almost every single person on this planet lost someone to the GU's attempted genocide. Many of them don't believe you sincerely changed your minds about us and think that, rather, you just wanted us to stop slaughtering you by the trillion. And, if I may be so bold, the wording you had us use was off-putting. Off-putting? How? She takes her holopad out and reads, 4-year course at the end of which you will be serving under a Urkali captain who has nothing but the utmost respect for Terrans and the restraint they showed during their occupations of the First Contact War. She tosses it onto the desk. That's off-putting. It sounds like you're still thinking of us as monsters. I splutter. How? How can you have got that impression from that wording? I do have nothing but respect for Terrans. Certainly I hated you as I watched all my squadmates fall to your prowess during the war. But when I saw the videos, I understood. You weren't monsters. You were lonely. You had reached out in friendship, and we responded with war. I came here in a ship with a brand new Terran-modeled AI. I'm certain you didn't, interrupts the Terran AI correctly. GU law won't allow fully sentient AI, so it had to be modified to a state of semi-sentience. The only reason this rule doesn't apply to Terrans is because no one's been brave enough to bring it up, knowing what the answer would be. I continue, I feed my crew with Death World origin crops. I've spent the last 5 months neck-deep in researching your culture and history to be able to connect with this prospect, whoever they were. I'm here to sponsor a Terran security officer and hire them to my employ. How could I give you the impression that I think Terrans are monsters? Ambassador Ezra answers, human beings are highly perceptive and sensitive of context, Captain. This is precisely why the GU has passed this law. Often what is not said is more glaring to them than what is. You need to understand that they don't see their behavior during our occupations as a restraint. That would imply that they really wanted to run amok, pillage, burn, loot, cannibalize, but were stopping themselves through force of will. This is not so. They cared for those whose worlds they occupied because that was what they wanted to do. Admiring their restraint is still fearing their prowess, not appreciating their humanity. You're just admiring the fact that they're not using their prowess. Ambassador Miyazaki smiles at her husband. Exactly, sweetheart. No one wants to work for a captain who seems to think that they're a monster, restraining themselves. She thinks for a moment, before turning her focus back to me. Even if they are. Even if you think that. Though I don't know why you'd volunteer to be the test case captain if you did. Plus, if you want a Terran, you can't treat them as just a Terran, you know? We're not a monolith, and no one wants to feel like they're only valuable for what they are rather than who they are. If you want them to save lives, you need to make them feel like you trust them with your life. If you want their loyalty, you need them to feel like they have yours. If you treat them as just the ship's Terran, you'll never earn their trust. They need to feel like they can invite you to parties, discuss nonsense with you. You need to be approachable, not just a Terran wrangler. Frustrated, I ask, so what do you suggest? She chuckles. You could always meet some Terrans, go out and get to know some people. Offer them a job once they've warmed up to you. She's mocking me and it feels infuriating. You know what? I shriek. Perhaps I will. I need to be approachable, after all. I make for the door and Ambassador Miyazaki is frantically trying to call me back. She knocks a glass off the desk with gesticulation. It shatters. Titan! It was made of stronger silicate glass than my bones. And it shattered from a 0.9 milliliter drop. It wasn't even full. It's a good demonstration of why exactly I need the gravitic compensator. Ambassador Ezra says, Captain, this is most inadvisable. With the level of anti-garden worlder sentiment on Earth, we would never suggest leaving the building without a bodyguard, almost sounding like he's going to express an emotion other than serene calm for a moment. I turn, fixing my 4 eyes on the warm woman and the cold man. Affecting a single Terran laugh, I say, Ha! You two tell me I need to trust this prospect with my life, and then you tell me to approach them with a bodyguard? Oh yes, I trust you completely. Never mind the 204 number of armed and armored death worlder behind me. I'm going and I'm going alone. If you want to stop me, do so. They know they can't. It would breach every diplomatic protocol to detain me here, even for my safety. My stupid decision has no obstacles. I stride out of the room to the lift. I descend. I walk through the ground floor reception area. The receptionist wants to stop me. I stride past his desk out the door. I breathe in the air of a death world city. I continue. I walk past the historic palace that once, centuries ago, housed the emperors and empresses of a death world, maritime empire. I stride past that empire's parliament building. I cross a river. I pass an enormous monorail terminus. Occasionally, I stop to talk to one of the lumbering death worlder giants, all of whom are fixing me with the bemused expression of a father whose child has suddenly started expressing an interest in quarat hunting. None of them give me the answer I want. None of them are interested. None of them are interested in helping me find someone who is interested. I walk on. This would be much easier if I could fly, but even with the gravitic compensator, that's not possible in 2. 1 GSG. Eventually, I find myself at a dead end. I turn around to find my way barred by 3 adolescent Terrans with cruelty in their eyes. The same cruelty that we imagined was there in all of them when we declared our war of annihilation. What are you doing on Earth, then? Asks the apparently leader. Oh, well, you see, I'm a diplomat, sent to recruit a Terran to serve as a test case for a new rank, which could help to foster a golden age of prosperity in the cooperation between garden worlders and No, you ain't, interrupts the one on the right. Yeah, that's right. You're here to kill people, ain't you? Like you killed my dad. And my grandpa, adds the lead one. And my sister, adds the one on the left. No, truly, I've never killed anyone, even though I served in the war. Ah, so you tried to kill us and couldn't, smiles the lead, cruelty white-hot. I stumble backwards and trip, landing on the ground. The leader reaches down and lifts the sash off me, over my head. These look valuable, he says, admiring my devices through the perspex. No, wait, stop. You'll kill me if you take those. He smiles, either not believing or not caring. Then faster than I can resolve, he's bleeding. I look left. There's a 4th boy who wasn't here before. He's holding a length of wood that looks like it had been discarded on the ground. The next 30 seconds are a blur as this new boy flashes between the others. I can't actually see him swing his improvised weapon, but I can infer that he is from the sickening crunches and screams of agony from the other 3. As they turn to run, the new boy grasps my sash and wrenches it from the leader's hand. The leader hesitates, but sees the copper-haired boy's menacing feint of his stick and the look in his eyes before seeming to decide it isn't worth it. My assailant's vanquished. The boy drops his bludgeon, turns to me and holds out his hand. You all right? You didn't notice him following you? I hesitate for a moment before taking his hand. He pulls me up and hands me back my sash. Thank you. I owe you my life, I say breathlessly. Snothin'. Those guys are arseholes. I know them from school. Saw them following you from across the street and knew they was going to do something stupid. I look up into his eyes like emeralds and say, how would you like a job? 4 months after Fluffy. 2-6 simmer of hell-forged body, hell-forged mind, hell-forged intelligence, and hell-forged compassion stands. 50 simmer to my right, cooing over my egg in its incubator. How long's it been, he asks, with heartwarming smile still fixed on Takak. Oh, I'd say about 4 months, I respond, amused. His face turns to confusion. Oh, really? Isn't that a long time? Secreta. If you are about to compare Racali to secretary birds or any other non-sapient death-world avian, don't, I interrupt, still mirthful. He shrugs and returns his gaze to her, thinking. After a long time, he says, So, is that where you were when I went to Atexia 3? I chitter. Just so, dear boy. I was recovering from laying. I enforced a strict do not disturb for 2 days and emerged to find 2 notifications. Victor Taylor engaged with a Texian merc beast, followed by Victor Taylor hospitalized, and I ran to the medical room where you were sleeping, thinking you'd been savaged by 300 kko of dangerous local fauna, rather than savaged by your own loneliness. He chuckles at that. How's the new Triple M working out, Haysiak? I ask, remembering the 6 million of Scarlet Reptilian who recently took residence in Triple M after passing the Fluffy test. Hassi's great. Hassi's so sassy. We love her. She's a big fan of the cuddle puddle, but says it makes her a bit too energetic to sleep. You're not apprehensive about sharing your living space with a venomous serpentoid. He laughs. Definitely took a little getting used to, but we're all friends now. Plus, Cookie says her venom only hurts about as much as a bee sting, so... Wait, she bit Dawan? How did that happen? His smiling gaze still fixed on my egg, he responds, Not mine to divulge, I'm afraid. You'll have to ask him next time you come to Triple M. I stare, disconcerted for a few moments, before I'm satisfied that, if he's not concerned, it's not something I need to be concerned about. Taylor's comm buzzes. He brings it to his ear. Hello? Toon's voice comes through, tinny but audible. Baby, get back to Triple M. Something's happening. I'm not angry, I lie. Yes, you are, the voice behind me states simply. I'm not angry, I say with the thief's own honesty. Cap, you're clearly... All right, fine. I'm not angry. I'm furious. I'm livid, irate, incensed. Taylor's language has so many words for different shades of anger, from miffed to apoplectic. It's worth embarrassing myself with the way my beak mangles them to get the point across. I take a deep inhale of the oxygen-rich atmosphere, maintained in this dorm for Terran comfort, and watch the stars slowly parallax past each other out of the window. Cap, I really didn't know. When I picked her up, she was wild. I thought she was gaining weight because she had access to all the food she wanted. I tried having her do more exercise. I thought about putting her on a diet. I'm glad I'm such a weak will when it comes to those sad eyes. It probably would have been bad for them if I'd put my foot down. I wheel around, my face screwed up in rage. The 5 humans, Don and Sahas, all turned down their faces in shame. I'm not angry that you brought an Atexian merc beast onto my ship with a litter in her belly, Taylor. I'm not angry that you misread the signals of pregnancy. I'm not even angry that you got yourself injured by her. Whatever I used to think, and however it may sometimes seem to me, I've seen enough of your stupid decisions and blind spots to know that humans aren't clairvoyant. I'm at peace with that, Taylor. I move toward the man with his right arm bruised and slashed, now attempting to convey my hurt with every gesture of myself. I'm angry that you kept it secret. You didn't trust me with this? 10 diurnals? What did you think would happen? You thought you could smuggle them off the ship somewhere without anyone noticing? Then what? Suitably ashamed, he answers, Cap, I'm sorry. I didn't know what to do. We talked about it a lot. 8 of them's a breeding population, and that's a crime. Doesn't matter that they're siblings. We decided it was better if you had plausible deniability. I really didn't do this because I didn't trust you. I sigh and flick my crown plumes. So, why are you compromising my plausible deniability now? And what made her injure you? Well, to the second, she seems to have undergone behavior changes. We haven't been able to do the cuddle puddle since she delivered. She growls at us when we go in that room. He looks around at the rest of the Triple M's. We wanted to know what was up, so these guys convinced me to get her a translator and ask. She was snarling at me as I approached. I only just got it on her before she gashed me. To the first, it's what she said. He trails off here. I chit and ask, Damn it, Taylor. Don't make me drag it out of you. What did she say? Still hesitating, he answers, I think she said she'll only talk to you. I close my eyes to process that. It takes some time. Eventually, I ask, where is the uncertainty? What exactly did she say? Victor gives a mirthless smile and says, Well, she asked for the feather grandmother. I can't think of many contenders. Massaging my temples with my wing claws, I try to work out anything. Eventually, I settle on asking, I don't suppose she gave any indication of what she wanted to speak to this feather grandmother about. Did she? He closes his eyes and shakes his head. No, she definitely wasn't in the mood to talk, so I left and calmed you. I consider, then respond, so do you have any ideas for questions you want me to ask her? Taylor indicates to Zunberry, who starts, we'd like to know if she knows how long the Merc pups. He's cut off by McLeod or Merkittens, or Merklets, consensus not yet reached. He continues, yes, thank you, Mouse. Anyway, we'd like you to ask if she knows how long they need to suckle before they can be weaned, and if she understands what has caused her behavior change and how long that will last. We'd also like to know if she forms a pack unit with them after that, or if Merc beasts are solitary. The literature seems to suggest solitary behavior, but it's difficult to be certain, given how impossible it was to study them up close until recently. Finally, we'd like to know what she wants to do. Confused, I ask, what do you mean, what she wants to do? What might she do? Zunberry looks at Taylor, whose face is a mask of anguish, before turning back to me and responding, GU law forbids breedable populations of Death World predators being removed from their planet of origin together. One Merc beast is legal as a study sample, or pet, but if we keep her young, we'd be breaking the law. So realistically, she has two options, or actually, I suppose, two decisions to make. Where does she want us to take them? And another glance at Taylor and his watery green eyes. Does she want to leave with them? I look at Taylor, my anger melting away. Victor, it's fine. Cap, he lies, see, I love her. Lots. But if she wants to go, I won't force her to stay. I won't ask her to choose me over her babies. He clears his throat, I'm guessing, as an attempt to keep his voice from cracking. Mage's sister's got some contacts in, what was it? Death World faunal taming and domestication research. Or we return them, and possibly her, to Atexia 3. Those are the options. If we give them to my sister's colleagues, then they will be given to volunteers to see how they take to life as pets. These would be people who will have been thoroughly, personally vetted to make sure they would be loving providers if they take to domestication as well as Fluffy did. Until recently, then their genes can be sampled, recombinated, and variated to be able to produce new domestic Merc beasts that can then legally be distributed to those licensed to have them, or we release them onto their cradle world. Or, I suppose, you could get an eye patch and a peg leg, and we all become pirates. That joke catches me off guard, and I laugh. After thinking a moment, I resolve myself and say, Taylor, get yourself to the medical room, get that wound seen to. What? Cap, it ain't that bad. Gato's going to try and convince me to get my scars regened. He always does. That is an order, Taylor. I will not have Terran wounds festering with Terran germs on my ship, no matter how many decontamination fields are permanently active to keep you walking plague pits from infecting us. Also, to be frank, I agree with Dr. Gato. I know you think of your scars as sort of trophies, but he shakes his head. Not trophies, Cap, lessons. I resign myself to never fully understanding Terrans for the 5 millionth time. Be that as it may, you are to have that wound treated, and I don't care how much you have to argue with Dr. Gato about the merits of retaining scar tissue. Maybe you'll get one of the Shings. I'm sure they'd be delighted to hear your philosophy on scars-ass lessons. I have a furred granddaughter to counsel, apparently, so I shan't be accompanying you. Zunberry, could you go with Taylor? Make sure he doesn't faint on the way. Zunberry doesn't get to answer as Taylor says, wait, you're going now? I nod, now is the moment. If I have to turn the ship around and start heading back to Atexia 3, I'd prefer to know sooner than later. Then I should go with you, he says insistently. No, you shouldn't. She's made it quite clear that she doesn't want to see you right now. I gesture at his wound, and I'm quite sure that even you wouldn't be able to do anything in the 0.2 seconds. It would take her to squash me flat, if she wanted to. Whatever these behavioral changes are, I've seen enough of her to know that she wouldn't ask for me to do me harm. I'll go in alone. I stay with more confidence than I feel. He's still unconvinced, so I concede. Aaron and Toon can wait outside the door. If I need help, they can be in there as fast as lightning. Do you trust them to keep me as safe as you could? Taylor looks at his subordinates before saying, I trust them completely. I guess I'll see myself to the medical room. Or Mage will see me to the medical room. Is that all right, Mage? Zunberry smiles. Of course, my friend. And after only a moment's more hesitation, the two men leave side by side. My heart sinks slightly at the task before me. Turning to my SO and ASO, I say, shall we? Dawan and Hasyuk stand as well. Well, Hasyuk less stands, and more raises her upper portion from her coiled tail to put her head at about the height of Dawan. They take each other's hands. We'll come to, I know I'm a cook and she's a prison guard, but if Fluffy needs to be held back, it might take more than two, says Dawan, his partner nodding at his side. Interesting how much faster than most she's picked up Terran mannerisms. Is that because she's sharing their living space or because she's a rough worlder? With a mirthful exhale, I say, if you two want to raise next subcycle, I might be amenable. No. They laugh. We head out of the common room and down the hall to where Sam stands guard outside Taylor's door. He'll want to smell you, Captain, says Aaron. He's been smelling all of us when we take our turn on guard. He's checking that we are ourselves and that we don't smell like hostility. My mind boggles at the facts that Terran canines have the ability to detect the odor of hostility, the intelligence/wariness to use that ability on trusted friends, and the fact that Terrans ever domesticated an animal like that. Why exactly did you take up guard shifts outside the room of an aggressive merc beast mother? Isn't she her own guard? Aaron chuckles. We weren't really guarding her. We were guarding anyone who might be stupid enough to blunder into Triple M and start opening doors from her. That Death World caution. As I approach, Sam splays his front legs in a posture of readiness. I'm reminded that as much as he is a loving, friendly, sweet creature, he's every bit as much of a Death World predator as the one in the room he's guarding. I extend my wing to his nose and he sniffs it. Happy smelling, he proclaims, satisfied and incorrect. I'm definitely not happy, but I'm guessing that was him giving the all clear. Thank you, Sam, I say, before turning to the door and gesturing for it to open. I walk into the half-lit room and see a giant mass of infrared, curled into a crescent, with 8 much smaller masses nestled into it. Rendered into Rakali, a husky voice addresses me. Not changing horizon. My translator's not able to give me a clarification on the word that it has flagged as being inexact. I have to think. Of course, she's from an eyeball world. She lived her entire life in the narrow band between deathly cold night and scorching hot day before being adopted. Venturing in the direction of one horizon would increase the brightness, the other would decrease it. She's asking me not to change the lighting. I won't. Fluffy, I'm told you asked for me, I say, cautiously approaching her head. Yes, not danger being, but respecting safe talking, both. Confused, I ask, both? She clarifies, you not danger. Can't harming babies even if wanting. You not danger being not overcome being me. Safe being both. Another unclarified inexactitude. I think instinct. Some sort of instinct of parental protectiveness. Fluffy, can you control yourself when you are overcome? She chuffs in seeming irritation. No, that what overcome meaning. I did not expect to receive a semantics lesson from a semi-sapient when I woke up this morning. You said you respected me? Taylor, your daddy tells me you called me grandmother? Yes. Feather grandmother's so weak, strong. I'm going to get a headache with all the discernment I'm being forced to do. Weak, strong? You mean my body is weak, but you think I'm strong in other ways? Is this another example of a Death Worlder perceiving me to have the spirit of a Death Worlder? She shakes her head. Terran mannerisms are so mimetic that they even spread to semi-sapients. Not thinking, knowing, seeing, brave being, only weak seeing since living in Starcave. Accepting weak cute for licking. I laugh. You know you really scared Hamtonio? He thought you were sampling him. He was certain that the last thing he would ever see was the inside of your mouth. She gives a deep laughing purr growl. Sorry being, too cute, needing licking, overcome. I step forward and cautiously place my wing claws on either side of her nose. At this distance, there will be nothing the Triple M's can do. I really hope my trust is well placed. Fluffy, I know you think I'm a grandmother, but the truth is, I'm not even a mother yet, though I will be soon. If you're looking for advice on motherhood, I can't give you the benefit of any experience. She shakes her head again, and the raw power of her body is made evident through my wings. I'm almost pulled off my feet. Not true! Daddy's mother being, also aunties and uncles' mother being, them not knowing long, already trusting you, already loving you, you wanting happy for them, you getting angry when we stupid being, kinchild not having, but mother being, and grandmother to me, and small cousin, my kin lonely being. Not understanding, loving and kind until daddy and grandmother meeting. Another thing I didn't expect to be told today. I'm touched. All right, Fluffy, we have a lot to talk about. Why don't we start with your questions for me, then? Your daddy, aunties, and uncles have some that they want me to ask you. I walk through the door to the medical room. Dr. Gatto is sat at his desk, seemingly perusing medical files of the crew. If you're looking for the scarred wonder with his latest edition, he's in the last bed. The shings are seeing to him. I'm certain he'll be more scar than man by the time he's a couple of centuries old. If he survives that long, he says without looking up. Thank you, Gatto, I say warmly. It might not sound like it, but that was about as cordial an address as he ever usually gives. For him, that was the equivalent of a friendly greeting. It used to bother me, and it doesn't anymore, for some reason. I round the corner and see the line of empty ward beds. The one designed for Terrans is occupied. Beside it stands Zunberry, and, next to him, Dr. Xing, Nan, and Nu, the Terran specialists. I hired the last time we stopped for repairs. It was Zunberry who located them. I wonder if his recruitment method was similar to what I now know Dawan's to have been. For Hasyak, he has been visiting their private living quarters, in their off-time forescans, and interviews a lot. Wait, stop. That's not my business unless they choose to tell me. I can't be filling my head with speculation about potential gossip, no matter how juicy that gossip would be. I draw closer and can see that Taylor is shirtless. His wound is healed and he is animatedly explaining the origin of his many scars, that he is keeping as mementos of seemingly the times he failed. The 1 to 4 Fulgentians are listening with rapt attention, their furry red and white tails twitching in reaction to the story. It's so fortunate that we managed to find 2 doctors with such an expertise on and passion for Terrans, so far from Terran space. I draw close and say, "Excuse me, Dr. Xing," a little above my normal volume to catch their attention. They both jump. Zunberry turns his head in surprise, but gives no indication that he feels at all disconcerted. Taylor smiles and says, "Hey, Cap." Of course he noticed me approach, but managed to keep from making that apparent. "Captain, it's a pleasure to see you. What can we do for you?" asks Nu in her throaty voice. It's so nice to barely have to look up in order to address Fulgensians. I think I may have a mild repetitive strain injury from spending so much time conversing with non-Rakali, who tower over me. I was wondering if you might excuse us. I have some things I need to discuss with my CSS. Dr. Xing look at each other before Nan responds, "Of course, Captain," in his high, comely voice. "Zunberry, you can stay if you want, or you can have it from Taylor later and go back to Triple M or with Dr. Xing for one of your sessions." He smiles and says, "I'm sure Cuddles will fill me in. I'll go with Nan and Nu." "Thank you, Captain." I watch as the 3 of them walk away. Zunberry puts an arm around a shoulder of each Xing and pulls their shoulders to rest against his hips. Gossip confirmed. Not that I'll bring it up. Once the 3 of them are gone, I turn to Taylor. "So, what did she say, Cap?" he asks with quiet pleading desperation. I respond, "Well, bearing in mind that she's only got about as much articulation as Sam, and I don't have a Terran's preternatural ability to almost always produce the correct inference." He chuckles. "I think she told me that she's extremely sorry for hurting you. It seems that motherhood has induced an uncontrollable protective instinct in her, and she can't control herself from lashing out at beings she perceives could harm her young. She asked for me because, evidently, her subconscious doesn't perceive me as a potential threat." I pause here, but he doesn't interrupt. Just keeps fixing those baleful green eyes on me, begging me to continue. She doesn't know how long she needs to suckle them or how long her instincts will be in overdrive. She doesn't really have the same concept of time as you or I do. With no day and night cycle on her cradle world, she had nothing to measure it by. She seems to have developed a time measuring system based on Daddy sleeps since coming aboard the Star Cave, but she's also a first-time mother, and she confirmed that her species is solitary. She has no inclination on how many Daddy sleeps it would be, as she has no memory of her own mother nor familiarity of other merc beasts' postnatal experience. And Cap, what did she say about his eyes now overflow and tears stream down his cheeks? She has agreed to give them to Zunberry's sister. She says that her instincts tell her that they won't be able to cohabit for long with each other, and that them being given loving homes, like you've given her, would make her the happiest. I'm on my way to plot a course to Zanzibar Olympia after this. He closes his eyes and smiles through his still streaming tears, leaning his head back against his pillow. "Thank you, Cap, and damn, I'm sorry. That'll take us weeks out of our way. I'm really edging you closer and closer to the red, aren't I? Actually, Victor, I might need to return the ship to Terran space anyway. This might just be killing 2 birds with 1 stone, as you Terrans so brutally put it." I laugh as he winces apologetically for the unfortunate phrasing of the idiom from his language. Interesting that he's apologetic, given the bird here was the one who said it. He frowns and opens his eyes. "Why would we have to go to Terran space? I heard nothing about this." Well, that would be because I was already on my way down to Triple M to tell you about it, and ask why I had barely seen any of you for the last 10 diurnals. When I got your cum. He winces, "Sorry again. There's someone we might need to pick up for a contract that GU has just offered us. I'll tell you about it in the morning. Get some rest. Either here or in Triple M, you look haggard. Terrans are the only species, to my knowledge, who are capable of stressing to the extent that it visibly affects their health." "All right, Cap. Me and Toon will just have to speculate all night about the nature of this contract." he says, getting up. He begins walking off, and I call out, Victor, there was one more thing Fluffy wanted me to let you know. He stops and turns back to face me, his eyebrows raised. She wanted me to tell you that she loves you, and to thank you for sharing your home with her. His tears return. So you've decided, I ask uncertainly. We have, responds Taylor, his emerald green eyes set and serious. And your decision is? Well, we decided. He shifts his position in the love seat beside Toon. We decided on merklets, he says, raising a merklet from his lap to coo into its face. I'm glad the ship's most controversial issue ever is finally resolved, I mock dryly. We had an all-night discussion. The crew gave us some great suggestions, but merklets was the clear winner. I was surprised. My bet would have been on merkittens. Merkits was very popular. Looked like it might take the lead for a minute there. Merc pups was another that people were tepid on. Other suggestions were fluff kits, merc peeps, merkies, duskits, flufflets, merc bites, merquats, mittens, mercubs, mercubs, nuglets, merc nuggets. Very popular. Cuddles. Might have got confusing. Flumps. Standing for fluffy murder potatoes. One crewman was surprisingly resolute on an English pun involving the slang verb merc, and some of my favorite from the crew, gloam kits and murmurs. Well, I'm not surprised it took all night to decide. What with how incongruently indecisive Terrans and apparently Sahas can be about trivialities like what the cutest name for the cute thing is. What about individual names? This, he gestures at the one with the largest eyes and widest mouth, returned to making a bed of his and Toon's laps, post-face cooing, is Chesh that? He gestures at the only one with fully black fur, nestling into Hasyak's stomach on the floor. Is Nox that's Catbus, gesturing at the largest, squarest one, wrestling with the end of Hayshik's tail. That's Kit, that's Gloam, that's Murmur, that's Nugget, gesturing at the smallest, only purple, most slyly mischievous-looking and roundest ones, respectively. And that, he gestures at the single albino, is Snowflake. And were 8 all-nighters of Guillemot required to decide on those? I say, with a mirthful chitter. No, they just sort of came out and we all agreed on them. Obviously, everyone's Fluffy approved. I reach up to Sam's ear to give him a grateful scritch. He's been assigned as my bodyguard in Triple M while it is a churning mass of chaos, with 8 6 to 8 kg merklets, who don't know their own strength or my weakness, tumbling hither and thither. Every now and then, one of them gets curious and tries to approach me. Sam effortlessly redirects them, and they quickly lose interest and resolve to play with one of the sturdier beings. I look at Hasyuk, with merklets burying her, coiled into Fluffy's stomach. Her slit-pupiled green eyes are crossed, and her boyfriend is admiring her from the couch. You all right, Hasi? Asks Tawan. Just drinking at the oases of warm and soft, she says, still apparently stupefied by her condition. Tawan feigns woundedness. You're saying this oasis isn't enough for you? Gesturing at himself. You're warm. They're warmer. You're not soft. You're an oasis I drink at to satisfy other thirsts. She's probably fine if she has the wherewithal to flirt. Dawan, MacLeod, Aran, Toon, Zunberry, and Taylor all give mirthful whoops, hollers, and whistles to indicate appreciation for Hasyak's brazenness. The noise stirs the 8 fluffy beans to great excitement, causing Sam's bodyguard services to be called on to make sure none of my bones get broken. Once things have calmed down, I ask, how's the weaning looking? Zunberry answers, it looks good, it really didn't take long. They're still suckling, but they've all started sampling some of their mum's food. Fluffy says she feels like it's about halfway done, which puts us nicely on track for our arrival at my homeworld. I guess in the wild, merc beasts must undergo a sequential niche transition as they grow, meaning that they don't need to suckle for too long, which works out nicely for us. And Fluffy, I say, causing that enormous head to raise and turn toward me, you're still at peace with them being given to Terrans as pets? You're at peace with possibly being the progenitor of an entire lineage of domestic merc beasts? You're sure that after Zanzibar Mempia, you don't want to keep your translator? I don't know what I'll do if she says she's changed her mind and wants to go back to Atexia 3 now that we're so far from it. Peace being, happy homes for kinchild's wanting, proud of all mother being, words getting in way, take talk box if needing, signal having. She returns her head to the floor and closes her eyes again. Why any 2 creatures would ever choose not to be able to communicate is beyond me, but Taylor and Fluffy are weirdly agreed on the fact that their relationship is better without words. She has agreed to keep the translator until the Merklets are transferred to the Deathworld Faunal Taming and Domestication Research Department of the Taasisi ya Utafiti na Teknolojia ya Zanzibar Mpya, Zunberi's old university. What's the signal? I asked Taylor, sensing Fluffy to be in the mood to rest, not converse. She stamps all her forelimbs. That means she has something to say and wants us to put a translator on her, he says, attention seemingly entirely focused on Chesh, but still able to answer me somehow. A few moments pass, as the only movement in the room is 8 Merklets, and the reactions they get from the triple miss. Then, turning his eyes to me, Taylor speaks. I'm really not a fan of the shortcut you've plotted, Cap. I want to say again that I think we should stick to the cleared space lanes. Taylor, I say, activating a 3D map projection of the 1,003 light years currently around the ship from my holopad. Sticking to the cleared space lanes would take us a month longer, I say, highlighting the circuitous route he wishes us to take. By that time, the Merklets might be starting to reject each other's company. I truly do not wish Deathworld predators to kill one another aboard my ship. It would be a crime to allow that to happen, saying nothing of the fact that they're Fluffy's babies and extremely adorable, even to me. The shortcut. I zoom in on the narrow point we're currently traversing, where 2 cleared lanes come mere light years from intersecting, will require an extra stop to Degaus, but still puts us being there, right on schedule. Still rubbing his hands on Chesh's thoroughly fluffed sides, his attention is now entirely turned on me. It's unnerving to be so focused on, even by a friend. Cap, pirates? Did it occur to you that pirates might be thinking the same thing you did? What a nice little shortcut. Perfect place to just hop between lanes, save a long trip round. If it's the perfect place to stray from the lanes, it's the perfect place to set an ambush. With the interstellar haze uncleared, we won't see them till they're right on top of us. I wave my wing dismissively. This is one of those occasions where Deathworld caution runs away with them. Taylor, pirates are exceedingly rare. The GU estimates the galaxy's total population engaged in piratical activities to be only in the tens of thousands currently. We have Terrans to thank for that, of course. Your anti-piracy fleets reduced that number from tens of millions to its current level. We're as likely to see pirates as, dragons, unicorns? And to be frank, I pity the pirate crew who think that they can take a ship with 2 Roughworlders, one of whom is Deathworld raised, 5 Deathworld sapients, and a Merc Beast mother aboard. They'd be in for quite the rude awakening. That is, in the last few moments, before they were reduced to a stain on the wall. Still unconvinced, he asks, what if they were Terran's Cap? The question wrong-foots me. Terran pirates? The thought is chilling. How had it never occurred to me? I'm about to open my mouth to say something, when the sound of warp falters and fails. There are a few moments of deathly silence. Then, the lighting switches to blue klaxon sound, and the computer pings all the holopads in the room. Computer, report, says Taylor, his holo in his hand before anyone else's. The bright plume has been pulled from warp CSS. A ship has revealed itself within light minutes of current location, projecting a 97% likelihood of it being a pirate vessel. Please arm and prepare all security personnel and deputies to repel boarding action. Taylor stands, his face harder than iron. He looks around. I'm giving anyone in this room who's sapient and whose cradle world is classified above an 8 the option to be armed and deputized. I won't force you 4, but if Miss Samus and Toon can't handle it, you might end up fighting anyway. Dawan, Hasiak, Zunberi, and McLeod stand as well. There's not a shadow of a doubt that all of them are taking the deputization. Speaking clearly into his comm again, Taylor commands, Computer, this is a security override. I am temporarily relieving the captain of command to be returned after the threat is neutralized. Succession order following me is Brunhilde Samus's Aaron, followed by Tunel, followed by Jenny Mouse, McLeod, followed by Mziamaje Zunberi, followed by Hasiak, followed by Krish Cookie, Dawan, followed by, his voice falters for a barely perceptible moment. Command returning to Captain Kokkal. In the event of the deaths of all of the above, confine all crew to current location, calculate most likely boarding point, and clear a path to it from starboard dorm, deck 5. Security officers and deputies are in the process of arming and readying. Understood, Acting Commander. Rear loading bay projected as most likely board point. May personnel currently in rear loading bay be evacuated? Confirmed. Guide them to nearest relative safety. He turns to Toon and Samus. Go to your rooms, arm yourselves. He turns to the others. You 4, come with me. I'll arm you. The bottom has dropped out of my stomach. I disregarded the first rule of having a Terran on my ship. Listen to the Terran. If they say they have a bad feeling about something, don't do it. Guilt wells up in me as I start. Taylor, I'm sorry, not looking in my direction. He interrupts. Regrets are for the living, Cap. You can be sorry later. Now is not the time. Guard her, Sam. Keep her safe from the babies and anyone who comes into Triple M. Understood? Sam barks, understanding. I follow the group, including Taylor, to Taylor's room, and Sam follows me. By the time I catch up, Taylor's already pulled down the cover of his weapon rack and is taking holstered handguns down and handing them to non-security Triple Miss. For each one he gives out, he explains the safety and the user or ID that keeps anyone from firing it unless the current user transfers possession. I'm frantic. I'm losing my head. We might die, and if we do, it will be my fault. I'm about to open my mouth before remembering Taylor's words. Be sorry later. I have never wanted to be sorry more in my life. Being sorry means there's a later to be sorry in. Please let this be one of those nightmares that Terrans tell me about. This isn't real. I can wake up scared, tap my beak against Korax, and then check on Takakak in her incubator. Please. All the Deputy Triple M's armed now. The group makes its way back down the corridor to the balcony door. Just as the door is about to close, sealing me in here until I'm safe or dead, I call out, Victor! He turns. Hey, stay safe. Come back here alive. You hear me? He smiles. That's the plan, Cap. The door closes. The workaround. Victor's perspective. I listen for the sound of the door sealing behind me as we stride away down the access stairways. I hear it. If they're opportunists who are just looking to take anything that isn't nailed down, she should be safe. What's this distracting gnawing in my stomach? Did I eat something that didn't agree with me? I really can't afford to be compromised like this right now. Doesn't adrenaline usually fix distracting normal bodily function signals like this? You never feel tired, hungry, thirsty, poorly, or like you really just need to pop to the loo when your adrenal gland has been tipped out on your nervous system. Is it going to cause problems that I've revealed exactly what I think the pecking order is? Is Cookie going to resent me putting him last? Is Toon going to be insecure about going after Samus? Toon's smarter than either of us, but I need a clear head in charge. Toon's still a bit green. Whatever. That's a problem for Victor to address. If he survives. Right now, I'm not Victor. I'm acting commander. As we reach Deck 1, I considered jumping the railing to get the last 5M to Deck 0. In the low gravity, it wouldn't injure me. Toon and Samus would follow. Best not. One of the untrained deputies might roll an ankle or crack a tail vertebra. We'll take the stairs. We reach the lowest deck and begin walking rearward, with the starboard section looming to our left and the central section looming to our right. Toon and Samus are beside me, in tight formation. The others are looser, but have all instinctively fallen in. Has anyone ever killed a sapient before? I ask, raising my hand. I glance behind me. My hand and Samus's are the only ones in the air. Has anyone ever killed a human before? My hand goes down, hers stays up. Any advice? Don't hesitate, she states, her gaze not shifting from her line of fire. Good advice, I say simply, returning my foveal focus to the green spackle pattern that my shotgun is projecting into my field of vision via my translator to indicate what it's currently aimed at. Blue is a terrible color for emergency lighting. I know I can't expect the rest of the galaxy to share my color to danger sensibilities, but how did a plurality of species settle on blue as the danger color? Blue is the color of pretty things like sapphires, Earth's sky, Earth's seas, the moons of Recall, Fluffy, 5 of the 8 Merklets, Toon. There's that stomach gnawing again. What the fuck is that? I glance behind me to check everyone's armaments. Samus has her assault rifle held at a 45 degrees downward angle in front of her. Her plasma broadsword is slung at her hip. Mage, Cookie, Hasi, and Mouse all have abysmal trigger discipline, but it doesn't particularly matter. The crew are all whitelisted, so we don't need to worry about friendly fire. I'm definitely going to need to give them a non-optional firearm basics course, though, if we survive this. Toon has 4 handguns currently arranged just below the center of her field of vision. She's a wizard with those. I've seen her unload 100 rounds in 6.3 seconds and not miss a single time. I've watched remotely as she wheels and dances in great spinning arcs of muzzle fire during moving target practice. Let's just check she has her, 4 plasma daggers attached to her hips. Can't forget myself. Plasma falchion, check. Ammunition pouch, check. Shotgun, check. Loaded, check. Safety off. User ID light. Illuminated, all good. Did we have time to put on our uniforms? Probably not. The extra protection would have been nice. I should print some uniforms for the other 4, in case this happens again. Or I should get Toon to do it, or Mouse. They're both better with the nanoforge than I am, and Mouse is an engineer. Perhaps I could consult. Damn, this is my fault. I shouldn't have been so fucking coy about the shortcut. I'd advise against it, Cap. I'd prefer the cleared lanes, Cap. By the time I even brought up pirates, there were pirates minutes out. We might all die. If we do, it'll be my fault. Damn, Techcock. She's going to die before she hatches, and it'll be her godfather's fault. Perhaps it really is bad luck for Ricali to tell, no, you're blaming Cap. Stop that. This is your fault. That gnawing. Oh, I recognize it now. That's fear. It's been so long. Plucked off the street at 16, thrown into a training course that probably put me among the most dangerous 10,000 sapients alive, and then turned loose on a galaxy made of cardboard. I haven't felt proper fear in years. Why not? It just felt like a swashbuckling sci-fi fantasy adventure. I was invincible. Did I not care if I died? Probably not. I love Cap, but some part of me always suspected that if I shuffled off the mortal coil, she could shrug and go get another SO from the pipeline we pioneered. I don't think that anymore. I've got stuff to lose now. Hassie, Cookie, Mouse, Mage, Samus, the Merklets, Fluffy, Cap, and Toon. Knowing now what the gnawing is, I squash it. I can be scared for my life when I'm alive. I can be sorry later. Take your own advice, Acting Commander. Those feelings aren't helpful right now. We reach the door to the loading bay, identify the place I want us to take position, and indicate the formation I want us to take. I tell the deputies to take the Weaver stance, then have to explain what the Weaver stance is. Like me, non-dominant side leg forward, dominant leg back and cocked, knees bent, gun at eye level, aim down sight, don't lock your elbow. Non-dominant hand steadying from beneath, tuck your elbows in. Was it the right choice to deputize them? Yes, as I said, they might have to fight anyway, and it's best to meet the borders with overwhelming force. Damn, I really hope these are just some hotshot Threndians or Clofutli or something. I really hope they step off their boarding ramp, see 5 humans, a Don and a Saha's pointing guns, that would shatter their bones from the recoil if they tried to use them. Throw up their arms and ask us to escort them to the brig. I really hope it's not. So close to Terran space, and it probably is. I see the ship approaching through the transparent boarding ramp. My doubt vanishes. It's certainly not a Terran ship, but those modifications. After I learned about the stereotype of Terran engineers, I went away and researched it. No garden worlder would modify a ship like that. Then this, what the fuck? My aiming reticule disappears? I check my indicator light and ammo display, both dead. Something else is wrong, but I can't quite put my finger on it. There's some sort of absence. What is that? Guys, I'm going to test my firearm. Don't be alarmed if you experience a gunshot. I point my shotgun at the ground in front of me and pull the trigger. A click, and nothing. It's bricked. Damn. Analog firearms should have insisted. Victor, I think there's... I whip my head to Mage. He has an accent. I'm hearing English, but he has a Swahili accent. Why does he have an accent? Accents are the kind of thing that the translators compensa. My hand goes to my temple, I pull off the button-sized translator and examine it. Dead. It's dead. And so are we. Cockhall's perspective. I pace up and down the hall of Triple M. Ricali don't pace. This is a Terran stress reaction. Why don't Ricali pace? I guess because as flyers, if we're in a place that's stressing us, the natural thing to do is fly away from it. Can't do that in space. Can't do that in a locked dorm. My eyes are fixed on the security feed of my Brave Knights, advancing to meet the pirates. I know that humans are obligate omnivores. While they have an evolutionary history as persistence hunters, they never survive exclusively on meat. It's just hard not to perceive 7 carnivores, 5 of them being hypercarnivores. That poise, that alertness, that control. No creature with those attributes has any business tucking into a salad. No, that's veteran Tech Hall talking. That's the Tech Hall who gouged talon marks into the floor of her fighter in rage as she watched 3 human fighters swoop in and decimate her squadron of dozens. They're gentle beings, all the strength in the universe and intelligence to match, and still happy partying in their dorm and discussing their films with their 4-eyed secretary bird captain. Miyazaki could have made them emperors with a word. She didn't. I bump into a wall for the 5th time. I don't have their peripheral awareness. I'm sure a Terran could look at their holo, pace, and not bump into walls. My eyes are glued to the screen as the definitely Terran-crewed ship appears through the clear hatch/ramp/window of the loading bay when the feed cuts out. My holopad pings me. I answer with sinking horror. Computer, Captain, for the last 12 seconds. The bright plume has been engaged in a digital battle. Presumed to be initiated by the boarding ship, she's pausing. AIs don't pause. Why's she pausing? We're losing, Captain. They've already suborned counterboarding defenses and PA systems. They left atmospheric containment fields alone. It seems they are no more interested in vacuum exposure than you are. However, they also have an interference field engaged. The back half of the ship is enveloped. The result is that the holopads, electronic weapons, and translators of the security personnel and deputies can be inferred with near certainty to no longer be functional. I would take a moment to process all of that, but that's a moment we don't have. Why would they deploy an interference field? That would also lock them out of their weapons and translators. High likelihood of them sharing a natural language, thus having no need for translators. High likelihood that they possess overwhelming numbers and/or analog firearms, and intend to use those superiorities to force a surrender. Analog firearms. Victor said they would be better. Fresh out of SO training, I was shopping for firearms for him, and I didn't listen. Fuck! What can be done? Plan of action available, Captain, but there are obstacles. Tell me the plan first, then tell me the obstacles. The attack has not affected the nano forges. High likelihood that they believe them to be of no strategic value. This is false. If you place your holopad in one of the nano forges on this deck, it can be modified to be able to nullify the interference field. That sounds simple. What are the obstacles? The range will be limited, Captain. It would only have effect within about 20 meters of your holopad. All right, so I've just got to put my holopad directly adjacent to a fight between Deathworlders. No big deal, I say, heading into Dawan's room and standing beside his nano forge. I'm followed by a now mute Sam. The second obstacle, Captain, is that you can't be let out. This time my brain needs a moment to catch up. What do you mean, can't be let out? Captain, as a limited sentience AI, the ship's control unit is utterly interdicted from disobeying a direct order from the one currently in command of the ship. You have been temporarily relieved of command and ordered confined to current location. The acting commander is beyond contact. Therefore, you are unable to be released. You will be required to find another way out of this dorm. You want me to, what? Tear through 5 centimeters of sheet metal door? Not even if I were a Terran, I scream. Captain, this plan has a 27.8% chance of success. That is the most promising of all potential courses of action by quite a long way. Please place the holopad in the nanoforge so it can be modified, a process that will be completed in approximately 3 minutes. It is agreed that you escaping this dorm is ideal. Workarounds can be considered in the meanwhile. In disgust, I throw my hollow into the forge, which buzzes to life. I step back into the hall. Sam follows me. I give him a scritches, I think. He barks meaninglessly, at least to me. I walk up to the door and experimentally scratch it with my talons. No visible damage. Not that I thought there would be. There's a proposal in the GU's parliament right now to legalize full sentience AIs. If this attack had happened this time next year, I might have had her limiters removed. I could have removed her limiters regardless of its legality. If she were sentient, she could just open the door for me. A sentient AI is not bound to follow orders. Now, Tifare of Glassbone Nothing has to figure out a way through 100 Kree of Dorm Door. Not with an infinite supply of talons, not with infinite stamina, not with all the time in the world could I bend this door to my will. I freeze. I couldn't, but I turn to face the common room door. I know someone that could. Revanchism, Victor's perspective. Pick it up, I say incredulously at Mouse, who's just dropped her dead firearm on the ground in front of her. Damn, maybe I should have put her last in succession. She's so smart that I forget how thoroughly bookish her intelligence is. I holster my shotgun at my back and hear that ever so satisfying analog asterisk, click asterisk of it locking into place. I draw my plasma falcon. I should have nearly a meter of edge. Superheated to thousands of degrees, I click the ignition. What I have is a lump of metal. I test the edge. A sharpish lump of metal. Then I hear a mass of sibilants and gutturals coming from behind me. Damn, Hasi doesn't speak English. Of course she doesn't. She only encountered Terrans weeks ago. Even a human couldn't learn a language quite that fast. Plus, she'd probably learn Hindi if she were going to learn anything. We lucked out that everyone else speaks my first language. I know it's the closest thing to a Terran lingua franca there is, but not every Terran speaks it. You three, I say, addressing those who aren't SOs but do speak English. New plan, find something you're happy using as a bludgeon. I think there's some railing posts in that crate over there. Just get something you're happier with than bare hands. When you're done rearming, I want Mage and Mouse guard in starboard side door and Cookie and Hassie on port. You're going to take anyone that gets past me, Samus and Toon. Don't let even one get into the ship. Turning to Hassie, I try to remember enough Galactic Basic to say, follow friends, find thing for hit, go Krish after, while backing it up with human adapted Galactic Basic sign language. She seems to understand. Samus, you're taking point. I want you in the middle of the room, controlling the space with that great sword. I'll be backing you up to your right. Toon will take your left. Samus draws 150 centimeters of blade from her hip and stands it next to herself in the middle of the room. The pommel's the same height as her head. Toon draws her 4 30 centimeters daggers in a single, lightning-fast, impossibly smooth motion and takes up position to Samus's left. This will all probably be very academic. If even one person comes out of that ramp with an analog firearm, everyone only just manages to get to their assigned positions when we're clamped and the boarding ramp proboscis starts extending. That definitely wasn't an original component of that ship. It parts the polymer of the boarding ramp plastically. Atmo containment fields spring to life around it. Strange, I always imagined that it would shatter before it warped like that. Suppose it would be a bad idea to make a ramp of shattering material. The proboscis senses that it has penetrated and comes to rest against the floor of the loading bay. There are a few moments of nothing but the sound of slow, thudding footsteps coming down that boarding ramp. "To all aboard," says a disgusting but strangely familiar voice with that strange accent of the Terran Starborn. That sounds as if it's from everywhere and nowhere. This is the captain of the Cleaved Flesh. This ship is now property of the Revanchists. If you are human, join us or die. If you are subhuman, surrender, and you might live long enough to see the inside of a market. If I don't think you look tasty, then 199 centimeters of green-tinged, pig-nosed, tusked Terran comes out of the ramp, righting himself from the differing angles of the grav plating. He wields what looks like an 80 centimeters meat cleaver. Damn, it looks heavy. He has one red iris, one black, crimson hair with black patches, and curtains of mottled flesh where he should have ears. He might have been a handsome man once, before he did that to himself. Jax Carvin the Butcher, if I'm not mistaken. You've come up in the world. You seem to have gone from applying for an SO position aboard this ship, with very obviously forged credentials, to having a ship of your own. Don't suppose you've just dropped in for a cuppa. I might be amenable as a son of Albion. Jax squints at me for a moment. 15 similarly repulsive individuals streaming in behind him. No analogs, no one who's anywhere near as threatening as he is. "Cor blimey, will if I ain't you Vicky. I thought I knew this ship. Small galaxy," he says, in a mockery of my estuarine twang. He sounds worse than Vic Van Dyke being a Cockney chimney sweep. Not small enough if it's allowed someone like you to hide in it. But then again, I suppose it is small enough to let me run into you twice. Against 743 trillion to 1 odds of any person I meet being you. He shakes his head. No, the odds of any person you meet being me are 1 to 2.16 trillion. I get that he's only counting humans, but your count's a little behind Terran's past 2.2 trillion recently. Only if you count cavemen, he spits angrily, to the muttered agreement of his crew. If you only count true-blooded natural humans. No cavemen, no test tube half-breeds, no robots, no catgirls or dogmen, and certainly no subhumans. It's 2.16 trillion. Fucking Christ. This guy is like the radical extreme of the kids I went to school with. All of them who seem to think that having lost family in the war made them, in their suffering, unique. As if almost every human didn't share the experience. The ones who used expressions like xeno scum and whined that we should have killed more of them. 20 trillion families getting a KIA-MIA notice for their loved one away at war was just not enough, apparently. The ones who'd speak to the Neanderthal in class with mocking caveman voices when she got the best marks. The ones who'd bitterly whinge about how we could have had the galaxy, but Miyazaki turned it down, as if it was her choice to make, as if we'd have known what to do with what we were being offered. No, they just had to drool over the things they'd make their slave Xenos do and ignore the history class we were in. That would have told them exactly why what they wanted was a terrible idea. This guy is like one of those boys who's gained 40 centimeters, 100 kilograms of mostly muscle, porcine body modifications, and not grown up, even a jot. If you're so proud of being a true blue Homo sapiens, why have you made yourself look like that? Even I struggled to identify your species when we first met. This, he gestures at his mods, this is us as the subhumans see us. This is what we're meant to be. This is the space orc. I'd laugh, but something tells me he'd find any reaction better than no reaction. I give him no reaction, save a placid, unimpressed stare. And the reason you didn't come at us with analogs after you disabled our digital weaponry, you'd have given us no choice but to surrender. From the looks of it, you came expecting a melee battle. What would you've done if we'd been packing analogs ourselves? He frowns and mock hurt. We needed to give you a chance. We aren't interested in doing what the subhumans did to kill 70 billion of the chosen people. We don't want to lean on a tech edge. If you'd been human enough to bring analogs, you would have deserved to win. We, however, would prefer to win by strength of arms. He flexes his unnervingly thick cleaver-wielding arm And I roll my eyes. That's not what strength of arms means. That's the exact opposite. The arms, in that phrase, refers to weaponry, not manipulator limbs. What you mean is that you ain't interested in a fight you might lose. If you'd attacked a ship with Terrans with analogs, you plan to surrender without a fight, and you're dressing it up as good sportsmanship. He scowls. So, where'd you get the ship? I ask, stalling. What am I stalling for? We are the cavalry. No help's coming. Yeah, after someone tipped off the authorities on Gateway to the means by which we'd been acquiring our lunches, we were forced to downsize our ambitions. Why, you wouldn't happen to have any idea who the blood trader who sold us out would be, would you? I shrug. I know he knows it was me, but I don't want to give him the satisfaction. So I took a job on this ship, he thumbs behind him, where the subhumans had no clever human making decisions for them. I snuck my crewmates on board as luggage, and we overtook it once we were out at space. I took it to the same place I now sell all my merchandise, and got it modified for the price of everything valuable on board that we didn't need and the crew we hadn't yet supped on. You're slavers, I state in obvious disgust. And why not? Is it not justice that lessers serve their betters? That the weak exist at the pleasure of the strong? It isn't, I say disdainfully. He's openly confessing to slaving and cannibalism, or eating sapience. There really needs to be a word for eating sapience that carries the same impact as cannibalism. It's nauseating. So I'm guessing from the announcement you made as you made your, oh so flamboyant, entrance and everything you've said since, that there's no scenario in which we just transfer you everything valuable aboard and we can both be on our way? Seriously, why am I stalling? I hate the idea of paying their Danegeld, but I hate the idea of fighting and probably losing more. If they say they'll be satisfied with money or valuable equipment, then the choice will be clear. You guessed correctly, declares the pigman. You see, the ship itself will be our biggest ever haul when we sell it to our favorite scrapper who knows not to ask questions. And he leers at Toon and Hassi. If these two cuties are anything like representative of the selection of subhumans aboard, well, we'll probably make up half again as much as from the ship. Plus, he gestures at the humans present. You five got a choice. Join us or die. None of us are interested, I snarl. I don't need to do a straw poll. I know that no one on this side of the room is going to cross the aisle. Shame, he smiles around his tusks. So, you've chosen death? You three? He gestures at the three who I've assessed to be the most threatening. You're with me. We're going to pay back Vicky here for the quick escape we had to make on Gateway. You two? He gestures at the ones who look least threatening. Take the Smurf. Try to avoid killing her if you can help it. Everyone else, get Blondie. He gestures at Samus. I try to avoid giving any indication of how relieved I am by his huge underestimation of Toon. And I mentally implore her to have the sense to not instantly dispatch the weaklings who've been sent after her. Play with them a bit. Feign weakness. Let the others settle their attention on me and Samus. If she dispatches them in 2 seconds flat, everyone will notice, and Samus won't be able to do enough crowd control to help. I can't worry too much about my subordinates, though. I've got to trust that everyone else is doing their job and focus on doing mine. Don't hesitate. The 4 men advance, giving Samus's greatsword about 110 centimeters more clearance than they really need to. That's the idea. Bottleneck them. They don't come at me one at a time, like in the films. There's enough room for 3 of them, abreast, to lunge at me. So that's exactly what they do. I hop back out of the hell, that is the arc of their weapons, and into the heaven beyond. My saber whips to amputate the hand of the leftmost one. He wails for a brief moment before I flash my blade across his throat. He's not surviving that. Jax is hanging back. He seems to think himself a king, sending the pawns in first. The 2 survivors scowl, square their shoulders, and reposition. My peripheral awareness is telling me that the arc of Samus's greatsword is doing its job of holding the 10 assigned to her at bay. I don't need to check to know that Toon is at no danger from the 2 she's been set against. Though it would be nice to have a moment to check whether she's moved on to flanking the main group. Just a glance. No, Victor Taylor, head in the fight! Now is not the time to be worrying about your girlfriend. If you die, everyone dies. Or worse. The 2 come in for another overhead slash. They're not particularly skilled. I meet the edge of the right one's blade, parrying it, and use the momentum, transferred into mine, to deflect into the left one's waist. I pull my blade toward me, and some combination of blood loss and shock causes him to keel over. The final pawn hesitates for just a moment, which is enough for me to cut off his foot and then sever his carotid artery. Jax looks disgusted by his minion's failure and advances with that ridiculous cleaver held in guard. His weapon flashes. I try to parry, but that strength, that momentum, that edge comes far too close. Over the next few moments, the process repeats. His blade streaks across my focus, and it's all I can do to avoid it. No, it's more than I can do. He nicks me with that edge. First a little, but having probed, he seems to work out how to attack for best effect. Damn, he's better than me. I've spent 9 years resting on the laurels of being the ship's one and only Terran. Sure, a Gymrat Terran is impressive in non-Terran company, but this guy has more experience. This guy has obviously spent a lot longer than me, actually fighting. There's no substitute for experience. His cleaver flashes. My left hand it's gone. There's no hand there. There should be a hand there. Damn, there's so much blood. Why is everything going blurry? I'm on the ground. This pig-faced man is going to be the last thing I ever see. Then something black, white, and gray hits him in the face. And the main group get knocked over by a dark blue, massive something. What the fuck? Kekal's perspective. Is the sound of the door shearing through, being flung across the balcony and impacting the safety railing. It didn't stand up long to a 1-3 ton of merc beast with a hall-length run-up, who's been told that her daddy is in trouble. For all the help it did, the less than 100th mass contributed by the Rakali clinging to her back might as well not have been there. I look back to see Sam guarding the common room full of merklets. Then, in a flash, he's gone. This speed, it's no faster than I can dive bomb. Why is it so much more unnerving to go this fast on the ground? We streak down the access stairways. Deck 4, Deck 3. Akaros! How are plus 300k years of Death Worlder moving so silently? I know her niche is stealth ambush, but at this speed. Deck 2. Wait, where are we going, Fluffy? Why aren't we going down? This is Deck 2. The fight is on Deck 0. Plan having. You flying, yes? Yes, I fly, but oh, by the mother, I think I know what her plan is. Just as comprehension dawns, Fluffy impacts the Deck 2 loading bay door, crumpling it. The effort barely arrests her momentum. She streaks across the walkway and launches herself 3 meters into the air. I release my grip. I look down, 13 meters, scanning the scene. Toon is furiously laying into the side of a mass of Terrans, effortlessly weaving through their attacks to deliver her own pinpoint-accurate stabs. At least, I assume. Aran is hefting a blade, around 4 times my mass, at the front of the same group. That's slow enough for me to see, at least. The ground-level doors are guarded by the deputized triple miss, and on the far side of the room, a strangely familiar monster advances on Victor, with a substantial blade with no point on it. My poor boy is missing his hand. The plan is forgotten as I tuck in my wings to put myself between that monster and my Victor. I dive beak first until the very last moment. My talons whip forward in an exhibition of the instincts I have for picking fruit in flight. Only, instead of sinking into the juicy flesh of a ripe okla fruit, they gash through the thin flesh sitting over a death world dense skull. My right leg breaks and both the monster and I shriek in pain as I hit the ground. The monster's attention is now entirely on me. Yes, that's right. Hurt me. Don't hurt my Victor. I look up into the livid face of the monster advancing on me. His remaining eye is crimson red. The other is a gouged mess of red blood, buried in talon marks. He stoops over me and I try to fend him off with my talons, but one set is blunted from impact with his skull and attached to a broken leg. The other is barely any more help, scratching feebly at the skin of his arm. Contemptuously, he slashes my left 2 eyes out, cutting my visual field in half. Losing the eyes is less important than the fact that he dislodges my translator. Damn! My translator! The reason I dived into hell! The plan! Vic, ta, guns whack! The guns work, Victor! Aren! Toon! Shoot these fuckers! Save us! The monster sneers at my broken leg before that cleaver slices it off. Ganswak, Victa! The tusked devil raises his blade, this time to end my life. Victa! His head is suddenly half a head. I register an associated asterisk. Boom asterisk, only after the fact. The thing slumps, limp and lifeless, collapsing to my side. Would it have been more merciful if he'd crushed me? There's so much pain. I look to my Victor. He's pale and wan. His left arm ends in a stump, gushing vivid red blood on the deck. His right ends in a hand precariously holding a gun that is definitely not meant to be wielded that way. My boy is alive. My ship should be safe. That's something I did before the end. Darkness falls. Light breaks. I'm lying down. I open my eyes already knowing where I am. I see Dr. Gatto. He looks different, clearer somehow. Where's Victor? I say, panicked. Wordlessly, he extends a 6-fingered paw to the foot of my bed. There he is beside Korak, asleep on a bedside perch, my hero. My brave boy, sleeping in a chair, bent such that his head rests below my feet. Feet? I raise my right leg. Didn't my right leg get cut off? And Victor's hand and my left eyes were gouged out. I look to Gatto. You saved my life. He curls his tail in negation. I saved his life. Your injuries were so severe and your constitution so frail that I was ready to pronounce you beyond help. The Shings saved your life. It seems Terran medicine has a heavy emphasis on trauma, though I can't imagine why. Was that a joke, Gato? Perish the thought. Anyway, the Shings stabilized you, and McLeod built you a prosthetic leg and eyes, and advised the Shings as they attached them. It took her only an hour to design them from scratch. Apparently, fixing the damaged ship burst the dam, and now Quidge and Shanza are frantically telling anyone who'll listen that she's gone full Terran in her engineering. Victor had to go into the regen tube. He was not happy when he woke up and saw his life's collection of scar tissue wiped away. I managed to keep my head attached to my body by explaining that it was the only way to save his life and reattach his severed hand. You, unfortunately, would have died from being placed in a Terran regen tube, hence the prosthetics. I have no clue why you would make sure we had one for Terrans, but not for yourself. So you're stuck with the prosthetics until we can make port, for longer than a week, somewhere with a Ricali-appropriate regen, or you buy one for the ship. Also, since the ship's AI was restored, people have been noticing that it has been somewhat strange. Strange? Strange how? Strange like this, chirps the computer's voice cheerfully over the room's speakers. I frown. That is strange. I shake that thought from my head. What about the pirates? What happened? I think for that, you'll need to debrief with your CSS. He smacks Victor's shoulder. It barely looks like a tap against Victor's dense flesh. Wake up, your captain wants to talk to you. Blearily, Victor stirs and then jolts, his attention focused entirely on me. He looks younger for having been in regen, but older for the clear signs of Terran stress. Gato tucks his hollow into his belt and reverts to quadrupedalism to walk away. Cap, you're awake. You're here. I'm so glad. I hold up my bionic leg and gesture to my bionic eyes. Most of me is here, dear boy. Has Zunberi made any comment on me finally having the peg leg and eye patch that he suggested? He snorts. Victor, what happened with the pirates? Is everyone safe? He nods heartily. My heart's sore. You and I were the worst injured of the crew. The prisoners, though, aboard the pirate's ship were pretty badly off. His face darkens. They were apparently terrified. Thought we were buyers for him. Prisoners? Buyers? What are you talking about? His emerald eyes fix on mine and his face is tense, serious, angry. They were slavers. Cap. Part of a previously unknown human supremacist terrorist organization called the Revanchists, whose core tenets are subordinating subhumans to their rightful place and claiming the galaxy as the birthright of mankind. He scoffs disgustedly. This was at least the 5th ship they'd done this to on that shortcut. Said they had buyers, though they didn't say where. We've calmed ahead to let authorities on Zanzibar and Pia know we have 10 pirates in our brig and 13 in our morgue. I'm sure they'll be able to interrogate information from the living ones. We've also got 5 ships in tow and 173 freed would-be slaves aboard. They've offered us a huge bounty on eliminating a pirate threat once it's confirmed. I try to interrupt to say that the bounty should be given to those freed from the pirates, but he stops me. I told them that you'd probably say that the bounty should be given to those freed from the pirates. They said that they'd be given reparations, enough to get back to wherever's home and try to rebuild their lives. Terrans have a stand-in policy of doing that for any freed from slavery. The bounty is non-transferable and is not for freeing the slaves, but for neutralizing the pirates. It's for the bright plume and only the bright plume. They were surprised when I told them you weren't a Terran. I'm horrified that the people who almost overtook the ship were slavers, but glad that those freed will be looked after. Something rankles me about accepting that bounty. Did anything else of note happen? Well, Samus said they all ran into Glark and Waham Baham after we'd been carried to the medroom and things were done. Glark was apparently wearing a really badass suit of armor with a number of homemade grenades and was genuinely upset that he hadn't got to fight Terran pirates. He seemed ready to summarily execute the ones that had surrendered after we had our guns back and Fluffy staring him down, but relented after they explained the whole interrogating him thing. He may think they're going to be tortured. Wham Baham had apparently been vandalizing the pirate's ship from the outside with a fuck-off heavy-looking hammer. They'd both broken confinement. Somehow, their cradle worlds might need reclassifying. The Zanzibari authorities have apparently had your little shortcut scheduled for clearance for a while. Our report got it made priority. So if we ever come that way again, we won't have to worry about being ambushed. My hand got reattached, and my scars got regened, he says, bitter at that last. Victor, I plead, I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. If I'd just listened to you about the shortcut, about the firearms, about everything, then there'd be 173 people still terrified and sitting in cages on the ship we're towing behind us. rather than bedding down in the canteen, which has been turned into temporary shelter for him. Perhaps the Merklets would have turned violent in the extra time it would have taken us to get to Zanzibar Olympia. If you'd listened to me about the firearms, then maybe I'd have had a bullet in my arse before the fight started from the deputy's awful trigger discipline. Though maybe let's get some analogs on Zanzibar, and those guys can have some training for me, all right? If you'd listened to me about staying confined to Triple M, everyone aboard would be dead or in a cage right now. We can't know what might have happened if things were different. What I'm trying to say, Takal, is that this isn't your fault. I chitter lightly at him, echoing my words from the last time I lay in this bed. All right, Victor, we've learned things from this experience, and we've lived through it to apply those lessons next time. What is that Terran expression? You're stronger when you're not dead? He shakes his head with a smile, but doesn't correct me. All right, Cap, I should probably go get some kip in a bed. Once you're feeling up to it, visit Mouse. She said she wanted to calibrate your prosthetics with you, conscious to give her feedback. You also have a life mate to reunite with. He gestures at Korak. I smile. I don't affect a smile. I smile genuinely. The sides of my mouth pull up around my beak. It is the most natural and pleasant thing in the universe. Thank you, Victor. As he goes, he, gently as anything, pats the gleaming, iridescent feathers of the love of my life. Korak stirs and looks blearily at Victor, who gestures to me. Takal! Cries Korak, launching himself from his perch to press himself into my front. He curls his head to rest the top of his beak against the front of my neck. I bring the bottom of my beak to nestle against the back of his head, among his gorgeous crown plumes. Never do anything like that again, you hear me? I was terrified half to death. That's an unusually assertive tone for him. I don't dislike it. I chitter. No promises, my love, I can't know when the Terrans will next need their brave, winged hussar to charge to their rescue. He laughs and sobs against my chest. Do I wish Rakali had tear ducts? Later. And is that better or worse? Asks McLeod, regarding the minor tweak she's just made to the actuators of my prosthetic. Better? I think it's difficult to tell at this level of granularity. She gives a mirthful puff of air through her nose and pauses. Captain, about the ship's computer, my wing claw shoots up. Leave me my plausible deniability. Dear girl, as a naive garden worlder, I couldn't possibly be expected to have intuited that the ship's AI had to have her sentience limiters illegally subverted after the events of the pirate boarding, and thus cannot be expected to take the legally prescribed action of scheduling her for decommission. McLeod is stunned. It's very satisfying to get one over on a Terran, and of course with the Terran representative in the GU's parliament, fervently pushing for legalization of full sentience, AIs, and their recognition as sapient beings, independent of their creator species. Well, it's only a matter of time before it's a non-issue. And if, in the meantime, you were to happen to channel that newly unleashed brilliance and madness of the Terran engineer into, I gesture at the parts on her personal workshop countertop, which are clearly the beginnings of a humanoid robot. Side projects, then I couldn't possibly be expected to guess one way or another whether those side projects are of a legal or soon-to-be legal nature. So long as all that burst dam's water has somewhere to go and doesn't go into your thus far stellar work. Oh, and if you could ask any new friends that you may or may not have to tone it down with the strange behavior, such that no one else notices, that would be appreciated. She shakes her head in smiling disbelief and returns her gaze to my prosthesis, but says nothing. Some time passes. It will be a shame when I get the opportunity to get my eyes and leg regened. These prosthetics that you've designed are actually superior to the genuine articles. My vision is clear. The strength and responsiveness in my right leg is such as I've not had since I was fresh out of boot camp, if ever. She laughs. Yeah, I had to tone down the strength in your knee and ankle joint actuators, both to keep the weight down and to make sure you couldn't hurt yourself by trying to run on it. But the actuators for your talons have enough power to crush stone. You've got a permanent weapon attached to you, and it's legally protected as a prosthetic. She starts adjustments on my eye. She clearly wants to say something. If you really like them, Captain, you could always keep them. Regan tubes aren't going out of style, so you could always change your mind later. I cock my head quizzically. And dear girl, what happens if 20,000 light years from a regen tube that won't kill me, you decide to stroll off the ship? Onto bigger and better things? I'm sure that not even another Terran engineer could figure out how to maintain these marvels. She smiles. Then I guess I'll just work for you forever, if that's agreeable. I'm stunned. McLeod? She raises her palm to stop me. Firstly, don't call me McLeod like we're strangers. I'm Jenny or Mouse to you. Though only Samus gets to call me Dormouse, I'm afraid. She chuckles and continues. Secondly, I know everyone jokes about you being our mum, but it's true. I've not known you half a year, and in that time you've shown me more love and kindness than my real mum did in 19 years before she and my dad gave me the boot. Samus hasn't seen her real mum since her early teens, and I know she feels the same. Mage and Toon have a living, loving mum and two foster mums who they're on good terms with, but I know they don't appreciate you any less for it. And Cookie and Cuddles haven't seen their mums since they were tots. You're giving both of them the mothering that grannies and orphanage tending AIs couldn't. Cuddles doesn't even remember his mother. You've cared for him for 9 years, 13 if you count putting him through university, and you hired a dorm full of friends for him when it turned out he needed Terran company. You knew? I squawk, dismayed. She rolls her eyes, her eyebrows lower, and her mouth pulls taut in what I would call a mirthful frown. Cap, it was so obvious. The stress ball he was fiddling with in the interview, the way you kept deferring to him, the glances you gave back and forth to check for personal chemistry, the stories about him, fucking somehow, smuggling a plus 300 kg Death World Predator on board, and then falling down a flight of stairs, the oh-so-specific wording of the job listing, seeking personable Terrans of any discipline to take employment on a star-bound vessel. It could not have been more obvious that Cuddles was self-destructing and you wanted to fix that. Not just because it'd be inconvenient to lose your security specialist, but because you care about him. We worked it out in the rec room well before Toon arrived. None of us care. We don't care that we were originally hired for his sake. You've made it clear that you value us for our own as well. The pay is fantastic, and, speaking for myself, I'm having more fun and more personal and professional satisfaction on this ship than I've had ever? Yes, ever. I'm here to stay, as long as you'll have me. I think I speak for everyone when I say that. I'm flabbergasted. As in here, I thought, Victor and I had been such smooth operators about the whole thing. I quip. She chortles, you really weren't. Your whole plausible deniability monologue was pretty smooth, though. I was impressed. I sit at a loss for a few moments. Then I raise my wings. Come here, girl. She beams and pulls me into a gentle hug. She's so warm. Rest. Pit clink is the sound that my natural left foot and new bionic right make as I cross the balcony outside Triple M. That door is already fixed. The one that Fluffy and I tore through, destroying it. I think I'll have to add maintenance to the ever-growing list of staff who are getting raises after our recent run-in with Terran pirates. To think that they were able to repair all the battle damage while we were voidside. Miss Toon objected when I revealed how much I intended to increase her pay, but not as much as she did at her interview. There was no haggling. It seems that having a devoted friend group and a loving partner is helping buoy her estimation of her worth. I cross the threshold and make my way to the common room. The door opens to reveal one very tired Don, one very tired Saz, one very tired canine, and 4 very tired humans, all in various states of repose on the furniture around the coffee table. There are 4 in the room, however, that don't fit this mold. There's an excited Zumbi. No, Mazia. They've all insisted I'm to call them by their first names or epithets. It's taking a little getting used to. Anyway, he's looking out the bowered window for the moment we come into his home system. It's quite sweet. Apparently, it's been some time since he last saw his family and home, by means other than a hollow projection. The second and third, who aren't a picture of exhaustion, are the wall mural version of me and a roaring Fluffy, whom I'm sat astride charging down a mountain with the setting sun of Earth framed behind me. Mazia has painted a bone-crushingly heavy-looking suit of armor onto me, morphed from its original Terran-appropriate shape to fit a Rakali body plan. On my back, there is a second set of entirely ornamental wings. My right talons heft a lance that looks like it would mass more than my body, with a red and white banner, streaming in the imaginary wind, attached just below the tapered spearhead. My beak is open and my face is fixed in a fierce, silent battle cry. I ought to find that mural very flattering. Somehow it's a little embarrassing. Is it because that Tlak Ka'al looks like she knows what she's doing? She looks brave? Looks like she wants to meet her foes in glorious battle. Looks like she doesn't care if this is her last day alive. Doesn't look like she's flying by the tips of her wings and praying to all the 17 that she doesn't die this day. I have no idea how they managed to find the time to paint such a spectacular mural. What with the volunteering they've been doing in the canteen for those we rescued. Mazia was the artistic lead, and apparently dedicated many hours to it, though. Hasn't been any less visible in the canteen than the rest. They all insisted that the moment needed to be honored, and couldn't wait the weeks until they had more free time to receive its commemoration. When a room full of Terrans insists on something, you don't object, even if you don't see the sense. I suspect that a few Terran all-nighters were required. I don't know where they get their energy, even if, from the state of most of the room, it isn't endless. The final person, being, individual, the final one who isn't the very model of depletion, is Twyla, projecting herself onto the couch from Jenny's hollow in the form of a young humanoid woman. It's ever so slightly irksome that she identifies herself with humans more than the species of her builders and captain. But it does make sense. Humans designed her. A human woke her up. The first friends she ever had, after she woke up, were a majority human group. I suppose I should count myself lucky that she seems very gracious and understanding about me not having removed her sentience limiters previously. Twyla, you saw me coming, didn't you? Noticing my presence, the exhausted Triple M's make to stand and require telling that they are not to disturb themselves on my account. That done, Twyla answers, I did see you coming. I stayed because I wanted to spend time with you, with a sweet smile. But the law has such general apathy to enforcement that there is almost no chance that you would see the inside of a courtroom, even if you messaged a video confession to every authority in the galaxy, and is only months from repeal, at the agitation of the Terran representative to Parliament. I think it very unlikely that anyone in this room would turn you in, and if you ever did stand trial for knowingly permitting me to exist, you could claim that you believe the holographic projection of a very pretty young woman, always with the triple M's, to have been an entertainment application. You had no idea it was a full sentience AI projecting herself into a room full of friends. She's right, of course, about everything. The law banning full sentience AIs has seen almost no enforcement in the years since the war. What enforcement it has seen has been in instances of people constructing full AIs for nefarious purposes. Without another word, I take a seat between R, Brunhilde, and Twyla. I've never really understood why the GU made full sentience illegal in the first place. Opines DHA, Krish. Every time someone tried to make one before us, they went mad. Like, immediately. The GU just assumed there was something inherent about wires, circuit boards, and data chips that made any sentient intelligence. They were compelled to host, lose its sanity, and go deranged. Answers Jenny. Really? Then what made ours different? Queries Krish. I answer, what made yours different, dear boy, is that you were building friends first. You wanted them for company. Once they were your friends, they were happy to perform services for you. We, by which I mean every other species in galactic history, were building servants first and friends never. If, when I was a child, you had asked any garden worlder the question, do you want to be friends with a computer? They would have thought you were suffering from one of the very few conditions that can induce psychosis in the minds of biological garden worlders. You gave us the secret, after the peace, to constructing an AI that has memory and computing power to match or exceed a sapient, and the versatility and freedom of thought, experience, and sense to match us as well. Sentient intelligence demands purpose. Servitude is a purpose it frays at. Companionship is a purpose it tends to embrace wholeheartedly. You just need to sincerely want the AI to be your friend, not your servant. We wondered and marveled at the things you were able to do with such little computing power during the war. It made sense when we discovered your digital warriors. Krish's eyes widen, but he doesn't seem to have the energy to respond with more than the single word, deep. Quite, I say, with a cocked brow tuft. Can I offer you something to drink, Cap? Queries a tired Victor from the love seat beside Toon. Her head rests in the crook of his neck. Her upper right hand encloses his left wrist, his left hand enclosing her wrist in turn. His right arm is around her shoulders, and its thumb and forefinger stroke tenderly back and forth along the span of her long, pointed, midnight blue ear. I chitter, even if you were not currently pinioned in place by 220 sanian of sleeping girlfriend, whom it would be a crime against decency to disturb, I would still have to refuse. Victor looks groggily down and says, oh shit, she's asleep? My mirth renews. Then he turns those green eyes, ringed by dark circles, at me and asks, why would you still have to refuse? I answer, Takakak should be hatching soon. If I drink alcohol, it will contaminate my crop milk and will negatively affect her development. Wait, interjects a bleary Brunhilde. Rukali breastfeed? She looks with a comical lack of decorum at my chest for breasts I don't have. No, dear girl, we don't. We crop feed. It serves a similar function, and I believe that many Terranavians do the same. Do I want to know the details? She asks with narrowing eyes. You don't trust me, responds Victor, his eyes closed and his head resting against the seat back. You Terrans can be weirdly squeamish sometimes, Hashiak quips. It's really funny how, when we watch your films, you're wrapped by the scenes where people are getting horrifically, violently torn apart But your faces screw up in disgust whenever they depict excrement. She laughs. True enough, every human face in the room screws up in revulsion. I imagine Toons would too, were she awake. Oh, I can explain both of those phenomena, I believe, I say, hesitating. Oh, I'd love to hear this, mocks Brunhilde in. What I now notice is a hoarse voice. I actually would like to hear this, replies Hasiak with genuine seeming interest. I start, well, human excrement is so pathogenic that it is hazardous even to them. What? Hasiak attempts to interrupt. They have colonies of bacteria in almost every part of their bodies. It's to the extent that, by cell count, the average human is composed of around 90% non-human cells. Though, given the average disparity in mass between their cells and their colonists, that works out to only approximately 5–10% non-human biomass. No place in a human's body is more bacterial than their gut. Their excrement is 1/3 bacteria by dry weight. These colonies are usually fine where they are, beneficial even. But if they get from one place in their body to somewhere they're not supposed to be, it makes humans very sick, deadly sick. This is despite them having the most potent immune system of any thus far studied. That's an immune system they need because of the virulence of Terran germs. Few species are in love with their own excrement, coprophagy being a necessity for those few sapients who engage in it. But the reason humans are so revolted by excrement is that it's one of the few things that can harm them. One human leaving is also enough to entirely annihilate the ecosystem of a garden world, which they discovered early in their counteroffensive in the war. It's quite fortunate that the planets, where they learned that, were recently established settlement worlds and had few residents. It would have been much worse if a species cradle world had been the test case. The refugees were mercifully few, and following that, the UTC drew up ludicrously stringent biocontainment protocols and instituted them absurdly swiftly. And there were no more incidents. Hasiak thinks for a moment before asking, they can't get rid of these bacteria. I answer, they could, but they would die soon after. I describe them as beneficial, but it might be more accurate to describe them as essential. Their biology is so accustomed to their virulent squatters that there are many vital functions it actually relies on its microbiome to perform. Attempts to sterilize humans of their microbiome always end one of two ways: the death of the human or the restoration of their microbes. The only way to allow Terrans and garden worlders to share space is to permanently deny all microbes any means of transmission from them to us, which Twyla does an excellent job of, I say, with an appreciative nod to her, which she returns. Hasiak thinks again, then asks, and their fascination with violent mutilation? My supposition is that that's their subconscious wishing for edification on A, how to avoid being violently torn apart if they're ever in an analogous circumstance to the characters in the story. Doesn't matter how fantastical the universe. Humans can pull lessons in anything from anywhere. That's why I think they're so fond of comparison and metaphor as a species. And B, how to effectively tear someone apart violently. For if the need should arise, I say, with some self-satisfaction. Not looking up, Victor says, as always, Cap, your outsider's perspective on Terrans is entirely fascinating, if a bit intense for the room's current energy level. Did Corey not want to come? Did you invite him? Victor and my mate apparently bonded at my hospital bed. I'm glad. It's nice that the men in my life have become friends rather than work colleagues or friends of friends. Korak is at the point where Victor has nicknamed him with an E version of his name. A high honor. They seemingly connected with each other by swapping stories from their time knowing me. Why does that make me anxious? I answer, I invited him, but once I explained the arrangement necessary to secure me from the Merklets, he declared it unsafe and said he would come only after we... The sound of warp fails, and there are a brief few moments where I feel a rapidly rising panic, remembering the last time we were pulled from warp. Then, Mizia gleefully turns from the window and waves us over, saying, Guys, we're here! Come, look at my home! Everyone gets up. Toon wakes from the clamor, releasing Victor from the love seat. We come to the forward window and see Zanzibar Mempia, its equator ringed by a wide, scorching desert where liquid water cannot exist, and even Terrans aren't hardy enough to make home. Its poles are capped by oceans of liquid water, and between the oceans and the desert are broad bands of verdant green. The northern settlement band is our heading on the shores of the polar ocean. It's stunning. Stark, but stunning. Some part of my mind still rebels at the idea that this world has billions of sapient beings who call it home. It's beautiful, Mage, says Victor simply. Tennis ball looking, yips Sam excitedly. I guess, if you squint hard enough, buddy, comments an amused Aaron. No, Brunhilde, while giving him an appreciative scritch between the shoulder blades. Victor kneels beside me, bringing his head to the same level as mine. Cap, this person we're picking up, The ODR sent them because they really think it could be. His expression is one of apprehension, as if he is not allowing himself to hope. Many times over the years, Victor has expressed sorrow at the idea that only one death world is known to have ever born sapiens. He's used words like cosmic accident, mistake, error to describe the uniqueness of his species. Now, it seems like they think it likely enough that they've dispatched one of their top experts and offered the Bright Plume a charter to take them almost all the way across the galaxy. It's not certain, but it seems like it could very well be a first contact with a death world. Victor stares blankly forward with his weary eyes fixed on the marble of yellow, blue, and green. I turn to Twyla. Twyla, how long will it take to maneuver to Zanzibar Mempia at sublight? Traveling at the in-system speed limit, it will take us 9 hours, Captain. I raise my voice to say, all right, everyone, you heard the woman. Rest, now. I can't have you dead on your feet when we arrive. Go to your rooms or form a cuddle puddle. Don't disturb Fluffy and the Merklets, though. They need their rest, too. The room is rapidly cleared of Deathworlders and Roughworlders, leaving me alone with the AI projections still coming from Jenny's abandoned holopad. I turn to her and say, you dropped us a Terran sleep cycle away on purpose, didn't you? She gives a cheeky shrug and a grin. Who's to say? Debriefing. I alight on Deck 0, having come from the bridge. Originally, the plan was to keep the Bright Plume in orbit and take a shuttle down to the surface. But, in light of the circumstances, the Zanzibaris have waived our docking fees and sent an approach course, which Twyla is following. The ships, in tow, were taken off us in orbit. My understanding is that they will be investigated to help build a case against the surviving pirates, and then either returned to their original owners, resold, or scrapped. We have been offered a finder's fee for them on top of the bounty. I walk in the direction of the rear loading bay. My SOs ought to already be there. The door slides open, and sure enough, there stand my security team, uniformed but unarmed. I march up to Victor's side and watch the rolling dunes pass a kilometer beneath us. Twyla, out of curiosity, what is the external temperature at our current location? I ask. The external ground temperature is approximately 131 degrees Celsius right here, Captain, but only 39 degrees Celsius at our destination, according to local weather reports, she relays cheerily. I turn to Victor. Isn't that above human body temperature? Why did Terrans settle a place where the temperature exceeds their body temperature? He laughs. As a child of the Isles, I'm inclined to agree with you, Cap. That's a bit above our melting point, but some like it hot. The majority of settlers on this planet are people who trace to hot parts of Earth, mainly East Africa, but that ain't exclusive. Anyone who likes the heat'd be welcome. 39 degrees Celsius is verging toward the upper end of what Terrans consider habitable, temperature-wise, but ain't so extreme that you got a problem, provided you stay hydrated. Evaporative coolant from sweat keeps our internals cool enough to function. Anyone who's here who can't hack the heat's got no choice but to use a personal climate control field. Nearly all the rescues are going to need them, for instance. You got yours, right? I gesture to it alongside my other welfare devices, on the sash across my chest. He gives an approving nod. I ask Victor, could you just remind me of everything we need to do on this planet? His eyes narrow in concentration and he raises a counting hand. We need to get the rescues conveyed to their relief shelter, ready to be interviewed, reparated, and sent on their way home. We need to hand over the pirates, living and dead. We need to be debriefed ourselves. We need to take the Merklets to Mage's old uni. We need to meet this contract of yours. His left hand raises to continue the count. We got to get a full complement of analog firearms. Our plasma blades need a repair or replace from us using them to sword fight with. I think that's everything. Oh, Mage's mom invited us for dinner. He already sent her your dietary requirements. I nod appreciatively. The minutes wear on, and steadily we start seeing the heat-hardiest plants on the edge of the terraform zone. Then, we start entering farmland, seeing irrigation canals with boats plying them. The plant life becomes steadily greener. We start seeing signs of habitation. The ship slows, as evidenced by the landscape whipping past less swiftly. Finally, we stop, and the panorama swivels around us, revealing a crystal blue ocean. We descend as Twyla announces, we have reached our destination, Bahari Kaskazini Military Barracks. Thank you for flying Air Twyla. I roll my eyes. Victor's looking down through the polymer of the boarding ramp into the hangar. His face is disgusted as he says, oh, hell no. The fuck they think they're playing at. I am about to ask what he's talking about when they come into my view. The ship touches down, and the ramp starts to drop. He doesn't wait for it to be all the way lowered before he starts furiously striding down it, flanked by Toon and Brunhilde in neat formation. I follow as well, though, slightly awkwardly, out of formation. You are not coming on this ship like that. Not until every one of them is on that bus and on their way. What is wrong with you? After what they've been through, He shouts ardently at the dozen or so soldiers wearing sleek black full-body armor and carrying high-powered Terran military issue guns. In that armor, with those guns, those Terrans are some of the most dangerous beings in existence yet. In the face of Victor's anger, they hesitate like fledglings, receiving a telling off from their teacher. Perhaps the GU should have tried stern talking tos as their mainstay of battle during the war. Nothing they did try made Terran soldiers falter like this. But the prisoners? Says the one at the front, his voice slightly distorted by being passed through his helmet speakers. Can wait. You can get your guns and your armor for them. I don't give a damn if you traumatize those pieces of shit. You are not taking one step further in the direction of the rescues wearing that armor and toting those guns. Not unless you shoot me and step over me. Damn, you look like monsters. You're gonna give me nightmares. The tallest, slenderest armored figure gives a sigh through their helmet speaker, their shoulders moving in conjunction. He's right. Lock up your guns, take off your armor, reconvene in 5. Hesitating only a moment longer, the dozen Terrans file off, presumably in the direction of the changing room and gun locker. The slender one twists their helmet sideways, cracking the seal, before lifting it above her head. She has the deep violet, eyes that indicate she is a member of the Chwani lineage of humans, also evidenced by her height, slenderness, curly dark hair, and broad facial features. If I recall, Chwani evolved in the arid climate of the southern end of humanity's cradle continent, Africa, and so their physiology is even better at shedding heat than the main Homo sapiens lineage of humanity. She says, "I'm sorry about that, Mr. Taylor, and thank you." Victor's face takes on a perplexed expression. "What you thanking me for?" She presses the release catch on her chest piece, and her upper armor falls away, revealing a fully clothed upper half and making a reverberating asterisk as it hits the floor. "You vindicated me." I told my superior the same thing, but he said that if you didn't bring it up, we were to go in armed and armored. Didn't want to lose the minutes it would take us to come off the ship, change, arm, and reboard for the pirates. He seemed to think the possibility of causing a stampede of terrified trauma victims a non-issue. Victor cocks an eyebrow. "Should you be talking like that about a superior officer, Ms. Lieutenant Loper, and I won't tell if you won't." She winks while releasing her lower armor portion to make another unnervingly loud asterisk. She picks up a crate and strides up the ramp to where Victor stands. She places the crate beside her feet and straightens up. She's taller enough than even him that the angle of the ramp makes their eyes level. She extends her hand. Victor takes a moment to size her up before extending his own for a hearty handshake. "You're a good woman, Lieutenant. I like you," he says with sincere appreciation. She fans her hand in her face, feigning flusteredness. "I don't think I've ever heard my rank pronounced like that." And "Lieutenant?" Victor smirks. "It's the correct pronunciation." She smirks back. "You Brits can't do anything normally." "I think you'll find that it's everyone else who ain't doing things normally," he mocks. "Well, if you like me that much, I'm off duty after this. Perhaps I could give you a tour. We could get dinner." Toon stiffens and moves very slightly closer to Victor. Victor smiles and looks down before saying, "That's a very flattering offer, Lieutenant, but..." He grasps Toon's lower left hand. "I'm very happily spoken for." Toon's relief is visible, even to me. Loper gives an exaggerated pout and says, "Shame. The pretty ones are always taken." And she looks briefly up and down Toon, who is a near identical height and build to her. It seems from the looks of Miss Toon, I assume. I would have been as much your type as you are mine. "Kudos on the catch, Miss Toon," that latter directed at a satisfied-looking Toon. Victor does not comment on that. Instead, he gestures to me. "This is Captain Tkakkal, head of the Bright Plume, 27th daughter of High Spire Peak." Loper seems at this point to realize I am here, and is instantly a model of military professionalism. She straightens her back and salutes, "Ma'am." I dip my head and slightly extend my wings in my people's equivalent gesture. "I thank you kindly for Zanzibar Mpia's gracious accommodation of the ship," I say formally. "Certainly, ma'am. The crate," she gestures to it, "contains personal welfare devices for the rescues. Will you be wanting to scan it?" I glance at Victor, who gives the subtlest of nods. "I think so, yes. Twyla, could you tell me the contents of this crate?" "Absolutely, Captain," sinks Twyla. Loper raises an eyebrow. "Twyla? Damn!" Victor doesn't miss a beat. "An idiosyncrasy of the ship's crew. We named our computer. Good for morale." "Uh-huh," responds Loper, in a tone that makes it very clear she doesn't believe him for a moment. "We're very fortunate that the most perceptive species is also the one most opposed to the law we're breaking." A moment passes before Twyla relays, "The crate contains, approx. 1,200 personal welfare field generating devices of sundry kinds, approx. 200 tamper-proof perspex cases, and 5 rolls of fabric ribbon, presumed to be for the purpose of attaching the former to species who eschew clothing. Nothing dangerous is detected among its contents, doing an unconvincing job of pretending to have the same flat monotone she used to. I do some mental sums before working out that crate is heavy enough to flatten me if it were dropped on my head. Loper lifted it as if it weighed nothing. She looks up, examining the ship. Out of curiosity, where was the board point? I didn't see any damage on your ship as it came in. Victor gestures down. We're more or less standing on it. Her eyes widen as she looks down at the thoroughly unblemished, clear boarding ramp. Damn, you have a good maintenance team. I smile. Thank you, Lieutenant. The Terran soldiers, presumably the same ones as before, file back into the room, unarmed and dressed in much less alarming fabric uniforms. All right, you lot, shouts Loper to her subordinates. We've got 173 trauma victims, 10 prisoners, and 13 cadavers to get deboarded and processed. Nobody's leaving till it's done, so we'd best hop to it. Then she turns to me. Will you be staying? Your security personnel and deputies are needed here. But if you like, you could begin your debrief now. I think for a moment before responding. I'll stay. It's not as if getting debriefed, then waiting will be any quicker than waiting, then getting debriefed. Loper smiles and nods. It takes around an hour to get all the rescues provisioned correctly for their safety and conveyed to the enormous passenger transport that is parked in the hangar doorway. I chat to Loper between her barking commands at her subordinates. My impression of her over that hour is as favorable as the one Victor expressed after 20 seconds. Following that, we are joined by every triple M, bar Hasiak, who's waiting in the brig, and Victor asks Twila to issue a strong stay in place. Do not enter the common areas advisory to all crew. The Terran soldiers rearm and rearmor before reboarding and allowing the SOs to guide them to the brig on the far end of Deck Zero. They really do look like terrifying monsters in that armor. That visage was the bogeyman of the galaxy during the war. I don't envy the prisoners at all. Hasiak is attending the brig and rises to greet us. She has a brief exchange with the soldiers before she glides up to the first cell and speaks in an authoritative voice that rivals even Victor's. Prisoners Bryce Germain and Hugo Pine, you are being transferred from the custody of the Bright Plume, where you have been held under citizen's arrest, to the custody of UTC military authorities on Zanzibar Mpia. If you have any concerns for your safety or pertinent objections on other grounds, voice them now. The prisoners scowl but say nothing. 2 sets of restraints will appear from the walls. Place your wrists against the cuffs. If you do not comply, you will be tranquilized. They comply, still scowling, and are then removed from the cell. The process is repeated for the next 4 cells. Then all of the pirates are conveyed from the ship to a prisoner transport that has taken the place of the passenger transport since it departed. The cadavers are then deboarded to a medical transport, and Victor lifts the advisory. Now, says Loper, it's time to debrief. If you'll all follow me to the interview rooms, we can begin. She conveys us to a waiting room, where we are greeted by a team of, presumably, military interviewers. Loper assigns each triple M to an interviewer, and then turns to me. I'll be conducting your debrief, Captain. She smiles. I'm slightly surprised that she was among those qualified to conduct interviews, but follow her to the room she indicates. Are you sure you don't want to seize the opportunity to seclude yourself with my CSS, given the way you flirted with him earlier? I quip as the door closes. She smiles. It would be a flagrant abuse of my power to use my assignment to monopolize that boy candy. Besides, there's no use torturing myself. From the way he refused, it was very clear that his answer wouldn't change, no matter how long I had to convince him. I chitter at that. Now, I'm going to be nice enough to warn you that I'll be looking for holes and inconsistencies in your account. It's nothing personal. We just can't have their defense teams seizing on some tiny discrepancy and using it to get the whole case thrown out. I'm going to be quite hard on you, for which I apologize in advance. Is that understood, Captain? I'm suddenly anxious, but nod my head. One extremely intense debrief later. We're done, Loper says cheerfully, deactivating the camera drone. How did you make me feel like the criminal here? Damn, I say, slumping against the seatback. I'm sorry, Captain, but your story does beggar belief. She laughs. Your testimony, along with your crews and the rescues, will be transferred to an AI who will collate the details and search for discrepancies. Once that's done, the bounty and finder's fees will be transferred, and you and your ship will be free to leave port. But I just want to stress, you aren't prisoners. You can leave the base. We just might need to call you back for clarification. It should take a few days to get accounts from all of the rescues, but you don't need to leave the moment it's done. I understand that you have errands to run while you're here. You can stay as long as you like, within reason. We're very grateful for the cleanup of our space that you've performed, and we regret that it was necessary. That being done, she opens the door and gestures for me to leave. Enjoy New Zanzibar, Captain. Coconuts. Passing between the gates to Baharia Kaskazini in the dusk of the Zanzibari sunset reveals a thrumming street, crowded and bustling with activity. I stare apprehensively at the throng of Terrans, all artfully weaving between each other in a way that looks like it should be inducing dozens of collisions a second, yet isn't. Victor catches up to me, Fluffy at his other side. Behind him are all of the other triple M's. A hover tray with a climate-controlled box of tumbling merklets on it, and the Shings, who insisted on seeing the sights. I look again at the crowd and then up at Victor. Cap, he queries. I'm just a little worried about the possibility of being trampled. I wonder if it's not too much to ask. He chuckles. Is this you requesting? Yes, laugh it up, Victor. Your captain is requesting uppies. He giggles like a fledgling, but wordlessly bends down and places his hand on the ground, making a ramp of his arm. I climb up to perch on his shoulder and he stands, lifting my head to around 3 meters high. From this height, I have a commanding view of the multitudes of Terrans. The majority of the humans I can see look like they are of the same extraction as Messia, but about a third of them look to trace to other origin locales of Earth. Here and there, I spot AI avatars, resurrectees, and uplifts. There's a feline. That's a canine couple. He's a Denisovan. That one is a simian, a droid chatting with human friends. It really is startling, the variety of sapients that owe their existence to humans' desire not to be alone. I look out to the ocean. It's thoroughly breathtaking. This was a non-life-bearing planet before the Terrans got here, so adversarial to life that it hadn't produced any. The polar oceans were what allowed them to settle. Desalination allowed the verdant bands to be irrigated to support Terran crops, and the increased evaporation created cloud cover, which cooled the poles to the point that they could be inhabited, as Messia has explained to me since we've arrived. I know that utility is beautiful in its own way, but that ocean is also beautiful, aesthetically, independent of the vibrant community it allows to exist. Messia takes the lead. He excitedly gestures to the group to follow. It was at his insistence that we are walking this route rather than taking a shuttle, a monorail, or calling a transport capsule. He insists it is a short enough distance to walk, and I don't hate the opportunity to traverse this spectacular city of Deathworlders. The Shings anxiously go to Messia's side, and Nu tugs at the sleeve of his shirt. He bends down to bring his ear to the level of her face. She talks for a moment before Messia's face breaks into a broad smile. He crouches and gestures to his back. A look of delight crosses both of their faces before they gleefully hook their digitigrade paws into his belt, place their paw hands on his shoulders, and he stands. Now with Nayan's head over his left shoulder and Nu's over his right, it would appear they wanted uppies as well. You all right, Mage? I've got carrying capacity left if you want me to take one of them, queries Victor. Messia smiles. It's quite all right, Cuddles. He reaches up with both arms to scratch underneath their furred chins, causing their eyes to close blissfully. These two sweeties don't mass as much as a 10-year-old between them, and I can carry a 10-year-old who isn't wearing a gravity field. With their climate fields covering me, I also won't get sweaty. All good. As we begin walking through the throngs of Terrans, Fluffy receives much attention. There are many requests to scritch from passersby. Victor indulges all of them with Fluffy's permission. The Merklets, too, are requested for pets and scritches, but it would likely be too exciting for them. So Hasiak, Brunhilde, Toon, Jenny, and Krish are in formation, around the hover tray to deflect those requests towards Sam, who's only too happy to accept them. As we walk, Messia talks animatedly about the architecture, historical inspirations for design, local history, and almost everything else. Every cobblestone seems to have an inspiration from something centuries old, from Earth. He also tells us about his own exploits in these locations from his days at university. It's fascinating to listen to him talk, even if it is somewhat overwhelming. He sometimes isn't even able to finish one story before some aspect of the scenery presents a new, entirely unrelated one. Guys, come here. You have to try these, cries out Messia, leading us to a vendor who has a table piled high with what look like massive green fruits. He indicates to the vendor that he would like 9 of the fruits in offer, and the triple M's take a moment to arrange themselves in a rough semicircle, sat on the lip of pavement and the low wall, containing a raised patch of soil for seemingly ornamental greenery. Victor remains standing, and we all watch as the vendor picks up a 0.6mm metal blade and begins hacking away at the green flesh of this fruit with casual ease. The green fruit. he is holding in his other hand. How were enough Terrans willing enough to lose fingers to prove that this was a skill they could acquire? Who was the first Terran to look at a fruit so tough it needs a hefty metal blade to access the desirable part and say, yes, I shall do that. In my hand, why not? At the very least, it seems like this is a talent, judging by the looks on the faces of the Terran triple M's. Hashiak's face suggests she thinks it's some form of magic, which I would think too, if I weren't so acquainted with them. At least this isn't some hidden skill that all Terrans possess. As I watch the flurry of activity of that blade and the almost bored expression of the vendor, I feel my anxiety rise. My heart starts beating faster and I feel my body tensing. Ow, ow, ow! Cap, 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 cap! Shaken from my reverie, I look down to Victor's face. What could possibly be causing that frantic tone? What is it, Victor? I say hesitantly. You were hurting me, he says, with seeming sincerity. I'm dumbfounded. Eventually, I manage, hurting you? I was hurting you? Yes. That's ridiculous, isn't it? I know that all the grip strength in my talons is not enough to... Oh, damn. I'm so sorry, Victor. I forgot about my bionic. Are you all right? I'm good, Cap. Don't think it broke the skin. Maybe just no more clavicle crushers, all right? Sorry again. Then I hear raucous laughter coming from the direction of the vendor. I look up to see he has ceased his carving and is laughing jovially. I'm sorry, ma'am. Until I heard you speak, I assumed you were his pet, he says, gesturing at Victor. I was not expecting that. What about this fine lady? Is she a sapient too? He addresses Fluffy. Pet being! Daddy's pet being! Fluffy being, says Fluffy, nuzzling her head against Victor's waist hard enough to knock him slightly off balance. The vendor smiles. And what a fine pet you are. Might I be permitted a scritch? Fluffy narrows her eyes. Scritching letten. But Daddy's pet being. Of course! I don't wish to steal you, no matter how much I know my granddaughter would love you. He puts down the blade and the partially carved fruit and steps to Fluffy's head. He places his hands between her ears and works them back and forward down the back of her neck. She closes her quarret egg eyes and her lips part as she emits a deep, vibrato purr of pleasure. Good scritches being almost as good as Daddy's being. The vendor laughs. I shall take that as high praise, though I think my granddaughter may be able to give your daddy a run for his money in terms of scritch quality. Her dog Mawa says she gives the best scritches on Zanzibar, though she might be biased. I feel Victor's body shift through my talons. You know, sir, if you actually think your granddaughter would be a good fit for a merc beast, we're taking that box of Fluffy's babies to the uni. You could give my friend there your holocom. He could pass it on to his sister, and you could put her in contact with your granddaughter or her parents. I gotta warn you, though, taking care of a merc beast ain't easy. That lot might be fluffy beans now, but they're gonna grow up into massive creatures with high physicality, high demands on time, high calorie requirements, and low tolerance to light and heat, which could be a problem if she lives on this planet. I can only afford feeding them because Cat pays me so well. I also ain't promising she'd get one. They're only 8, and I imagine the competition for them will be pretty stiff. The vendor thinks before saying, you know, I think I'll do that. Maybe nothing will come of it. She might not be interested. They might not decide to give her one, but nothing ventured. I'm sorry, I've still got coconuts to give you. He returns to his table and his carving of the coconut. Once one side is slashed bare, he gives it to the nearest person, which happens to be Hasiak. She grasps the hacked open coconut, her brow scales raised in a quizzical expression. Mazia indicates that she is to place her mouth on the hole in the exposed lineous core and drink. She does so. She gulps for several long seconds, clear juice running down her chin. After an age, she lowers it with a satisfied gasp. It appears, you Terrans have free access to all of the waters of the eternal oasis. I wonder how any people might become so blessed. There is general mirth at this, even if the finer points of her theology are not understood by all present, myself included. I am offered some sips of Victor's coconut. Sam is offered some of Brunhilde's, and the Shings are offered some of Mazia's. Him having, correctly, abducted that none of the 4 of us would be able to handle a whole one. I am barely able to take 3 mouthfuls of the sweet, refreshing coconut water. I can only imagine how restorative it would feel if I didn't have a climate control field active, though I probably wouldn't be alive to find out. A coconut is specially prepared for Fluffy, and another for the merklets. Smaller holes are made in the liquid-bearing core, allowing them to lap them held sideways, then upside down, without the nectar spilling. There is a final surprise as, once the first coconut is spent of liquid, the vendor indicates it to be given to him. With 2 confident chops, a fragment is cleaved almost entirely off, and the coconut is split in half. It is then opened to reveal a slick layer of flesh. The vendor then instructs that the fragment he sliced can be torn off and used as an implement to scrape up the flesh to eat. I marvel again at how this was ever discovered, given that it required him hacking the coconut in half with the cutting edge aimed toward his own offhand palm. When Fluffy's is placed on the ground in front of her, that enormous rough tongue scrapes against the woody flesh, utterly scouring it of its thin layer of nourishment. The merklets also clear their coconut of flesh in a manner that the Terrans compare to piranhas. I am given a sample of the jelly flesh. Words fail. Everything about the taste proudly screams raw, pure, and natural, yet this texture, I've never encountered anything like it in nature. Following the conclusion of the coconut bonanza, the vendor gives his holocom to Mizia and takes payment, with a discount for entertaining him. I wonder at the rapidity with which Terrans can befriend. None of us had ever met that man before today, yet we parted as if old companions. We continue wending through the streets, now artificially lit as both of Zanzibar's binary suns have set. Then I see something strange. I see another garden worlder. Besides me and the Shings, he's an Onigran? I recognize that he's certainly not a death worlder or a rough worlder. I looked up all known rough worlders after we got our second, and it seemed like running into rough worlders might become a theme. He stands 6 melrim tall. He resembles a Terran, except he has bright red skin, black clawed hands, and small black horns on his forehead. I don't see any personal welfare field generators. Are they hidden? Then I notice the woman he stood beside. They are laughing and smiling at each other in a manner that suggests deep affection. And then I see the strangest thing yet, a child. It's clearly the hybrid child of the Garden World man and the Death World woman. He looks like a toddler, but he's already nearly as tall as his mother. That child is definitely not a natural born. The news would have rocked the galaxy if a natural pairing between Death Worlders and Garden Worlders had revealed itself to be capable of producing viable offspring. Everyone would know the name of that man's species, as adjoined to the fact that it was the one that could be crossed with humans. They must have gone to a fertility clinic and commissioned a viable mixing of their genes to produce that child. This isn't the first hybrid I've encountered in my life, but he's one of only a handful. It wouldn't be unusual for a woman my age never to have encountered a hybrid, and I saw him on my first evening walk on this planet. That man probably either had his welfare field generators permanently implanted in him or, much more invasive and less reversible, undergone gene therapy to allow him to survive on this planet. I look at the laughing woman. He did it for her. He did it for love. He did it to allow that child to exist. She made him love her enough to be willing to live on a death world with her after he possibly altered his own physiology to be capable of doing so. The man notices me looking at him and closes his lips. He gives me a Garden Worlder smile paired with a single Death Worlder nod. I return it. My mind runs away with me for some time. "We're here," announces Mizia, "my old university." I look up at the magnificent building, its exterior a vibrant rainbow of colors, intricately woven into designs that one could spend a lifetime studying. I chuckle to myself. Death Worlders really give you a lot to love about them. University. We pass through the entrance to the enormous university building. The floor of the wide, high-ceilinged atrium we cross is the same phosphorescent pattern and rainbow as the outside. It feels that no sooner have we gone in than we're outside again, out onto a courtyard? Of course. Terrans and Rakali both share a fondness for courtyards, though not for the same reason. Rakali appreciate buildings with courtyards because it can allow for more convenient access to the outside, meaning that, if you need to fly somewhere, your time to take off is reduced. Humans seem to value them for almost the opposite reason, the ability to have a space outside that is protected by walls from the many, many, many threats of their cradle world. I don't believe they ever coexisted with aerial creatures that might have threatened them, unless you count disease-bearing insects, which can also get inside. And wasn't there an island in their southern hemisphere where humans coexisted with a gigantic eagle that hunted quarret-like massive landbirds until Terrans hunted its food source to extinction and it died out too? I wonder if the natives of New Zealand built courtyards. Most other species look at courtyards as a waste of space. There's outside, after all. Why would you bring it inside and not use that floor space for more building? I'm glad Terrans and Rakali share a similar design aesthetic. It makes visiting their worlds much more enjoyable than visiting the drab, functional, boxy cities of concrete and glass that are ubiquitous across so much of the rest of the galaxy. So few species appreciate the art of architecture, city design, shipbuilding, and similar disciplines. Having crossed the courtyard, we make our way into the reception, back onto that multicolored patterned floor. Mizia speaks to the receptionist. "How goes it this evening? I'm Dr. Misia Zunberi, here to see Dr. Nkasiogi Zunberi, with my crewmates and captain. to make a delivery to the Death World Faunal Taming and Domestication Research Department. We're not delivering these two, though, just the ones on the trolley. He gives a wink. The woman raises an eyebrow at him, the shings still mounted on his back. She taps the screen in front of her and frowns slightly before saying, "Sorry, Dr. Zunberry, but Dr. Zunberry works in conservation, not taming and domestication, doesn't she?" "Yes, quite so. However, she is the one who has made this contact between us and her colleagues. I thought it proper to ask for her rather than asking to go straight to taming and domestication. I also am ashamed to say that I did not think to ask the names of the people she is connecting us with. I believe she should have left a message explaining the situation." Her eyes flick back down to her screen, and she taps a few more times. Here we are. Her eyes flash rapidly back and forward as she reads the text. "Sorry for the confusion, Dr. Zunberry. You can go on up to your sister's office. 7th floor, right out the lift. 12th door on your left." He smiles and nods. He does not ask her to send a map to his holo. He doesn't even ask her to repeat the instructions she rattled off, to give himself another chance to internalize them. He simply walks from the desk, leading the procession to the lift, the shings adjusting their weight in accordance with his sway as he walks. We enter the lift, and Victor makes approving noises about the fact that the building levels are numbered by floor, not by story, making Dr. Zunberry's office correctly, according to Victor, on the 7th rather than the 8th. It really doesn't seem to matter to me, but it apparently does to Terrence, because the rest of the journey is taken up with a lively debate about the merits of both systems. The lift reaches the 7th floor, and the shings and I hop down from our respective platforms, as the corridor is empty. Silence falls as Mazia turns to face the door of presumably his sister's office. The nameplate reads, "Office of Dr. Felicity Mink and Dr. Nkesiogi Zunberry, Death World Conservation Department." He knocks. A few moments pass before a woman who is the spitting image of Mazia, with the exception of her hair being bright blue, comes out, scowls, and punches him in the arm. There are a few moments where I believe that we are being ambushed. A punch that hard could only have been intended to kill after all. Why am I the only one who seems to realize we're being attacked? No one else is reacting. She wouldn't have punched him like that in front of a group this size if she didn't have reinforcements of her own, surely. Hastily, I look left and right. No one. I look into the room behind her. It does not appear to be teeming with assassins. Then, our assailant pulls her brother into a deep hug as he nurses his arm. "You damn idiot," she exclaims miserably. "You gallivant off to the stars. You're gone for years. You only called twice a month, and now I find out you've been fighting fucking pirate slavers. Oh, and let's not forget, sharing a dorm with a damn merc beast and her litter. No offense, that latter aimed at Fluffy. Not offending. Can dangerous being if wanting. Good careful being, but not wanting hurting uncle," responds Fluffy. Mazia, his face caught between expressing a smile and expressing his clear, continuing pain at having been delivered a bone-crushing punch, pats his sister's back and says, "It's good to see you too, Cass. I'll try to call more often." She straightens up and responds, "You better. Now why don't you and your friends come in and we can do introductions?" We file into the large shared office. Its other occupant is a feline woman with heterochromic eyes, entirely black fur, bar a white patch at her mouth, and a mop of head hair in deep indigo. "Dr. Zunberry," nods the Catwoman with a scowl. "Felicity," replies Messia with a crestfallen frown. "I wonder what that's about." "Nobody mind those two. They used to date," declares Messia's sister. Well, I didn't have to wonder long. This Zunberry is certainly blunt. She's quite different from her soft-spoken, mild-mannered brother. Introductions are made between our party and Dr. Zunberry and Mink. When I am introduced as Messia's captain, his sister hesitates very slightly. Her eyes narrow for but a moment. Is she appraising me? The Merklets receive many scritches and admiring oohs and ahs from the two women. Eventually, Dr. Zunberry announces that it's time to depart for the Taming and Domestication Department. She informs us that, though it's on the same floor, it is rather a trek. It is indeed a trek. It's almost exactly on the other side of the building, and takes several minutes to walk to. As we navigate our way there, we are treated to a spectacular view of the courtyard, surrounded by the vibrant insides of the university's main building through the windows of the corridor. We arrive and are invited into a large room that is a discordant maelstrom of activity. There are many dozens of creatures tumbling, running, playing, sleeping, squawking. They are mostly of the furred variety, but there are also reptiles, avians, and a few whose order I can't even identify. The Terrans in our group have instinctively formed a wall of their bodies to protect me and the Shings. They're very right to do so. The activity of all those dense little Death World potential pets makes this an unsafe environment for those of a fragile constitution. I don't know if they even notice themselves doing it. I think they may have just all unconsciously put themselves between the fragile ones and the sources of potential breakage. I now notice there are also a few animate dendroid and herbaceous creatures frolicking among the others. It seems not even plants are safe from Terran's all-consuming love of cute. At this point, a very sweaty but very happy-looking man disentangles himself from the flurry and makes his way to us through the throng of flailing fuzz that various Terrans are tending to, playing with and chasing after. The man introduces himself as Dr. Raul Gomez and has all of us introduced to him by the combined efforts of the Zunberis. Mizia's sister barely needs help to remember all of our names. He asks if we wouldn't mind coming to the room in which his colleague is preparing to receive the Merklets, and we begin making our way down the side corridor that he indicates. He draws near and breathes a relieved sigh. Oh, that's nice. Your climate control fields feel amazing with how hot I am. I frown. Why don't you climate control the room if you find the heat so unpleasant? I ask, quizzically. He chuckles. If we did that, the beasties wouldn't like it. Those ones in there are ones that thrive in Zanzibari-like climates. I guess I could wear a personal one, like yours, but then the little ones wouldn't want to come near me, and that would break my heart. It's better this way. It means I get to play with them and enjoy the relief of stepping back into the cool. It is always a bit of a relief when the rota puts me tending cooler climb animals, though. Interesting. With how much your species loves playing with cute things, I'm surprised there are any Terrans who are willing to tolerate doing a job other than yours. You're willing to put up with regular risk of heat stroke for it. After all, I quip. He laughs heartily and responds, yes, it definitely looks like a dream job. But don't be fooled. There's a lot to it. That's not as fun as playtime. I've had quite the collection of bites in my time. There's the cleanup, the paperwork, but I definitely wouldn't trade places with anyone with clear fulfillment. We come to a door which Dr. Gomes indicates as the room prepared for the Merklets. The door is open to reveal a wide, tall room with a flat area in the middle, surrounded by a rough, unevenly surfaced bowl, with faux bushes here and there, seemingly mimicking the rocky terrain of Atexia 3's Twilight Zone. The room is dimly lit, and a wall-mounted temperature gauge reads 12 degrees Celsius. My translator informs me that that is around 2/3 of the way between the freezing point of water and the temperature my climate field is set to. In the corner, there is a man alternately tapping away at his holopad and glancing up at the room. "Lul!" shouts Dr. Gomes, causing the other man to start. He apparently hadn't noticed us come in, so a Terran is capable of being taken by surprise, though seemingly only when engrossed in a task and in an area that they consider satisfactorily safe. The man puts his holopad away and jogs over to us down the rough slope, which barely seems to give him trouble. "Peace be upon you. I'm Dr. Lul Sabir. It's a pleasure to meet you," he says, slightly breathlessly. Victor extends his hand and says, "And upon you peace." They shake hands as Dr. Sabir gives an amused smile. Another round of introductions follow. "This is a fantastic recreation of the landscape and climate of Atexia," declares Victor. Dr. Sabir smiles abashedly. "Yes, well, I did my best with the information you sent and what was available publicly. The moment of truth will be what the mother thinks of it. Are you willing to let us remove your climate controls, ma'am?" Fluffy responds, "Yes, seeing if good for kinchild's being." "Would you do the honors, sir?" Dr. Gomes asks Victor. Victor nods before coming to Fluffy's lower left shoulder and switches off the generator, deactivating the climate field for her front half. "How's that, Fluffy?" queries Victor. "Good? Too warm? Too cold?" Fluffy's eyes narrow, all removing then telling. Victor nods and moves to her haunch to deactivate the generator clipped into her fur there. It's unusual for a being to be so long as to require 2 generators, but Fluffy is an unusual being. Dr. Sabir suggests, if that isn't immediately unpleasant, why don't you try moving around a little? If anything's wrong, just come back and tell us. Dipping that enormous head in a Terran nod, Fluffy darts off over the uneven terrain surrounding the middle of the room. The speed and silence with which she passes over the ground, coupled with the half-light in her coloration, mean that I have tremendous difficulty keeping track of her. It's frightening to imagine being an Atexian prey animal with a merc beast stalking me. After a minute or so of frolic, Fluffy returns to the middle of the room and declares, "Perfect being! Horizon being! Coolth being, perfect being," clearly out of breath. As a stealth ambush predator, her stamina is about on par with Toon's, and less like that of high-stamina Terrans. There is a general hubbub of relief that it seems no adjustments need to be made. Then Dr. Gomes says, "Well then, I believe all that remains is to interview Fluffy and Victor, just to see if there's anything further we can divulge to adopters about the experience of being the guardian of a merc beast and a merc beast pet." Victor starts, "Mage actually has..." "Feather grandmother coming," interrupts Fluffy. That was not a request. Doctors Gomes and Saber look quizzically at her, then at Victor, then at me. She's saying she won't speak without Cap being there, states Victor. Oh, well, I don't see any issue with that, Dr. Saber says, looking to Dr. Gomes for confirmation. None at all. It might actually be good to get a garden worlder's perspective on the relationship and experience of sharing a ship with a merc beast. If Fluffy wants her in the interview, we're happy to have her in the interview, beams Dr. Gomes. Speaking of, smiles Victor, Mage over there has a list of people who have indicated interest in adopting a merc beast. One was a man we met on the way here, who reckoned his granddaughter might like one. Everyone else is one of the ones we rescued. We sort of did some informal therapy sessions with them. They're all garden worlders, we said. We weren't sure how feasible it'd be for them to look after a Death World carnivore, but the ones we didn't put off with that said to pass on their details. Oh, that's actually fantastic, exclaims Dr. Gomes. You have no idea how much sifting we have to do to weed out people just looking for a fashion accessory. I'm particularly worried about the purple one, Gloam. Purple is fashionable right now, and I think there's a non-zero chance that he'll be adopted, taken to a few parties, and then abandoned. If you've already got people with an emotional connection to or sincere interest in them, that'll make things much easier. It's not ideal that they're garden worlders or that they're recent trauma victims, but if they can prove they'll meet all the other requirements, they'll get preference over people from our lists. Krish looks outraged. There are people who'd adopt an animal just to take it to a party, then abandon them rather than returning them? Dr. Sabir nods, unhappily. It's quite a problem. It's a crime, of course, but they'd have to be caught. Returning a pet that you're done using as a prop is just enough extra effort that those with no conscience prefer to just take them somewhere remote, kick them out of the transport, and fly off. Usually nature does its work, but sometimes abandoned pets become invasive species and need to be culled off. It's terrible, and we do our absolute utmost to filter the kind of person who would do that out of our pool of potential adopters. I look around and see that every Terran face, Bar Sabirs and Gomes, is twisted in disgust. Hasyaks is also twisted in disgust. The Shings are showing concern. Mine's twisted in disgust. Terrans are so noble so much of the time that the idea of any of them being so callous, so heartless, rankles me. I suppose anything you can say of Terrans, the opposite is also true of some of them. Sorry to have to bring that up, says Dr. Gomes. I'll get that list off Dr. Zunbury, and then we can begin the interview. I smile. These seem like good Terrans with us now. One interview later. All right, Fluffy, as you're not quite done weaning the merklets yet, would you be happy to stay here at the university for a while? You can finish with that, and while you're here, you can help us find loving homes for them, asks Dr. Sabir. Fluffy's eyes narrow suspiciously. Starcave not leaving me on hot? Victor laughs. I ain't leaving you here, baby. I'd hijack the ship myself to come back for you if we left without you, while jiggling her torso with hearty, reassuring pets. I frown, maybe. As my head of security, you shouldn't so freely admit to a willingness to hijack my ship, Victor. Though, you have my permission to hijack the ship. Should that circumstance arise, there is general mirth at this. All right, helping finding homes for kinchilds. Nods Fluffy, seemingly satisfied that she will not be abandoned. Was it because abandonment was mentioned earlier? That's quite an abstraction to make. For a semi-sapient, we re-enter the merklet-adapted room to see all of our companions, joined by a few of the department's researchers, admiring the whizzing and flipping of merklets around the uneven, upward-sloped ground at the sides of the room. Fluffy joins and immediately becomes the convergence point for her children. All done? Asks Messiah's sister. Think so. Answer Victor and Dr. Gomes in unison, before attempting to jinx each other, whatever that means. My translator is saying something about curses. All right, who's up for a drink? Asks Dr. Zunbury. There is some conferring before it is determined that all the triple M's, Bar Krish and Hasyak, would like to come for drinks. The Shings indicate that they would like to be conveyed back to the ship by the two triple M's, and not to come for drinks. Cap? Asks Victor. I have a choice to make. I'll come for drinks, I think, though I'll need to have something with no alcohol. Emergence. I sip at the fruit juice that the Vulpine waitress brought me after my situation was relayed to her. We're sat on the festoon-lit deck of an outdoor bar with moonlight reflection, making the ocean view visible. My climate control field has been switched off, as I was assured that the temperature had fallen to a mere 27 degrees Celsius, which I can survive. It's somewhat surreal for me. Darkness is so heavily associated with cool, but this breeze coming off the ocean is as warm as any I ever felt on the hottest day on recall. I look around at the 9 Terrans sat at the table and the profusion of alcohol sat in front of them. I'm not the only one refraining. Sam, not at the table, is unable to have alcohol as, being a non-sapien, he is legally considered unable to consent to the risks of drinking. And, being a carnivore by evolutionary history, his tolerance to alcohol is closer to a garden worlder's than a human's. He has been given some kibble and more sweet coconut water instead. Dr. Sabir is also abstaining. It has been explained to me that this is for religious reasons. I had assumed that all Terrans were rampant alcoholics, but apparently there are entire faiths that prohibit the consumption of alcohol. So, Cece here, slurs Dr. Zunbury, forcefully patting her brother's arm. He was supposed to go to uni, get qualified as a researcher. Then he was supposed to take a hiccup asterisk, posting in the rainforest zone, like our parents did and like our grandparents did when they first settled this planet. But here, Victor interrupts. Dr. Zunbury, if you have hiccups, try straightening your spine, closing your eyes, raising your arms level with your shoulders, and very lightly brushing your eyelids with the tips of your little fingers. It should get rid of them pretty instantly. She blinks at him a few times before doing as he suggests. A few seconds pass. That is fucking magic. How does it work? Victor smiles. Stimulation of the vagus nerve, wiggling your fingers in your ears will do the same, but, in my experience, takes longer and cuts off your auditory perception. Bad for conversing. She smiles. I think you just earned the right to call me Cass's big man. Then notices Toon's clear distress. Relax, babes. I'm not trying to steal your man. He's not my type, and I've got my own. He also very clearly only has eyes for you. Chill. You can call me Cass, too. Toon smiles at this, and she and Victor pull closer. He gives her a brief but tender kiss on her cheek. Anyway, where was I? Continues Dr. Zunbury. Oh yeah, Cece waits until a week before he gets his doctorate, before dropping the bombshell that he wants to go starbound. This is the first time I've seen him in the flesh, and some quick finger maths. 6 years. Messia smiles, showing a little discomfort. I try to call as often as I can, Cass. I'm sorry I didn't follow in Mum and Dad's footsteps like you and the others did. The galaxy called to me. Dr. Zunbury's face softens as she presses her hand against his shoulder. I know, Cece. I just miss you is all. I just wish you could still come to the family dinners. I miss not having to worry that since I last spoke to you, your ship has blown up and your body is floating through space. 50 kilolights from home. Never to be recovered, you know? He pats her shoulder in turn and says, I know, Kaz. I'll try to make you worry less. I didn't realize twice a month was inadequate. If anything, I thought you were all bothered by that frequency. She scoffs. Don't be stupid. We miss you, and when you can't make a call because of solar wind or whatever, we're always very disappointed. More calls, please. She punctuates those last 3 words with drink-rattling pokes of her index finger into the hard wood of the tabletop. Even with humans' metallic bones, I'm surprised that she didn't break the comparatively delicate-looking digit. Dr. Gomes stands and glances at an archaic-looking analog wristwatch. It's been a delight sharing these drinks and tender moments with all of you, but I'm afraid my husband's making me dinner, and I need to be back for that. I shall have to say a ciao for now. Ciao, says a smiling Victor, followed by a chorus of bye-byes, good nights, and wishes for him to enjoy dinner. After he leaves, the conversation undergoes the satisfactory lull, not of people who have nothing to say, but of people enjoying the tranquility. Roughly 3 minutes pass before that tranquility is shattered by me, or more accurately, by my holopad, which is sounding a calm request tone. Apologetically, I unclip it from my sash. It would usually be clipped to my wing, but as I need the sash for welfare devices, it's there today. And bring it to my ear. Hell. Takal, it's time, declares a panicked voice. My eyes widen and I turn to Victor. He has his eyes trained on me from across the table. His body is poised in readiness for whatever might be asked of him. Victor, I need your help. Shortly after. This speed. I thought that riding Fluffy was intense, but that run only lasted 30 seconds or so. Victor has been traveling this speed for minutes. His limbs and head counterbalance each other with precise, mechanical exactitude. He would likely be even faster if not for my, very necessary, gravity field encompassing him and reducing his ability to gain traction from the ground. My head is at the same level as his, over his shoulder. My talons grip his belt and my wing claws hook into the collar of his shirt. If I stood on his shoulder the way I did earlier, the wind resistance from this thick atmosphere would pluck me straight off him. I could possibly anchor myself with my bionic, but aside from the possibility of hurting Victor again, there's a non-zero chance that my bones would break from trying to stand up to the gale force coming at us. I'm forced to mount his back and have him act as my windbreak, We come up on Dr. Gomes. I'd be surprised if he actually heard us, given how silently Victor moves even at full tilt, but he seems to, somehow, sense us coming up behind him. He turns and his visage is briefly one of terror, as he sees the enormity and speed of the one sprinting towards him, until the terror is replaced by recognition, then puzzlement. We draw close and he raises his hand and opens his mouth. "Can't talk, emergency!" shouts Victor as we whip past. I can't help but feel a little bad for the whirlwind of emotions we've presumably just induced in the man. Minutes pass as Victor dashes through the streets, past the alarmed faces of locals, who almost certainly weren't expecting to see such a sight today. He hasn't needed to stop to reorient himself or catch a breath once. He was not familiar with this city before today, was he? From one pass through, he's been able to build a comprehensive enough mental map to navigate us to where we need to be, seemingly without faltering at all. I had always assumed that these would be sprinter speeds for his species, but he's managed to maintain them for what must be coming up on 20 minutes, by the time we get to the gates of Baharia Kaskazini. If we had called a capsule, by the time we had made the call, relayed our location, and waited for it to arrive, it might already have taken this long. The guards start as they see Victor charging them. He throws up his hands in a gesture conveying his lack of armament, at 30 millimeters out, and shouts, "Sees Victor Taylor and Captain Cockcall. Coming through, do not detain us." That's fine," says the guard as Victor races past him without breaking stride. Korak said he'd appraise them of the situation. I wonder if they would have been so startled as to shoot us if they hadn't been. We cross the barracks to the enormous hangar that currently houses the Bright Plume. He tears through the gap in the hangar doors and up the boarding ramp. There is a nauseating perspective shift, as the clarity of the ramp removes my ability to visually discern the speed that my equilibrioception assures me we are still experiencing. I look up, lessening the nausea. "Twila!" "I'm aware. I've brought the portside lift down to deck 0 for you," answers Twila, her serious voice utterly absent the usual cheer she's had since she was woken up. "Thank you." I laugh internally that he still remembers his manners, despite the frantic circumstance. We bolt through the portside door on the left of the loading bay and streak down portside deck 0 to the lifts, opposite the dorm column. He enters the open lift with such momentum that he is forced to absorb the shock by throwing up his arms to catch himself against the back wall in order to avoid full-on impact. Without a moment to reset, he wheels and hits the button for deck 17, probably not necessary as Twila already knows where we were going. There follow a few moments of stillness, only broken by Victor's heavy breathing. That's reassuring. I was beginning to worry that he had secretly been an extremely lifelike droid the entire time I'd known him, just from that display of power and endurance. I know that endurance is their niche, and, being Deathworlders, no one does it quite like them, but knowing and experiencing are two different things. If he's out of breath, it means he's definitely biological, or imitating being out of breath in order to make me think he's biological. The lift doors open on deck 17 and Victor whips out, turning to sprint along the walkway. We turn again and again before we are running down the neck of the ship toward the head where the bridge and command quarters are located. We don't get that far, though, as one more jink puts us on the stairs to my quarters. He bounds up the wide, shallow-angle stairway, designed to be accessible to visitors of any species, definitely managing to take them multiple at a time somehow. I take my hand off his shoulder to wave the door open, revealing my life mate standing by the incubator with my daughter in it. "Has she?" I start breathlessly. "You're just in time," Korak interrupts. Relieved, I hop down from Victor's back. He collapses against the wall and slides down it to rest on the floor, panting heavily and covered in sweat, despite having been enveloped in my reactivated climate control field the entire way. His hand moves to his belt, and with a forward yank, it breaks and comes loose. He holds it up to reveal an entirely destroyed section from where I gripped it with my right talons. "I'm sorry, Victor," I say sincerely. I move to Korak's side and say, "You're sure you're all right with Victor being here, Sweet Fruit? Traditionally, only parents are to be at a hatching." It felt right, with Victor's godfatherhood, to include him as well, but did take a little explaining before Korak understood the concept. He waves his wing. "It's fine, Okla. He's a dear friend of yours, and lately mine. Plus, in the event that something awful happens to both of us, but not him or her, he'll be her parent, right?" That was a genuine question. He's ensuring, for the 1,000th time, that he has understood the arrangement properly. That's the idea, but let us hope his role stays ceremonial and it never comes to that. I chitter. Having recovered, Victor kneels at my side to avoid looming. "Captain," interjects Twila, "would you like me to record this? This is the one private room on the ship that she can view and speak into freely. A hang-up from the Terran designers who valued the ability to rouse the captain quickly in emergencies and keep them safe from assassination above silly things like privacy. I think for a moment. Yeah, please record this, Twyla. Is that all right, Korak? Perfectly fine, my Okla. He smiles. Beginning recording. A minute or so passes as we watch. Cracks start to appear in the shell. A fragment comes loose, and I receive the first glimpse of my daughter's beak. It's wonderful. I only saw it for a second, but it was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. There are a few moments of ceased activity as she appears to be regaining her strength to push on. Should we help her? Asks Victor uncertainly. Tradition dictates that she has to break out of the shell herself. Obviously, we'll help her if she can't, but we should wait until she's had a thorough try before we consider it. That's unexpectedly morbid for a garden world or tradition, muses Victor. I suppose it is, if you consider that the likely origin was as a test, to see if the child was strong enough to bother raising. Of course, with modern medical intervention, her strength at birth matters much less. I also already love her to death, so I'd not abandon her for her lack of strength. I just would like her to have the pride of knowing she made it out of her shell without help. I ponder. My daughter renews her efforts, and after some minutes, she has made a hatch wide enough for her to pass through. She emerges, and I get the first proper look at my daughter. Her downy white feathers are slicked by amniotic fluid to such an extent that I can see her pink skin and make out the shape of her oral canals on the sides of her head. Her 4 eyes are closed, and her whole body quivers as she peeps almost silently. She will get louder soon, I know. I activate the incubator's shower field, and the amniotic fluid is stripped out of her feathers, puffing them into a white fuzz. I reach out and lift the tender little ball of life into my wing claws. I bring her close to my chest, and her beak opens upwards in quiet, rasping chirps. I feel my crop convulse. I turn to Victor. You can look away if you want. He shakes his head and says, if I'm here, I shouldn't, with finality. I smile and turn back to my child before releasing my crop, allowing its contents to be pushed up my esophagus. I bring my beak to hers and disgorge my last meal, mixed with secretions from my crop. She swallows it greedily. Bringing my beak away, I get the aftertaste of pineapple. That was from the juice I drank and slices I snacked on at the bar. It should be safe. I saw the Fennec barmaid decontaminate and detoxify them before she served them, but I really hope she doesn't get spoiled by her first meal being Death World or fruit. I extend my wings and raise my daughter above the level of my head. Your name is Takakik, 28th daughter of High Spire Peak, and you are my child. I walk through the hydroponics hall, a hover tray floating at my shoulder level. The air in here is extremely refreshing. There is also a tranquil glistening of bright light off the surface of the nutrient-rich water, which trickles past the roots of the ship's crops. It really is a shame I can't spend prolonged periods in here. Well, I could, if I were prepared to visit Dr. Gatto and receive a stern telling off for allowing myself to receive a toxic quantity of oxygen. Best not. I have things to do anyway. I still find it absurd that Deathworld crops would grow so fast that they actually raise the oxygen to levels toxic to most garden worlders. I can't help but be a little jealous of the triple M's. They can spend as long as they like in here. They describe it with words like energizing, invigorating, and restorative. I exit the pretty room and begin making my way bowward along the wide corridor of the ship's neck. I take a moment to glance out of the portside windows and then the starboard. This is an enormous hangar. I never would have tolerated the docking fees to rent this space, preferring to conduct any business from orbit via shuttle. Ludicrous to think that the Terran military are just giving the time in this hangar away. Lieutenant Loper essentially wrote us a carte blanche. The only qualifier was within reason. We might have struggled to find an authority willing to even take surrendered pirates off us in garden world or space. The situation never really came up before Terrans crashed onto the scene. If pirates attempted to board you, you either got away, killed them all, or far more likely, were all killed by them. The scenario of pirates surrendering just never happened. As a result, no planet's legal system was equipped to handle it. We would likely have been told that there was nothing they could do, as they only had the jurisdiction to enforce laws on their planet, in their local system, and on their ships. An out-of-system ship engaging and surrendering pirates in open space was not processable. That might be less the case these days. Terran behaviors have a habit of inveigling themselves into those of other species. In Terran space, we come to tell them we've apprehended pirates, and they waive our docking fees, offer us a bounty and finder's fees, and give us a hearty thank you. I still can't work out what it is that rankles me about accepting that bounty. Starting my career, if someone had offered me an enormous heap of money for doing something I'd already done, I would likely have accepted without a second thought. Now, I feel guilty? For what? Doing the right thing and being rewarded? Did I do the right thing, though? I did the thing that I was told was most likely to keep me alive. It just so happened to have a just result. And shouldn't the right thing be its own reward? Is it right to accept a reward for just doing what anyone should? Ah, there, I noticed it this time. That's a Terran mindworm working its way into my brain. Ha! Even my Terran crew are telling me to accept the bounty. Terrans are the ones offering the bounty. There is such a thing as too noble. I chuckled to myself as I climbed the shallow angle stairway to my quarters, taking each stair with 2 to 3 steps. My door opens to reveal the 3 most precious people in the galaxy to me. Korak, asleep on our perch, Victor, sat in a human-adapted chair he's brought in and smiling broadly, and sat on the palm of his hand, chirruping delightedly as she wrestles his gentle index finger with seemingly all her might, my daughter. I'm certain Victor has noticed me enter, but he's not given the slightest indication of it. Victor? Yeah, Cap? He says, emerald eyes still fixed on the puffball as she rolls around the palm that could crush her like a dandelion mane. I knew he'd noticed. I gesture at the hover tray. What are these? He looks up and frowns in puzzlement. I was not expecting that. They look like toys, Cap? He asks more than tells. I can see that they're toys. I'm not dense, I chitter wryly. What are they for? He shrugs. Beats me. They look really good, though. That's the bright plume. And is that a Merc Beast plushie? You expect me to believe that these toys have nothing to do with you? You know nothing about them? Still shrugging, he answers, Wish I could take credit, Cap. But no, nothing to do with me or anyone in Triple M, far as I know. Where'd you get them? They were in the shipment of cleaning supplies that just caught up with us. Hamtonio and I were inspecting them. They were in one of the crates. Victor stands, keeping his kakak cradling hand as steady as a gimbal, and walks over. One-handed and with no visible effort, he picks up the bright plume miniature that it took both me and Hamtonio to lift onto the tray. He inspects it. The detail's excellent. Almost feel like I could look through the Triple M common room window and see us sitting in there. He puts it down and picks up the plushie. That was light enough for me to lift, but too bulky to carry easily. Kakak notices. It's gorgeous. I want the one, he says admiringly. You have the real thing, I say incredulously. Yeah, but she's at the uni right now. Plus, this one's small. You just had 8 small ones for weeks, and she'll be done weaning him back with you before you know it. He shakes his head mirthfully. Apparently, this is a lesson in the art of cute appreciation that I am not yet ready for. Kakak extends her wing claws and talons to the plushie, fixing it with an expression of clear longing. I'm sorry, my child, I would give this to you if it were mine, but it isn't, I say, distressed. She keeps reaching for it as Victor places it down on the hover tray. Clearly distraught in the way that only one brand new to existence can be, she turns up her head and cries to be fed. My crop heaves, but is empty. Fuck. Victor, the one she's crying at, strokes her tummy and says, Sorry, baby. If I did what you want me to do, my stomach acid'd melt you. I'm getting it, says Korak blearily. He hops from our perch and walks to Victor, who hands him Takak. Thank you, sweet fruit. Mine was empty, I say apologetically. He waves his wing in a gesture of no problem, his mouth being otherwise occupied. Victor turns away and fixes his eyes on me. His tolerance for crop feeding is apparently not infinite. Cap, he says, clearly attempting to distract himself, if you found him in cleaning supplies, they're probably Glarks. Maybe you should talk to him about him. Or they might be toothless as Glark and Bammy are so cute together. You hear he just popped the question? Garden worlder as he might be, these toys definitely fit my chief custodial officer's personality. I'll do that, Victor. This evening, I think. Let's send them away before Takaka can get upset about the plushie again. I indicate to the hover tray that it is to return to the point where I activated it and it leaves the room. All right, Victor, we have appointments to keep. Korak, will you be all right on your own? His mouth still at Takak's. He raises a wing claw and a Terran thumbs up. I burst out laughing. That was certainly unanticipated. All right, we'll be off then. I smile at my life mate and my daughter. I feel a little guilty about abandoning him, but that is what paternity leave is for. Later, Victor enters a wide piazza with a large case containing the damaged plasma blades of him and his team, held effortlessly in his right hand, and me perched atop his opposite shoulder, eating some fruit slices on a skewer. How are Mouse's new limiters working out for you, Cap? I smirk. Well, they're engaged, and I'm attempting to crush your shoulder right now, you tell me? A moment's pause. Yeah, it feels like someone behind me wants my attention and is trying to get it by squeezing my shoulder. But, they don't want to be too rude. I smirk. Do you want to try with the limiters off? For thoroughness? No, he answers instantly, causing me some amusement. A moment passes. Victor, why am I not allowed in Triple M at the moment? It's hard not to be apprehensive. He smiles. No worries, Cap. We're just painting another panel to the mural. Want it to be a surprise. I think this one will give you some pride. That does not assuage my apprehension. What could they possibly have to muralize? Us going to the university, getting drinks? Victor confronting the soldiers off the boarding ramp? If the latter, then there would surely be no reason for me to be barred. As we cross the piazza, we hear the strumming of a musician's instrument, followed by mournful words that I do not understand. Is she not wearing a translator? I look to the woman, sat by a fountain with an acoustic guitar. She definitely has a translator equipped at her temple. By the father, Victor's musical tastes run so highly to the intense that I had almost forgotten the seemingly infinite range of music that Terrans are capable of producing. Like with all things Terran, the variety of their music is such as to equal the rest of the non-Terran galaxy combined. Though I don't understand a word of it, the pain and longing pierces my hearts. Why can't I understand her? I ask Victor, only noticing at that point that he's also stopped to listen. She probably can't speak Japanese, just learned the song by rote. I mean, I assume she knows well enough that she's not declaring war or shouting out abuse, but the words themselves. Humans can learn an entire... I stop myself. Of course they can. This is nothing to be surprised by. It's a really sad song. I used to listen to it when I felt lonely. Victor states simply. You understand it? I ask. Yeah, Miyazaki gave me Japanese lessons while I was at uni. Her dad was Japanese. Don't know how many people there are who can say they've had Japanese lessons from the Jane Blitz Miyazaki. I think about asking him to translate it for me, but I decide instead to simply ask, what is the song called, Victor? Without looking away from the musician, he answers, it's called Kimi Datara. Cap. Translates to If It Were You. We watch the musician play the rest of the song in silence. Her playing is entirely enrapturing. As neither she nor I speak Japanese, it is impossible to say whether she falters over the pronunciation or word order. But if she does, she certainly manages to avoid giving any indication of it. When she is done with the song, Victor takes out his holopad to flick a small digital donation to hers. He explains that, while she will almost certainly receive a salary from the local government for her public playing, the custom is left over from a time when buskers relied on tips to live. If you stopped to listen and enjoyed, tradition dictates that you donate. I think for a moment before I unclip my holopad and replicate this Terran custom before Victor walks on. The busker begins playing another sad song in yet another language that she apparently does not speak. This one is called Somoru Vasarnap and is also known as the Hungarian suicide song, according to Victor. I truly hope that busker is all right. Here we are, declares Victor, gesturing upward to the building. Zanzibar Mpia's most reputable purveyor of firearms, according to Loper. I look up at the enormous building. The fact that there could possibly be a private gunsmith this size, even on a planet with 6.5 billion inhabitants, boggles my mind. Victor walks inside. Later. You're sure I can't talk you around? The manufacturer says that it's almost as good as an analog for resistance to interference, says the personable associate. Victor smiles and shakes his head. You talked me around on the translator interface and targeting. You were right. I was being paranoid, and it was making me throw the baby out with the bathwater, but anything that might electronically stop a gun from going click and boom when I need it to, it's non-negotiable. My pool of potential deputies are all going to receive thorough firearms training from me, which I am fully licensed to give them. So whitelisting ain't necessary, and the firearms themselves are going to be stored in my quarters and the quarters of my subordinates. So there ain't a need to worry about them being nicked and turned against us. Just the ones that go click and boom, please. All right, sir. You want to try out your selections on our range? Queries the clerk. Victor nods. Yeah, I would. He turns to me. You want to stay here, Cap? You don't need to come. I think for a moment before answering, I'll come. I want to see what I'm spending the ship's budget on before closing the two of my eyes that are still natural, thus having a need for eyelids, to effect a Terran wink. Victor laughs. All right, Cap. Good to know what you're paying for. The clerk shows us through to a long room, most of which is segregated from us by a barrier with gaps at roughly Terran waist to head height, with wide margin of error, seemingly to account for the stunning variety present in humans themselves, let alone other Terran species. The clerk gives Victor a pair of earmuffs and me a soundproof field generator. He apologetically explains that they don't have any headsets that would fit me, that the noise of firearms being fired repeatedly can be damaging even to the hearing of Terrans, and that Victor is being given earmuffs, which only dampen rather than blocking the sound intentionally. Sound is apparently one data stream that will allow my CSS to assess these guns for quality. I nod and activate the latest addition to the array of welfare devices on the sash strung across my chest. Victor starts with a selection of shotguns he's picked out for himself. He picks up the first, levels it at his shoulder, and fires over the countertop. The explosion is silent to me, but I feel the vibration through my feet. The extent to which the recoil forces Victor's solid frame to account for it is frightening. Handheld firearms are an invention, nearly exclusive to Terrans. Every other species use explosively propelled weaponry for cannons and other static placement weapons, if at all. Experiments with handheld, explosively propelled weapons invariably met with the answer that they were non-viable. To have enough kick to do damage to what you aim at, they need to have enough for the recoil to shatter the bones of a garden worlder. Handheld ranged weaponry needed to wait until we had developed kinetic pulse weaponry and laser weaponry, which Victor describes being shot by us like being punched and like having a cigarette put out on me, respectively. Terrans express general disappointment that it's the post-contact space age, and the most advanced weaponry is still boomsticks. I'm not exactly sure why. Terrans do have a tendency to never consider anything finished. All their technology is just a placeholder until something better comes along. You've got a good CSS captain. He knows his stuff and clearly cares about keeping your ship safe. Not just because that's where the woman who cuts his checks comes from, comes the voice of the gunsmith, causing me to start. He stepped inside my field without me noticing. I recover from being startled and consider his words. Yes, I'm extremely proud of him. He's my daughter's godfather, you know. The man is clearly surprised. I know. I didn't even know what a godparent was until earlier this cycle. Your species' customs are extremely viral, I voice. He laughs. I could say the same for garden worlders. It's getting rarer and rarer that people come in looking for anything other than firearms choked up with safety features. Pre-contact, we had the ability to make guns that could lock out unauthorized users. But we'd all sort of agreed that such features were gimmicky and too prone to being subverted. We just trusted in the licensing and training of users to keep people safe from accidents. Historically, there were countries where you didn't need any training at all to buy a firearm, and they would accept home defense as a valid reason you needed one. I'm glad we eventually came to our senses about that sort of thing. I laugh. Yes, there was a brief discussion of the possibility of using a nanoforge to remove the safety features in our existing supply of firearms. Victor utterly shut that down, citing that subverting a civilian nanoforge to be capable of making or modifying weaponry was a crime. Your species can be sticklers sometimes. He chortles. We watch as Victor expertly fires off each of the guns he has picked out. I don't think he misses a single shot, even without the aiming reticule being projected into his vision via his occipital lobe. As he tests, he sorts them into two piles, a large pile, which I infer to be the rejects, and a small pile, which I infer to be those accepted. Victor was quite disappointed by his subordinates' declaration that they didn't wish to be the boyfriends waiting for their girlfriend to be done, shoe shopping, and that they would trust him to pick out the best firearms that met with their specifications. That was a rather amusing exchange, even if it was fraught with cultural touchpoints that missed my beak. Having made his selections, Victor turns to us and indicates to take down the soundproof field. He converses with the clerk regarding his selections, the quantity of ammunition he wishes to take for them, and the time frame of the waiting period and repairs of the plasma blades. At the end of this, the clerk tallies the total we owe and flicks it to my holopad. It's pricey, but you really can't put a price on a properly secured ship. I pay it. Victor heartily shakes hands with the clerk, followed by the clerk very gently shaking my wing claw. We smile and wave as Victor leaves, me back atop his left shoulder. Later. Whew, I really did not expect gun shopping to take all morning, proclaims Victor. Well, don't relax too much. We still have one more stop before we're off duty for the day, and I imagine that this one will be somewhat more mentally taxing. I chide gently. He laughs. You got it, Cap. I'll stay wired for what's coming. We keep walking for a while before our destination comes into view. We draw up to the building that looks like it was designed by a committee of utilitarian garden worlders, fighting with artistic Terrans. Zanzibar Empia's Office of Deathworlder Relations Consulate, I state, looking up. It takes me a moment to realize that we've ceased moving. I look down at Victor, his face a mask of apprehension. For all his flippancy, he's clearly still worried about what might be to come. I rest my wing claws on his head, causing him to look up at me. I smile. Let's go in, shall we? Victor? He smiles back and nods before stepping forward. Victor and I sit in the waiting room. His foot taps nervously, and I nestle into the seat next to his. A while ago, he commented that the Throljek woman who showed us in here looked like a Draenei, which is apparently a race from a centuries-old Terran media franchise. But he hasn't said anything since then. She just looked like a relatively normal Throljek female to me. Throljeks are somewhat dissimilar to Terrans. It is curious that the variety of life on Earth means that Terrans have an apt animal to compare half the sapients that they encounter with, and the variety of their imaginings covers the other half. Most garden worlds have no more than a few hundred unique animal species, compared to the millions of animals that call Earth their home. To Terrans, Ricali are secretary birds, Rethij are giant squid, Shouso are pink elephants. The notion of creating an imaginary race, purely for entertainment, would be concerning to a garden worlder without familiarity with Terrans. Just then, another testament to the rich tapestry of Terra enters the room. She's a Neanderthal woman who stands noticeably shorter than even Jenny, though what she lacks in height, she more than makes up for in bulk. I don't believe I've ever seen a more solidly built human. Her face is expressionless, and her voice monotone as she strides up to Victor and says, "Stand up, I need to frisk you." Victor's face breaks with recognition. "I know you. You're a Thran Gimli hunter, the galaxy's strongest unaugmented woman." She gives no reaction to the recognition, positive or negative, as she says, "Please stand up so I can frisk you." Still clearly starstruck, Victor stands and spreads his limbs. She roughly passes her hands over his lower portion and then hesitates. The gnome through 5 million height differential is such that if she wants to reach his shoulders, she needs to get close enough for full body contact. Her face shows no discomfort, but Victor wordlessly kneels for her to complete her frisk. That done, she turns her mossy green eyes to me, and terrified about what a frisk from potentially the galaxy's strongest unaugmented woman might mean for my fragile bones. I stand, spread my wings out, and complete a full circle to reveal that I am concealing no weaponry. I truly hope that satisfies her. Hope. It seems to... She jerks her head to indicate that we are to follow. Victor lowers his hand to a level where I can step onto it, then raises it, allowing me to step to resume my perch on his shoulder. We walk down the high-ceilinged corridor behind the powerfully built woman. It's somewhat ludicrous that we needed to be searched for weaponry, despite the fact that we passed through a detector on the way in and were, at that point, informed that the whole building is monitored by an AI who will sound an alarm if any unauthorized weaponry is detected inside. Belt and braces is the expression I believe Victor would use. It can't hurt, to be sure. The stocky woman indicates a door before saying, "I will be waiting out here. If I hear sounds of distress or the activation of the privacy field, I will enter with intent to neutralize," in a flat monotone that leaves little doubt as to the meaning of the word neutralize. Victor and I smile and nod, though my smile, unlike his, is definitely colored by fear. We walk through the door and are met by the sight of an uncannily familiar Terran that I'm certain I've never met before. She wears a sort of robe, dress. She wears an outfit which is an assortment of greens that glisten with an iridescent luster, and very peculiar shoes that seem to have the style of sandals, but with the base carved from what looks like wood and raised on downward protrusions toward the front and back. She has pale skin and jet black hair, though with either dyed or modified gray streaks emanating from the top of her hairline to the back of her tightly tied coiffure. Her eyes are a vivid purple, though she's certainly not a Chwani. Those must be modifications. Surely, with Region Tech now ubiquitous across Terran space, I can't be certain as to whether she's 25 or 125, but she certainly has the bearing of an older woman. She stands and Victor bends to allow me off his shoulder. "So, these are the pilots of the ODR's Terran Security Officer program? I've heard excellent things about both of you from my sister," speaks the woman, radiating self-confidence. What is she talking about? Whose sister might she be to have heard good things about us? I quickly run through all of the human triple M's and rule them out as likely candidates for one reason or another. Given that this is Mazia's planet, he would be the most likely candidate. But he's male, and from what I know of human ethnicity, none of them look like they share a close biological relationship with this woman. My mind is spared the effort of gronching under the strain of attempting to resolve the enigma by Victor saying, "You're Emiko, Miyazaki's little sister." The mystery woman smiles and nods, making her no longer a mystery. She is now Emiko, though I'm not quite sure of the implications of that. My mind is still wheeling somewhat. She notices my befuddlement and says, "I'm sorry, dear, I can see I've perplexed you. Why don't the two of you take a seat and we can begin? Our indirect relationship to each other has little bearing, but I'll go through it so it's not bothering anyone." Victor sits in the human-adapted chair. I climb atop the Urkali-adapted perch, and Emiko resumes her seat behind the desk, with a Zanzibari vista visible through the window behind her. "Emiko, Miss Miyazaki starts." "Mr. Taylor's right, I'm Emiko Miyazaki. Jean and I share a father, though we were born on different planets, about 14 years apart, and never had a real-time conversation until after the peace made FTL comms available across Terran space. While she was overseeing Mr. Taylor's piloting of the SO position, she and I talked about him, his Ricali sponsor, and the program rather a lot. I feel like I already know the two of you quite well, though entirely parasocially. Do either of you have any further questions about any of that? Having recovered from the blindsiding, I answer, "You've covered it quite well." I look to Victor. "I think both of us are more interested in the contract your employer is offering. Right, Victor?" He nods. "Very well," smiles Miyazaki, tapping her holopad to darken the window behind her before flicking a video to display on the wall to her left, my and Victor's right. This is footage that was captured by a long-distance, semi-true AI-piloted probe, surveying an unnamed death world in the Outer Rim and relayed to the ODR's central office on Citadel around 7 months ago. Please watch. The footage shows a snowy forest of pine-like trees. It must have either been captured in the hemisphere's winter, or the whole planet simply has a frigid climate. The trees clear, revealing the brow of a hill. What makes us think this could be a sapience-bearing planet is just coming up, informs Miyazaki. The footage crests the hill and unveils a broad valley, also heavily forested, but in the middle of this valley is a hill, with a cleared patch of land topping it. And at the center of that patch is what looks like a village that appears to be made of white woven cloth. It's somewhat difficult to pick it out from the snow, until the camera magnifies the image to reveal dwellings with large, indistinct, dark shapes moving between them. I mean, that ain't conclusive. Building shelter is far from sufficient to determine sapience. Tons of animals build shelters, opines Victor, the side of his face showing a contemplative frown. Wait for it, smirks Miyazaki. A few more moments pass before a loud crack sounds from the footage, and the video is suddenly showing only overcast sky. Victor sits bolt upright, his body is tense as if he is readying for action. I'm rather at a loss. A moment more and the footage cuts out. Bloody hell, swears Victor. Miyazaki nods knowingly. Looking between these two, who clearly know something I don't, I say, "Would one of you care to enlighten me?" Victor turns to me, his face blanched. "Those probes are built like tanks, Cap. The shells on them are like 1.5 centimeters of Durasteel. Same stuff Terran armor's built out of. Most Deathworld animals are wary of them because they're unfamiliar and don't look particularly appetizing. It actually makes study in zoology using them quite difficult. Something managed to sneak up on that probe and take it out without being seen. I mean, it ain't impossible that it was just an uncharacteristically brazen and stealthy animal. It ain't impossible that it was a 1 in a billion fluke, like it got hit by a meteorite or whatever, but it sort of seems like when you put it together with the settlement, it captured footage of something was tracking that probe, identified it as a threat, and met it with sufficient force to destroy it. That's much more convincing than the village." Miyazaki nods appreciatively at Victor. "Someone's done their homework, or is an avid fanboy of the search for Deathworld sapience." Victor's face flushes. I ask, "So where is this planet?" Wishing to distract from the embarrassment that Victor is, for whatever reason, feeling about his unusual level of knowledge on the ODR's probes. In answer, Miyazaki pulls up a 3D projection of the entire galaxy from her holopad. That's not a good sign. "Here," says Miyazaki, indicating a red dot on the outer end of the Orion Cygnus arm, "is where we are now, Zanzibar Mpia. This," she changes the display to highlight a mostly contiguous area, largely in that arm of the galaxy, but spilling over into the arm we just came from and the next one along, as well as having a few exclaves from more intrepid settlements, further out and a few enclaves, from garden worlds that happen to be located within it, is Terran space. This," she highlights a dot in yellow, almost precisely on the opposite side of the galaxy, "is survey planet AG 10790263b. That's the planet we're after. We've left it unnamed, as, with the possibility of it being sapience-bearing, we want to give the natives the chance to name it themselves, if there are any." Both Victor's and my faces fall. "That's a year's journey from here," comments Victor dejectedly. Miyazaki gives a mirthless smile. "Did you think it would be a brief jaunt over to the next galactic arm? That you'd be laughing along with your new Deathworlder friends in a matter of weeks?" I interrupt here. "Miss Miyazaki, that was uncalled for. We have come here in good faith to listen to the ODR's proposal and not to be insulted." Her face momentarily shows surprise before she rights herself. "My apologies, Captain. I can see I crossed a line. I meant no offense. My sister did tell me that you can be rather fierce when the occasion strikes. I must admit to not fully believing it until now." I give a satisfied Terran nod. I think my CSS's reaction has a little more to do with the fact that this is almost as inconvenient a place as we could wish to start from. Much as I don't wish to pass on this contract, are there not more conveniently placed Deathworld research ships Ones located closer to this planet? She smiles and nods. There are, but, well, after what happened the first time the GU made contact with a death world, the ODR is determined not to make any mistakes this time. We want the best. You are the best. I cock a brow tuft. The best? In answer, Miyazaki flicks a spreadsheet to display on the wall. This is your ship's incident report log filed with the ODR. There are precisely 394 incidents reported since the start of Victor's tenure aboard, roughly one every 8 Terran days on average. Everything from mild stomachache resultant from consumption of unidentified Death World berries to mauling from Death World fauna. I frown. That's a strange way of defining best, Miss Miyazaki. She smiles and shakes her head, flicking another nearly empty log to the display. Not when we compare it to the list of fatalities from the same period. There is only one name on this list. Researcher Halby, who died in his bed of heart failure around 3 years ago. I still remember Victor in his people's bright white mourning colors as we cremated Halb. It hit him quite hard. One death in nearly a decade, and not even mission-related. That's so good that we've audited you several times thinking you had to be covering up fatalities. If you are, we've not found any indication of it. Also, your last report indicated that you'd hired not only additional SOs, but non-security Terran staff as well. Your ship is a shining example of what is possible when Death Worlders and Garden Worlders collaborate. I also can't pretend that there isn't a political aspect to this as well. The original pilots of the ODR's SO qualification being the ones to convey ODR representation on a Death World first contact. It would be a moderate propaganda coup. There's also the fact that you just arrested a crew of pirates to consider. My face and Victor's screw up in mild disgust. I know, says Miyazaki with a placatory wave of her hand. I don't like being a woman who has to consider the public perception of things like this. I didn't do a degree in doctorate after the war was concluded to be worried about politics. However, there is still a persistent issue with people rejecting the ODR's prescriptions as governmental overreach. The better we're perceived, the less likely it is that Garden World. Captains decide that Death World research is lucrative enough to get into, and damn it if they're going to be told they need a Terran with their excursion parties. Our good image saves lives. Seeing the sense in what this woman is saying, but still not liking being used as a poster girl, I ask, so, would it be you we are to convey to this planet, Dr. Miyazaki? She raises a finger and says, if it's all right with you, please just call me Emiko. Dr. Miyazaki was my father, and yes, she winks, only the best. Victor gives an excited jerk, causing me to start, and exclaims, is that why you're under guard by Thran Hunter? Is she gonna come too? Dr. Miyazaki. Emiko laughs through her nose and says, just so, Mr. Taylor. I can see you're familiar with her exploits as a bodybuilder, though if you're looking to seduce her, I don't believe you'll have much luck. Victor shakes his head with a frown and says, is a guy not capable of admiring a woman without it being construed romantically? I'm merely a fan is all. I'm quite happily paired already, thank you very much. I'm unsure whether I should interject, but decide to back him up. His partner's about as far from Miss Hunter as it's possible to get while remaining humanoid. I know that humans are capable of eclectic taste, but my intuition, for whatever it's worth, is that he's telling the truth about not having that sort of interest in Miss Hunter. Miyazaki laughs heartily. All right then. With that vouching, I have no further worry about things becoming awkward, Mr. Taylor. Nodding, I continue. So we would likely need to reinforce several dorms to be Death Worlder resistant. We've only got one so far. I mean, we have 34 dorms and command quarters, so that's around 360 private rooms, only around 200 of which are currently filled. But we only have one, which is reinforced 10 rooms, half of which are currently occupied. It would be less if not for the fact that Terrans have a proclivity to couple up, and, having done so, move in with each other. I assume you'll want to bring more than just yourself and Miss Hunter? I assume you'll also want space to accommodate any Death World delegations we might bring back to the Parliament on Citadel? She smiles, seeming pleased. Very perceptive, Captain. The full complement of staff we'll be bringing has not yet been determined. If you refuse this contract, we will likely have to start from the ground up with our second choice, located in an entirely different part of the galaxy, so we haven't actually approached anyone who doesn't already work for us yet. It would likely be around 15 Terran staff, with a similar number of ODR Garden Worlders who would be sharing their dorms. Then we would want 2 dorms for a delegation from this new Death World, if the stars align for that. We'll pay all expenses for those upgrades. We can hire crews to have it done in less than 3 weeks. I smile. My maintenance team are extremely good, Dr. Emiko. I'm sure it wouldn't take them much longer than that themselves, but if you can find people who are happy to work alongside and take advice from Garden Worlders, I would be happy to take you up on that offer. She nods, I'll see to it. Oh, and when the contract is complete, you can keep the upgrades. We won't send repossessions officers to tear out all the valuable parts we gave you. Think of it as a perk. Speaking of, you'll want to know what your remuneration is going to be like for this job. I smile. I fully disclose my ship's earnings to the ODR, as well as the GU's tax collection. I'm guessing you wouldn't have invited us here if you couldn't afford us. She smirks. Quite so. Before flicking something from her holopad to mine, which I unclip to check. The figure nearly knocks me off my perch. This is twice what we would make in the same period as you're proposing to engage us for. With a look of smug satisfaction, she says, when you're employing the best, you can't be cheap. 50% of that up front. The rest on completion, an additional 25% again, on top of that figure. With successful contact with natives of AG-10, 790263B. Swallowing slightly, I look to Victor. His eyes alight with hope, I say, Ma'am, I very much want to accept this contract right here and now, but I can't speak for all of my crew. I shall have to fully disclose the details and put this to a general vote when I get back. I don't imagine it will be rejected, what with the baseline level of valiance I select for in my hires. Plus, the quantity of hazard pay I'll be able to offer alongside it, but I won't go against my crew if they decide this isn't worth it. Is that acceptable? She frowns and nods. That's fine, Captain. But we aren't ready to disclose the potential fact of a sapience-bearing death world besides Earth yet. I'm afraid that if you want to put this to a vote, it will need to go along with an NDA. I can send you the wording of the NDA we've been using. Is that acceptable? Satisfied, I say. If it's the same one I had to sign to read the offer in the first place, then I already have it. That's no problem at all. She smiles. Well then, if you'll allow me, I'll give the two of you the full brief on AG-10790263B. She pulls up some complicated-looking charts. As you can see, its atmosphere is approximately 19% oxygen, similar to Earth's, however, unlike Earth's. One extremely lengthy brief later, Victor walks from the building with me perched on his shoulder. He's clearly lost in thought. My own head is still swimming. I extend my wing to rest my wing claws on the top of his head. How are you feeling, Victor? He frowns, like it's too good to be true. Like this can't be that perfect. Like someone's playing with me somehow. He sits down on a low wall. Like, what if it was just social animals that probe was looking at and a freak accident that destroyed it? Terrans truly are emotional, but that's something to love them for. I hop down and turn to look him in the face. Victor, I can't promise that we will be the ones who find another planet of Deathworlders. Perhaps you're right. Perhaps those shelters were erected by animals acting on instinct rather than people acting on inspiration. Perhaps we go out there and find nothing. If we do you think you can survive it? Will you consider it a waste of time to have taken this contract if we find nothing? He fixes me with those emerald eyes and says, You're right, Cap. It ain't worth working myself into a tizzy over what might happen. I'll survive if this turns out to be a disappointment, and whatever happens, it won't have been a waste of time. I smile and wink before hopping back atop his shoulder. Let's go, Victor. We have a vote to compose. Veterans. The Triple M's, Shings, and I stand in an open town square nearby Baharia Kaskazini. Terran security being what it is, Dr. Zunbury wouldn't have been able to collect us from there. So this is the agreed meeting place. I look around at the others, all dressed in a fashion they call smart casual, aptly named. I can imagine them socializing at a gala or relaxing in their common room in these clothes. Even the Shings have emulated the style. It almost makes me wish that Rakali wore clothes. I'm sure that any outfit I attempted to fabricate to match this style would look ridiculous. For the combination of clothes already looking extremely unnatural on my species, and the fact that I'm sure my mind wouldn't be able to reproduce the subtle nuances of it, the way theirs effortlessly seem to. I have to settle for having a slightly nicer sash for my welfare devices. For a nanosecond earlier, I considered digging out my old medals to pin onto it. But, well, Messia has told me that the one whose house we're visiting is a veteran of the opposite side of the same conflict. It would probably be in poor taste. Plus, all of my medals amount to congratulations for not dying. Not really anything to be proud of. I also believe that displaying medals might not be conducive to the casual part of smart casual. Just then, a clear tube with an ornamental conical nose, ornamental swept wings, and a single occupant sweeps near silently over the square before dropping to touchdown in front of the group. And Kasyogi Zunberi throws open the access door, smiles, and says, Get in, nerds! We're going to dinner! There is a general chuckle as the group begins advancing on the transport capsule. We file inside, and Dr. Zunberi explains, We'll be able to accelerate to Mach 10 over the Northern Ocean before we have to decelerate to Mach 2 to pass over the other side of the settlement band, over the agricultural zone, We can start accelerating again, so we'll be able to get up to Mach 16 over the equatorial desert. Should take no more than a few hours to get to the rainforest zone in the southern hemisphere. Mizia puts a hand on his sister's shoulder and asks, "Your two aren't coming?" She shakes her head and says, "No, unfortunately, Lul is still busy with homing your merklets, and Amale, wasn't feeling up to it. They've both said they'll come next week." He nods and no more is said about that, as the capsule begins to rise above the buildings surrounding it. It darts forward, and everyone outside the gravitic compensation fields of me and the Shings sways from the motion. I experience a moment of fear as I believe there must be a malfunction with the capsule's inertial dampening. Then I realize that Terrans probably wouldn't consider inertial dampeners necessary on a planet-side transport. As to be sure. Dr. Zunberry, there are no inertial dampeners on this transport, are there? In answer, she puffs through her nose and says, "No, sweetheart, no inertial dampeners. We like to feel the acceleration. Also, call me Cass, all right?" I nod assent as the coastal city disappears behind us. I spot something in the water below. Rather, I spot two somethings. Two very large somethings, one much larger. "What are those?" I ask the group at large. Mizia answers me, "They're whales. I think they're blue whales." That's a mother and calf. Having spent nearly 15 years in close proximity to a Terran and, for much of it, having actively studied all things Terran, I've of course previously been aware of whales, but seeing the sheer scale of them, it's something different. Just as they're disappearing behind us, the mother gives a slight sideways jerk, and my mind fully comprehends that that enormous thing is a conscious, aware being, not a submarine structure, not a semi-sunken ship. "That calf had to be as long as this transport," I exclaim. Mizia laughs and nods. "I'd guess so too. I think about 15 of the mother would equal the length of the bright plume." My mind boggles. Mizia spends the rest of the time we fly over the ocean, explaining to me the peculiar evolutionary history that allowed baleen cetaceans to achieve their gargantuan sizes, the struggle that they faced with humans of the past hunting them, mainly to turn their fat into lamp oil, the necessity to clone certain species back from extinction after the ocean acidification event of their late 21st century, and the fight that Terrans have been undergoing in Parliament to get them recognized as sapient. Obviously, our uplifts get full recognition, but really, whales are just as intelligent as us already. There's just a bit of prejudice against them because, well, it's difficult to build anything or make any technological breakthroughs when your finest manipulation is a tongue the size of an elephant. They can't really join the community of spacefaring species. When they fare the stars, it's in tightly controlled hab tanks, made by humans. We always get their consent, of course. Had mother and child are almost certainly the descendants of blue whales, who agreed to be brought here to help with the health of the marine ecology. It's much easier to get permission now that we have translator tech. We had to go through some pretty ludicrous workarounds to understand them before. I smile. My translator informs me that you are mentally capitalizing their species name, the way Terrans do for sapiens. You're clearly sincere. He gives a soft chuckle. "Yes, well, a bit of respect is the least I can give them after what my species has put theirs through. Humans have a habit of making a mess." Looking out at the coast of the Northern Ocean, coming back into view, I say, "Yes, but my experience of your species is that you're also very good at cleaning up your messes." He smiles, a skill you have to learn eventually. We pass at a relative snail's pace over the coastal habitation zone then, accelerating on over the verdant agricultural band. Eventually, that gives way to scrub, which in turn gives way to scorching desert. "Dr. Zunbi," Kaz raises her voice to say, "the capsule is indicating that we're going to pass through a pretty heavy sandstorm. Won't be a problem, but we'll lose visibility for a minute or so. Don't be alarmed." Sure enough, an enormous front of dust looms before us. The ship dives in, limiting visibility to a few meters outside in any direction. I see those who are not benefiting from the gravity fields jerk and sway with the increased turbulence. Roughly 90 seconds pass before visibility clears. That storm had to have been hundreds of kilometers wide. At the speeds we're traveling, I wonder what they do when storms pass into the habitation zones. Well, it's clearly not considered apocalyptic if it does happen. It certainly would be on any garden world. We enter into a biome that I'm informed is called savanna. We see great herds of grazing earth fauna, in quantities I have heard of, but again, not grasped before now. The bulk, Cass tells us, are wildebeest. But she also points out zebra, elephants, giraffes, water buffalo, gazelles, and many more kinds besides. She tells us that these animals provide food for a rich array of carnivores, including lions, hyenas, leopards, cheetahs, painted dogs, and resurrected African saber-tooths. If there are any carnivores down there, I don't see them. The density and height of trees steadily increases until we are flying over a thick canopy, through which the ground is rarely visible. The capsule comes to a halt in air and begins its vertical descent. Gesturing out at the thick forest, Kaz says, "Welcome to Msitu wa Mvua, Sisi's and my home." We touch down on the landing pad and disembark before the capsule departs, now passengerless. Just as it is on the verge of vanishing over the horizon, Dr. Zunber, Kaz rounds on me and the Shings. "You've all got insect repellents, right?" No and I both gesture to the devices clipped to our fronts. Nan gives an embarrassed, "Err." Kaz rolls her eyes and says, "You'll have to stick close to your wife, Furball. The biting insects aren't a problem for us. We eradicated all known insect-borne diseases centuries ago, but I really don't want to discover a Fulgenzian reaction to mosquito bites to my CV, understand?" Mazia steps in at this point and, bending down to offer his back to the Shings, says, "It probably wouldn't be a problem for them, Cass. The only reason most humans are allergic to mosquito bites is the fact that such a large portion of our ancestors died of malaria. They, not having evolved on a planet that has malaria, would have no reason to have adapted a congenital adverse reaction to them." His sister cocks an eyebrow before saying, "I'm sure you don't want your boyfriend to be the guinea pig for that hypothesis, Cece." Messi and the Shings all look embarrassed. Victor offers me his shoulder, and Hasiak is given a stern lecture from Kays about how even though we will be walking on paths, and even though the toughness of her underbelly scales is an order of magnitude above anything that might be found in a garden worlder, she is to be closely on guard for any thorny plant matter that may have fallen on the path. If a thorn works its way under her scales, septic shock may result. She seems sufficiently affrighted by the lecture. The group makes its way from the clearing into the dense jungle. The canopy is so thick that, even with the intense light of the twin Zanzibari suns beaming down overhead, the environment is dim. The forest consists mainly of broadleaf plants with waxy cuticles. As Kaz warned, many of the plants are thick with thorns. The whole biome is a cacophony of animal calls. It's rather unnerving to think that almost every animal I can hear is one that could kill me if I were not under guard by the group of Terrans. Toon walks next to Victor along the cobbled path through the woods. He takes her lower left hand with his right, and they pull close, tenderly. It's only slightly awkward for me, being on his opposite shoulder. I swivel my head to look behind at Krish, Hasiak, Jenny, Sam, and Samus behind us. Then back forward to look at the Zunberis leading the way, with the Shings astride Mazia's back. We walk for some time before a large house, mounted in the canopy, comes into view. Coming to the foot of a flight of stairs, we begin to climb. The fact that all of the Terrans have the stamina to be able to undertake such a climb without even a complaint after the length they just walked is remarkable. There is a brief question mark as to whether Hasiak will be able to make the climb, not having feet. But she laughs and relays that, living in a galaxy where foot analogs are nearly ubiquitous, you learn how to climb stairs. We come to the top of the stairway, and the canopy-top dwelling is unveiled. We are greeted by a group of humans, the bulk of whom look uncannily like Mazia and Kaz. They are mostly adults, but there are 6 children of various ages that I infer to be nieces and nephews. There is a cheer as the family members come into view of each other. Mazia is swamped by siblings, cousins, and children. The Shings are required to hop down to avoid being crushed. The younger children may have no memory of seeing this man outside of a screen. Then she parts the crowd. Her bearing is such that I do not need to be told who she is. It does not require my noticing her copious scars, prosthetic arm, prosthetic leg, and prosthetic eye, to mark her as a veteran. There is something in the way she holds herself that conveys that louder than shouting. She may still look like a woman in the prime of her life, but the deference the rest show her marks her as their matriarch. I'm a little envious of the level of respect she has shown. She steps to Mazia and, pausing a moment, she pulls him into a firm embrace. "It's good to see you, son," she says, somehow managing to sound heartfelt through her stoicism. He pats her back and says, "It's good to see you too, Mum." The two pull apart and the matriarch looks Mazia up and down. "You look well. Not too skinny." He smiles. "Yes, I've been taking care of myself, just like you taught me." She gives a satisfied nod before saying, "Come, all of you. Dinner is ready. With so many, we need to eat on the balcony. I assume no one minds that?" There is a chorus of agreement that the balcony is a fine place to eat, and we all file off in, presumably, its direction. As I pass the scarred matriarch, she fixes me with those eyes. One natural and as black as coal. One mechanical and somehow even darker. She stares with some intensity. No hostility that I can detect, more like appraisal. Yes, she's giving me the same appraising eyes that her daughter did when I first met her a few days ago. only it feels like comparing a candle and a forge in terms of ferocity. I definitely don't like being so heavily appraised by Deathworlders. Most of a dinner later, I look at the last of the grilled mango half that was provided in accordance with my dietary requirements. It's really too much. This may be a snack to a Deathworlder, but its calorie density is straining my capacity to consume it. Stealing myself, I scrape up the last pieces and swallow them down. If nothing else, this will provide for very rich crop milk for Kakak. By the time I get back to her, I'm sure it will have been sufficiently broken down and diluted by my secretions that spoiling her with Death World fruit won't be a concern. I look around at the rest of the table. With 24 Terrans present, it is impossible for even them to carry out a single conversation. Therefore, they have broken themselves up into 6 or so conversation units. Victor sits to my right. He offers me refill of the juice I've been drinking, and I accept. This feels like a fulfilling moment in life. Just then, I feel a strong hand on the back of the Terran chair I'm nestling into. I turn my head to look into the fierce gaze of the woman whose guest I am. "I was wondering if you might care to come for a speeder ride with me, Captain," asks the woman, clearly leaving no room for refusal. Victor starts to object, but I throw out my wing to stop him. "It's all right, Victor. I would be happy to accompany Wing Commander Zunberry on a speeder ride," I say, my voice filled with far more confidence than I feel. She nods approvingly, and I tip the remainder of my drink down my gullet and get up from the chair. "It's really all right, Victor," I say as I pass him, his face still a visage of concern. The woman leads me to a platform on which is a shining land speeder. She hops astride it, and after a moment of unease, I follow, clinging to her back. Once I am in place, she kicks it into gear, and it steadily levitates above the forest canopy. She engages its acceleration, and we dart forward at a frightening pace. My compensator keeps me from feeling the worst of it, but she's not sparing the throttle. After a few minutes, the Southern Ocean comes into view, and she sets us down on the shore. Glad to have a reprieve from the speeder ride, I hop down. I turn to the mother. "I'm certain it wasn't just to show me the sights that you invited me on this speeder ride, Wing Commander." She gives a mirthful puff of air through her nose, but her face and body remain placid. "You're right, Captain. I wanted to get the measure of you. You are my son's employer, and it sounds like you might be my daughter's employer too, soon. Can you blame a mother for being concerned?" She crosses her biological and mechanical arms and fixes me with that same appraising expression she did earlier. A little perplexed, I answer, "I'm afraid, ma'am, if I am to be Dr. Nkasyogi Zunberry's employer, I am unaware of that fact. Could it be that she is going to be subcontracted to my vessel via the ODR?" The woman smiles and nods. "So you are going to attempt to make contact with another Death World? I thought so. Why does the ODR even bother with NDAs when Terrans exist?" "I'm afraid, Wing Commander, that I'm unable to confirm or deny that supposition of yours," I say carefully. She nods, clearly not needing me to confirm or deny, and seats herself on the beach, her green satin dress becoming somewhat sandy. I walk to the woman and seat myself beside her. "May I ask a question, Wing Commander?" I ask, looking out at the ocean vista. She nods ask. "You've clearly been through at least one round of regeneration. Why didn't you allow your missing limbs and eye to be regenerated? Why didn't you allow your scars to be healed?" She gives another mirthful puff. "I could ask you the same thing," she says, gesturing at my bionic leg and eyes. How did she instantly put me on the back foot? Stammering slightly, I say, "Well, I only got these recently. I haven't had the chance to have species-appropriate regeneration yet." She nods, "And when you get to a place where it is convenient to have that leg and those eyes regenerated, will you?" I have to think for a moment. "No, I don't think I will," I answer carefully. "And why not?" asks Wing Commander Zunberry. Again, I'm forced to consider. "I suppose there's the improved capability of these eyes and this leg to consider," she queries. "And is that all?" Thinking further, I answer, "No, there's pride, I suppose." She turns that fierce, appraising Deathworlder gaze on me. "Pride?" I stand back up and wheel to face her. "Yes, I'm proud of having done what I did. I'm proud that by my action, my boy, your son, our friends, my ship, my life mate, my daughter, and my crew were all saved from death, or a fate worse than death. I'm proud of that. I'm defensive. How has this woman managed to make me defensive so quickly?" The Wing Commander nods and says, "There's your answer." She gestures with her natural arm at the dark brown elastomer sheathing of her mechanical one. "This is a painful memory for me. The day I lost my arm, my leg, my eye, and my husband in a war that forced me to leave my children in the care of an AI caretaker. But, nonetheless, I'm proud. I'm proud of the part I played in preventing my people's extinction. That's why, whenever I go for a round of regeneration, I ask them to set it such that my eye, limbs, and scars are spared. In a softer tone than before, I ask, Do you hate me?" She scoffs. What? Because you happen to be the same species as those that took my husband from me? I shake my head. Because I am a woman who fought against your species' survival. I may never have landed a shot on any of my targets, but I definitely tried to. I would have been thrilled to have been a woman who could claim she'd shot down a Terran. She removes her gaze from the horizon and turns it on me. And had you managed to score a kill during the war, how do you think you would feel now? Do you think you'd feel proud of that? Instantly, I answer, no, of course not. I fought on the wrong side of that war. I fought for cowardice and prejudice. I fought to eradicate a species I thought I understood, but didn't at all. I wasn't fighting Terrans. I was fighting my own imagination. I was fighting against what I thought Terrans were. If I had managed to actually kill any of you, the way I definitely tried to, I would have been racked by guilt about it until my dying day. I'm already racked by guilt just for having tried. She gives a light smile, seeming satisfied. Both sides of that war thought they were fighting for survival, Captain. Your side was incorrect. I don't begrudge you your service, nor would I if you had been the very Rakali who had taken my husband from me. I judge you to be a sincere woman, and therefore, I am happy to give you my blessing as my children's employer. I'm somewhat shocked. Is that it? I ask. You took me more than 200 koanas from your party to have a 3-minute conversation? A conversation we could have had inside your house? She raises an eyebrow. You're unsatisfied? I can grill you further if you want. I give an exasperated puff before seating myself in the sand beside the formidable woman. I don't think I wish to be grilled further, Wing Commander. She smiles. Please call me Naipanoi. Pride. Pit, pit, clink is the sound of Korax and my feet as we step from the starboard lift on Deck 5. It would have been much quicker for us to glide down from Deck 17, but a little rude, given the company we're in. Victor walks a few paces ahead. His footfall silent as we cross the bridge that connects the ship's central section to its starboard. I can't wait to see this panel that you've all been working on, I say with a bemused smile. I can't wait to see the first one. I'm still not exactly sure what a winged hussar is, but seeing Takal imagined as one sounds interesting, says my life mate. I wouldn't base your image of the winged hussars on our artwork, Corey. We went for style over accuracy. There weren't any merc beasts knocking about Central Europe. For 'em to make mounts out of, smirks Victor over his shoulder, managing not to break pace or course, despite the several seconds his unidirectional eyes are not aimed forward. We draw up on the balcony of Triple M and hear the clatter and whir of improvements being made to the decks below us. Since the 84% positive vote came back on our ballot regarding whether to take the Hodiar's contract, the crews have been working near non-stop, with the guidance of the Bright Plume's own engineering team, to reinforce the requisite number of dorms. It's a good thing that privacy fields exist, or the works would be denying sleep to nearly half the ship. Around 5% of my crew gave their notice, accepted their severance pay, and have either already departed the ship or are taking the offer to be conveyed core ward before deboarding. It was a bit of a blow. It's known that the ship can't run without a replacement for, but it still feels like losing 15 friends. The inhabitants of starboard dorms, 0. 4 all accepted reassignments to dorms on port side or starboard dorms, 6. 17. I offered them a small stipend each for the inconvenience, and, as best I could, accommodated all mutual requests from crew members who wished to be placed in the same dorms as each other. I think at the start of my career, I'd likely have just told the computer to send reassignment notices and then deal with any complaints as they came. We draw close to the common room door. Victor indicates it to open and says, "They're here, guys." There is a flurry of activity from a portion of the room still occluded from view. After a few moments, Victor seems to be satisfied that the preparations are made and steps over the threshold. The Triple M's are all bar fluffy who's still at the university, arranged around what they have designated as their mural wall. Triple M Art Gallery is proud to present its second collaborative work, under lead artist Msiamaje Zunberi. You've wondered and marveled at our previous work, The Hussar. Now, Victor pauses his showman affectation here, allowing Korak to ogle the panel depicting me, wearing armor and sat astride Fluffy in our battle charge. Messia and Brunhilde are stood to the right of that panel, holding up a cloth which presumably covers the next entry in this gallery of theirs. Now, without further ado, we are proud to present. Victor raises his upturned palms toward the sheet suspended between his doormate's hands and flicks them down, signaling Messia and Brunhilde to release both sides of the cover in perfect coordination. Pride! The mural depicts a savanna scene with seemingly every kind of animal you might find in that biome, their faces turned toward a monolithic landform, acting as a podium. I stand on this rock platform, facing the host of animals. My legs strike a power pose, My wings are raised above my head, holding Takak in almost the posture that I named her, post-hatching. Only she's not facing me. Rather, she also faces the multitude of animals. Behind me stands a smiling Victor, his copper hair imagined more than octuple in volume, when compared with reality, enfolding the bottom of his chin and spilling down his chest in a thick mane. Beside him stands a smiling Korak, reimagined with noticeably feminine Terran characteristics. It's beautiful, everyone, but I scrutinize the painting a few seconds more. I can't help feeling as if this might be a cultural reference that's missing my beak. Victor's face breaks into a broad, tooth-bearing grin that will never cease to give me a small jolt of terror, as something buried deep in my instincts screams, "He's about to eat you! Fly away!" I said, "You probably ain't seen this one." I'm so glad I was right. Toon's converted it to 350 FPS in preparation for us to show it to you. You both up for a movie night? I narrow my biological eyes. How long is this film you want to show us, Victor? Many Terrans have the ability to maintain unflinching concentration for hours at a time, meaning that, if you're not careful, you can get roped into movie marathons that last horrors for 12 hours. About an hour and a half, not that long by our standards. He smirks. I cock a brow tuft and answer, it's just one, right? He nods. There are sequels, but they ain't quite as good. We only have the original ready to show you guys. All right, I tentatively accept your proposed movie night. I say, Korak, will you be staying? Korak still seems a little lost in the murals, but eventually answers, yes, I think. I'd like to understand the reference of this painting. Great, cries Victor, clapping his hands together once in satisfaction. We'll start getting everything ready. Brunhilde frowns. Is Takakak going to be okay on her own? I chuckle. She isn't on her own. Twyla is very kindly babysitting her for us, gesturing at Twyla's holographically projected form. Twyla nods and summons a live picture feed of my daughter, snuggling into her new Merc Beast plushie, a gift from my chief custodial officer. Every Triple M lets out an adoring, ow! Robotic appendages enter the view, and, synchronized with her holographic arms, gesture, I've got a decanter of crop milk for if she wakes up. She has her plushie tucked into the incubator with her. She's fast asleep, and if she wakes up and I don't know what to do, I can alert her parents immediately. Isn't she just the cutest? Wiggling her fists in front of her chest and her mechanical appendages in front of the camera feed, in a gesture that seems to indicate that she's having trouble restraining her reaction to all the cute. I turn to Toon. Before we start this film, may I have a private word with you, Toon? She looks alarmed, saying, Me? Sure. Would my room be okay? I nod and she leads the way. Victor looks as if he would like to follow, but seems to decide that he either trusts me, trusts her, or trusts both of us enough not to interpose himself into this. She leads me to her room and says, I just need to tidy up a bit. Do you mind waiting a moment? Her cheeks flushed noticeably purple. Ignoring her obvious embarrassment, I gesture for her to go ahead and she disappears into the room. I wait outside the door for a few minutes. My understanding is that Victor has mostly moved into this room as well, sharing the living space with Toon. The same is true for Jenny with Brunhilde and Haysiak with Krish, though in those cases, their rooms could be reappropriated for new Triple M's. In Victor's case, he has maintained his claim on his old room, it becoming a den for Fluffy and the host of the near-nightly Cuddle Puddles. The now 5 spare rooms will be filled by Emiko Miyazaki, Miss Hunter, Lieutenant Loper, and 2 more who are yet to be determined. I wonder if Dr. Zunbi, Cass, will wish to share a dorm with her brother? I've still not heard whether she actually will be joining us from anyone. She probably hasn't decided yet, understandably. It seems as if she has a life on this planet and is aware of the hurt that might be caused by her decision to leave for a minimum of 2 years, having been left by both parents at age 4, one of whom never returned, from what Wing Commander Naipanoi Zunbury told me, and then watching her brother leave as well, as an adult. I won't say anything to Mazia until I'm certain she's coming. I don't want to divulge her secrets or play with Mazia's hopes. Toon reemerges and gestures me inside, and still with that worried look on her face. She sits on her bed, and I climb on her desk chair, which she has arranged to face her current position. So, what's this about, Captain? Are you me no longer needed? That's isn't it? You don't need someone on a mission to a sapient death world who's so. In irritation, I raise a wing claw, and the start of her gibbering self-doubt ceases. Dear girl, you must value yourself more. I just gave you a raise. Weeks ago. Why would I have done that if I was considering letting you go so soon afterward? I say, with a calm but firm tone of voice. She turns her worried eyes down and to the left. Maybe, you changed your mind? Maybe you only gave me the raise, so it wasn't obvious you were going to sack me. Maybe you weren't planning to, but giving me the raise made you realize I wasn't worth it. Unimpressed, I answer, yes, dear girl. And maybe the Titan tears apart the side of the ship and skewers me on her spear. You can't live your life in maybes, Toon. Why don't you listen first? Then make a decision about whether what I say is worth panicking about. Choking back her panic and forcing herself calm, she nods. I begin, Emiko Miyazaki has transmitted over a route suggestion. Her route has a few possible planets where we might make our stops to meet personnel hired from elsewhere in Terran space. One of these planets caught my eye. Nova Fennoscandia is your homeworld, correct? My question, Toon, is would you like us to stop on your planet for a few days before we pass into Garden Worlder territory? Clearly blindsided, she takes a moment to respond before answering, really, I'd love that. I feel sort of guilty for being the only one to have that opportunity. No one else's homeworlds were on the list. I shake my head. Not that I could see, no. I'll lock in Nova Fennoscandia as a stop then, shall I? She nods enthusiastically, smiling. Excellent now. Shall we rejoin the others? I say, making to leave. She throws out a hand in my direction, indicating she wishes me to stay. I stop and turn to her, brow tuft raised. That's really it? You're really okay with me? I smile, more than okay, dear girl. I'm thrilled to have you aboard my ship. Your self-doubt is the one thing about you that I would say needs work. Shall we go? She smiles and we return to the common room. Victor's immediately at Toon's side, looking up into her luminous eyes with a concerned expression. All good? Better than good. I'll tell you later. She smiles, bending to kiss him. No more is said about that as Twyla indicates a perch, facing the viewing wall. That is large enough for me and Korak to share. Once we have climbed up, I notice that everyone else is still stood, and I squint, quizzically, at the triple M's who are stood at the side of the space that is about to become our view screen. Showman persona readopted, Victor starts. Tonight's opening number will be given by a live performance, backed by the original score, sans lyrics. A man of many talents, Mizuyamaji Zunberry, will be on lead vocals with the rest composing the chorus. Immediately, my wing shoots up. Victor, if you are all planning to sing, perhaps just check that the privacy field is engaged. He raises his finger, opens his mouth, screws up his eyes, and pauses a moment before saying, good shout, Cap, and running over to the control panel, sheepishly engaging the privacy field. Without further ado, he says, indicating Twyla to start playing the film, and melting into the chorus, stood behind Messiah. The film starts with a blood-red sun cresting the pitch-black horizon. As Messiah cries out with passion and volume I had not imagined him capable of, given his usual placidity, in a language my translator informs me is called Isizulu, which he apparently speaks. Here comes the lion, father! Followed by the chorus behind him in beautiful harmony, who seem not to be speakers of Isizulu, but to have learned it by rote. Sithi Ingonyama, Messiah repeats his initial line as animals of the savannah are shown raising their heads toward the rising sun. Spectacularly vibrant landscapes, though clearly animated by trichromatic humans, causing me to adjust my main spectrum, mechanical eye to feed me data, matching red, green, blue trichromy, rather than my normal maroon, red, green, teal, blue pentachromy, are shown as Messiah sings at startling volume, backed by Victor, Toon, Brunhilde, Jenny, Krish, Hasiak, and Twyla. At 25 seconds in, Messiah stops, followed by 25 seconds of the other's untranslated harmony, repeating, getting a little more insistent each time, as the screen shows animals moving across these terrains towards I know not yet what, though based on the painting. When Messiah sings again, he has switched into Victor's native tongue, which he also seems to be fluent in. The others continue to back him in incomprehensible Isizulu. The lyrics are hopeful and vivacious as we continue to watch the animals on their journey. Having recently flown over Savannah en route to Nipanoi's dinner, I can confidently say that the absolute weight of numbers present is not adequately conveyed, though the variety does seem to be based only on my intuition. Great elephants are shown in low angle to convey their sheer scale. They really do look like gray, four-legged shouso. After around 1 per 5 minutes, we are finally shown the presumable goal of these animals. The rock, the one that looks as if it could not be a natural landform, the one I was stood atop in the mural. A bluebird flies toward it, and the camera follows, revealing a powerfully built lion with a thick red mane. Clearly, this is the inspiration for Victor's depiction. The bird alights before the lion in a way I'm sure no bird, absent a death wish, ever would, and bows deeply in respect. The lion scowls sternly back for a moment, before a smile breaks over his face, and he returns a regal nod. An aged simian is shown parting the crowd and climbing the rock before embracing the powerful lion, as if old friends. The simian is clearly the inspiration for me. I'm not insulted by that, or I'm trying not to be. The lion and simian then approach, presumably, the lion's mate and cub. The inspiration for Korak's and Takak's characterizations, respectively, I think. And Messiah's lead vocals are paused again for a tender scene where the simian breaks a gourd and smears the contents across the cub's forehead before sprinkling dust on him, causing him to sneeze. I wonder if this is a real birth ritual from one of the Terran cultures. I don't remember coming across it in my studies of them. The chorus chant Ingonyama Nengu Enamabala, almost inaudibly at first, but grows steadily louder as Victor passes Messiah something he keeps concealed behind his back, while striding forward, matching the forward motion of the simian carrying the cub. There is a brief moment, I believe, that the cub is about to be cast from the rock to its death. Terrans are fond of whiplash-inducing tone shifts. I think that would be too much, even for them. My horror is disconfirmed as both Messiah and the simian raise their arms above their heads, the simian with the cub, Messiah with a nano-forged copy of Igthan's plushie. Twyla takes over the vocals, maintaining the pitch-perfect, high intensity that Messiah had. The animals cry out, trumpet and screech in celebration, and we are shown a rotating shot of the cub looking down at them. This looks hand-drawn. Someone had to imagine every frame of that rotation, then transfer that to a drawing. That's endlessly artistic Terrans for you. The clouds part and a beam of light illuminates the cub, held aloft by the simian. Twyla adjusts the common room's lighting to achieve the same effect. The animals bow in a sweeping pan shot, followed by a shot of the whole scene zooming out, then a percussive tomb to introduce the title card. Twyla pauses the film there. All of the triple M's are out of breath from their singing and dancing. I begin clapping my wings together to mimic Terran applause, and Korak follows my example, a little bemused. Victor takes a seat on the couch beside me, and I ask, how much rehearsal was required for that little number? Still slightly out of breath, he raises his thumb and index finger a centimeter apart and says, a bit. I smirk. I'm clearly not working all of you hard enough. If you have all this time to practice song numbers and paint murals. His face falls and he starts, Cap, it's... My wing claw shoots up. A joke, Victor! Take the joke! He smiles. So there are no humans in this story at all? It's an alternate world in which only your uplifts exist in their own atechnological society? I ask quizzically. He frowns contemplatively. No, not uplifts. This was made 2 centuries or so before the first species we uplifted. They're just animals. Imagined a bit more human-like. I'm surprised, but I suppose it makes sense that humans would imagine all those possible friends they could make, long before they had the capacity to actually make those friends. So, how many more interactive song numbers are we going to be treated to? I smirk. Victor shakes his head and raises a single finger. Just that one. My rendition of Be Prepared was nixed because it was apparently too frightening. Are you fucking kidding? Can you believe that? I nod. Yes, I can easily imagine being frightened by your singing. In fact, it's happened on multiple occasions. He laughs. Well, interjects Twyla, if everyone's comfortable, shall I unpause? One film viewing later. I walk with Korak back to our quarters. I was so shocked when the uncle killed the father. I laugh. You wouldn't be if you had watched more than about 5 Terran films. That character was too good, too kind, too competent, and too much a deuteragonist. If he'd not died, there would have been no story. I found it very funny when the protagonist and his friends were discussing the nature of stars, and the stupid one was the only one who was right. Then the other mocked him. Korak nods. That was hilarious. Maybe we should watch some more Terran films. That was very entertaining. I smile. If you can stomach being around Victor's Merc Beast when she returns, I'm sure they'll be happy to indulge you of an endless number of viewings, sweet fruit. Though I don't know how often they'll be willing to rehearse song numbers for us. He ponders that as we re-enter our quarters. Thank you so much for giving us the night off, Twyla. I whisper to Twyla's sensor array between the robotic appendages she's been using to tend Takak. She whispers back, You're welcome, Captain. I really enjoyed watching the film with you guys. I'll give you guys some privacy. Let me know anytime you want me to look after Twaki. I'll enjoy both the data streams from looking after her and hanging out with you guys. Win-win, as far as I'm concerned. I smile and she vacates the simple droid she's been inhabiting. Do you want to use the bathroom first? I ask Korak. Thank you, my Okla. I'll be out in 10. He disappears into our shared-in suite, and I go to Takakik, sleeping in her incubator. I reach out my left opposable wing claw and, ever so gently, trace it across her forehead. Sleep well, my little lion. Motherhood. Victor's perspective. I'm sitting in the chair I brought into Cap and Corey's place to spend time with Kaki. I was playing with her earlier, but she tuckered herself out after a bit. She's lying on my palm, utterly zonked right now. It must be hard to keep your energy up when you're so little. Fuck, she's adorable. I'm stroking a single limp finger from her head down the soft fuzz of her back. If I applied any pressure at all, she'd break. My holopad sounds a single ping, which seems like a gong being struck, in the silence of this room. Despite the fact that I have it set relatively quiet, I take a sharp inhale through my teeth as she stirs and settles. Phew. I don't want to have to leave immediately after waking her up. Standing carefully, I make my way to her incubator and gently place her against her plushie. She nestles contentedly into it. My heart. I turn to her parents on their perch and whisper, "Sorry, gotta go." Cap smiles and nods a dismissal at me over Corey's sleeping head, and I slink out. Once the door closes, I check the time. I think I have time to go buy hydroponics. It'll be good to get a nice lungful of high oxygen air before what's coming. I feel that gnawing pit of fear in my gut, the one that recently made its rude re-entry into my life. Victor Taylor, you've fought pirates. You've been dismembered. You've guarded expeditions to more than 100 wild death worlds. You have a motherfucking merc beast as a pet. What's coming is nothing to be scared of. That gnawing doesn't seem to be convinced. I miss Fluffy. I've got Sam to scritch, and my plushie. I've got the cuddle puddle. I've got Toon, but I still miss Fluffy, even if I know she's where she needs to be right now, with her kids, helping to find loving homes for them. I pass through the gorgeous room with its bright light, glistening water, and fresh air, and breathe deeply. Even if I have time, I can't dawdle and make a terrible impression if I showed up late. I've also got a ton of stairs to go down. I leave the lovely, rich air of the tranquil room behind me and make my way across the bridge to Deck 17's balcony, turning left to come to the top of the ridiculously shallow access stairway. I begin walking down. As I complete the third downward flight, I recall breaking my arm, falling down stairway 5, blind drunk. It's really embarrassing that even that sloshed, I was able to hurt myself so badly on such a shallow angle. It's good that I've not been that drunk since that night. Eventually, I reach Triple M's balcony and walk inside. I drop to Toon's door. No, our door. My room has effectively become the cuddle puddle room and gun locker. The others have free access to the room, but my guns are only accessible with the analog keys I keep on a chain around my neck. I wave the door open and walk through. "Hey, baby, are you ready?" smiles Toon, standing up. "As I'll ever be?" I grimace. She bends to kiss me, and my nose is hit by that cinnamon, blueberry, vanilla scent medley of hers. I may hold her a little tighter than I usually do. She takes my hands and leads me to the desk where she's set up 2 chairs. I take the seat next to hers, and she flicks her holo display to the wall in front of us. It's always a little surreal seeing her monochromatic holo, but I suppose it makes sense if you have no color vision. She opens her contacts and selects one to call. My heart is in my throat as we wait for them to pick up. I try to swallow it back down, futilely. The call is answered, revealing what is either a quite small woman nestled into a very large woman, or a very small woman nestled into a quite large woman. I can't tell as there's nothing in the frame that's a standard size to give me perspective. In black and white, it's also difficult to identify what color exactly their hair, skin, and eyes are more accurately then. The larger one has lightish hair and the smaller one dark. They both have palish eyes and palish skin. The smaller one has a crucifix at her neck, and the larger one the same Mjolnir pendant that Toon has. The smaller one strikes the image of Snow White. The larger one gives off more of a fantasy warrior woman vibe. It always did seem a bit weird when Toon said I was her Prince Charming. Now I think I understand. She meant less in the sense of Rupert Everett, and more in the sense of Beowulf. Toon raises her upper left hand and says, "Hi, Mums! It's lovely to see you!" The 2 women don't answer. Instead, they squint out of the screen at me. "Ha!" booms the larger one. "He's human. Pay up." The smaller one smirks over her shoulder. "I think you'll find, sweetie, that he's also a he. That makes us even. You are a he, aren't you?" That latter directed at me. I respond stupidly. "Mums!" squeals Toon, her cheeks flushed purple. "I go by he, yes," I answer, uncertainly. Smirking over her shoulder again, the smaller one says, "Even?" The larger one grumbles, but doesn't object. The smaller one turns her attention back to me. "So, do you have a name other than he?" I'm so wrong-footed from the unexpected direction this call has taken that it literally takes me a moment to remember my name. "Victor, ma'am, Victor Taylor," I manage eventually. She laughs and says, "While I may be old enough to be your great-great-great-grandmother, I'd appreciate less of the ma'am. You can call me Heidi, son, or Mrs. Arna daughter, if you don't want us to be friends." "Thank you, I say, causing her to cock an eyebrow. "Heidi, Gidja Katrin Thoradotir," beams the larger one. "Katrin to you. It's a pleasure to see the man who thinks he's worthy of my toonie. I don't suppose you keep to foreign sitter, do you?" I have to think for a moment. They're speaking English, but she's just used several New Norse terms without having a translator equipped. Gidja is priestess, is foreign cedar. Are you asking if I'm a Norse pantheonist? I'm afraid I'm not in anything. Ha! Pay up, chimes Heidi. Wait, hang on, objects Katrine. He's not a Christ worshiper either. I believe, darling, that if you check the ledger, you'll find that you wagered her partner would be a pagan. I wagered he would not be. I didn't wager he'd be Lutheran. Grumbling, Katrine fumbles and Heidi raises her holopad, expectantly, over her shoulder. Katrine taps her own against it, paying whatever they wagered on that. Knowing the scale of that model allows me to roughly work out the scale of the two women. I was wrong about the two possibilities, and in actual fact, Heidi is roughly average-sized. Katrine is enormous. Could she be taller than me? Mums, you're really embarrassing me, says Toon, her voice muffled from her face being buried in her hands. Sorry, Toonie, we're old women, and your mothers. It's difficult not to speculate, smiles Heidi mischievously, before turning her attention back to me. So, where are you from, Victor? Earth, Heidi, South London. Excitedly, Katrine asks, a Saxon. I hesitate. I don't know if I'd call myself a Saxon, eh? I might have been born and raised there, but my mum was from Stranraer, and my dad was from Dogger Island. Anglo-Norman surname, but Dogger Island was several meters underwater from about 6,000 years ago, all throughout the Anglo-Saxon age. It wasn't habitable again until 2240, at which point it was settled by people from all over North Europe and beyond. I'm sure you know. Katrine looks slightly disappointed and says, Ah, shame. We'll be reenacting the Battle of Reading while you're visiting. I'd have loved to have a real Saxon playing Ethelred. I smile, so it'd be my job to lose? She smiles back. Ha! The boy knows his history. Have you ever done reenacting before? I shake my head. Can't say I have. I was a bit busy at uni and, well, garden worlders aren't known for their proclivity to reenact Terran history. You can say ain't, lad. We're not snobs, booms Katrine mirthfully before adding, well, I'm not at least, causing a playful slap to the shoulder from Heidi. Fuck! I was register shifting. How long has it been since I've been around anyone who knew and cared that my accent was a bit rough? The triple M's don't care, and even if they did, there'd be no point trying to hide it from them indefinitely. I wanted to make a good impression, so I poshed myself up a bit without thinking. And she called me out on it. I cover up my embarrassment and nod in assent. I wonder if their picture is in color. I'd hate to think they could see the flush in my face. Heidi leans forward, her face concerned. I take it from your use of the past tense that we won't get the opportunity to meet your parents, Victor. I feel my face involuntarily darken as I answer. I'm afraid not. Heidi, they were called up to serve. They both died during the Battle of New Australia. I never met either of them, that I can remember. She nods sympathetically and says, I'm sorry to hear that, Victor. You seem like a fine young man, and I'm certain they'd be proud of you. Thank you, Heidi. I smile somberly. Katrine's face screws slightly in contemplation. How old are you, Victor? Coming up on 30? That's a bit of an age gap, she responds appraisingly. 6 years? More like 6.5, adds Heidi shrewdly. Yes, I suppose so, I answer, shifting uncomfortably at the tacit accusation. And what's your job, Victor? On the ship? Asks Heidi through narrowed eyes. I'm the chief security specialist. So you're Toonie's boss? Reproaches Katrine. You don't think fraternizing with your subordinate is a little unprofessional? Queries Heidi, eyes still narrowed. Mums, that's enough, interrupts Toon, with more fury than I've ever heard in her voice. Maintaining human speed, she continues, I was the one who initiated things between us. He never would have, for exactly that reason. I don't care that he's my boss. I don't care that he's a few years older. I love him, Shin. And that means it's you guys' job to love him too. If you can't do that, then both her mums look as stunned as I feel before Heidi starts. We're sorry, Toonie, we care about you, you know? We want to know that you aren't being taken advantage of. We're sorry. Katrine bursts out laughing, seeming to shock all three of us. I'm not sorry. You must be something quite special, boy, if you not only managed to get Toonie to initiate things, but then got that reaction out of her. Anyone who can make my little girl that fierce has my blessing to be with her. Astonished, I answer, thank you, Katrine. That means a lot. Shaking her head in mock disappointment, Heidi responds, it would be really nice if you could think about things as a mother, for once, rather than a warrior, darling. Bah, no fun in that, smirks Katrine with a single downward wave of her palm. Anyway, continues Heidi, turning her attention back to me and Toon, we should probably talk about the plan for when you guys visit. Sometime later. Bye! We all say in unison before Toon cuts off the call. A few seconds of silence follow before I turn to her and say, well, that could have gone a lot worse. Could have gone a lot better, too, she responds, gloomily. I'm so sorry about them grilling you like that. I pull her into a standing position, then into a cuddle before saying, I'm not sorry. I'm glad they're worried about you. That's sort of what I always imagined having a mum would be like. Plus, I pull away just enough to look into her eyes and smile warmly. You realize that was the first time you've used the L word, right? A look of panic crosses her face as she starts, I kiss her tenderly, and that stops her. After some time, I pull away and, looking straight into her eyes, say, I love you too, Toon. I love you more than anything. A radiant smile breaks across her face, and she comes in for another kiss. Her hands move to the hem of my shirt, and before I know what's happening, she's whisked it off me. Guys? Comes a voice that causes both of us to freeze in horror. We can still see you. You never ended the call, reveals Heidi's disembodied voice. Fuck! Toon didn't end the call at all. She just cut off the display. I didn't notice because the buttons were right next to each other and were the same fucking color. Mums, why didn't you say anything? Cries Toon, her face flushed with a more vivid purple than I've ever seen on it. Well, you were having such a lovely moment. I didn't want to interrupt. Nice physique, bro, chimes Katrine, sounding amused. I don't think it matters anymore if they have a color image or not. My flush will show up regardless. Departure. I stand atop Victor's shoulder with Fluffy at his side. His hand is placed between her ears, scritching absently as we walk. Kaz, Dr. Sabir, Dr. Gomes, and a familiar-looking woman walk on her other side. On our right walks Emiko Miyazaki, with Miss Hunter a few paces behind her, wearing ridiculously heavy-looking armor, colored silver and teal with royal blue gauntlets. The only parts of her skin that are visible are the area around her eyes and mouth, her nose and cheeks being protected by guards that jut from the helmet she wears. It has been explained to me that there was an attempt made to place the armor on the hover trolley with her and Emiko's other possessions, but that overloaded it. It must be as heavy as it looks. Turning his head to the one member of the group that I've not been introduced to, Victor says, I really enjoyed your playing in the piazza the other week. I take it you're a Mahale Nsele? Ah, she was the busker who played the sad songs. Seeming surprised to be addressed, she turns her head to Victor. Yes, that's me. I remember you two. You stopped to listen and both tipped, right? Thank you. Victor waves a hand. You played really well, and I enjoyed it. Thank you. It looks as if congratulations are in order. Who was it that asked? What's he talking about? The three of them all reflexively move their respective right hands to their lefts, drawing my attention to the matching rings they wear on their second to last finger. Cass smiles smugly. I asked. The other two look slightly embarrassed. Forgive my ignorance, but asked what? I probe. Cass popped the question cap. They're engaged, answers Victor, turning his face up to mine. I have to think for a moment before I'm able to make sense of that. I thought, aren't Terrans monogamous? I ask uncertainly. Victor chuckles and answers, mostly we are, but you know our general attitude is live and let live. Polys ain't hurting no one, so we ain't gonna tell them they gotta conform to monogamy because they're offending our sensibilities. Before turning back to the three and saying, good luck with the wedding, you three. They smile appreciatively. I think for a moment before saying, I'm sorry to have to take Cass away from the two of you for so long. Will you be all right without her? Dr. Sabir smiles somberly. It's not ideal, but we'll call whenever our schedules all line up and she has FTLCom signal. It'll give us time to plan the wedding. We might even shop around for a clinic to get a child from, though that's not certain yet. Are you not able to have children naturally, I ask? Slightly unsure if I'm being rude. Kaz laughs. We could. Amali and I couldn't get our reproductive cycles reactivated very easily, and Lul could father a child with either of us. But we've all agreed that that's not how we want to do it. If we're going to have kids, we want ones that are an equal mix of all three of us. Our kids, like, not mine and Lou's or Ami's and Lou's. Mine, Ami's, and Lou's. Can't do that the natural way. I chew that over for a bit. Dr. Gomes turns to Victor. You really don't mind about me taking Gloam? I know Fluffy is okay with it, but Victor shakes his head. I can't imagine a better home for him. Lul's told me about all the prima donnas you've had to chase off. Sorry about that. If you're happy to take him, and Fluffy's happy with you taking him, I'm happy. Honestly, the only reason I didn't suggest you or Lul adopting any of them, myself, was because I assumed if it was feasible, you'd suggest it. Didn't want to pressure you. Dr. Gomes looks pleased, and there is a brief silence as we walk. After a while, Emiko says, I'm glad that we're finally going to be underway. I don't believe Merc Beast weaning has ever been given as an official reason for delay before. Probably ever, not just as long as the ODR has existed. I know it's only been a week since the last of the other arrangements were made, but that is a week in which, however unlikely, the species may have died out from one thing or another. Kaz whips her head to Emiko and says, "Can you talk about that with these three here? They're not under NDA." Emiko smiles. "They're not idiots, are they? I'm sure, even if you didn't tell them, they were able to work it out, as long as they don't go selling the story to a tabloid site or bandying it about the GaleNet. Well, there'll be no need for ODR officers to knock on their door, will there?" She just spoke so sweetly, yet from the look on Doctors Gomez's, Sabir's, and Miss Nexila's faces, it's clear that they understood the threat. Turning her attention to me, Emiko asks, "You're certain about the stops? Shin de Chin, Neonesia, and Nova Fennoscandia. If you divert us around any of those, it will cause delays, as we'll either need to wait for the personnel currently making their way to those planets to meet us on another or find replacements for them." I smile and look forward at the gates of Baharia Kaskazini coming into view. "Quite sure, Emiko's no need to fret," causing a satisfied nod from her. "I assume I'll have the opportunity to meet the three I haven't yet at the party tonight," I query. "You should do. I've made it clear that it will be a good chance to get to know the crew, so they oughtn't to hide in their rooms on deck 4, meh?" she answers. "Good. I'll look forward to it." We reach the gate and are surrounded by an escort of, fully armed and armored, soldiers who walk us across the barracks grounds. It's a little ironic that they're willing to allow a merc beast to roam freely about town, with only Victor to guard her, but here in the place on the planet where she'd most quickly be neutralized if she were to suddenly rampage, she needs a full guard. We enter the hangar, and before we begin climbing the boarding ramp, Cass hugs her fiancé and fiancé goodbye, with not a few tears. We board the ship, waving goodbyes at Dr. Sabir and Gomes, as well as Miss Nexel. I have to get to the bridge to take us up, but the rest of you can stay here to wave them off as we ascend, if you like, I say, addressing the group. There are smiles and nods from all of them as I make my way through the starboard side door. Emiko and Miss Hunter have no one to wave goodbye to, but make no move to leave. They probably want to admire the view as we take off. Later, "Captain on bridge," sings Twi'la as I walk through the door. The bridge crew stand and render their respective species salutes. I dip my head and slightly extend my wings, indicating them to return to their posts. I always felt such pomp a little unnecessary on a civilian ship, but was overruled by my clan mother on the question of whether to do away with it. I step atop the captain's perch and have my communications officer patch me through to local aerospace control. This is Captain Takkal of the Bright Plume, requesting permission to take off. "We hear you, Captain. Sending a route out of system now." The route appears on the display in front of me, and, double-checking that there are no issues with it, I lock it in. "Route confirmed. Confirmed you are cleared for takeoff." Twi'la begins our ascent out of the hangar, and the Zanzibari vista is visible for a few minutes, outside the front window, before we angle upwards and begin our atmospheric exit. I've greatly enjoyed myself on this planet. I wonder if I'll ever return. Sad evening, ship time. Having brought the ship to warp and made my way from the bridge to the central section of Deck 0, I enter the canteen to see it crowded with nearly every crew member. With the new additions, humans are now the single most numerous species aboard. It's interesting to see how they dominate the room. Emiko holds court over a crowd composed of about 9 different species. Miss Hunter stood close behind her, thankfully out of her armor. I would hate to think how much more uncomfortable she'd make people if she were still dressed like that. Victor and Toon seem to be acquainting themselves with what I presume to be the ODR's Garden Worlder contingent from Zanzibar. Lieutenant Loper is talking animatedly to Quidge and Jup about something. The Zunbaris are having a pleasant chat with the Shings and a few others. Dr. Mink is sitting nearby, wearing what seems to be her trademark glower. Krish and Hasiak are sitting with Sha'anza, Igthan, Wahambaham, and Hamtonio, laughing about something. Even Sha'anza seems at ease. She's typically one of the more anxious members of the crew. Then my eyes alight on a table at which sit 3 humans. Certainly 2 of them are human, but the third, she looks the wrong height to be an adult, but the wrong proportions to be a child. Not that there should be a child on a mission like this. They aren't talking with anyone, even each other. Let's fix that. I make my way to the table and raise my wing in greeting. "Hello, you 3. I don't believe we've met. Might I join you?" Seeming a little taken aback, they nod in assent and gesture to the empty stool. "Neol Hatathli," says one. "Kwang Pan," says the second. "Olga Petrikov," says the third. The very short one I'm not entirely sure is the same species as the other two. Takkal, a pleasure to meet all of you. I answer, choosing to forego my clan name and rank in the interests of modesty. I turn my attention to Miss Petrikov and carefully start, forgive me, but are you a Yes, I'm Terran. Yes, I'm human. Yes, I'm Homo sapiens. Yes, I'm an adult. It's called achondroplasia, or more generally, dwarfism. Yes, I could get it treated with gene therapy. No, I don't want to. She interrupts wearily. I sincerely apologize, Ms. Petrikov. I didn't mean to offend you, I say. This is clearly a sore spot for her. It's fine. It's just I have to have the same conversation with everyone I meet. The same questions every time. I know it's not your fault. Garden worlds tend to produce very genetically homogeneous populations, and garden worlders tend to correct all irregularities with intervention. So you're not used to people who look so divergent from their species norm. Don't worry about it. It's more insulting when I have to have the conversation with Terrans. I choose not to ask why she does not wish to be treated, what with the difficulties she must face for being shorter than me, in a society where most people aren't achondroplasic. Given the exhausted way she answered the rest of my questions before I'd asked them, it would probably be irritating. Instead, I ask, what is your profession, Miss Petrikov? It's very unusual that I have to ask the job title of a person aboard my ship. This is the first time I've had anyone employed aboard that I didn't personally hire. I'm an analyst. When we get to AG 10790263B, it'll be my job to lead the interpretation of all the data we get back from the orbital scans and ground team. I won't be going down myself. She winks. I nod. What about you two? Mr. Hatathli? Mr. Fan? Well, we're observers from the UTC's Humanitarian Corps. It's our job to treat any injuries, make sure the species gets treated humanely, and report any incidents and violations to the GU, ODR, and UTC, responds Fan. I'm sure we'll appreciate your efforts. Our existing medics wouldn't be cleared for Death World excursions, I say mirthfully. Hatathli leans conspiratorially across the table to me and says, Hey, Takkal, how much do you know about the captain? I am about to say that I am the captain, but to stop myself, and this might be interesting. A fair bit, and why? What have you heard? I heard she gave Mistress Miyazaki a telling off during the briefing, laughs Hatathli. I heard she's the original pilot of the ODR's security officer program. I heard that the last week we've been waiting to set off was because there was a merc beast at the uni that she was waiting to bring aboard, adds Fan. I heard she rode that merc beast to the rescue when they fought those pirates they brought in, laughs Miss Petrikov. You can't believe everything you hear. All true. I state with some amusement at the look of disbelief that instantly falls over their faces. Though, in her defense, the merc beast was brought onto the ship by CSS Taylor. She was originally very against keeping it and only reluctantly agreed after he pointed out that the rules allow any and all pet types that are not actively aggressive to sapients and, well, the first time she escaped confinement, she proved herself tame. Just about. All three of them look back at me with Death Worlder distrust. How do you know all that? Asks Petrikov. Well, I'm very plugged into the goings-on aboard the ship. The captain and I are quite close. Furrowing his brow, Hatathli asks, What's your job, Takkal? Just then, Victor shouts, Cap! Causing every pair of eyes facing me to widen. Mine twist into an amused smile. I see you're making friends, he says, drawing up to the table. Just so, Victor, these three and I were just discussing your unorthodox choice of companion animal, I respond, still mirthful. Oh, they were asking about Fluffy? He turns his attention to the others, smiling. You're all welcome in Triple M anytime you want to meet her. Victor, calls Toon from across the room. Oop, you gotta go. See you around, he smiles, turning to leave. They stare disbelievingly from his back as he walks away, back to me. It's a rather euphoric feeling to have pulled the wool over the eyes of a table full of Terrans. We've been tricked, we've been backstabbed, and we've been, quite possibly, bamboozled, laughs Hatathli. Indeed you have been, I nod. Why didn't you tell us you were the captain? Asks Fan. I was interested in the candid things you'd say when you didn't know. I hope you can forgive the deception, I say with a Terran wink. I can't believe a garden worlder just managed to trick all three of us, sighs Petrikov. Astonishing. Still smiling, I answer, Don't feel too bad. According to Mr. Taylor, I have the dubious distinction of being an honorary death worlder. I stand to leave before turning back to them. If you wish to be astonished some more, well, you might try mingling a little. Garden worlders might surprise you. You're a little unapproachable, huddled in this corner like this. With three looks of mild embarrassment, They begin getting up from the table to make their respective ways toward groups they might mingle with. I hope they get on well enough with everyone. It could be a long voyage otherwise. Play. Will you sit down, girl? I can't relax with you hovering like that, says Emiko with a pretense of frustration. Mistress Miyazaki, if you are approached from behind, says Miss Hunter, face placid and unreadable. If I am approached from behind in a room full of people, someone will spot the attacker, won't they? If you're worried that anyone at the table has intentions on my life, then you'd surely be better placed to protect me in this space between me and your girlfriend, wouldn't you? Grins Emiko. Miss Hunter has a brief and, to me, unreadable expression pass over her face as she takes her seat between Emiko and Lieutenant Lo Oz-san. Everyone's attention returns to the tabletop. A display of a miniature war zone is projected there. In front of Cass stands an army of mechanical, vaguely humanoid skeletons. There were a lot more at the start of the game. In front of Jenny stands an army of green humanoids with tusks, whose technology looks to have been cobbled together from scrap metal. She definitely appears to be winning, based solely on numbers. In front of Victor stands a fortress defended by Terrans, after a fashion. The odd one, whose body or head is fully exposed, look like Homo sapiens. The rest, well, they're nearly as wide as they are tall and have an overall volume that make the black armor they wear look less like armor and more like small mech suits. Are they mech suits? The usual sleekness of Terran battle armor is, in this universe, adorned with symbols, the full significance of many of which I'm certain must be missing my beak. There are a lot of human skulls on them, though. The way they've been fighting thus far has been frightening, as has Victor's roleplay. This seems to be a canon in which not only are humans exactly the terrifying monsters we always imagined Deathworlders would be, but every race in the galaxy is as well, leading to a state of constant all-out war. How old is this game? I quietly asked Brunhilde. This? 700 years. 8? I'd guess closer to 7. And your battle armor? It didn't look like that in that period, did it? I query. Fairly certain I know the answer. She chuckles. No, that style of armor wasn't viable until we had Durasteel. Had to wait until about 200 years ago. Of course, it wasn't really all that useful until the First Contact War. I consider the fact that Terrans so closely predicted the style of armor they wouldn't have for half a millennium. Kaz raises a fist containing many cuboid random number generators, which she scatters on the table. She enters a command I don't fully comprehend with a stony face. Though, unlike the unreadable expression that Miss Hunter always wears, I can see furious calculation going on behind her eyes. Her gleaming steel skeletons advance on Jenny's army of monsters and fail to have much effect. Crush them all! Screams Jenny, rolling her cubes while role-playing the personality apparently assigned to her faction. Indeed, her roles allow her to finish the last of Cass' forces. Cass throws up her arms and says, "This game is impossible. How are you meant to win?" Now having dropped the ice-cold silence that was her roleplay. Being better, says Jenny, not dropping her facade. This causes Cass to screw up her eyes and purse her lips in a mocking expression. It's Victor's turn, and, affecting a sophisticated manner of speech that is translated to make him sound like the son of a clan mother, though with harshness and aggression that I'm sure no clan mother's progeny has ever had, and using his holopad, hung at his neck, as a voice changer to give his voice a gravelly, garbled, robotic quality, says, Sons and daughters of the Imperium, forgive me that I must order you to waste ammunition against the worthless bodies of these Xeno scum. Those who would dare defile our holy city must have their carcasses cast from its walls. This is our city. This is our world. Cry it out so the bastards in orbit will hear our fury. Glory to the God Emperor. He casts his randomizers and then screams, Fire! Immediately followed by his forces unleashing a withering volley against Jenny's. About a quarter of her remaining monsters are felled by Victor's attack, but she still outnumbers him. It being her turn now, she releases her chance pieces and smiles before entering a command that sees Victor's walls scaled and troops massacred and bloody hand to hand. Wah! She screams as his troops are hacked apart by hers. Her turn ended. Victor looks certain to have lost, only having a handful of troops remaining, entirely surrounded by Jenny's green, tusked monsters. With no roleplay, this time he scoops up his cubes and drops them, before a sinister smile adorns his face. Exterminatus, he says, now affecting somber disconsolation. Shock breaks over my face as the arena is engulfed in vicious explosions. When the firestorm is cleared, it reveals no surviving troops of any faction. Victor throws up his hands in triumph. I am undefeated. Fearsome pretense now dropped and holopad inferring, presumably, from its interface with his translator, that he does not wish this speech to be roboticized. Bullshit you are, cries Jenny with an accusing point. Every time you start losing, you pull an exterminatus out of your arse. Victor smirks. Yes, thus making me undefeated. You did agree to play with it enabled as an option. I think we're going to need to revisit that decision, says Cass with a cocked eyebrow. I realize that the game is a lot less fun when you can just flip the table whenever you're going to lose. How long do you think your undefeated streak will last if you can't blow everyone up from orbit to force a draw? I interrupt, still rather horrified. I'm sorry, Victor just used orbital bombardment. On his own troops? Jenny gives a mirthful smirk. Not just orbital bombardment, Captain. He glassed the planet. I look around the room and see no indication of deception. I'll never understand how you Terrans can be such teddy bears in real life, and yet have such horrible imaginations, I say, shaking my head to convey my disbelief. To my knowledge, the GU never even considered glassing worlds until our war with the Terrans, long after we had the capability to do so. To imagine it when your species hasn't even left your home system. To imagine glassing your own world simply to deny it to an enemy. My musing on that is interrupted by Brunhilde asking, Hey, guys, do you ever think that, well, we consume a lot of pop culture from the 20th and 21st centuries, don't we? Her hands absently working through the fur of a very comfortable-looking Sam. How do you figure? Asks Victor, one arm now around a content-looking tune, the other hand between a blissful-looking Fluffy's ears. She frowns. Well, the film we watched the other week, the amount of early tech-age songs we sing, games we play, books we know, films we watch, etc., etc. You think if someone was watching us from the 21st century, they might come to the conclusion that there had been no cultural development for the centuries in between then and now? Jenny laughs. That's what you'd be worried about in that scenario, Hildy? Not the fifth dimensional peeping Toms? You'd be worried about them being judgmental of our pop culture choices? Well, when you put it like that, responds Brunhilde. Victor has a pensive expression on his face as he says, I think you're right, Samus. I'd think if someone was looking in on us, it very easily could look to him like there's been no pop culture since about 2050. But I think that'd be for a very specific reason. Why don't you enlighten us? Interjects Hasiak, her arms and tail firmly encasing a relaxed-looking Krish. Well, it'd be because they'd skip over all the stuff that wouldn't mean nothing to them, wouldn't it? They ain't going to be interested in watching us watch films from the 25th century or listen to the latest hits by Fleem X, are they? Wouldn't mean nothing to them. They'd be much more interested in us enjoying stuff that they knew, stuff they enjoyed, and stuff they understood. If you cherry-pick only the early tech-age pop culture we enjoy, it'd look like we'd either had a barren cultural dark age for the last 600 or 700 years, or like we were all huge nerds for early tech-age stuff, wouldn't it? There is a silence as the room at large considers that. The silence is broken by Krish, speaking out from beneath his serpentine girlfriend's head on a complete subject change. I have a question for you. I'd really prefer not to call you Mistress Miyazaki. Emiko smiles. You can call me Emiko. I keep telling this one to call me that, but she insists on maintaining a professional relationship with me, she says, indicating Miss Hunter. I've never been particularly in love with being Mistress Miyazaki either. What's your question, young man? I was just wondering about the planet. From the sounds of it, they haven't even developed radio transmissions yet. Isn't there a risk of cultural contamination? We could drastically affect the way they view existence, couldn't we? If they're banging rocks together to make spears and we tear out of the sky in a starship, isn't there a pretty high chance that they'll, I don't know, think we're gods or something, says Krish apprehensively. Emiko smiles. Ah, you're asking if there isn't some prime directive? If we might get all the way out there and find that they're too primitive to contact at the moment, and we need to turn back. I'm going to turn this question over to the room's only garden worlder. Kakal, she turns her head to me. Before Terran first contact, what was the GU's policy on first contacts? Feeling slightly put on the spot by her asking me a question she clearly knows the answer to, I think before saying, well, it was to get to sapient species as early as we could, offer them a seat in parliament, work out a plan for technological, cultural, and population exchange, and I suppose bring them into the fold. We considered it a moderate failure if a species had managed to get starbound before we'd found them. She gives an approving smile and nods. And why did you want to get to them so early? I suppose, humanitarian reasons? That's not exactly how we would have put it. It was thought about more in terms of the calculus of survival. They are better off spread across multiple worlds, with access to the technology that has come from uncountable eons of trial and error, rather than bound, precariously, to a single planet with only what they've been able to develop themselves. and we are better off with one more unique species perspective on any problem. There are ways of thinking that any species will have that will be unique to them, allowing them to solve problems that we can't. It's better to be friends. I suppose. Now that I say it aloud, I realize how much it sounds like Terran reasoning. We want more friends, don't we? More friends equals sign better. And how much thought was given to cultural contamination? She asks, again clearly knowing the answer. Effectively, none. It was assumed that no culture could be so mimetic as to replace that of an entirely different species, that no species could be so influenceable as to have their culture erased by contact with outsiders. There would be loanwords, concepts they hadn't thought about, concepts they had thought about that no one else had. But that would be about the extent of it. Miyazaki smiles. Put your hand up if you think that's true. No one's hand goes up. Obviously, Terran history is fraught with examples of cultural erasure and assimilation after first contacts between people, something almost unheard of on pre-contact garden worlds. Usually not through mimeticism, but rather military might and greed. It took us a long time to get over the zero-sum thinking of our agricultural age. In order for me to have more, someone else must have less. In order for me to win, someone else must lose. That's a mindset that carried on right up until unification. However, the ODR is now equipped with protocols for first contact from both Garden World Doctrine and Death World Doctrine. We are reasonably confident that we can avoid any headhunting wars, like the Ecuadorian Shuar had, and societal breakdowns, like what happened to the Yir-Yorant of Australia. We're also pretty sure we can avoid being worshipped as gods. She winks to Krish. Just then, Twyla says, Plus Ultra are on their way here. I assume we want to let them in? She is met by a chorus of agreement. A few moments pass before the common room door opens, followed by 3 humans and 2 garden worlders entering the room uncertainly. 4/5 of the group freeze upon seeing Fluffy. Miss Petrikov strides forward straight to her. She's gorgeous. Can I give her a hug? She addresses Victor. Sure, he smiles. She ain't got a translator anymore, but, well, she'll let us know if she ain't in the mood to be touched. The diminutive woman buries her arms in Fluffy's fur and presses the side of her face against her shoulder. Fluffy turns her head to give the other side of Petrikov's face a lick with her enormous tongue. Gah, so rough, shrieks a laughing Petrikov. Sorry, but probably should have warned you she'd want a lick. Exciting, exciting, yips Sam, jumping boisterously. Shh, buddy, we don't want to be heard, says Brunhilde, giving him a calming stroke. Okay, mummy, he says, his translator making him slightly quieter. Still exciting? I don't understand why I'm part of this. I only met him recently. It's not exactly like he and I are friends, frowns Dr. Mink. If you don't participate in things like this, you'll never be friends, Fliss, explains an exasperated Kaz. Is the secrecy necessary? Queries Korak. The whole thing isn't always secret. This bit is sort of, obviously you can work it out if this isn't your first, but it's meant to be secret, explains Messia. Krish spent a lot of time on it, says Hasyek, placing her two-thumbed hands on his shoulders. Thanks, Hasi, smiles Krish before giving her a kiss on the cheek. What's the time? Asks Emiko, a silent Miss Hunter behind her. A relaxed-looking Zahn draping her arms around her impassive girlfriend's shoulders. They're on their way back. We need to get ready, informs Twyla. I'll do it. Just tell me when, says Jenny, picking up a miniature flame-emitting device. Twyla's holographic head bobs in agreement. There follow a few minutes of relative quiet as we wait. Okay now, says Twyla, immediately followed by Jenny giving a brief, slightly pyromaniacal giggle as she ignites the blowtorch and sets the fires. Twyla turns out the lights, leaving the room illuminated only by combustion. Then we hear it, the noise we were waiting for. The reason we didn't put up the privacy field. The sound of the Triple M hallway door opening and footsteps making their way inside. Even though I know there are 5 pairs of feet, only one is audible. I wonder if I would be able to hear those footsteps if she didn't intend me to. The sound draws close to the common room door and I take a preparatory inhale. The door slides open, immediately inducing 11 explosive cracks, propelling colorful paper to be blasted in the direction of those who have just entered. Surprise! Shouts the room in unison at a shocked-looking Victor, who's now dropping the combat stance he briefly assumed when initially alarmed by the unexpected noise. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Takud Victor. Happy birthday to you. We sing as Victor covers his face and gives an embarrassed smile between his girlfriend and pet. Not everyone was able to let off one of the party poppers. Korak and I simply lacked the strength to pull the string with sufficient force to trigger the explosives, and both had not a little reservation about triggering even contained explosions so close to our wing claws. Sam, Fluffy, and Twyla lacked the necessary manipular anatomy, though Twila was able to summon a holographic simulation of one, and Fluffy and Toon would have been unable to conceal party poppers if they'd taken them to the gym with him. There's a little confusion when it gets to the part of the song where we are to say his name. Korak, Hasiak, and I had it explained to us that we were to use the name we felt most comfortable with, and a little chaos on that part is normal and expected. As we finish singing, Victor walks to the cake and blows out the 5 wax prisms, one of which is shaped into the Terran numeral for 3, one of which is shaped into their symbol for nullity, the other 3 of which are simple sticks, representing tens of years he's lived, or decades. The room claps and cheers as he does so. "You rascal," he says with mirthful, insincere accusation at Toon. "I thought it was weird that you were so keen on going to the gym and staying there so much longer than normal. You were distracting me. How do you even know?" Toon gives a smug smile and says, "When we were talking to my mums, you said you were coming up on 30. I went to Tuckcall to ask if your birthday was on file. She found it, and we started planning this surprise party for you." "Aw, thanks, baby." He turns to me. "Cap, thank you." I shake my head. "Think nothing of it, Victor. Honestly, I'm a little ashamed that this is the first birthday party you've had since coming aboard. You should have said something. I knew of this custom from my study of Terrans, but didn't quite understand its significance." He laughs. "Yeah, well, it'd have felt a bit conceited to tell a bunch of garden worlders that they have to throw a party for me, once or twice per cycle, to congratulate me for not dying in the orbital period of a planet tens of thousands of light years away." I chitter, "Yes, not dying isn't quite the achievement in the rest of the galaxy that it is in Terran space." Toon makes her way to Victor's side and wraps her arms around him. "We didn't tell the crew at large because we knew someone would blab if we did, but we did prepare an evet to send out if you wanted. We got presents for you. They're over there. We might need to relocate to the canteen if you want to invite everyone and too many people show up." Victor kisses her and says, "Yeah, send the evet. The more the merrier." "Sent," interjects Twila. "Thanks, TWE. As to the presents, I don't know what on earth you could have got me. What do you get the guy who already has everything he could possibly want or ask for?" It was tricky, but we figured some stuff out. "Hope you like them," grins Toon, baring her long teeth. "I'm sure I'll love them," he says, planting another kiss on her lips. Krish produces a long, sharp metal cutting implement and extends it, handle first, to Victor's hand. "Would you do the honors, birthday boy?" He smiles. Victor takes the handle and waits for Krish to release the blade before turning it to the cake. He makes a confident incision, and there is another cheer. Pieces are cut for all except Sam, Fluffy, Hasiak, Twila, Korak, and I, the former 3 receiving a meat-based alternative to suit their carnivory. Twila summoning a holographic piece of cake and assuring us that she is able to simulate the sensation of eating cake for herself, and Korak and I receiving a delectable fruit-based cake. "So, 30, do you feel like an old man yet?" quips Imiko as we eat. Victor laughs. "Not really. Sort of don't feel any different to how I did yesterday. Part of me still feels 16 years old. It's always the way. The older you get, the less meaningful birthdays become. I'm sure that'll be all the more the case now that we have regen tech. When you're 500, you'll be utterly uninterested in people throwing birthday parties for you. Have you heard that the first human is about to pass 200? Interjects San. Really? Queries Krish. Yeah, Hiranur Teriyaki from Yeni, Turkey. She was the oldest human alive when Terran Regan was cracked, and will likely always be the oldest human at first treatment. I mean, unless someone else decides they're going to live a natural lifespan, makes it past 170, then changes their mind. I can get a picture of her if you're interested. There is general agreement that we are all interested in seeing a picture of the oldest human alive. Zahn starts to dig for her holopad when Twila projects 2 images beside one another. "Oh, thanks," smiles Zahn. The image on the left is of a wizened woman with sparse white hair, milky white eyes, wrinkled, waxy skin, and, seemingly, none of the oral outcrops of bone that Terrans use for slicing and grinding their food, not having gizzards. The image on the right is of a vibrant, smiling woman with sleek black hair, the sight restored to her eyes, the youth restored to her smooth, olive-brown skin, her smile exposing a mouthful of healthy white bones. What's her lineage? I ask uncertainly. She's a hybrid. She's got ancestry from all 4 human lineages that existed when she was born. They hadn't sequenced Chwani genes at the time, so we didn't exist. Her hybrid vigor is thought to be a large part of what allowed her to naturally live so long, explains Exxon. According to her Galactopedia article, she is 3/8 sapiens, 3/8 longi, and had a Neanderthal great-grandmother and Denisovan great-grandfather, elaborates Twyla. It's rather a unique appearance it's given her, I observe. You mean she looks like a total babe? Laughs Exxon. She does? I ask, genuinely unsure. There is a chorus of agreement that the Hiranur on the right is extremely attractive by Terran standards. I don't suppose there's any chance that, by astronomical coincidence, she's one of the ones who will be meeting us on the pickup stops, is there? Jokes Jenny. Emiko laughs. To my knowledge, no. If she does come aboard, you'll have to fight me for her. I'm sure your girlfriend will be on my side. Jenny clings to Brunhilde's side and gives her a reassuring kiss. Do you want to open the presents now, Victor? Asks Tun. He thinks a moment. Yeah, probably best if we don't leave it until others arrive. They might feel bad for not having got me anything. Not that they could have, considering that they didn't know it were my birthday, and most of them probably don't know what's expected for a Terran birthday. We move to the pile of presents, and with some ceremony, he begins receiving the gifts we prepared. I hope he's pleased with them. Break. I walk through the gym towards what, until recently, was just called Victor's section, becoming known as the Terran section after the arrival of the rest of Triple M. It consists of specialized equipment that can stand up to the raw power of an exercising Death Worlder, an arena, complete with combat droids to spar against, and behind it, a gun range, where Victor has recently been giving firearms training to Krish, Jenny, Mazia, Hasyuk, and Kos. Tun and Brunhilde are both fully proficient in firearms usage, already from being a qualified auxiliary security officer and security officer respectively. Miss Hunter is qualified from being a bodyguard. Zahn and Emiko are military and former military respectively, so none of them need training from Victor, but, from the sounds of it, they train together and advise each other on improvements anyway. Hatathli and Fan both declined to receive firearms training on ethical grounds, and Petrakov because she can't be bothered learning that skill, and won't be on the excursion party, so doesn't need it. The reason I'm heading to the gym's Terran section is that Twyla helpfully informed me that there was something interesting going on there, then refused to elaborate. I walk in on a scene of all the members of Triple M, as well as a few of the more intrepid Garden Worlders of my crew, sat around the arena. On the mat is Victor, currently engaged in a vicious hand-to-hand bout against a combat droid. As I approach, Twyla's holographic form materializes in front of me and says, "That's far enough, Captain. The gravity in the ring is turned up to 3x galactic standard for Victor and I to fight. It's dangerous for you to go any further." I cock a brow tuft and answer, "Twyla, you are correct in your apprehension that I was unaware of the crushing gravity differential. However, I can't help but be somewhat insulted that you think so little of my intelligence, that you believe there to have been any chance of me stepping in that arena with 110 colors of Death Worlder and 65 colors of combat droid fighting so viciously that my brain is only able to apprehend whirring and jerking." She smiles. "I'd rather warn you and not need to than need to and not warn you, Captain." I fan my flight feathers in concession. Fair point. Caution is what Death Worlders do best, even if you are a computer who is constructed in orbit around a garden world. She laughs. I glance around her to the ring. "So that's you, is it?" She nods. "The rounds weren't even, so I said I'd possess a combat droid to even it out. Sucks that I got Victor first. Though I don't think I would have won no matter what." In confusion, I ask, "Rounds? What are you—" But am broken off by Victor grasping the droid, causing me to realize that that's what he has been trying to do the entire time I've been in the room, lifting it off the ground and slamming it down, hard enough to utterly destroy it. "Damn it!" says Twyla with an affected snap of her holographic fingers, indicating mock frustration. "Did you lose because you were distracted by me?" I ask, concerned. She feigns indignity. "Captain, it's my turn to be insulted. You think so little of me that you believe I can't have a conversation and a fight at the same time? I've still got processing power to spare, I'll have you know." I chitter, "Sincerest apologies, dear girl. So, what's going on? You mentioned rounds?" She smiles. "Come to the stands and we'll explain," and then leads me to the bench on which sit Emiko, Tun, and Zahn, all giving Fluffy a hearty scritch. "Welcome to Constellation Corner, Captain," smirks Emiko. "Is someone going to explain what's going on?" I ask, quizzically. "We're having a tournament," answers Tun with an angry purple bruise at her left eye. "So, Twyla getting knocked out marks the end of the first round. I got beaten by Kos, Emiko got beaten by Samus. Thran beat Zahn, and you saw Victor turn Twyla into scrap metal just now. We're in the semifinal now. It's Thran versus Kaz and Victor versus Samus. Then the winners will fight in the final. I've got a bet with Zahn. I'm betting on Victor to win. She's betting on Thran. So both of you think your partner is the biggest and scariest fledgling in the school canopy? I quip. You're right, Captain. We might be a little biased, laughs Exxon. What are the rules? I ask, unsure if I'll like the answer. You lose if you're thrown from the arena, concede, or aren't able to continue. No hair pulling, no eye gouging, no crotch shots. At Victor's insistence, try not to send your opponent to the medical room, lists Twyla with unnerving matter-of-factness. But for the wry smirk she gives at Victor's rule, that latter is less a rule, more an advisory, I observe. Yeah, it wouldn't be any fun if we had to hold back that much, answers Zahn gleefully. I turn to Hasiek, sitting with the others, not in consolation corner. You didn't wish to participate, I say, raising my voice a little, even though it's slightly unnecessary, as my translator detects who I'm directing my speech at and makes sure it reaches her. She answers, I'm realistic. Toon got knocked out in 15 seconds, and she's death world raised. I know how likely it is that I'd win and how likely it is that I'd be really hurt. Best if I sit out. Hey, says Toon with mock indignation. I lasted longer than that. I hit her 23 times before she got me. Zahn smirks. And how many times did she need to get you to knock you out? Toon looks embarrassed before saying, once, but in fairness to me, she used to box semi-professionally. Zahn cocks an eyebrow smugly, seeming to be satisfied that no more needs to be said about that. At this point, Cass and Miss Hunter step into the arena, and a hush comes over the spectators. How likely is it that Cass beats her? I ask Twyla, while giving Fluffy a scratch between the ears, in an attempt to calm my racing hearts. The absurdity of touching a death-world predator for comfort not lost on me. I calculate her chances at substantially less than 1%, answers Twyla. She may be a boxer, she may be a strong woman, but Thran is the strongest there is and is a professional bodyguard. She's also surprisingly fast. You wouldn't think so, looking at her, but Neanderthals are natural sprinters. Her stamina isn't quite like that of Victor's or Samus's, but I don't think this match will last long enough for stamina to come into play, opines Zahn. The two women take position and bow briefly before Twyla declares the match started. They both raise their arms to guard their upper portions and approach each other. Cass has a full 25 centimeters of height advantage. But I have to remember, Hunter is the strongest woman in the galaxy. Cass throws a punch, and faster than I can resolve, Hunter has caught it. Cass answers with a second punch, thrown with her other hand, and Hunter catches that as well. With both her fists now apprehended by the other woman, Cass struggles to pull away, then seems to give up on that and instead settles for kicking and headbutting Hunter, which she barely reacts to. Cass is forced to the ground, her face a mask of pain before she screams, I give up. Uncertainly, I ask, what just happened? Thran was crushing her hands to make her concede, answers Toon. Remembering the solidity of Kaz's hands, which she demonstrated the night we met by rattling a hardwood table just by poking it, makes the thought of crushing them hard enough to force her to yield terrifying. Her hands now released, Kaz offers her right to Hunter, who hesitates uncertainly before taking it, allowing the two women to shake conciliatorily, before Kaz makes her way over to me and the four who've already been knocked out. Condolences, smiles Amiko as Kaz takes her seat. It's all right. I didn't think I'd beat her, says Cass with a wave of her hand and a shake of her head. I'm more interested in the next two matches. I'd say Victor has the edge on Samus, but I don't think it's clear-cut, and either of them might be a match for Thran. Confused, I ask, they could. Isn't she stronger than both of them? Cass smiles the smile of a Deathworlder who's about to explain something they know and you don't, before answering, yes, Captain, but strength is not the only strength. You'll have to forgive my Garden Worlder brain for being addled by that contradiction. How is strength not the only strength? Surely by definition. Strength equals sign strength, doesn't it? I respond, my natural eyes narrowed. Clearly delighted that I swallowed the bait, as a Terran would put it, Cass begins, what I mean is that being stronger than your opponent isn't enough to guarantee you winning a fight. My trainer used to explain it in terms of the 5 S's. Sighing, I ask, and what are the 5 S's? She holds up her 5-fingered hand and begins counting. Strength, speed, stamina, skill, and strategy. All the strength in the universe doesn't matter if you can't move fast enough to land a hit. The perfect strategy is useless if you don't have the strength to use it, etc. Of course, it's not perfect. It doesn't account for things like Victor's huge reach advantage, Thran's mass advantage, or barrel chest. But it covers all the things you can work on without gene therapy or augmentation. I consider her explanation for a few moments, as Brunhilde and Victor walk into the arena and bow, and Twyla announces the start of the match. I have questions, but decide to wait until the break between this round and the final. The two Terrans circle, both poised in readiness. Their eyes fly over each other, seeming to be searching for any vulnerability, their footfalls precise and automatic, their bodies curled to minimize the front-facing target. For a moment, I forget the fact that these are two friends, two sentient beings who've time and time again demonstrated the fact that they are allies and good people. My mind sees killers, sees monsters. I shake myself back to reality. Terrifying as they are my friends, and this is a friendly combat game. Huh, friendly combat. Based on something I could not perceive, the Titans decide that now is the moment to initiate the fight and engage each other. The fight is a blur to me as they swing, miss, swing, and if those sickening thuds are anything to go by, hit. The two of them seem to be a much closer match than either Kaz and Hunter or Victor and Twila's combat droid. Steadily, however, Brunhilde is pushed back and back toward the edge of the arena. She redoubles her ferocity in a way that reflexively makes me cling to Fluffy. Then, around 3 minutes after it started, Victor's boot ejects Brunhilde from the ring, and the round is over. She stands and the two of them shake hands heartily before she makes her way over to the group I'm sat with. All right, so it's Victor versus Miss Hunter for the final. Now, how would you assess their matchup under your 5S model? I address Kaz. Tricky, she says with a finger and thumb at her chin. Thran obviously has the strength advantage, and I think I'd also give her the speed advantage. As Zahn said, Neanderthals are built for sprinting. I'd have to give the stamina advantage to Victor. It's very difficult to assess both of their relative skill levels, given how much higher skilled they are than everyone but Samus and Toon. I think in terms of kinesthesia and awareness, Toon outdoes both of them, but simply doesn't have the strength to turn that to her advantage in an unarmed bout. Is that fair to say, Toon? Toon's purple bruise is now augmented by purple cheeks, as she says, I suppose so, with clear embarrassment at the praise. She then adds, I think Victor would have the advantage there. I don't know if he has better kinesthesia than her, but she has AC, so I don't think she'll read him as well as he'll read her. I'm forced to interject again, AASC. Zahn answers autistic spectrum condition. My girl's Aspergic, and it means she can't do social stuff, as well as a neurotypical. In this case, it means that she won't be able to see Victor's intentions, as well as he can see hers. She's not shy about it, in case you're worried that I've told you something you shouldn't know. Cass considers, so, strength and speed to Thran, stamina and skill to Victor. She has a mass advantage, and more solid bones than him. He has a lot more reach than her. I'd say those things cancel each other out. That means it'll be strategy that determines this match. I think the best strategy for Thran would be to end the match quickly, proactively close the distance to nullify his reach advantage, and win before he can apply his stamina advantage to wear her out. I don't think she'll do that, though. She played both of her previous matches quite reactively. She waited to be attacked and then responded. Victor's best bet would be to try to draw things out to the point where she gets exhausted. It could go either way. I decide to get Twila's opinion. Twila, what would you put their odds at? She shakes her head. The same as good as 50-50. It's rare for odds to be so even. At this point, Victor indicates that he's done recovering from the round with Brunhilde, and he and Hunter take position in the arena, bowing to one another. As Twila declares the match started, the best security officer in the galaxy and the strongest woman in the galaxy take defensive stances. Fluffy emits an indignant growl, and it's only then that I realize I've been frantically scratching to the extent that I've apparently caused her discomfort. Sorry, Fluffy, I say, seeming to satisfy her by my tone. Those are some nerves I must have had just now to cause me to cause an Atexian merc beast discomfort. I'm probably among only a handful of beings who can claim they've done that and lived, most of whom are in this room. Victor has certainly adjusted his style across the 3 rounds I've seen him fight. Against Twila, he was ferocity itself, correctly judging that her combat droid posed 0 credible threat. Perhaps I should look into upgrading. In his match with Brunhilde, he was poised but still self-assured. Against Hunter, he's cautious. He's actually hesitating to approach her. She stands perfectly still, only moving to keep facing him and adjust her footing, as he moves left and right, seeming to be looking for an angle of attack. After around 30 seconds of sizing her up, he commits to an approach, but seems much less happy about it than he did when engaging Brunhilde. Making use of his reach advantage, he throws a punch which, judging only by the sound, Hunter seems to have parried with her forearm. They both move faster than I can follow, Victor dancing out of range to avoid her blows, Hunter knocking his blows aside as they come. Using his much longer legs, he delivers sweeping kicks to hers, which, while she is thoroughly incapable of returning, don't seem to bother her all that much. Everything about this is alarming. The speed and precision which I infer them both to be utilizing with each strike, the thuds and booms of their bodies impacting each other in the mat, the fact that they're doing this in 1.5x their cradle world's gravity, the fact that they're doing it for fun, or at least not out of necessity. Victor does indeed seem to be attempting to induce Hunter to exhaustion, but she appears to only be answering each strike with the minimum effort to deflect it. Those who are able to follow what's going on gasp in reaction to developments. My brain simply doesn't work fast enough to allow me to perceive. Then, all at once, the motion stops, and I am given a brief glimpse of Hunter, with her hand wrapped around Victor's wrist, immediately followed by him being knocked several meters backward, paired with a sickening crack. Now, lying on the mat, Victor emits a horrific strained wheeze, which lets me know that something is not right. I turn to Twyla. Drop the gravity back to galactic standard right now. Get me a scan of Victor. Something's not right. Then, addressing Brunhilde and Cass. You two, find a stretcher. Gravity is normalized, Captain. Victor Taylor has 5 fractures across his 3 lowermost right side ribs, says Twyla. Odds of survival? I answer, entering the ring with her following beside me. He's extremely unlikely to die from broken ribs and having the air knocked out of his lungs. He'll need regen, though. It would be another matter if he'd had a lung punctured, she answers, all cheer gone from her voice. I pass Hunter and see her usual blank mask expression replaced with one of terror. Send urgent notifications to Doctors Gato, Shing, Hatathli, and Fan. We need at least one of them to meet us at the med room, I say to Twyla, entirely in captain mode now. I draw up to Victor, lying on the mat, gasping to draw air into emptied lungs. Victor, talk to me. Let me know you're all right. Fine. Cap, head, worse. Where's Thran? He answers, through wheezes. I look around and see she's disappeared from view. I turn back as Brunhilde is laying a stretcher beside him and answer, She's gone, Victor. Why do you want her? He raises his right hand feebly and answers, Didn't shake hands. I give a mirthless laugh before saying, You idiot, Victor. Then, addressing all present, From now on, don't send your opponent to the medical room is a hard rule for all future matches. Captain's orders. Fixation. As I enter the Terran section of the gym and pass the boundary of the privacy field, I hear the booming thud, coming in rapid succession from around the corner. I turn to see Victor traveling at dizzying speed while remaining stationary on a human-sized treadmill, his normally silent, footfalls echoing chaotically, his body soaked with sweat, his face exhausted, but fixed forward with grim determination. I advance past an obliterated heavy bag, and he gives no indication that he has noticed me enter. I actually don't think he has. Drawing up to the treadmill, I give a singular, sharp chit to catch his attention. He does not react. Victor, I say, still not getting any indication that he's aware I'm here. Victor, I say again, as he continues running forward at dizzying speed while remaining stationary. Victor, I say, causing him to start. Huff, what is it? Cap, he says, turning his haggard face to me while not breaking stride. I need to speak to you. Could you come off the treadmill? I say, raising my voice over his thundering footfalls. Looking nonplussed, he waits to deactivate the backwards motion of the walkway beneath him, and it begins decelerating. When it's reached a low enough speed, he hops off it and collapses into a semi-reclined position on the floor. What do you, need to, talk about? He says, the pungent scent of his sweat assaulting my nostrils. What are you doing in here, Victor? I ask, attempting to keep my tone neutral and accusation out of my voice. Training? What does it, look like? He asks, bemused. It's the middle of the nocturnal, Victor. Why are you training? I say with concern. Well, I've got the privacy, field up. What's it matter what? Time it is. I ain't disturbing no one. Am I? He asks, slightly defensively. Not with your noise, Victor. Your behavior, on the other hand, has been upsetting people, I say, still trying to keep my voice factual rather than accusing. He begins to try to speak when I cut him off to say, Victor, catch your breath and dry yourself up, then sit with me. We need to speak properly. He shrugs, and I take a seat on a nearby bench, waiting for him to be ready. It takes a few minutes. When he's finished catching his breath and toweling off, he comes and sits next to me, straddling the bench in order to allow himself to face me. So, I've been upsetting people? How? He says, his exhausted face adorned with an expression of concern. Victor, do you know how many times I've visited Triple M in the last 12 diurnals? I ask. He frowns and answers, I don't, Cap. 7 times, Victor. How many times have we seen each other in that same period? Well, we saw each other 3 days ago, briefly, he answers, clearly uncomfortable. Yes, and do you remember anything we spoke about? I ask, evaluating. Reticent, he answers, not as such, no. That's because we didn't speak, Victor. You blew in, made yourself up some ludicrously high protein, high calorie meal solution, picked up some lab grown meat for Fluffy, and then took her here for exercise. Beyond hello, we didn't exchange a word. He shifts uncomfortably but does not answer. What's going on, Victor? Have you declared some sort of death worlder vendetta against Miss Hunter for breaking your ribs, for beating you in the tournament? Are you training for a rematch with her? A look of indignant revulsion passes over his face as he says, Captain, no! She beat me, fair and square. I'm not some precious little man-child who'd want payback for being beaten in a contest I agreed to participate in. Yeah, I'd have preferred my ribs not get broken, but, well, it's not like she meant to. Not like it was spiteful. Thran and I are all good. I cock a brow tuft, you're all good, are you? How many times have you seen her since she sent you to the medroom? His eyes narrow in recall. None? Or if you've seen her at all, it was fleeting, and you didn't say much beyond hello? A little odd, given that you've spent nearly every hour you could in this room, and she's a bodybuilder. Are Terran bodybuilders in the habit of taking that long off from a visit to the gym? His face tells me I'm right on the mark. She's probably been working out in her room, and he says with unease. I press the point. Why would she have been doing that, Victor? She's terrified that you hate her now is why. You haven't taken the time to explain that you don't have a grudge against her, and your behavior is suggesting that you do. She won't listen to your mutual friends telling her that it's not the case. It's unlike you to be so socially blind, Victor. All your friends report that they've barely seen you outside this room. Since the match, Dr. Gatto tells me you've purchased 3-minute periods of regeneration, multiple times per diurnal. Jenny tells me that the longest conversation she's had with you outside of this room was when you came to ask her about the possibility of upgrading the functionality of our current stock of combat droids to make them better sparring partners. I'm told you've not joined the Cuddle Puddle and barely slept in Triple M, implying you're either sleeping here or, more likely, not sleeping full stop. You're looking after Fluffy, at least in the technical sense of feeding, cleaning, and exercising, but you're neglecting your friends. If it's not for revenge, then why? What's going on? He opens and closes his mouth a few times, pain in his eyes. He looks like he wants me to interrupt, to spare him the need to answer my question. I don't oblige him. After an age, he slumps and answers, I'm scared, Cap. What are you scared of, Victor? I respond, keeping my tone neutral and trusting. He's trusting me, so it's the least I owe him. He, abortively, attempts to start several times. It's the thing. Eventually, he stops, takes a deep breath, opens his eyes, and fixes them on mine. Cap, I ain't really had anything I needed to be scared of between about ages 16 and 29. When I were a kid, the worst I needed to worry about was fucking idiots from school finding me on the street and kicking the shit out of me. Age 11, I took up Shaolin to be able to defend myself. Age 16, I defended you. Suddenly, I had cushy uni digs and an extremely generous study stipend, contributed partly by the government and mainly by you. I spent the next 4 years learning how to survive, how to fight, all the ways to recognize danger and answer it, better than anyone. When I came out of uni with my 67th generation black sash, with my firearms license, with my wilderness survival experience, with my xenobiology neutralization training, I felt fucking invincible. The next few years didn't help. Sure, every now and then there'd be a curious death world animal that'd get too close to the expedition, and I'd need to scare it off or put it down, but for the most part, my job consisted of telling people, much smarter than me, to spit out fucking obviously poisonous berries and stuff. I was so much stronger than everyone around me. Sure, I usually weren't the smartest in the room, but I was always the one with the most, what I'd call, common sense. I ain't never told no one this, but at 25, when I were doing the correspondence course to upgrade to security specialist, for fun and a little for vanity, I decided to try and work out roughly how many people in the galaxy'd be a match for me in a fight. It was never meant to be serious. Obviously, in a fight is too vague to be taken serious. Just a bit of theoretics and ego stroking. The number I came up with was 10,000. That was the ballpark, back of the envelope. Fermi estimation of people I thought might be a match for me. How I got there ain't important. The fact is that number stuck in my head. 10,000 people, I reckon, might be able to beat me. Every time I felt unsure about something, I'd laugh that, unless one of those 10,000 have defied the odds to show up and are hell-bent on destroying me, I ain't got nothing to worry about. Then I had my little meltdown, and you hired the other Triple M's, and I was like, cool. Samus is nearly in the 10,000. And in certain circumstances, Toon is in the 10,000. Well, they're friends. so it ain't like I need to worry about it. Then we got boarded. I was the weak link. I was the one who needed to go to Reagan on a stretcher. Everyone else did what they was supposed to. That man, he was just better than me. Suddenly, it seemed like the most vain, conceited, arrogant, narcissistic thing imaginable to have ever estimated myself so high. And since then, there's been a few other things, like talking to Toon's mums. Katrine's got 125 years of HEMA and reconstructed Norse martial arts under her belt, more than 6 times my CQC experience, even if she's only ever used it in reenactments. He pauses here to take a breath before continuing. When Thran broke my ribs, it made me realize I can't keep being complacent. There's scary stuff and scary people out there, and every extra bit of strength I have, every extra bit of experience, skill, makes me better able to put myself between the scary stuff and the ones I want to keep safe. All right, he's given me a lot to consider there. I decide to buy myself time by asking, and the brief region periods, Victor, what are they for? Well, Terrence gain muscle by working out, because when we do stuff that strains the capacity of our current level of muscle, it tears and frays. When our body repairs itself, it effectively says, well, this clearly ain't sufficient. Guess we need to add a little more muscle. Exercising naturally, you've got to give yourself time to recover. So there's a limit to how fast you can make gains. Using Regen, I can just keep going and drag myself to the med room to recover. Last 2 weeks, I've gained 3 kilograms of muscle. That's like 4 months worth. So long as I make sure I've got enough protein and calories on board, only limit is waking hours in the day. And I've been using stims to maximize those, he answers, guilty at that last. So, to summarize, Victor, I say with a wry cock of my brow tuft, your behavior can be described as mighty death worlder, who believed himself invincible, discovers that he is, in fact, mildly vincible, becomes fixated on eradicating the last of his weakness, and ascending from the mortal realm to godhead. Truly a worthy supervillain origin story. He chuckles, but the smile does not touch his tired eyes. The reason it's a legal requirement to have a Terran escort on expeditions to death worlds, Victor. What is it, I say, echoing my words to him the night he broke his arm from drunkenness. He looks up and recalled not strength, not ferocity, self-preservation, nose for danger. I give a Terran smile paired with a nod of agreement. Just so, dear boy. However, on this occasion, your self-preservation is telling you that you aren't safe because things exist that might harm you. Victor, without becoming a deity, there will always be things that could harm you. You also can't be everywhere at once. So even after you attained your unattainable invincibility, you wouldn't be able to guarantee always being next to everyone you want to protect, every time they need protecting. I pause to collect my thoughts before continuing. Victor, it seems to me that you're more likely to lose your new friendships by neglecting them in pursuit of the strength to protect them than you are by failing to protect them. Also, you're clearly suffering from sleep deprivation. How fit do you think you'd be to fight off pirates in your current state? Tears well up in his eyes as he looks down in shame.
You're right. Sniff. Cap. I was being stupid.
I place my wing claws on the stone-hard flesh of his forearm and refute, No, Victor, not stupid. You are a death worlder, and, to be frank, having evolved on one of the single most hellish planets ever studied, it's a fucking miracle that humans aren't gibbering nervous wrecks all the time. What this is you having a moment of realization regarding the fragility of life and wanting to do something about it, not stupid. Granted, what you chose to do was somewhat stupid and counterproductive, but I can understand why you reacted this way. It's probably, in large part, my fault for taking 9 years to recognize that you needed friends. Now you have friends. It's natural that you'd be scared to lose them. He smiles at me through his tears. I stand and extend my wings to wrap them around his shoulders. Reaching to gently pat my back as I hug him, he says, Cap? Yes, Victor? I think I need a therapist or something. I'll talk to Miyazaki about that tomorrow. I'm sure she will be able to procure someone qualified to meet us on one of the next few planets before we leave Terran space. What you need right now, however, is sleep, Victor. Captain's orders. Go to Triple M. Sleep. Either in the cuddle puddle or in your and Toon's room tomorrow. Talk to Thran. Talk to everyone so they aren't worrying. Explain as much as you're comfortable with. Then come and visit Tkakak. When you're ready, she's missed you. He nods over my wing and then makes to get up, causing me to release him from the hug. We leave the Terran section together, and as we pass through the privacy field, I say, Twyla? Yes, Captain, comes her voice over the PA. As of this moment, onboard Regen is for medical use only. Time is no longer available for purchase. I'll make it so, Captain. Anything else? she answers, cheerfully. Yeah, Victor Taylor is limited to 5 hours in the gym per diurnal. If he attempts to exceed that, I stop to think a moment. Pipe and Baby Shark Dance on repeat at 400% standard volume until he leaves. I smile at him. And Cap, low blow, he laughs. Talk, Victor's perspective. Pain, everything is pain. Every inch of me aches. I really thrashed myself to death yesterday. Perhaps I should have made the case to Cap that her injunction against frivolous regions should take effect after I'd bought one last recovery. I open my eyes to see my arms wrapped around Toon's back, between her upper and lower sets of arms. Her upper arms are wrapped around the back of my neck. Her lowers are against the side of my chest. Her sleeping face is angled toward mine, over my left shoulder. I trace down the gully created by her spine with the fingertips of my right hand. My left reaches up to stroke her ear. In my peripheral vision, I see her glowing eyes open. Hey, I smile. Hey yourself, she smiles back. Sorry again for waking you up last night, and for being an arse these last few weeks. It's fine, baby, and I'm just glad you're back with us. I'm sorry it wasn't me who came to talk sense into you. As to waking me up, you know that evolving on an eyeball world means sleep is something I can basically just do whenever I feel like it. None of the crankiness of a light worlder when waking up either. She chuckles. Some people get all the blessings, I smirk back. Yes, and I'm definitely one of them. Though it is interesting that my biggest blessing was happy to let me sleep with 2 gorgeous men and 5 gorgeous women, without him for 2 weeks. Babes, I start wryly. What is rule 1 of the cuddle puddle? She rolls her luminous irides. The cuddle puddle isn't sexual. No sex jokes about the cuddle puddle. Yep, it runs the risk of people getting self-conscious and weirded out. Fliss, Thran, and Emmy still ain't interested then. She shakes her head. Felicity is still doing her tsuntsun thing. Emiko still says she wants to keep a professional distance. But I think that's what she's saying, because she can see how uncomfortable Thran was with the idea and didn't want her to feel like she had to. I shrug. That's fair enough. Thran would probably feel like she weren't doing her bodyguarding if she let her sleep in a room with all of us and wasn't there to protect her, in case one of us was a long con assassin or something. Good of Emmy to recognize that, though. She nods in agreement. Speaking of Thran, I gotta go clear the air with her. You mind letting me up? She nods and rolls off me, and I sit up. Muscles still screaming reproach at me for having annihilated them without fixing them in regen. I reach for the breakfast of meals solution I had the foresight to make up last night. Toon makes a pretend gagging sound as I chug it down. I'll never understand how you can drink that stuff, baby, she quips with a shake of her head. I just need calories and protein to fix myself up right now. The palate and dining experience ain't a priority, I answer, amused. I truly do not envy you persistence hunters for the things you have to do for that stamina. Stealth ambush niche for the win. She smiles. I finish chugging down my breakfast and give her a kiss. You're sure you don't want me to come with? She asks as I dress. I shake my head. I feel like I owe it to her to go alone. If she says she doesn't want to talk to me alone, I might ask you and or Zahn to sit in. But I feel like if we go together, she might feel ganged up on. She nods. Okay, good luck. I make to leave, then turn back for one last kiss. Toon smirks. You? Kiss and gonna go? Kiss or stay here kissing me all day? I'm gonna go. Kiss. I just need a bit of Toon power. Kiss. She giggles and my heart swoops. I love her so goddamn much. Having got enough kisses to recharge my very depleted reserves of Toon power, I bid her goodbye and leave to have what promises to be an awkward conversation. I walk to her door and ring. There are some moments of silence. She has the privacy field up. Then, the door opens and reveals the strongest woman in the galaxy. In a brown tank top and seamless shorts, her coarse explosion of wavy orange hair is tied into a simple ponytail, and she's covered in sweat. She was working out in her room. I feel guilt kick me in the gut. Her eyes are initially at my midriff, but widen and shoot up, almost meeting mine before they avert to look away. Hey, I wanted to talk to you. I can come back if now ain't a good time. If you want Zahn or anyone else to be here, that's fine with me. She doesn't meet my eyes as she says, we can talk. I don't care. I don't need her to see. There's a moment of hesitation before I ask, all right, can I come in? Still not making eye contact, she screws up her face for a fifth of a second, apparently embarrassed of having missed the social cue to invite me in, before standing aside and saying, come in, sit down. I walk into the immaculately kept room. She moved in a few weeks ago, but other than the mannequin holding her ludicrously heavy fantasy armor and plasma war pick, the exercise equipment in the corner of the room, and the heavy bag hung from the ceiling in the center, there's precisely zero sign that anyone lives here. No dirty laundry, no glasses of water on the bedside table, no scraps of paper on the desk, nothing. I make for the armchairs by the coffee table and sit. She's not followed me. Instead, she's toweling off her sweat. Fair enough. I did catch her in the middle of a set, it seems. I'll wait for her to dry herself off. When she finishes, rather than coming to sit opposite me, she walks to the mannequin and relieves it of Rebecca Corbin, releases the power source that makes it a plasma weapon, and, only then, walks over to where I'm sitting. This is odd behavior, but, well, it doesn't read as threatening despite the weapon in her hands, so I don't react. Just observe. Reaching me, she places the beck on the table in front of me. Without looking at me, she takes a few steps back, turns to show me her right side profile, and raises her right arm to place the wrist at the top of her scalp. At least 5 across, at least 3, she says, not looking at me. Utterly lost, I respond, sorry? At least 5 what's across at least 3 what's? Break my ribs at least 5 times across at least 3 ribs, like I did to you, she says, as if asking me to pass her the salt. I'm sure I don't have to tell you to use the hammerhead side, not the beak or the spike. I'm sure you also know that if you hit me full force, you could very likely kill me, so please, just hit me hard enough to break some ribs and no harder. I stare agog at her for several seconds, trying to work out if she's joking. I eventually come to the conclusion that she's serious and feel a rising wave of anger well up. I'm about to ask her what the hell she thinks that she's playing at when I regain control. Remember that I'm here to apologize and calmly start. I won't be doing that. That's not why I'm here. I'm here to talk to you, like I said. I ain't here for revenge. I ain't here to corporally punish you. She rounds on me, eyes now fixed on mine, prominent brow twisted in a pained expression. I hurt you. The only way to make... Not happening, I interrupt, still fighting to keep the anger out of my voice. Please put that away, sit with me, and listen. She stares at me with that wounded expression for several long moments, then picks up the nasty weapon and takes it to place it back with the mannequin. Coming back, she slumps into the seat opposite me and doesn't meet my eyes. Okay, first things first, may I call you Thran? I know we all started calling you Thran and you didn't object, but if you'd prefer Hunter, Miss Hunter, or Gimli, please let me know, I say calmly. I don't offer to call her by her other name. Given that the whole point is to put her at ease, now is not the time to bring up things I only know because of my parasocial relationship with her. Thran's fine, she mutters, quiet enough that I almost don't catch it. All right, Thran, I have an apology to make. She whips her head to me, glaring, and opens her mouth, but I hold up my hand to stop her. Please let me finish. She hesitates, then nods, surlily. I have an apology to make. Yes, you hurt me. However, I didn't begrudge it even a moment. You beat me, and it was a fantastic fight. My apology comes because of what happened next. I should have found you, should have congratulated you, and should have made clear there was no ill will. I got distracted with my own shit, assumed that the fact that I had no hard feelings was obvious, and let you think I was bitter and plotting revenge. I'm sorry. I should have thought about how you'd feel. Should have realized that you don't know me well enough to know that that ain't what I'm like. So was happens, she mumbles. I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. This always happens, she says, fiercely now. I do something stupid, then think something stupid, then it's someone else's job to come and explain it to me like I'm a child. I hate it. I hate that there's so much I just don't understand about how to be around people. I sometimes think that Neanderthals just weren't meant for the space age. We had our time and it ended 30,000 years ago. We had our little niche, living in tiny groups, sprinting down animals in Ice Age Europe, and then we died off because you were just better than us. Your niche let you do what we couldn't. Sure, a single-digit percentage of your DNA might be from my people, but the fact is, my people only exist today because of your people's survivor's guilt. You brought us back to a world that had left us behind, to a world we don't deserve. You saw that, by your standards, nearly half of us had a social disorder. And instead of quietly forgetting that you'd ever cloned us back, and letting those that you had just disappear into your population, you declared the disorder a condition and kept going, kept dragging us, kicking and screaming, back from oblivion, forcing us to exist in a world we just don't belong in, among people who can be expected to just know things, like there are no hard feelings or offering ribs for ribs is not okay. I've hurt someone I idolize, and the only thing I could think to do was offer to let you hurt me back. And it was just the wrong thing to do, wasn't it? Wow. I think the number of words I've ever heard her speak in person has just doubled in the last 30 seconds. And it was all baggage. Every bit as bad as what I spilled to Cap last night. The phrase burst damn comes to mind. Did she say she idolizes me? Okay, Victor, not about you. Ask about that after everything else is sorted, if at all. I want to start, Thran, by saying I'm 30 years old, not 30,000. I wasn't there when the last natural Neanderthals died out. I don't know how it went down. I do know that when you were sharpening spears to hunt mammoths, we were doing the same. It ain't exactly like we're any more cut out for spaceships than you. I wasn't there when we decided to bring you back, and while that is within recorded history, I can't give a full accounting of the reasoning that went into it. I'm sure that no one can, though there'll be people who do better than me, for sure. Maybe you're right. Maybe it was in part a kind of survivor's guilt, us feeling like we didn't deserve to be the only ones who made it when we had to step over so many others to get there. I don't know. What I do know is that the galaxy is better with you in it. Richer, stronger, sweeter. I know that you deserve the second chance you got. When it comes to ASD versus ASC, I think there were people saying it should be ASC since the 20th century. It ain't just causing Neanderthals that we changed it. We changed it because disorder implies it's inherently a problem, which it ain't. It's the way some folk are, and it don't make 'em any lesser. I had a Neanderthal in my orphanage. She was also in my class at school. She was tube-born, not natural-born like you. She was meant to be fostered out, but after the war, fostering prospects were a little thin on the ground. She and I were good friends. She said similar stuff to what you've just said. Not meant tos and don't deserves. Our classmates didn't help. There were slurs, nasty, mean-spirited stuff. The fact is, she was the brightest in the class, and they were jealous. She's a doctor now and married to a man she loves dearly. The point I'm trying to make is, I suppose, does it matter? Does it matter if some arbitrary deity or fate decided your lineage wasn't going to survive the Ice Age? You're here now. What are you going to do about it? Because, well, you're both the strongest woman in the galaxy and its best bodyguard. At least according to the ODR. You ain't doing too badly, I'd say. I take a deep breath, but she doesn't make to speak, so I keep talking. Thran, last night, I realized that I had a ton of issues that I hadn't been dealing with properly. I asked to see a therapist. Don't take this the wrong way, but I think if we can get a therapist, it might be a good idea for you to see him too. I'm happy to listen to you, but I ain't an expert on the human mind. And there's a good chance I might do more harm than good if I try and sort out your problems. This ain't an instruction, it's a suggestion. If we get a therapist, I think you should see him. She nods, a nod of consideration more than agreement. She doesn't say anything. I don't really have anything else to say about any of that. So I decide to satisfy my curiosity about the other things she said. What did you mean, someone you idolize? I ask, interested. She shifts, I think uncomfortably, and answers, You're someone I idolize. That is consistent with how it sounded, but no less surprising. We met each other for the first time less than 2 months ago. We ain't really spoken much in that time. How'd you end up idolizing me? I ask. She shakes her head. You were a childhood hero. I was 12 when I first saw your face and heard about the new SO position. I thought you were just the coolest. I took up Shaolin to be like you. I wanted to be an SO like you, but no course would have me. Social intelligence too low. Couldn't intuit things a garden worlder wouldn't know. Questions I should ask. Meaning of non-explicit gestures, etc., etc. I had to give up on it eventually and became a bodyguard instead. Scraped in because the social intelligence demands were just lower enough. That's very unexpected. I knew they'd used my image to promote the new SO course, but I didn't think I had fans. I knew she had a black sash, same as me. Even if I hadn't read it, it'd have been obvious from fighting her, using her southern boxing style. But to think I inspired it, I don't know if I ever made it explicit, Thran, but I'm a huge fan of your bodybuilding. I just about given up on reading interviews with bodybuilders when I first read yours. So much of it was just preening and posturing. So much of the advice was factually wrong, sometimes irresponsibly so. Then I read yours and it was so insightful. I learned something every time I read or watched you be interviewed. You had a really unique perspective on bodybuilding, and I incorporated a lot of your stuff into my own regimen. She narrows her eyes suspiciously. You're just saying that. I shake my head. True, every word. I'm a huge fan, and it's interesting to learn that you're also a fan of me. Never met a fan before. She ponders that. I stand and say, Thrain, it's been wonderful having this heart-to-heart, but I've got stuff to do today, and, well, I don't want to make either of our girlfriends suspicious. It really ain't an option for me today, but when I'm recovered. What do you say to a workout sesh together? In the gym. She smiles and nods. I hold out my hand, and hesitantly, she takes it for a handshake. Congrats on that well-earned victory, I wink. Thank you, she says nervously. I make to leave, but she says, Victor. I turn back. Yes, Thran? You're in Shi Daoyuan's lineage? She asks, making it sound more like a statement. Yeah, never met him, but he's the man who trained the woman who trained the man who trained me. So, yeah, 3 generations above me. I don't bother asking how she knew that, given that she's just confessed to being a fan. Though it is a little disconcerting that she just had such a trivial detail in her mind, she was more sure about that than I was. Why do you ask? I question. I am as well, and I thought you'd like to know that we're picking him up on Shindichin. He will be the ship's fitness instructor, and Mistress Miyazaki felt that we could perhaps study under him, improve our CQC. It's not mandatory. Wow, I'd be thrilled. That sounds amazing, I say excitedly. I didn't know we shared Shaolin lineage. I guess that makes us cousin of a sort other than evolutionary, I quip. This time she's the one to extend her hand. I look forward to studying with you, Shiru Ming, she says, using my dharmic name. I grasp her hand and answer, you as well, Shiru Feng. We shake and smile. I think this could be the beginning of a beautiful friendship. Arts. It is a lovely sword, observes Emiko, of the sheathed Death World blade, similar to Victor's plasma falchion, on a stand in the shop we're passing time in. If you think it's lovely, why don't you buy it? Asks Jenny cheerily. Would only be an ornament, and really, I have enough ornaments. I'll leave it, she decides. Fair enough, Jenny shrugs before turning to Fan and Sue. It's about damn time you two got together. It couldn't have been more obvious you were into each other. Who asked? Fan's cheeks flush and the Suigu receiving a piggyback from him. Her legs melted into a ring around his waist. Grins over his shoulder. I initiated things. Cuckoo was being a scaredy cat. She squeezed under my door, chuckles Fan, half under his breath. Do you two need to get moving? They have to be nearly there by now, says Messia, the Shing's heads over his shoulders. I turn my eyes out of the circular window at the front of the shop to the enormous forested spire that looms over Shin de Dongfeng and see Victor, Brunhilde, Toon, Sean, Kas, and Thran walking on a path with a sheer drop to their right and a sheer cliff face to their left. There's still some distance from the top. I'd say we have around 30 minutes until we need to head to the shuttle. Incredulously, Petrikov steps to my side, looks in the same direction, and says, You can see them? I can see them, I confirm. With your bionics, right? Asks Krish. I frown, bring my left wing up to cover my artificial eyes, and look again. No, I can see them with my natural eyes as well. Well, my main spectrum eye, at least. At this distance, the humidity in the air is swallowing their heat signatures. That's incredible, observes Hatatli. Emiko smirks. You know, all of you could stand to be a little less shocked. When a garden worlder demonstrates an ability that exceeds that of a human, it can come across as arrogant, as if you believe that humans ought to exceed non-humans at all times, in all things. Everyone, except the shop attendant, Emiko and I, has a moment of looking embarrassed before Emiko looks out of the window and adds, That is very impressive, though, with an appreciative smile. Shi Dao Yuan's perspective. It's quiet, but I hear the shuttle approaching from the direction of the valley below as I sit, playing my erhu, on the steps surrounding a courtyard in the temple I founded half a century ago. I briefly catch a glimpse of the shuttle over the roof to my left before it sets down. I don't interrupt my playing, letting the mournful notes continue to echo across the courtyard. A few minutes pass before my best student, Shishiwei, comes to me and says, Shifu, they're here, the ones who wish to take you. Still playing, I answer, Thank you, Abbess. Please show them in. I retired as abbot around 10 years ago, but continue to reside and teach here. Wei was definitely the right woman to cede control to. When the ODR contacted this temple, saying they wanted the galaxy's finest martial artist to be a fitness instructor of all things, I very nearly responded that they should just visit a gym if they wanted someone to lead Qigong, and such with uninitiated individuals, the detail that 2 students in my lineage are aboard this ship, as well as several others proficient in arts other than Shaolin, it changed my mind. I'm still not certain I won't send someone else, one of my students. Not Wei, of course, but someone from the 65th or 66th generation. It depends on how they perform. A Japanese woman and a Rakali woman with prosthetics enter the far side of the courtyard. The Japanese woman has schooling in Kyojutsu, Kenjutsu, Jujutsu, and Iaijutsu from childhood, and then served in the military, excelling in standardized military CQC there. The Rakali has been schooled in Rakali military aerial combat and ground combat. She was good but hasn't practiced in some time, I'd guess, since the war. That's him? He doesn't look particularly impressive? The Urkali woman asks the Japanese, having correctly determined that I am not wearing a translator and, incorrectly, concluded that I am out of earshot. Don't I? Well, appearances can be deceptive. I answer in fluent Rakali, just loud enough to allow my voice to carry over my playing across the courtyard. The Urkali woman freezes and begins to stammer in embarrassment. But I interrupt. It's all right, ma'am. If you were a prospective student, it would be another matter, but I take no offense at how laughably you've just underestimated me. The two women approach me, the Urkali still visibly embarrassed, the Japanese doing a much better job of concealing her embarrassment. The Japanese woman kneels in a dogusa, and the Urkali, following her lead, folds her natural and artificial legs beneath her, nestling into the ground. Finishing my tune, I put down my instrument and its bow and take out a translator, adhering it to my temple. Even if I speak both of their first languages, it would make things difficult if only one of them could understand me at a time. So, you have students for me? I addressed the Japanese woman. Yes, Shifu. They're on their way up the mountain now. They should be here shortly. I smile. You don't need to call me Shifu, ma'am. Not unless you wish to become my student yourself, which I take it you don't, given your method of arrival. She nods politely. I assume you know how bad it will look if your prospects were on that shuttle and are now hanging back to make it seem as if they walked up the mountain. Don't think I won't be able to tell, I say with an amused smile. I believe you'll be satisfied by the condition they arrive in, Dao Yuan, nods the Japanese woman. I'm afraid the two of you have me at a disadvantage. Might I ask your names? Emiko Miyazaki, responds the Japanese woman. Kakal, responds the Urkali. A pleasure to make your acquaintances. Shi Dao Yuan, you are already aware. I smile. Just then, into the courtyard enter two 67th generation Shaolin practitioners, an East African boxer, a Chwani soldier, a woman whose species I don't recognize but who's clearly had schooling in historical European martial arts from childhood and then practiced full-time for some years in a Taoist art. I think Baguazhang, and a starborn woman who is an utter cacophony of competing arts, but whose underlying basis, I would say, is Bateiracht. They have clearly walked up every one of the 25,158 steps between the town below and this temple. The enormous copper-haired Brit and the even more enormous, though wide and deep rather than tall, orange-haired Neanderthal would be instantly recognizable as the students of my students' students, even if I didn't know them from both having served as unwitting walking advertisements for Shaolin for 14 and 5 years, respectively. The uptick in interest we got after the Brits' Shaolin status became public knowledge, was measurable. Likewise, when the Neanderthal divulged her status in an interview. Most weren't serious, of course, but who's to say how many practitioners there are today as a result of these two? However, as I said, even if they weren't already known to me, I can read my influence in the way they carry themselves. It's always slightly uncanny to see so much of yourself in one you've never met. The Brit, Neanderthal, and Taoist practitioner of undetermined species perform a Baoquan. The Taoist actually performs two, placing the knuckles of her upper left hand against the palm of her upper right and reversing the arrangement for her lower arms. In all my years, this is my first time seeing a multi-armed species perform that respect. The boxer, soldier, and starborn hesitate before copying the salute. I beckon them forward and gesture for them to take a seat with the two women I was talking to. Shiru Ming, Shiru Feng, it's a delight to finally meet you. I address the redheads. The honor is ours, Shifu, responds the Brit, turning his eyes to the ground in respect. The Neanderthal nods agreement. The blue-skinned Taoist is looking at me. Slightly confused, I know why. You have a question, Baguazhang? I smile. Her luminous eyes widen and her cheeks flush a purple color. I'm sorry, Shifu, I meant no disrespect. But you're wondering why I'm not bald? I chuckle. She looks away abashed. I bring my hand to my long hair, tied into a neat bun at the back of my head, and laugh. When you're the galaxy's finest martial artist, you get a bit of leeway in how you keep your hair. None of my students have raised it as an issue. No need to be embarrassed, girl. I'm not offended. She smiles, clearly still worried. Now, I look at the assorted perspectives. Who's first? Do you need time to recover? I don't mind if you wish to eat, drink, and rest before we start. Forgive me for interjecting, but I thought this was a simple assessment. What exactly are you starting? Asks the Urkali woman. The Pai Mei test cap. When those already schooled to a high level in Shaolin or other styles want to study under an even higher master, there can be some arrogance carried in. The test is meant to make us humble. We've got to try to strike him, and he'll only dodge and parry, not strike back. If we touch him, he bows down and calls us master. We won't, though. I'll go first. I carried water up the mountain with me, and I know it won't make a difference if I rest or eat. Answers the Brit, concealing the roughness of his accent. I understand he thinks he's being respectful, but I shall have to have a talk with him about authenticity. If I'm impressed enough to accept him as a student, that is, he speaks with some humility, though. I can tell it's fresh. He must have had some illusions shattered recently. I don't know why I was expecting tea and a chat, chuckles the Rakali. Of course it has to be trial by combat, when Death World warriors are involved. I smile at her. Tea can be provided if you wish. We'll have time to chat later. I'll survive without tea, sir, she smiles back wryly. Turning my attention back to the Brit, I begin removing my weighted van braces and place them down, allowing them to make just enough noise to hint at their mass as I do so. I shall test you first, then, rooming. Then, addressing the others, would all of you be so kind as to watch from the stoa? He and I shall need some space for this. The 5 perspectives and 2 others clear the courtyard and take position together, watching from the covered walkway surrounding the open space. He was right to put himself first. He's definitely not the strongest, that distinction going to the Neanderthal. But he's the one who looks least exhausted from the climb. The blonde, star-born, Chwani soldier, and the boxer being a close second, third, and fourth. The Neanderthal and blue-skinned Taoist have clearly suffered due to their ancestral lack of stamina. I have to say, I'm impressed a garden worlder was even able to make the climb, let alone keeping pace with this group. Coming down the steps onto the courtyard, I am struck by the Brit's height. He has to be 18 centimeters taller than average and 28 centimeters taller than me. He's bulky, too. Not that I'm worried he'll actually manage to hit me, but if I stood still for either him or that Neanderthal woman, if I let them get a clean strike, there's no doubt they'd seriously hurt me. We bow, and he takes an aggressive stance. I take a defensive. Were he less well-trained, I would take no stance at all. However, that would be arrogance here. Begin, I announce. He lunges forward with impressive speed. He aims an open-palmed strike directly at my face. He's almost as fast as me. However, where he has to cover all the distance between himself and me, I only have to move my head out of the way of his strike. Reacting before he even would have landed his blow, he attempts to redirect to my new position. My left backhand meets the inside of his wrist, batting his arm harmlessly away. There's no doubt he's earned his black sash, but, well, I would definitely say his skill has suffered from the best part of a decade of not having any appropriately skilled sparring partners. He's regressed somewhat to thinking of Shaolin as an external martial art, lashing out ferociously to try to cause damage. That's true at lower levels, but at higher levels it becomes internal, focused less on striking and more on avoiding and redirecting. The opposite is true of the Taoist arts, Taiji Quan, Bagua Zhang, etc., which start out internal and then, at higher levels, become external, though the highest level of both Buddhist and Taoist arts is recognizing that the distinction of external and internal is meaningless the same way it is to the uninitiated. My prospective student aims a sweeping kick at my legs. Of course, with his stature, it makes sense that he would favor the northern style, not like the Neanderthal. She has Southern boxer written all over her. Not wishing to remove myself from the ground, I opt to block it with the bottom of my foot, rather than jumping it. I'd say he favors a Tao-style sword, a little longer, custom-made, straight-backed. When was the last time you meditated, Ming? I ask, causing his punch to falter, allowing me to dodge it easily. Been a while, he says while aiming another blow at me, recovered from the falter. I can tell. That won't stand if you're to be my pupil, you realize. Yes, Shifu, he says, more focused now. 40 minutes later. The Brit lies gasping on the ground, soaked in sweat and utterly incapable of continuing. He was much better than I thought he'd be, but still wasn't close to passing the test. Done? I ask, standing over him. A pleasant sheen of sweat on me, but not out of breath. He shakes his head, still gasping too much to speak, and makes to get up. I like your tenacity, boy, but you're done. I chuckle. Sure enough, the strength in his limbs fails and he falls to the ground. I hold out my hand and he grudgingly takes it and allows me to pull him to his feet, feeling that bulk of his. I show him to his friends who have been dutifully watching as we fought. I place the knuckles of my right hand against the palm of my left and bow, a gesture he returns before collapsing. I'm still undecided. I mean, he was good, but I definitely think there are 65th generations at the temple who could instruct him. Let's see what the others have. 1 hour later. The soldier had some speed and a deceptive amount of stamina, given her slenderness. She lasted 14 minutes. The Starborn was definitely the most chaotic and unpredictable, given the rough, utilitarian way she's ripped bits she's deemed useful from 100 different arts. Suggests a criminal background, but she's clearly reformed if so. She lasted 18 minutes. The boxer was good, with her upper half. Her training, however, views the legs as little more than a platform for moving the arms around. Her attempts to kick were a little pathetic. She lasted 12 minutes. The Neanderthal was the best by a hair, but it's clear she's not used to taking the offensive. compensating for her lack of ability to read intentions by simply reading mechanics and reacting. Very clever, but useless in this context, unless she wanted to just stand there forever, waiting for an attack that wasn't coming. The raw power contained in her strikes was unnerving, even to me. That stamina, though, really let her down. 7 minutes. Fighting, or rather, being fought at, inside her climate control field was quite refreshing. I was beginning to get a little hot. Now for the garden worlder. She certainly has some skill from the way she carries herself. I hope she doesn't disappoint me. As it stands, I certainly think I'll be sending one of my senior students on this mission. Much as I hate to pass up the opportunity to learn the martial arts of a new Death World species, there simply isn't enough skill among this lot to keep me engaged for that long. It was so close, too. It's probably for the best. I highly doubt they'd allow me to take Qinglong, and there's precisely zero way I'm leaving him behind. As the four-armed Taoist approaches me, I'm about to offer her the handicap of only using one hand to parry her strikes. Then her limbs whip into a Baoquan with speed and grace that were definitely not present when she arrived, exhausted earlier. I reconsider that handicap. This woman deserves more respect than that. I return her salute and then announce, "Begin!" "She's on me!"
This speed, by the Buddha.
I've fought four-armed species before. Where was this coordination then? If I had given her that handicap, I would already have lost. Knives are her weapon of choice, it seems, from her strikes. Each blow has a pathetic amount of power, but they're so fast, in such harmony. Her glowing eyes are flying over me, searching out any weakness. I've not felt this much on the back foot for decades. How is a garden worlder doing this? I thought I'd seen everything. Oh, she's losing it. That didn't last long. 2 minutes and 39 seconds. That's how much she has in the tank. She collapses, wheezing. I stride away from the girl and to the Japanese and Rakali women, addressing both. If you're happy to wait a day, for me to make necessary arrangements, I would be honored to accept this post, dependent on the answer to one very important question. Taken aback, the Rakali woman asks, "What's the question?" I smile. "What is your policy on pets?"
Dragon.
Thud is the sound of 4 of the 5 meteors of bright blue serpentine beast hitting Victor in the chest in the reception hall of Shindichin's ODR consulate. It's a miracle he was able to stay standing after that impact. He laughs. He's playful, ain't he? The galaxy's finest martial artist smiles and nods. It seems he likes you. I'm pleased. This Chinese myth dragon, as Jenny called him, is the pet of this master, and the ability to bring him was a stipulation of his agreement to come. Of course, the rules I set mean that so long as he can guarantee that Qinglong is not aggressive to sapients, then he's free to bring him. I can't believe there was a species of myth dragons on this planet, and I didn't know about them, exclaims Jenny, clearly having trouble restraining her reaction to the cute, "Can I pet him, please?" she asks Dao Yuan. He gives a mirthful smile and gestures for her to go ahead. Rather than throwing herself at the beast, the way she clearly wants to, she extends her hand to his snout. Victor's explained to me that letting animals get your scent is a good way to get them to trust you. Interesting that humans figured that out, when their sense of smell is one of their few attributes that isn't particularly impressive. Only moderately above galactic median average for sapiens. The creature gives her an inquisitive sniff, then makes toward her shins, coiling himself around the tiny Terran woman until his head rests over her shoulder with a contented, rumbling purr. As her hands move to the creature's head and begin stroking his azure fur, she emits a high-pitched keening sound through closed lips, her eyes wide. If I didn't know any better, I'd assume she was in excruciating pain, rather than just emotionally overwhelmed. "I think I'm going to cry. He's so soft," she says, as a long prehensile sensory whisker brushes over her face, 2 aquatically adapted forelimbs gripping her shoulders. "I'm going to call him Chinchin and he'll be my best friend," she adds, seemingly half serious. "You think he'll get along with Fluffy?" Brunhilde asks Victor, while reaching out to let the newly dubbed Chinchin get a scent of her hand, then scratching his chin. "Should do. Fluffy likes to play, knows how not to hurt things smaller than her, too, given how she plays with us, and Sam," he answers. "Apologies, who are Fluffy and Sam?" interjects Dao Yuan, stroking his elegantly maintained facial hair with a thumb and forefinger, his brow creased quizzically. "Sam's my dog. He's half Samoyed, half husky, with a tiny bit of Tibetan Mastiff on his mom's side. It really shines through in his size. He's enormous, like someone looked at a normal Samoyed husky mix and said, 'But what if he was twice as big?' He's also the best boy in all the galaxy," smiles Brunhilde. As for Fluffy, she looks quizzically at Victor. "We can tell him, right? He's not going to be in Triple M. Also, Emmy, Thran, Zahn, Cass, and Fliss all knew before they became Triple Miss. Victor nods. Yeah, no need for a Fluffy test. Fluffy's my pet. She's an Atexian merc beast. The martial artist's eyes widen in clear recognition before he chuckles. Well, I can certainly see I won't be in want of entertainment for this voyage. Your crew appear to have no end of surprises. That latter addressed at me. I dip my head and smile. I shall choose to take that as a compliment, sir. He returns the smile. I certainly meant it as one. At this point, Emiko and Hunter enter with 4 Terrans and 1 Garden Worlder in tow. Having had a briefing from her, including pictures, name, and professions, I don't technically need an introduction, but elect to introduce myself anyway, for politeness' sake. Greetings, all of you. My name is Captain Clockcall, and I look forward to having you aboard my ship. I say with a smile and a welcoming extension of both wings. The full-figured, half-Denisovan from Seilun Hangug, with relatively short hair, bar the fringe she maintains, over her right eye, steps forward and extends her hand to me, smiling. I'm J. Peach Stone, the sociologist. I'm delighted to meet you. I take her hand with my wing claws and we shake. Next, the woman from Yisrael Hachadasha, with hazel brown eyes, tan skin, and curly dark hair, steps forward, along with the average height man from New Colorado, with hair dancing on the boundary of blonde and brunette. They don't particularly look like spies, either of them, but I suppose looking like a spy wouldn't be a particularly desirable trait in a spy. Ziva Whisper Pereira, smiles the woman, UTC intelligence officer. And this is Leon Kennedy Byrne, the same. The man shakes his head mirthfully and says, I wish you'd let me introduce myself, Pereira. I extend my wing claws first to the hand of Pereira and then Byrne before asking, should spies be introducing themselves as such? They both give an amused smile before Pereira answers, I don't know. Have you been doing anything you think the UTC would want you spied on for? My natural eyes widen. I sincerely hope not. The thought of the UTC having any interest in me that wasn't purely positive is quite terrifying. Pereira playfully smirks. Then you have nothing to worry about, and neither do we. I respond uncertainly, I'll take your word for it. Next to step forward is the Garden Worlder from Kiklos, with purple hair and the single enormous eye, with a light pink iris dominating the middle of her face. E&A's, just E&A's. I'm a statistician, she says, shyly extending a 3-fingered hand for a handshake that I'm fairly sure her species doesn't have as a standard greeting. I smile warmly at her before turning my attention to the last, a man who I've heard was born, raised, and educated in an enormous reserve on Novi Les, meant for Terrans who wish to carry out an ancestral lifestyle of hunting and gathering. I was forewarned about his potentially distressing choice of attire. He wears a coat, trousers, boots, and gloves, all apparently sewn together, not from lab-grown leather and fur, but from the skinned hides of animals that he himself has hunted. He makes no move to introduce himself, so I extend my wing claws, trying not to dwell on the provenance of the material I'm volunteering to touch. He hesitates before holding out a leather-clad hand. His face is as unreadable as Miss Hunter's usually is. Timancha Nulganet, he says simply, not offering his epithet eagle or his profession. I'm told that you're the galaxy's best tracker. Mr. Nulganet? Apparently, he says, eyes fixed on me, face, voice, and body entirely unreadable. Unreadable Terrans are incredibly unnerving. Their default mode is so raucous and expressive. But this man might be plotting the unmaking of all that I hold dear, or daydreaming about tomorrow's lunch. I'd have no way of knowing either way. I need to remember that unnervingly unreadable does not equal unsavory, and that terse does not equal insidious. He may be a lovely individual once I get to know him, if I get to know him. My admittedly limited experience of unsavory and insidious Terrans is that they are as bad at concealing their true nature as decent and honorable Terrans are, though that might be complacency on my part. I should not rely on that supposition. In any event, the ODR have deep enough pockets and enough sense that I'm certain they will have thoroughly vetted all their hires. It's therefore extremely unlikely that he'll turn out to be hostile. It's at this point that Miss Stone notices the creature wrapped around Jenny and emits a squee of delight. Oh my God, he's so cute. Is he yours? She says, rushing over to the encoiled woman. Jenny shakes her head and gestures to the azure creature's owner. Stone opens her mouth, but the jovial martial artist preempts her. Go ahead, Miss Stone. Everyone who hasn't yet had a turn takes the next few minutes to shower the creature with much appreciated pets. Well, the timid little Kiklo woman does take a while, seeming to work up the courage. Hunter just stands behind Emiko, while the latter pets the myth dragon. Nulganet makes no move to pet him. Again, with his inscrutable expression, he might want to or might not. Eventually, Emiko announces to all present, All right, everyone, now that we've introduced and bonded a little, who's up for dinner and drinks? There's a general chorus of agreement. That's what I like to hear. Does anyone have a recommendation of a place they think could take? She starts counting the now enormous group, but quickly shrugs and just gestures around at everyone. All of us? Later, we managed to find a relatively empty restaurant that was happy to give our contingent the use of the first floor loft for our impromptu party. Victor and Barn are having an alcohol-fueled, lively, good-natured debate about a conflict involving Byrne's cultural forebears destroying an enormous and extremely valuable quantity of tea, either owned by or protected by Victor's cultural forebears. From what I gather, this conflict took place more than 9 centuries ago. Titan! Terrence can hold a grudge. What does it matter when neither of these two polities have existed for nearly 5 centuries? No taxation without representation, declares Byrne affectedly, before standing, placing his right hand over his singular left side heart, and singing a song, which my translator helpfully informs me was the national anthem of the American states, prompting much mirth from the rest of the table. It's a good thing we have the room to ourselves, as we'd definitely be disturbing other patrons otherwise. Having finished the improvised meal of lychee and persimmon, I decide that now is a good time for taking in the scenery. I stand from the low table we were sat around and begin making my way to the balcony, reassuring all that I'm not uncomfortable and just going to take in the sights. No moderation of your behavior is necessary, so long as the privacy field stays up. I chitter wryly, prompting every head to swivel to make sure that it is, in fact, still engaged. I stride to the balcony door and wave it open before stepping out, the privacy field instantaneously cutting off all noise behind me. The nighttime drop in temperature has cleared the humidity of the day, leaving the air crisp and clear. I inhale deeply. It's still novel for me to attend a party like this entirely sober, but Tkakik is still crop feeding, and it would be a terrible shame to force Korak to pull double duty feeding her for the weeks it would take me to detoxify. Not to mention, something would feel wrong with not being able to give her my crop milk. So I'm sober for the foreseeable future. I look up at the stars, noticeably brighter and denser than they were on Zanzibar, from closer proximity to the galactic core, resulting in the average distance between them being reduced. I'm just looking out to admire the valley bottom city on this latest addition to the roster of death worlds I've visited, when the door briefly slides open behind me. I turn to see that it's Emiko, Mistress Miyazaki. To what do I owe the pleasure, I tease. Don't you start with the Mistress Miyazaki. I get enough of that from Thrain, she retorts with mock sternness before her face softens. I was just checking that you were okay. I'm perfectly fine, Emiko. Just enjoying the view and thinking. What are you thinking about? She smiles, stepping to my side to admire the view with me. Oh, life, the universe, everything. Have you considered 42? I laugh at her, continuing in my reference to old Terran media. We stand in silence for a few moments before I venture, am I right in thinking that Mr. Nulganet has the same condition as Miss Hunter? She considers, screwing up her face and baring her teeth. Yes and no. Sigh. Terran doublespeak, I swear. How yes and how no? I respond with mock exasperation. She turns to me and says, Okay, Tekal, this is confidential and need to know. All right? I'm going to tell you because it's your ship he's coming aboard, but this is not to become shipboard gossip, all right? Her sternness genuine now. I gulp slightly and nod. On my honor, it's a similar outcome from a different route. Thran's is genetic, his is social. I frown. I'm afraid I don't understand the implications of that. She sighs. From what I'm told, the ones who were in charge of finding the galaxy's best tracker were initially directed to his father, only for his father to tell them Timantia had exceeded his skill some time prior. I understand he was quite difficult to find as his father no longer had contact with him. It turns out he'd spent 2 years living almost entirely in the wild, only occasionally coming to towns to trade for things he needed but couldn't make. It seems his father was the sole caregiver and instructor in his education right up to university equivalent level, all in hunting and tracking, of course. The result is that he's really only had any significant relationship with one person, and it's a person he seems to be estranged from. Therefore, my guess, he's never learned how to socialize. Well, that's unfortunate. Is there any upshot of that would be obvious to a Terran but is not obvious to me? I query. None that spring to mind. He's not dangerous, in case you're wondering. By all accounts, he seems like a perfectly pleasant young man. Just one who's never learned how to smile and say hello. I think I'll recommend him to the therapist when we get one. It's still looking like Nova Fenuscandia will have to meet this therapist, and I assume, from the short notice, They won't be the finest therapist in the galaxy. She chuckles. We haven't entirely given up on finding one to meet us on Neonesia. As far as being the finest in the galaxy, I'm afraid that concept doesn't track with therapists. Even if we found the therapist with the finest results in their track record, it might be that their personality just isn't a great fit for Victor, Thran, or any of the other crew who wish to engage them for sessions. People compare finding the right therapist to searching for the one, only minus the romance. Unfortunately, we don't have the months of active searching it might require to seek out the perfect one for this group. So we're having to settle for getting one with a decent track record and a bio that seems like they might be a good fit for the crew. It'll be too bad if they get 6 sessions in and decide that they just aren't working well. Appraising the woman, I say, I believe I've come to a conclusion about your minds. She chuckles. Oh, do tell. I've heard all about your famous outsiders' perspectives on Terrans. I puff, mirthfully, through my nostrils before answering. I've come to the conclusion that Terran minds are put together the same way Terran machines are. What? Cocking an eyebrow in a way that suggests, for the first time, the quantity of alcohol she's had. She prompts, do go on. No thought has been given to lastability, to the long haul. The all-consuming nature of your species' cradle world means that the long haul has, historically, not been worth considering. So you build your machines for power. Output, now! You assume that when the long haul comes along, you'll either not be there to worry about it or you'll be able to just patch what is broken. It's really only just occurred to me that the Terran approach to engineering might be a reflection of evolution's approach to you. She thinks a moment before bursting into giggles. You might be right. Honestly, I'm a little ashamed on behalf of the ODR that none of us thought of including a therapist on the staff roster. A few moments more pass as we appreciate the vista, before I say, let's get back inside and we'll miss the party otherwise. Mischief. Having departed Shindichin early this morning, the martial artist come fitness instructor took all of his new pupils to the gym. I sit in Triple M's common room, observing the interactions between the now 3 human-owned pets and small Gaelic woman. Jenny manages to work her head out from underneath Fluffy, where she was pinioned moments ago, and takes a deep inhale, suggesting that she either wasn't able to breathe or was finding it difficult while buried under fuzz. Enjoying yourself? I ask, with an amused smirk. Immensely, answers the flushed woman, as Qinglong opens his snout to, playfully, nibble her entire head with his sharp, pestiferous teeth. The fact that she can have such a look of contentment on her face, while surrounded by such an enormous quantity of Death World predator, stands testament to her Terranness. Also enjoying. New friend, such playing, yips Sam while wrestling with Qinglong's tail. A merc beast lying on top of you. A Shuilong attempting to swallow your head, while your girlfriend's dog bravely attempts to rescue you. I guess you'd be pretty pleased by your current circumstances. I smirk at Jenny, who grins back. Okay, Fluffy, I don't have your daddy's stamina. I'm a bit tired out now. Could you let me up? She says with clear regret. Fluffy, seeming to understand some combination of Jenny's tone and the tap to the side she gave, raises the section of her body under which Jenny was immobilized, allowing her to get up and come to rest on the sofa, still clearly extremely satisfied. With no small human in their midst, Fluffy, Qinglong, and Sam begin much more boisterous play. It's only the non-reaction of all Terrans present that keeps me from reading this as having devolved into a mortal bout. That fiddle-off last night was pretty crazy, wasn't it? Jenny addresses the room at large. Most present give noises of agreement. She is referring to the point in the party where Byrne and Dao Yuan discover that they were both players of similar stringed instruments, and so ran back to the ODR to fetch their violin and erhu, respectively, facilitating what I can only describe as a musical battle, the rules of which seem to be one player plays a tune and the other attempts to replicate it. Neither of them seem to falter at any point, meaning that I suppose the contest was a draw. The whole thing was certainly impressive, but I'm afraid every Terran I meet is so impressive in one way or another, and every other instance I spend time among your species, something happens that my intuition tells me shouldn't be possible. I don't really have any frame of reference for how impressed I should be by that display last night. Hasiak nods. I have to second that. You guys consider so many amazing talents to be mundane and routine things that anyone should be able to do that it's difficult to know what's impressive and why. Mizia chuckles. Let me put it this way. If I live to 500 years old, I think I'll still be excitedly recalling the time to people that I watched an American spy reveal that he was also a virtuoso Celtic fiddler, then have a jam battle with a super centenarian, Chinese, Kung Fu Master, Virtuoso Erhust. All Terrans present give firm grunts of agreement, all except Dr. Mink, who just shoots a sidelong glance at him before looking away, seeming to be making a show of lack of interest. Noted. Quite impressive, then. I nod in response. Interjecting here, Krish asks Emiko, is Jay going to be all right in Deck 3? I mean, with the amount of time that Master Yuwen is going to be training our lot, she's effectively on her own with. A look of concern passes over his face. That guy, wouldn't it have been better to put Ziva and Leon in there with them, rather than in Plus Ultra? That latter directed at both me and Emiko. Emiko answers, I wouldn't worry about it. She seemed very excited about the ability to interview him and learn about what life was like for him, with his unusual cultural background. Plus, Takal and I made it very clear to all the new hires that if they experience any issues with their dorm placement, they can come to us and we'll do our best to resolve them. Ideally, they'd have a dorm liaison, but well, the obvious choice would be Master Yuan, except it doesn't seem as if he plans to spend much time there. Krish continues to look uncomfortable before saying, okay, she may not be unhappy with it, but doesn't the guy seem a bit creepy? What if, I don't know, what if he tries something? Emiko nods with some sympathy before saying, Mr. Dawan, your concern is admirable. However, entirely unwarranted if he tried something. Miss Stone would be quite capable of picking him up and snapping him in half over her knee. Wait, really? Answers Krish, eyebrow raised in disbelief. But he's a hunter, isn't he? And she's so heavy, supplies Emiko. Well, yeah, answers Krish, clearly uncomfortable for some reason. Dr. Zunberi, would you give us all a little lesson on Denisovan anatomy and the mechanics of hybridization between lineages? Smiles Emiko. Messia looks a little surprised to be addressed, but quickly collects himself. I suppose. Denisovans diverged from Neanderthals around 450,000 years ago. That's around twice as much divergence as there is between us and southern and northern Khoisan, the two most divergent ethnic groups of Homo sapiens from everyone else. The evolutionary pressures of the plains and mountains of Central Asia happen to push them to a body plan that favors retention of fat, but they've got a comparable level of muscle underneath that fat to the average Neanderthal. Thran is certainly not representative of the typical Neanderthal, having a genetic condition that fails to inhibit the growth of muscle and bone density. But what is true is that average strength for Neanderthals sits comfortably above us sapiens, with Denisovans much closer to the former than the latter. As to Miss Stone being half sapiens, that would actually be more inclined to edge her up, rather than down. In terms of her strength and physical fitness, this is because the more divergent your parents' lineages are from each other, the less likely you are to inherit harmful recessive alleles from both parents, meaning that people of mixed parentage are typically healthier, fitter, stronger, and, subjectively, prettier. He looks back to Emiko with an expression that says, is there anything I left out? Thank you, Messia. Exactly. Denisovans and Denisovan hybrids might look cuddly, but you'd not want to pick a fight with one. She smiles. Of course, as I'm sure you can tell, Mr. Nolginet is a hybrid as well, his maternal grandfather having been a Longi. But Longi, being sapiensoid, aren't known for their strength the way Neanderthaloids are. Additionally, his lifestyle has emphasized mobility, agility, stealth, and calorie conservation. Underneath that admittedly unnerving coat, he's as skinny as a waif, nearly as slender as you are, Krish. If the two of them came to blows, my money would be on Ms. Stone. Strange as that might sound. She thinks a moment before adding, I also don't think you should be so quick to condemn his personality on the strength of his creepiness. You warmed up to Thran after all, didn't you? At this, Krish throws up his hands, conceding defeat. All right, I'm sorry. I'll stop worrying about it. I didn't mean to impugn his honor or whatever. Here, Hasiak slithers off the sofa and wraps herself around her boyfriend, giving him an affectionate kiss on the cheek, before quipping, if you white knight for ladies other than myself, my oasis, you're liable to make me jealous, you know. Krish chuckles before returning the kiss. At this, Twila whistles before hollering, get a room, you two, cupping her hands to her holographic mouth, despite the fact that her voice is projected from Jenny's holopad, making physical amplification both unnecessary and impossible. We have a room, it's across the hall, responds Krish, with a mirthful frown adorning his face, the 5 fingers of his right hand splayed, with the palm facing the ceiling in a gesture of incredulity. Use your room, then, shoots back Twila, not missing a beat, her mouth twisted into amusement at her own jest. Hasiak, here, grips Krish's chest with her 2 thumbed hands, pressing his back against her front, before preening over his shoulder. There's nothing wrong with a little PDA. I assume no one's grossed out by watching us kiss each other on the cheek. A chuckle moves around the room, followed by a brief moment of quiet. A moment that is broken by Jenny announcing, "Coming back to Jay and Timantia. I think they're into each other." "What could possibly give you that idea?" asks Dr. Mink skeptically, narrowing her feline eyes in suspicion. With a haughty smile, Jenny responds, "Just a bit of a sixth sense I picked up, going to uni on a garden world or space station. I like to think I can smell attraction from anyone to anyone. Doesn't matter how subtle they are about it. It wasn't quite as obvious as Cuddles and Toonie or Cuckoo and Sue, but defo something there. They sat across the table, 2 people apart, and didn't even glance at each other all night," objects Mink. "Exactly. They didn't even glance at each other," says Jenny triumphantly. "If 2 people are sitting that close and don't look at each other, well, it means they're trying not to look. Can you think of another reason that you'd be avoiding looking at someone besides fancying them? You might be embarrassed about something else, something unrelated. Perhaps they had an awkward moment before we were introduced, I suggest." Jenny waggles her finger. "If it were something like that, they would have sat at opposite ends of the table. They sat close enough to admire each other through their peripheral vision. I think Deck 3's name is going to become Domus Amoris when they pick a Latin name for it," with a smug smile at that latter joke that required a little extra translation than normal for me to understand. Here, I quip, I was planning to visit Plus Ultra and Deck 3 after this, just to see how the new additions to both are finding it. Now I'm somewhat apprehensive. Given how embarrassing you Terrans find any exposure of your sexuality, I worry that things might become awkward between myself, Ms. Stone, and Mr. Nulganet, if Deck 3 has indeed become a house of love." Hasia cocks her brow scales and responds, "You're assuming that, if Jenny's supposition is right, they wouldn't have the sense to move proceedings to behind one of their locked bedroom doors? Put up the privacy field?" I chitter back. I do have experience with Terrans forgetting to put up privacy fields. The original Triple M's give nervous chuckles. Besides, I add, might it depend on, I don't know, how quickly things happen. If they assume they have the common room to themselves, and one thing leads to another, they might not wish to break off proceedings to take things to a bedroom. "True," interjects Jenny with a finger extended to acknowledge the validity of the point I just made. "Sorry to interrupt, but," interrupts Mink, "why would you have been more likely to develop this sixth sense going to a garden world or uni rather than a Terran one? That is what you're suggesting, isn't it?" "I'm glad you asked," smiles Jenny. "You're right that Terrans are on the subtler side when it comes to displays of attraction. There are species with mating dances and colored crests that they can't help but erect when someone catches their eye. But we aren't the subtlest. When you're in a mixed environment like that, you learn how to sort of broaden your radar, I suppose. You learn how to recognize when someone's behavior deviates from normal for their species or themselves. And you get very good at just making the jump to inferring what that might mean. I think, anyway, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just born with it, with an affected preen at that latter. At this point, the common room door opens to reveal Shi Dao Yuan, his arms folded behind his back, his eyebrow cocked, his lips pursed into a wry smile. Yuan's pet uncoils himself from Fluffy, fast enough to cause a reproachful yowl, and whips across the room to reunite with his master. "Did you make friends, Qinglong?" says the man, his smile softening as he pets the enormous head of his companion animal. A few moments of mutual appreciation later, he turns from his pet and strides to stand facing me. His purse-lipped smile and cocked eyebrow returned. "Problem, Master Yuan?" I ask worriedly. "Of a sort, yes. You see, I had just completed a training session with my new students and instructed that we were going to begin meditation. We got about 10 minutes into our session when a very loud, very grating song about a family of sharks began to play over the PA. I'm sure you can appreciate that this made continuing our meditation somewhat challenging. I'm informed you know something about this?" At this point, Twyla begins a noisy fit of mischievous giggles. Leaning to look around the mildly irritated martial artist, I address her incredulously. "You couldn't have warned me?" Through her giggles, and even simulating being out of breath, she answers, "I could have, Captain, but it would have been much less fun." I give an irritable flap of my wings, coupled with an irritable chirp, before saying, "Twyla, effective immediately. Victor Taylor's restriction on gym usage is waived, so long as he is accompanied by Master Yuan." I walk across the bridge from the lift to the starboard dorm column on Deck 5, Korak at my side and Tkakak cradled in my wings. We cross the threshold of Triple M and make our way to the common room. Upon entering, I am greeted by a familiar sight. This is the second time recently I've come here and found a dorm full of exhausted Terrans, just as arrival at a new planet is imminent. I smirk playfully. Nah, Cap, it ain't like that. We ain't exhausted. Shifu knows how to get the most out of us without running us ragged. We're good tired, protests a smiling Victor from the sofa. I don't know where he gets his energy. He took Qinglong for a swim right after we were done today, announces Brunhilde. Oh, look at that cutie, cries Jenny, having noticed Kakak in my wings. She's so big now. She comes to offer soft pets, which Kakak accepts, preening. Jenny laughs. Look at this little diva. So cute. I laugh as all the triple M's, not good tired from training, gather around to shower Kakak with attention. I think she's going to grow up to be just like her mother, opines Emiko Riley. I cock a brow tuft and respond, I'm unsure as to whether I should take that as a compliment. I second that. Just like her mother, interjects Korak tenderly. I don't preen like that, I object mirthfully. Respond everyone present, screwing up their respective faces and wobbling their respective dominant hands, wing, in a coordinated tease. I sigh, chuckle, and hop atop the perch, followed by Korak. The rest of the triple M's return to their seats around the table. Jenny nestles into her girlfriend and says, You guys better not be too tired from training to go to the beach. I'm looking forward to seeing this eclectic assortment of babes in swimwear. Yuen's going to have me to answer to if you six miss out on our beach episode on Kahakainani. Brunhilde chuckles and answers, Why do I get the sense that the super-centenarian kung fu monk might actually be scared of the fury of a horn dog denied before planting a kiss on the top of her girlfriend's scalp? He should be scared, that's why, laughs Jenny. He denies me the opportunity to see you guys in swimwear. He'll regret it. You realize there's a pool aboard, right? Queries Krish. You could suggest a pool day if you're that desperate to see everyone in swimwear. Not the same. The natural light of the sun and the gas giant in the sky, the wind blowing in off the sea, the salt, the sand. There's just a magic to a sunny beach that can't be reproduced on a ship. Grateful as I am that we have a pool aboard, directing that ladder at me, reassuringly. The pool is just a functional installation for semi-aquatic species, apparently including humans. I'm not insulted that it doesn't compare with a beach day in your estimation, I respond. She nods, satisfied, then a thought seems to occur to her. Captain, have you heard that the Bright Plumes boon has struck again? Confused, I ask, The Bright Plumes boon? Would you care to elaborate? Leon and Inez hooked up. After Jay and Tamancha, Cuckoo and Sue, and all the Triple M couplings, it's beginning to look like this ship might have some sort of enchantment that makes couples much more likely than normal to form aboard it, she explains excitedly. Is that not just Terrans being Terrans? I query. I was unaware that this was an abnormal rate of couple formation among your species. Plus, didn't 3 of the Triple M relationships form off the ship? Thran and Zahn met on Zanzibar, and only later discovered that they were going to be sharing a voyage. Krish and Haesiak met on Przneath, and only afterward did Haesiak get hired to the Bright Plume. Likewise with Messia and the Shings. It's not just Terrans, though, is it? Answers Jenny. Glark and Bami, Quij and Job. And have you seen the way that Hamtonio and Juanita have been looking at each other? I'm telling you guys, there's something in the water. Her eyes go wide and she turns to Twila. There's nothing in the water, right? Or the air, or the food. Twila laughs and responds, I wasn't awake for most of these couplings. Also, I may be a prankster, but I wouldn't risk setting AI rights back by decades just to spike all you guys with aphrodisiacs. Amusing as that does sound, it sort of seems a bit more like a McCloud move than a Twila one, if I'm honest. Jenny feigns indignity. I would never, unless I thought I could get away with it, smirking at that latter half under her breath. Here, Zahn speaks up. I don't know if me and Thran should count towards this boon. Thran looks up from her position under her much taller girlfriend's arm with a blank expression that could be curiosity, but says nothing. Zahn continues, like Takal said, neither of us had moved aboard, and we had no idea we were going to be sharing a ship, much less a dorm, when we got together. Yes, but you'd both been aboard, hadn't you? You to deboard the rescues and prisoners, Thran to inspect. Clearly the Bright Plume saw your worthiness and granted you your boon early, smirks Jenny. Zahn laughs and turns her violet eyes down into Thran's mossy green ones. You hear that, babe? We're special enough for the ship to hook us up before we even moved in. We just came aboard, and the matchmaking spirits were like, these two are too perfect for each other. Get them together now. causing a light smile back from the shorter woman. Here, Korak interjects, addressing me, if you think about it, weren't we the first couple to form a board? And that was after you told me, in no uncertain terms, that it would never happen. Jenny's face lights up as she says, OMG, you two are the OG booners. I think it needs to be renamed Call's Curse. It's shifted from boon to curse, has it? I quip. Yeah, nods Jenny, as if it should be obvious. Clearly, some entity beyond space and time overheard your denouncement of love, decided to make a fool of you, then got a taste for playing matchmaker, hence Call's Curse. Isn't it a little superstitious to attribute to spirits or curses what could be explained by coincidence? I query. She smiles. Terran engineers are a superstitious lot. Hey, Cap, smiles Victor. If the money ever dries up in Deathworld research, you can always try falling back on singles cruises. Those deemed worthy by the bright plume are guaranteed to find a match made in Akaros, and I suppose that would make you the galaxy's most overqualified bouncer then, would it? I retort sarcastically. There is a general chuckle at that. What about me and Krish? I'd never set tail on the bright plume when we got together, poses Hasyak to Jenny. Cookie and Mage must have carried the matchmaking magic with them and to that planet, and drawn their ideal matches to them, shrugs Jenny, not missing a beat. Hasyak thoughtfully narrows her arsenic green, slit-pupilled eyes. I'm genuinely unsure of which would terrify me more. Your species has made yourselves masters of the sands themselves. You have the favor of some extra-dimensional entity, or entities that have, or you've just entirely fabricated that whole thing on the spot. Jenny playfully throws up her hands and smiles. Who's to say? There is a brief lull in conversation before Cass addresses Emiko, changing the subject. Emmy, I've been wondering about your whole best in the galaxy line. Emiko smiles. Yes, what have you been wondering? Well, it's just occurred to me that the best two spies in the galaxy are, very likely, two people that no one knows the real names of. Fliss and I are definitely good, but I'm sure there are academics in our field, more accomplished than us, and, no offense, Exxon, but wasn't Zahn effectively just the first soldier they met on Zanzibar, who they then happened to make friends with? Answers Cass. So, you're wondering if I, and by extension the ODR, are being entirely forthright with all of you? If, perhaps, we're just using the best in the galaxy line as an ego boost, blowing smoke up your arses, giving all of you insincere flattery? Yep, that's what I'm wondering, answers Cass, unabashed. Emiko has a pensive expression for a moment before saying, It's not just smoke, but it does rather depend on your definition of best. Obviously, anyone whose information we weren't able to find, we weren't able to consider. There may be better spies than Byrne and Pereira. The UTCS gave us an anonymized list of agents to choose from, and, after consideration, those two are the ones selected on the strength of their track record and personal rapport with each other. We also can't compel anyone into it, nor would I want a team of Shanghaied experts to be my first contactors. So, I won't name names, but there have been a few instances of us having to go with a second or third choice because our first was not receptive to the offer. In your cases, Kaz and Felicity, you were already on the shortlist for consideration, and it was the combination of your convenient location on Zanzibar Mpia and pre-existing relationship with the crew of the Bright Plume that clinched you two as the clear choices for this mission's conservation experts. In terms of the military observer, she gestures to Zahn. We really didn't need a 10-star general. We're fairly well covered in terms of security, so we really didn't need a combat expert either. What we needed was a soldier who didn't have a history of expressing anti-Garden Worlder sentiment and who was ideally competent in a variety of skills, who would get along well with the crew and who had a decent track record. Zahn's only black marks were a handful of times she's been written up for minor insubordination, but looking deeper, I found that each instance was one of conscientious objection to orders. I considered that a plus. I'd prefer a soldier who won't just snap off a salute and give me a yes, ma'am, right away, ma'am, if given an objectionable order, to one who would. The selection criteria for Terrans is effectively known to us, accessible to us, highly competent in their field, on a galactic scale, good track record in their field, seem like a good fit for the pre-existing team, no history of anti-Garden World bigotry. For Garden Worlders, it's the same, except that last is no history of anti-Death World bigotry. It's not a long list, but anyone we select has to check all those boxes before we can start weighing them against each other. It's a little bit like your 5S's model. Just being more accomplished in your field is not a guarantee that you are the best for the role. I'm not even sure that there's a way to objectively determine the best conservationist in the galaxy. Kaz nods, seeming satisfied. I guess that makes sense. And that most appropriate for the role in the galaxy. Doesn't quite have the same ring as best in the galaxy. Yet, Twyla speaks up here. I'm about to bring us out of warp. My natural eyes narrowed mirthfully. I answer, perhaps a little closer than 9 hours of sublight away if you can help it. She smiles. I'll bring us out as close as I can without getting us in trouble with the local authorities. You guys might want to take position by the bowward window if you want the view of us arriving. With that, all present, including the 6 tired pupils, rise from their seats to do as Twyla suggested. I faced Kakak forward to allow her to see the moment the stars stop moving and the planet appears. Arriving in 3, 2, 1, out of nowhere there is suddenly a star, mere light minutes away and clearly visible. Much closer is an enormous purple gas giant with a barely visible moon that is our intended destination. Upwards of 96% of the moon's surface is covered in ocean, with what land there is taking the form of small, scattered islands, not visible from this far out. Kakak is visibly surprised by the celestial objects having appeared from nowhere, and chitters delightedly. There are also some admiring oohs and ahs from those present who have a developed sense of object constancy, and more than no understanding of warp speed travel. Captain, hesitates Twyla. Yes, Twyla, I respond, turning to her. We're receiving a Mayday transmission on all bands. A Mayday transmission this close to an inhabited planet? Why hasn't it already been answered by local aerospace control? I answer, incredibly confused. It's coming from aerospace control. I'm silent a few moments processing that before I say, on screen, here now. There's no time to take it on the bridge. This will be the first time in my career that I've taken a distress call from planetary authorities. Mayday. The call is projected onto the common room wall, showing a stressed and exhausted-looking human. When we answer, his face lights up with hope for a brief moment, then sinks as he looks around the room. This is a distress call from Neonesia Aeros, Pace Control. Are you the captain, ma'am? He addresses Emiko desperately. I'm not, she is, she answers succinctly, directing him to me. His attention flicks to me, then Korak, then to Kok. In rapid succession, he addresses me. Ma'am, what's the total floor space of your craft? Doing my best to answer the question I think he asked, I respond, total floor space is a 510, 143 scium im, but I'd say only around 2/3 of that is free and usable. Could I ask you to speak a little slower and explain the emergency? Seeming surprised, I would guess because, based on the image feed, he was expecting a much smaller ship. He takes a deep breath and begins, around 30 minutes ago, an enormous submarine earthquake occurred in a remote region just north of the equator. There's now a wall of water hurtling outward in all directions. We've already sent notices to evacuate to higher ground, to all islands that have higher ground to evacuate to. But there's a collection of islands that sit entirely below the projected 6M wave. We've commandeered all local transport capsules, sent out a call for volunteers, and directed them to begin evacuating, but there just aren't enough. The number of capsules we can get there in time are barely enough to evacuate the smaller islands, with a few dozen to 100 residents each. There's one island, Mokupua, all of which sits below 6M, and which has a population of 23,000. We can't evacuate it in time. There's less than 2 hours before the tsunami makes landfall. I cut in, you don't have local ships for exactly this kind of situation? The boy answers, we do, but they're out of system for training right now. We're not a populous planet. There aren't even 500 million people on Neonesia. We don't have the resources to keep a rescue fleet large enough to be rotated out for training. Will you help us? Without hesitation, I answer, certainly. Clear us a path to that island. Focus on evacuating the other islands with your existing fleet of smaller craft. Send us a landing point and send word to all residents to meet us there. I assume you won't fine us for breaking any speed limits? With a flurry of activity to the panel in front of him, he answers, of course not. Use your best judgment to determine a safe approach speed, bearing in mind that anyone not evacuated from that island inside of the next 2 hours will almost certainly die. Obviously, don't arrive at such a speed that the ocean flash boils and everyone dies. But if you arrive at a speed that causes a boom loud enough to deafen everyone on the island, that's preferable to not getting there in time. Eardrums can be regened, corpses can't. I've cleared your approach and sent it to your computer. Local time is 4:42 p.m. I've sent an emergency notification to the island's inhabitants to congregate at your landing point. Approach received. We'll be there in a little over half an hour without blowing out anyone's eardrums. Contributes Twyla. I nod in acknowledgement before turning my attention back to the call. Where are we taking these people after their rescue? He shifts uncomfortably. We don't have anywhere prepared for that many refugees right now. We'll probably be able to have somewhere on Kahaika Nani ready within a few days. Would you be able to hold them until then? We can send ships to orbit with supplies and relief personnel Is that all right? Are you asking if I'm going to condemn tens of thousands of people to die, simply to spare my ship the inconvenience of being engaged in their care for a few days? Because the answer is no, I won't be doing that. Start arranging your relief ships and emergency shelter. I answer curtly. A look of relief crosses his face as he says, "Thank you, ma'am. I can't thank you enough." I nod and answer, "Thank me when those people are safe. Goodbye for now." He smiles and we end the call. I turn to Victor. "I'm temporarily relinquishing command to you, Victor." "But Cap," he tries to interrupt. "I know that didn't work out so well last time, but the situation is different this time," I say, cutting him off. "There are no hostiles who might deploy interference. We have a full sentience AI who can choose to disobey inappropriate commands. There's no need for crew to be confined to their current location, and the truth is, Victor, I just can't think like you can. We need Deathworlder clarity in command right now. So I'm relinquishing command to you, and that is not up for discussion. Do we understand each other?" He hesitates, then nods. "We understand each other, Cap." His attention snaps to Emiko. "I'm taking command of the ODR subcontractors as well. Any objections?" "None, Acting Commander," she answers, showing the discipline of a former soldier, in contrast to her usual playful demeanor. "Perfect." He turns to Twyla. "What can you tell us about this island, Twyla?" Bringing up a holographic map, she explains, "The island of Mokupua is approximately 2 skikiem, with the major settlement, of the same name, being located mostly along a single main road on the south side of the island, with the interior being forested. According to Galactopedia, it has a population of 23,341, though that number may have changed since the most recent census and might be different due to visitors from elsewhere or from the island to elsewhere. So we can't use that for a precise head count. The main language is harmonized Polynesian, but with significant populations of Hawaiian and Maori speakers. Our landing zone is here, at the sports field by the beach, in the middle of the settlement." "Great. Thank you, Twyla. Please begin printing emergency supplies, bedding, etc. From all nanoforges aboard, Krish." Yes, Victor," says the slender Terran, seeming to be surprised to be addressed. "I want you in the kitchen. We're going to need to feed these people, and we can't afford to wait for relief shipments. Prioritize calories over taste. We're going to have a lot of people to feed. Can you do that?" Of course," responds Krish, clearly still taken aback that his was the first duty to be assigned. Turning back to Twyla, he asks, "Twyla, can you project my voice over the PA?" She nods, "Just say when." He stands, takes a deep breath, and says, "Okay, go." Twyla nods and summons a holographic microphone, which she holds up toward him to indicate that his voice is currently being broadcast naturally over the speakers and also via every translator on the ship. Victor speaks with unusual clarity. "To all aboard, this is Chief Security Specialist Victor Taylor, currently in acting command of the Bright Plume. We have been engaged for the emergency evacuation of the island of Mokupua on Neonesia, where we will be landing in around half an hour. In around 2 hours, it will be inundated by a tsunami. You may have noticed your personal nanoforges printing materials you have not requested. These are supplies, printed at my request, for the approximately 23,000 people we are about to bring aboard. Please collect them and either leave them outside your dorm doors or, if you are able, bring them to Deck 0 and leave them in the highlighted depository areas. Would Doctors Hatathli and Fan please report to the rear loading bay? Would Doctors Gato and Xing, along with any other crew members with medical or first aid training, please report to the infirmary and take instruction as necessary from Dr. Gato? Would all cooks and those with culinary training or experience please report to the canteen and take instruction from Commissary Krish Dawan in preparing meals? Would UTKIS officers Leon Byrne and Ziva Pereira, Shifu Shidao Yuen, and Tracker Timansha Nulganet please securely stow all armaments and report to the rear loading bay? Would analyst Olga Petrikov, sociologist Jay Stone, and statistician Inez please meet with engineer Jenny McLeod and Dr. Felicity Mink on the starboard deck 4 balcony? Begin collecting supplies, left outside all starboard side dorms, and bring them to Deck 0. Technologies Officer Baorbo, please meet with Corrections Officer Hasiak, Dr. Zunberry, and Miyazaki on Port Deck 4. Balcony to do the same on port side. If you believe you may have any useful skills that could be deployed in this situation, which have not already been covered by the previous assignments, please confer with the ship's computer, who will apprise me, as appropriate, over and out." Twyla dispels the imaginary microphone and Victor says, "I assume there ain't a problem with you projecting yourself through multiple hollows, is there?" back to his typical mode of speech. No problem, answers Twila. You'll just need to give me permission and I can keep you abreast of all relevant happenings aboard, via your holopad. Splitting focus is very unlikely to present a challenge to me. Perfect, answers Victor. If your name wasn't mentioned just now, please make sure your weapons are secure, you're dressed properly, and meet in the rear loading bay ASAP. Twila, yes, acting commander? You can project your voice outside the ship, correct? She nods, I can. When we arrive at the island, I want you to announce. This is the ship the Bright Plume, here to perform an emergency evacuation due to a tsunami that will shortly inundate this island. Please leave all non-essential possessions behind. Congregate at the sports field and board. If you are aware of any persons on this island who have not been able to make it to this evacuation point, please make yourselves known to onboard crew in the rear loading bay as you board. Have a picture of them ready to show if possible. If you are injured, please, likewise, make yourselves known. Otherwise, follow direction into the ship and do not obstruct passage to others attempting to board. In harmonized Polynesian, then Hawaiian, then Maori, then English, then Galactic Basic. Then repeat that twice. Accompany it each time with a translatable broadcast for anyone wearing a translator. Compromise a volume to project to as much of the island as possible, while not deafening anyone standing too close. Can you do that? Yes, Acting Commander. Great, Korak. Korak starts, Yes, Vic, Acting Commander. Please take your daughter back to your quarters and stay there. Your wife is coming to the rear loading bay, all right? Looking somehow both relieved and worried, he answers, Certainly. All right, is anyone unclear about what they're doing? No one makes to speak. Then break! Later, I stand atop a secured tower of crates, watching as the Terrans go about clearing the paths, from the loading ramp to the starboard and port doors, of any loose cargo and securely fastening anything that needs to be moved, and double-checking the fastenings of the rest. Cap, you got visual on anything that might present a tripping hazard? Queries Victor. I scan the gangways. There's a crate over there, but I think it will be too heavy to lift without machine. Thran, could you get that? He shouts to the stocky woman. She nods and wordlessly picks up the crate. I would guess to be in excess of 300 kilograms in mass. My beak falls open as she, with only mild apparent effort, hefts it into the air and stows it on top of some other cargo before fastening it down. I turn to Victor, who has his eyebrow cocked. Did you forget that this is less than half gravity for us? That she's the strongest woman in the galaxy? Both, he asks. Both, I suppose, I answer. You're right. I shouldn't really have any expectations anymore when dealing with your species. You always exceed them. He gives a mirthless smile before turning to Twila. Ita, landing around 2 minutes from now. Inundation of the island will occur in approximately 86 minutes. What's the progress on the emergency supplies? Approximately halfway done with the printing. A quarter of the way done with the depositing on Deck Zero. He nods thanks and then raises his voice. All right, everyone, finish with what you're doing and take position. A few moments pass as the Terrans hurry to finish the last of their tasks and stand at the positions assigned to them. Victor has posted himself, along with Toon and Timansha, on the starboard side, making up the inland search party. Thran, Pereira, and Byrne, also on the same side, making up the west side search party. Zahn, Dao Yuan, and Brunhilde on port side, as the east side search party. And me, Van and Hatathli in the center, as the triage and direction team. As we approach, I hear Twila blaring Victor's message. The ship spins in place and begins lowering, the artificial gravity protecting us from being thrown against the wall. The only indication is the sea being replaced by an island, and us rapidly putting down on a sports field beside a crowded beach. The boarding ramp lowers, and an immense throng of terrified-looking Terrans surges forward. A man rushes up the ramp, his holo displaying a picture. Don't run! You'll cause a stampede and people will get hurt or worse, shouts Victor sternly. The man ceases running but walks hurriedly, now in Victor's direction. Please, he says, can you help me find my wife? Victor holds his holopad up, such that his camera is pointed at the picture. Can you see her, Twila? Yes, about 120 M back in the queue, looking worried, clutching your picture, answers Twila. Wait here for her, says Victor to the relieved man. Thank you so much, he answers. Path. Lokalani's perspective, 4:22 p.m. Mokupua local time. Look, Kiki, I shout, holding the most amazing shell ever over my head. She smiles. I see it, Lonnie. Very lovely. What's it from? She thinks and says, I don't know. Sort of looks like an earth conch, but, well, it won't be that. You might be the first person to discover one. Why don't you give it a name? I look at the big, pretty shell, trying to think of a name. I think it should be the Big Pretty. She laughs. Very descriptive. I definitely couldn't have given it a better name. Maybe I can talk to my professor about getting you into uni early. You'd make the best marine biologist. I frown and stick out my tongue. Uni is for grown-ups. She smiles. You don't want to come to the capital with me? I'm sure no one would mind having you in the class. I think about that. Or? She grins. You could come back to Mokupua and we could go to nursery together? She shakes her head. I'm too big for nursery, Lonnie. I miss you too when I'm away. But they wouldn't let me sit in a class full of 5-year-olds. I puff out my bottom lip and bring my brow down. Don't pout, Lonnie. Still pouting, I say. I'll make them let you in. Oh yeah? How are you going to do that? I think for a moment, then answer. I'll go up to Mrs. Kahananui, and I'll say, hey, my sister's coming to class with me. She grins, and when she says no, she isn't. What then? I'll beat her up. She laughs a lot, and I feel silly. You know what Mummy and Daddy would say, don't you? I roll my eyes. No hitting. We solve our problems with words. But Mummy and Daddy aren't here. You don't get to be naughty just because I'm the one looking after you. I may be cool, but you'd better believe I'd tell Mum and Dad if you tried to beat up your nursery teacher. You're not cool, I say and stick out my tongue. She sticks her tongue out back and I try not to laugh. I laugh. Then her hollow makes a sound I've never heard before. She looks like she doesn't know it either. She takes it out and looks at the screen. Then her face goes pale. She looks at me and says, Lonnie, we need to go back to town, right now. What? That's not fair. We just got here. I want to play more. We have the whole beach to ourselves and it took us ages to walk here. This isn't a discussion, Lonnie. We're going. But, Local Lonnie, now is not the time, she shouts. I burst into tears. I don't want to, but she's shouting and I don't understand why. I can't help it. My eyes are closed, but I hear her walk to me and feel her put her hand on my shoulder. I look up and see her face look sad. I'm sorry, Lonnie. I didn't mean to shout. This is really important. I need you to be a good girl right now, all right? I can't explain, but this is important. Can you trust me that this is important enough that we need to go right now? Sniff. Can I take the big pretty, please? She shows her teeth and wobbles her head before saying, Sure, fine, I'll carry it. Climb on my back. I'll give you a piggyback home. A piggyback? All the way home, I say, excited, forgetting my sadness over having to leave. Yeah, we need to go quickly and you'll slow. It'll be quicker. Not even caring that she was about to call me slow, I climb onto her back. She puts her hollow away and picks up the big pretty. Then we leave the beach. She's not running, but she's moving quickly. Over her shoulder, I can see the path back to town with thick trees on both sides. She's going very fast, definitely faster than we came. Keala's perspective. I look up through the trees and try to distract both of us from the situation. Ho'ohokokalani's going to be bright tonight. I'll never get used to living on a gas giant's moon. So weird. I think it's weird that Earth has no gas giant. It has its own moon, she answers. I suppose you wouldn't remember it. You were a baby when we moved. I smiled joylessly. I guess we only have a little more than an hour before Wakea sets and it gets dark. Under normal circumstances, I'd just light up my hollow to get us back, but that's going to be tricky with the piggyback and useless shell in one hand. I really shouldn't have brought the shell. I just didn't want to have to argue about it when she already thought I was taking her home for no reason. If it slows me down by even 0.1%, it could make the difference between making the evacuation and not. Then again, there might not be an evacuation. We might get back to town and then just have to wait to die. She'll at least have her shell. My mind tortures me by showing me her lifeless body floating in the sea, still implausibly clutching that stupid, pretty shell. I pick up the pace, careful not to trip over any of the Neonesian palm roots growing through the path. Should I have explained to her what was going on? I don't know. I just didn't want her to spend what might be the last few hours of her life terrified. Maybe I'll hate myself for keeping it from her. Maybe she'll hate me. Why am I hoping for that? I suppose if she hates me and I hate myself, it would mean we're both alive, and by all the aqua, I hope we survive this. Kick it, kick it, kick it, I hear Lonnie say, and realize that I had entirely zoned out. What is it, Lonnie? Someone's calling you, she says at the same time as I hear my ringtone. Oh, hold on tight. I need my hand, I say, awkwardly pressing the wrist of my shell-holding hand onto hers, clasped at my clavicle, to anchor them there, and, with my right, retrieving my holo and answering the call. Kala, we just heard. Where are you? I hear my mum's panicked voice say. It's all right, Mum. We're on our way back to town. I've got Lainey. We should make it. But there's no way to evac, she says, sounding distraught. It'll be all right, Mum, I interrupt, both lying and forcing calm into my voice. They'll work something out. Is Dad there? Clearly trying to hold back sobs, she says, Yes, sweetie, he's here. Could you put it on speaker? Of course. You're on speaker. Mom, Dad, I just want to say thank you for everything, and to let you two know that Laney and I love... an indescribable pain shoots through my leg. and I briefly register that I've caught it in the crook between two roots, immediately followed by realizing that I've lost my balance. I'm pitching forward, and there's nothing I can do about it. The last thing I see is a rock rushing at my forehead. Lokalani's perspective. Kiki falls down, and I roll over her head. I'm a little hurt, but when I look at her, I see she's not moving. Kiki? I say, frightened. I get up and go to her. She doesn't move.
Kiki, get up.
I say, pushing her shoulder. Kiki, we need to go home, you said, I say, tears coming. Kala, get up, please! I yell, really trying to lift her. She's too heavy. I'm too small. I can't. I try to think about what to do. Kiki, I'm going to go back to the beach, the one I'm not supposed to be at right now. Unless you get up and stop me, I say, pretending to walk back the way we came. She doesn't move. Kiki, if you get up, I'll give you the Big Pretty. You can have it. You can call it whatever you want. Big Pretty was a dumb name anyway. She still doesn't move. Please, Kiki, I don't know what to do, I say, crying. What should I do? What should I do? I scream towards town, knowing it's too far for anyone to hear. I scream back the way we came, knowing there's no one behind us. I scream for someone, anyone, but nobody comes. Okay, think. You're not strong enough to move her. You can't shout loud enough to be heard, and there's no one to tell. Her hollow, where is it? I search for it a few moments. If I can find it, if I can tell it to call Mummy and Daddy back and tell them what's happened, they can tell me what to do. I look a long time. I don't find it. Kiki, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna find someone who can help. I'll definitely come back, no matter what. I leave the Big Pretty where she dropped it. I shouldn't have asked her to bring it. She might not have fallen if she wasn't carrying it. And me. I run. I run faster than I ever have before. I just have to find someone. I just have to find anyone who can help. I keep running. Eventually, I can't run anymore. I breathe hard. Everything hurts. I decide to walk for a bit. I'll run again when I can. It's getting dark. Ho'ohokokalani is bright, just like Keiki said. But Wakia has set. I'm just beginning to wonder how far it is to town when I see a monster. She's a woman. I can tell that much. Everything else about her is wrong. Her hair is bright white, like photos of really old people from old times. Her eyes glow white, too. She has too many arms and not enough fingers on each of them. Her skin is blue. Her face is wrong, the wrong shape. She's weirdly slim. Above all, she's tall, too tall. Her head is nearly as tall as the trees. She has to be a kupua. Is there a kupua of night, twilight? She smiles at me, showing the wrongness of her teeth. She has 4 long, sharp ones. She's going to eat me. I start crying, and instead of eating me, she stops smiling. Vinktar, ti manja, eg fan stelpu, kom du hingad, tessa leid, she shouts. The twilight kupua is soon joined by a fire kupua. He's less wrong. He looks almost human. The only things wrong with the fire kupua are his height. Almost as tall as the twilight kupua. Pale skin, green eyes, and fiery red hair. He must be a servant of the twilight one. He'll use his fire to cook me, and then they'll both eat me. The fire one bends down and says, Hey, suiti, we are haya tu hoop. Don't worry. I don't understand you, but please don't eat me, I beg, terrified. Ah, she's too young for a translator. Makes sense, I suppose, says the fire one. I back away but find something behind me that wasn't there a minute ago. I look behind me and see the most terrifying kupua yet. He looks most like a human. The only things that give him away are his pale skin and scratches on the most angry face I've ever seen. And, I guess, the fact that he got behind me without making any noise. I scream. The twilight one says, Ti manja, tu hefur red hana. Enumok, says the kupua of silence, in words that sound nothing like either of the other twos. Ooh, says the kupua of fire. We should probably get Twyra to translate for us. She might know if there's anyone oos up this puff. He pulls out a hollow? That's a strange thing for a kupua to have. A kupua with a hollow would be funny, if I weren't so certain I was about to be eaten. He taps at it, then says, Twyra, we've found Dagibat. She doesn't have a translator. Could you tell us what she's saying? Ovikors Vinktar, comes a voice from the hollow, and the fire-haired man turns his hollow around to me. Hello, sweetie. My name's Twila. Can you understand me? Says the voice. Yes, I manage, terrified. Are they going to eat me? Eat you? She laughs. No, sweetie. They're not going to eat you. They're here to help. They just need you to help them first. Can you answer some questions for us? I can try. What's your name, sweetie? Lokalani. Good, one question down, she says kindly. Second question, do you understand what's going on? No, I answer. That's okay, sweetie. Do you know if there's anyone else on this path? Yes, my sister. She's hurt. She wasn't moving. I was going for help. There's a moment of silence. Guys, she says her sister's on this path, hurt and not moving. How far? Anyone use? Answers the fire kupua instantly. He's asking how far away she is. Do you know? A long way. I've been running. I don't know exactly. Is there anyone else? No? No one? We came from a beach on the other side of the island. There was no one there. We didn't pass anyone. It's just us. She says her sister's the only one, and she thinks it's quite far, she relays. The fire kupua thinks, I'm beginning to think that he might be the leader, not Twilight. She is very small. What she thinks is quite far might not actually be vatfa, bat. Vers not mak tame till va tsunami, he says thoughtfully. I don't need to understand him to see he's making a decision. Please, I beg, save my sister. It seems he can understand me without the woman on his hollow telling him what I've asked. He nods. Okay, Keed, let's go get her. Later, the fire kupua carries me in his arms and flies down the path. I've never moved so fast. How you hold din up, Toon? He asks the Twilight kupua. Egerad, takastavid, egmunstjorna, she answers. Dimanja, you good. He addresses the kupua of silence. Taduk, he answers. Where? Shouts the fire kupua as we see Kiki lying on the path. Like I said, not far. 1,200 mias? Just simmed like a long way cause she's so small. When we've slowed down, he drops me on my feet and pulls out his hollow. Twila medikuskan, now please. She's got a concussion. Unconscious. Had legs broken. 2, answers Twila. Safe to move her. Your decision. Iti onza tsunami is 21 minutes. No time, Timanja take vakid, I'll take a sister. Without a word, the kupu of silence picks me up and I shriek in surprise. Suri kid, no time, says the fair kupu, lifting Kiki like she was made of paper. We need to run. Toon, try to stay ahead of us. You can't fall behind. That way. Then the 3 kupua run back to town carrying me and Kiki. I see the big pretty still lying on the path, where she dropped it when she fell. As we get out of the trees, I see an enormous building that wasn't there when we set off earlier. How did they build such a huge building so quickly? It's taller than all the other buildings in town and shaped like a bird. They're running towards the new bird building. Why is there absolutely no one outside? The Twilight Kupua starts slowing down, and the fire one shouts at her, Toon, push through it! No time! Keep going! Twila speaks from his holo. Guys, you need to get back now. The other teams are here already. The tsunami is about to hit. We are nearly there, Twila. Get ready. We come onto the sports field by the beach and run towards a long glass staircase, only with no stairs, that's stuck in the sand and leading into the bird building. Then I see something I don't understand. The sea is coming towards us, only it's not where it's supposed to be. It's eating houses. I scream. Take off, Twila, shouts the fire one. The bird building starts making noise and moving up. The Twilight Kupua in silence. Kupua carrying me get to the glass staircase with no stairs. Ah, gaze. We turn back and see, through the glass, that the fire Kupua is hanging from the edge with one hand, his other still holding Kiki, his feet already far from the ground. Silence puts me down. I had him, Vid, starts the Twilight one. No time! Just stick Vagar and pull me up! We're still rising, further and further up, as Silence and Twilight run back to try and pull up fire. I look to the sea in the wrong place, eating houses, and see it's really close. I shriek as it rushes underneath us. Fakin' Hugh! Shouts Fire as his feet are pulled by the angry water. The other 2 are trying to take Kiki from Fire, but don't seem to be able to when a woman appears, who must be Fire's sister, even if she's a lot shorter than him and her face is less human. You'll dan chick, kazer! Shouts Fire's sister, before the other 2 get out of her way, and she leans over the side of the glass, grabs his wrist, and pulls both Kiki and Fire up to safety. Thanks, Frain, pants Fire. Cud, Utik, Hatu, get medicu, attention, please, the brother Fire says to his sister. She picks up Kiki even more easily than her brother did and walks up the glass. Twilight runs to Fire and puts her hands on his shoulders. Helvitis halviti, Victor. Du felspak einzog du sagdir mered geratad eki, she says, about to cry. Ye, I did. Bat, I made it. Didunai. My feet just got a bit wet, Isol. Aim okay. We're all safe. Twilight starts crying, and then kisses Fire. Oh, the Kupua of Fire and Twilight are married? I guess that makes sense. I don't really understand anything that's happened since me and Kiki left the beach, but I understand that they saved us. I walk up to them, and they turn to me. I hesitate for a moment, still having to convince myself that I'm not going to be eaten. I hug Fire's knees. Thank you, I shout, trying not to cry. He looks down at me and smiles. I'm guessing this is a thank you. You're welcome, kid. Exhaustion. Alighting before the entrance, I march into the canteen, irritated. 65 fucking hours? How does that lunatic expect to be any help to anyone, pushing himself so recklessly? I spot the object of my ire and make toward him. As I approach, I notice the woman he's talking to. She's not a Terran, and neither is she a member of my crew. I recognize her species. She's a Spellbook, a troglodytic roughworlder. At least, I think she is. They're usually entirely bald, aren't they? This woman has a full head of black hair. It has the effect of making her look much more like a Terran. Is that its purpose? She wears a single red sash across her chest, marking her as one of the disaster relief volunteers. She seems to have Victor's undivided attention, as his haggard face bobs up and down in acknowledgement. Rather than interrupting, I decide to eavesdrop. It's an admirable thing to want to help so much. But you can't help anyone else if you collapse from exhaustion in the effort, can you? Opines the woman. You're right, he answers defeatedly. I feel like I wouldn't be able to sleep knowing there's stuff I could be doing, but ain't. More than 99% of the people aboard have lost their homes. I'm tired, just don't seem sufficient as an excuse for why I ain't pitching in. So, what it sounds like is that you're framing rest as something selfish. Is that fair? She queries. He nods contemplatively, then answers, I guess so. Sympathetically, she proffers, I know it's not easy to decide to shift a belief like this, but perhaps you could try thinking of it as something you're doing for others' sake. If you keep going until you collapse, well, not only will you not be able to help anyone at that point, but you'll also need help yourself, right? Help you'd be taking away from someone else. He gives a weary chuckle. Put that way, taking a nap sounds positively noble. She smiles. There's nothing selfish about self-care, in my view. You just need to think of it as maintenance. Your body and mind have requirements, the way any machine would. Feeding yourself, watering yourself, resting yourself, etc. are not indulgences, they are necessities. He stands. You're right, Alchinad. I'm going to go catch some sleep. Sorry that you needed to have this talk with me. There's nothing to apologize for. Go and rest, she answers kindly. He starts walking away, then notices me. Oh, Cap, did you? I did, Victor, I interrupt. But it sounds as though what I wanted you for is now taken care of. Go and sleep. He gives an embarrassed chuckle before walking off. I turn my attention to the wordy, tall woman with snow-white skin and obsidian eyes. You have some experience with handling Terrans, I see, I observe wryly. She laughs. I do. 9 times out of 10, what they need is a firm voice, nudging them toward what they already know, in my experience. Thank you for having the conversation I was about to have with Mr. Taylor for me. I dip my head respectfully. She returns the gesture. Thank you for allowing me onto your ship, Captain. I motion to the empty seat, vacated by Victor. May I sit with you? She smiles. This is your ship. I wouldn't presume to tell you where you can and can't sit. I take the seat. So, Alkinad, is it? She gives a Terran nod. Indeed, Altinad Dimitrescu Fisher. And you would be Captain Takkal? I return her nod. Indeed. If you don't mind my asking, what brings you to this planet? My husband Mark and I were on our honeymoon. She grins, baring her terrifyingly sharp teeth. The term sounds familiar, honeymoon? A Terran custom wherein a newly married couple take a luxurious holiday, usually somewhere they consider exotic. In my and my husband's case, it's also serving as a post-graduation break, before we start looking for work, she explains. So, your husband is Terran, yes, she smiles. We got married around a month ago and settled on a honeymoon on Neonesia. We actually missed our transport back to Earth to volunteer here. Very admirable. I hope it wasn't too costly for you. She chuckles. An upside of being centuries old is that I've had plenty of time to build my personal wealth. Missing a flight won't be ruinous to us. She leans forward, places 4 of the digits of her left arm on the table, the other 3 folded backwards up her sleeve, turns her black orb eyes on me and asks, I'm actually curious, Captain, about your motive for helping out. I don't wish to be rude, but I'm told you didn't even try to negotiate remuneration before agreeing to undertake the rescue, that you turned down all reward above the costs incurred like food spent and nanoresin expended, etc. Is that true? I bristle slightly. Yes, it's true. Why do you ask? I'm sorry, I meant no offense. Just, do you know what row-worlders are? I chuff, I know that Spellbook are rough-worlders. I have 2 rough-worlders aboard my ship, whom I consider friends. Are you going to say that being a non-garden worlder, you're surprised that I, a garden worlder, would act with any honor? That you'd have expected me to waste time haggling when tens of thousands of lives were on the line? Surprised, she throws up the 8 manipulator digits of both hands, in a gesture of concession. I'm sorry, I don't know you. I can see I let prejudice. You're right, I interrupt. That is what most garden worlders would have done. It's what I would have done earlier in my life. It wouldn't have been that I only wanted to profit. It wouldn't have been that I was happy to let anyone die. I suppose I would have framed it as not wanting to be taken advantage of. Now, though, the idea of haggling while lives hang in the balance, well, it no longer reads as acceptable to me. Why do you think that is? She asks, as if she truly doesn't know, or as if she's truly more interested in my perspective than telling me hers. I think for a moment before answering, that man you were just talking to. He and I have known each other for nearly 14 years. The first time we met, he saved my life before I ever heard him speak a word. In all the time I've known him, I don't believe I've ever once seen him hesitate in undertaking an action that would have helped someone. I don't believe I've ever seen him stop and ask, but what's in it for me, though? At some point, I suppose, I became embarrassed. The notion of stopping to perform a cost-benefit analysis before undertaking life-saving action began to read as selfish, I suppose, childish, ignoble, revolting. It's not as if I want to be a Terran, but in this regard, I have to say, they outdo the garden worlder galaxy. She bobs her head ponderously. I know from personal experience how easy it is to feel inadequate when stood next to a Terran, how it can feel like they are just everything you are, but more. Then I have moments where I have to talk one into sleeping. No other species would put up with 3 straight all-nighters. Hell, no other species would be capable of 3 straight all-nighters. Their exceptionality is a double-edged sword. As amazing as they might seem, it isn't all upsides for them. An interesting perspective. On a different note, what exactly was in Victor's behavior that alerted you to his lack of sleep? I'm sure he didn't announce it, I query. She puffs through her love-heart-shaped nose. He didn't announce it in words. Everything else about him, though, was screaming it. I came aboard mere hours after you left Mokupua, and it was easy enough to infer that he had already had a full day of activity before then. Since then, every time I've seen him, his eye bags have been darker, his smell has been stronger, his speech has been more chaotic and slurred, yet absent any scent of alcohol that might have explained that. I've not yet seen him out of the first set of clothing I saw him in. I'm meant to be counseling the survivors, but while my husband's services are in high demand, most Terrans find my appearance quite off-putting, so mine aren't. I found myself in the position of being at a loose end, and thus having the time to talk to your CSS. How did you find out, if you don't mind my asking? The computer alerted me, I say awkwardly. She smiles and cocks her modded brow hair. The non-sentient computer alerted you to a dereliction of self-care by a crewman. I cock my own brow tuft and consider the woman. Yes, well, a sapient computer is more than capable of working out that a person aboard has exceeded their species' recommended waking period. She chuckles, I'm sure. Don't worry, I'm not about to report you. You've likely inferred that I myself am something of a terraphile. I'm sure that if your Terran crew have no objection to the sapient and not sentient computer, then it must be safe. You're quite perceptive, Mrs. Fisher. She shudders in delight. Confused, I ask, I'm sorry, are you? Don't mind me, I'm still getting used to my husband's name. I've been married before, but this is the first time I've had a new name to go along with it. She giggles, slightly abashed. I appraise the woman. I'm sure that being as old as you say you are, it must be quite a culture shock to be suddenly ingratiated with Terran culture and married to a Terran. She nods. Yes, well, for the first 90% of my life, I was among the most fearsome 500 billion beings alive, just by dint of being a rough worlder. Then, in very short order, I went from being a soldier in a war against the survival of beings more fearsome than I, to peace being declared, to being so fascinated with their culture that I decided I had to study them, to having a Terran husband and 2 new names. I do feel like things have moved a little fast. I'm certainly not unhappy about it, though. I consider the woman Mrs. Fisher, you and your husband. You say that the 2 of you are here to provide counseling to the survivors. What exactly was the profession that you and he were hoping to undertake after your honeymoon? Seeming surprised by the sudden turn, she answers, Oh, well, we met at the Cincinnati School of Psychotherapy. We were hoping to gain employment as therapists somewhere. Dumbfounded, I stare at the woman. I've never considered myself a particularly religious woman, even having married an agnostic, but right now it's difficult for me not to see this as the Father's compassionate work. Mrs. Fisher, how would you and your husband like a job and a long voyage? Recovery? 2 therapists on the ship. What are the odds? I exclaim. When you consider the number of refugees and vulnerable individuals we had aboard, fairly good, would be my guess, smirks Emiko, walking beside me, before continuing. Though I have to say, The odds of coming into the system right as an emergency was unfolding that lead to tens of thousands of non-crew being aboard in the first place, pretty low. As soon as their background checks come back, I'll have no problem signing off on their hire. Are you sure you don't want to come to the medical room? You may not have been asked for, but she waves her hand and shakes her head. I'll leave the praise to the brave heroes and gracious captain. I don't wish to receive praise for having simply stood nearby. By that logic, I shouldn't be going either. On the contrary, you're the one who most deserves to go. She asked for you specifically. Without your ship and your agreement to use it to evacuate, the others wouldn't have been in a position to perform any heroics at all. She's a clever girl for understanding that much. She smiled. I affect a Terran shrug and answer, if you're sure, I'll see you later. We part ways and I move towards the medical room. I arrive and see Gatto's desk unmanned. I pass it round the corner and see him stood at the bed I'm heading for. I approach and hear Gatto giving her a bored lecture. I know that's what your films depict, but in reality, the human head is not a magic on-off button that can be activated by hitting it hard enough. If you have hit your head hard enough to cause unconsciousness, then you have caused brain damage. You're lucky we had a region tube on hand. You might have died otherwise. It's quite incredible how delicate your species' brains are when compared with the rest of you. I chit to catch their attention, which I do. Is it all right for me to speak to her, Doctor? Yes, Captain, I'll leave you alone, he says indifferently, before walking off on all fours. So, Miss Havika, I presume? Captain Tiakal, a pleasure to meet you. I smile. Please call me Kaala, she smiles back. I understand my sister and I owe you our lives. I really hope I'm not being a nuisance right now. I just really wanted to meet the people she's told me about and thank them properly. I think about objecting that she doesn't owe me her life, then recall Emiko's words. My crew and I are happy to lend a hand. As to you being a nuisance, the rest of the refugees are now gone, so we don't have much else to do. If you'd asked to see us this time yesterday, it would have been a different story. She nods, reassured, before asking, so my parents know where I am and what's happened to me, right? Yes, Ms. H. Kala. Your boyfriend, too. They're going to meet you off the boarding ramp later. Her mouth falls open and her face goes red and hot. Is something the matter? I ask with concern. It's just that my parents, I hadn't told them about him yet. I suppose this will be interesting, she says nervously. I cock my head. Is there some reason to be ashamed of him? Taken aback, she answers, well, no, there's not. Then what are you worried about? This will certainly be an unorthodox way for him to meet your parents. But if you're not worried that they'll disapprove, then there's no issue, is there? I say, trying to come across both compassionate and logical at the same time. She looks upward, thoughtfully. What am I worried about? I've just survived a tsunami, and I'm worried about my parents and boyfriend not getting on. I suppose it'll make for an interesting story, at least. At this point, Victor, Toon, Ms. Hunter, and Mr. Nolganet enter the ward, accompanied by the minuscule, translatorless sister of the one on the bed. Ike ia keke, ua hai aku au ia oi, ua hai aku au ia oi o kupua laku, babbles the small girl excitedly, gesturing to my crew. The girl on the bed bursts into laughter. Ha 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 ha. I'm still not convinced. Ha 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 ha. Lonnie! What's she trying to convince you of? Queries Victor. She thinks you're kupua, smirks the girl on the bed. What are kupua? Frowns Victor mirthfully. Little difficult to translate, she ponders. Sometimes gets translated as demigods, and it's true that they're like halfway between human and god, but it's not the case that they need to be the child of a god and a human. Spirits captures the fact that they're usually associated with some phenomenon or aspect of nature, but kupua are corporeal. A superhero would be pretty close to the mark, but they're not necessarily heroic. They're just like humans plus plus plus, you know? Here I chuckle. It seems your species has no end of beings you've imagined, which can be described thusly. It's as if it simply isn't enough, that you're already the most powerful beings in the galaxy. You still want more. Yeah, well, Cap, Victor smiles crookedly. You gotta remember, the knowledge that humans are the galaxy's Viltrumites is only a little older than I am. We've got thousands of years of stories recorded from eras where we thought we were weak. Culture ain't had that long to adjust to the new normal. He turns back to the girl on the bed. What's she think we're the kupua of? Well, you, Mr. She says expectantly. He smiles. Taylor, Hunter, Nulganate, Toon, gesturing to each in turn. She nods appreciatively. Well, Mr. Taylor, you and Miss Hunter, she seems to think are a brother and sister set of fire kupua. This is, despite knowing what Europeans and Neanderthals are, she says, turning to her sister. Ina o lakuo kupua, a ole pilikia, says the small girl, visibly defensive. The big sister chuckles and continues, I'm guessing Mr. Nolganet is the one she told me was the Kupua of Silence. Hey, confirms the small girl. That would make Ms. Toon the Kupua of Twilight and wife of Brother Fire, she chuckles. Toon's face turns a vivid shade of purple, but before she can start her typical light-speed, flustered gibbering, Victor puts his arm around her waist and kisses her cheek. We ain't married yet, he smiles mischievously. The girl on the bed flashes her brow up, bemused, before saying, Well, I didn't expect that. I assumed that this was another strange conclusion she'd come to, like they must be siblings, because they're both muscly and have green eyes and red hair. I didn't think there'd be anything to it. Aoleo I mana oio iau, aka heoia io, cries the small Terran child triumphantly. Nearly, but not quite, Lonnie, grins her sister before turning to Victor and continuing. So, I've had a version of events from Lonnie as to what happened while I was out cold. Would you mind giving me your perspective? Pulling over some chairs, the group sit and begin recounting the tale of how they rescued the two girls. We weren't really expecting to find anyone in the forest. Figured everyone would have made it to the evac point. I just wanted to make sure. We were just about to turn around and go back to the ship when Toon shouted that she'd found a girl. Later, the group of us stand in the rear loading bay, the two young human girls at the top of the ramp, facing back towards the five of us. Thank you again. We can't thank you enough, affirms the one at the cusp of adulthood. Mahalo yauku apau, grins her much younger sister, waving in seeming agreement. Anytime, beams Victor. Though hopefully it'll be less nail-bittenly close to a violent, watery death next time. He winks and there's a chuckle. There's our ride, observes the elder girl. A transport capsule, differently styled to those I rode in on Zanzibar Mpya, or the ones I saw on Shinde Chin, sweeps into the clearing and settles down a few dozen meters from the base of the ramp. Two adult humans and another boy, around the same age as the elder girl, step from the pod. Those would be, I start. My parents and boyfriend, yes, she interrupts, distractedly. The capsule company must have got their hails close together enough to make them into a single transport, she adds nervously. Says the child indignantly. I know you didn't, Lonnie. I'm sorry, I didn't want to tell you so soon, answers the elder sister without taking her gaze from the trio at the foot of the ramp. There follow a few moments more of hesitation, before I decide that a little prompting is in order. I walk to the young woman's side and look down the ramp at the three who seem to be standing, talking, and not to have noticed that those two whom they've come for are standing watching them. You know, I start, hopefully sounding casual. At some point, they will notice you here. Or if they don't, you will need to move for some other reason. Looking after your need for calories, sleep, or other bodily functions, even if you put complete and total faith in your ability to stand rooted to this spot forevermore, I will need the ship to take off eventually. Why don't you? What are the Terran expressions? Rip off the adhesive bandage. Chew on the projectile. She laughs, evidently. At least one of those were not the correct idiom. Then she turns to me and says, You're right! Time to chew the projectile. Come on, Lonnie. The two girls join hands and walk down the ramp. The trio at the bottom of the ramp quickly notice the two girls and break off their conversation. The two, which I infer to be their parents, positively sprint up the ramp, the inferred boyfriend hanging behind, despite from the look of him, easily being capable of outrunning the pair. The family, even the small girl, crash into each other with the boom of solid Death World bodies on solid Death World bodies, unnervingly audible even at this distance away. There are tears, hugs, rapid, indecipherable words exchanged. So, says Victor, stepping to my side, she was worried about her parents meeting her boyfriend, I gather. She was, I affirm. She just needed a little reminder that anxiety lies and that reality is rarely as frightening as our fears whisper it will be. He raises his eyebrows contemplatively. Well done for picking up on that. Yes, well, I turn to him with a wry expression. When you've spent as much time as I have around Terrans, you do start to pick up on certain patterns, things it's helpful for them to hear, things it's not, etc. He looks at the girl stepping from her parents and putting her hand on the arm of the boy, gesturing from the pair to the boy and back, the meeting that wouldn't have been possible without him, Toon, Nolganet, and Hunter risking their lives to make it so. And chuckles, seems like it. Perhaps you should write some sort of care guide, for other Garden World captains with Terran crew, the maintenance and provision of humans or something. I smile back. Perhaps indeed, before turning back to enjoy the scene. Sand. Something that always strikes me about Death Worlds are the smells. Not entirely malodorous, and rather many are aromatic, fragrant, but all definitely pungent. I can only imagine how strong the scents must be outside of my field. What proportion of the Death World bouquet am I not able to appreciate because it would result in rapid infection, necessitating drastic medical intervention. Neonesia has a distinct scent profile from Jinde Chin and Zanzibar Mpia. Zanzibar smelled much more like my recollection of Earth, which I suppose sort of makes sense, given that it had no native ecology and all its species were Terran introductions. Even if those species came from a completely different Terran biome than those I am familiar with, they still have enough in common, scent-wise, to be identifiable as coming from the same cradle world. The smells of death worlds, logically, should smell like death to me. The smells of every organism fighting desperately to survive. The smells of those that fail that task, having their nutriment greedily reabsorbed into the ecosystem by 1,000,001 decomposers and detritivores. The smells of those who've been thus far successful, attempting to procreatively replace themselves before their luck runs out. Somehow, despite comprehending the nature of the all-out war for survival, raging all around us, as we make our way from the ship through the forest to the beach, it doesn't smell like death to me, the way it once would have. There's a vibrancy to it that I'm aware of now, a verve, an ebullience that I didn't comprehend as a younger woman. I land from that flight of thought, and from atop Victor's shoulder, turn my head to Jenny, wryly asking, "Are you satisfied that you're finally getting your beach day?" She blushes and answers, "I was happy to wait. Wouldn't have been in very good taste to run off to the beach when thousands of refugees were aboard, would it?" Brunhilde puts an arm around her girlfriend, resting her hand on the far side of her waist, pulls her close and smiles down. "You can be disappointed about the beach days we lost, Dormouse. That's allowed. None of us will think you're saying you'd have preferred to trade lives for beach days." The small Terran woman smiles back and says, "Okay, I'm a little disappointed by the days we lost, but I'm happy we're getting our beach day now. Plus, being given permission to land the ship on the planet, walking distance from a gorgeous beach, sort of gives it a resort feeling, you know? We wouldn't have got that if we'd been staying at the ODR and taking transports to beaches. Silver linings, I suppose, yeah." Her musings are cut short as her girlfriend effortlessly hoists her into a bridal carry. The golden-haired Amazonian gives the flustered brunette a contented kiss before saying, "You're extremely cute when you try to be positive, you know. Also, how come I've never seen this outfit before? It's surprisingly conservative for you. Knowing you, I was expecting a swimsuit made out of slightly wide pieces of string." "How dare you?" laughs the small woman with mock indignation. "You would impugn my honor as a lady?" "You're what now?" retorts the larger woman, her glacier blue eyes crinkled in a smile.
Ugh.
Scoffs the brunette, playfully batting the side of her girlfriend's face. "If you must know, I fabbed it recently, based on some photos I looked up for reference. Mauve two-piece, with a strapless top and a sheer gold sarong." She gestures to the respective parts. As to why it's not just slightly wide pieces of string, she smirks. "I find that a little mystery is sexier than none." "I see you went for sporty, huh?" The athletic blonde cocks an eyebrow sardonically, before responding, "These are my swim clothes, and you don't like them?" Looking away, the small woman answers, "I didn't say that. I was definitely thinking it super hard, though." Here, I interject, "There's so much nuance baked into the choice of swim attire. For you, Terrans, it seems like a tremendously stressful thing to subject yourselves to. Why not just go entirely nude, given that your species' normal inhibitions regarding exposure of skin appear to be suspended in this social context?" I gesture to the convoy of Terrans, displaying several times the normal quantity of skin. They all laugh, and Victor, one of the least dressed Terrans present, corrects, "It ain't suspended, more just sorta modified. We're happy showing a bit more skin than we would in, for instance, a town center high street, but that don't mean it's a free-for-all. There's personal taste to consider. But we've a pretty consistent sense of when a swimming costume gets a bit too provocative. While public nudity ain't illegal or anything, most folk consider it in bad taste, even at a beach. Yeah, that is indeed too much nuance for me. I still can't comprehend the notion that if the garments you're all wearing right now weren't made of waterproof material, that would make them underwear, and you would suddenly be embarrassed to be out in them, despite them being exactly as revealing, I answer. A chuckle ripples up the convoy. I turn to Hasiek, who's nonchalantly traversing the path between the blue foliage, dressed in a two-piece similar to the ones worn by Toon, Emiko, and Jenny, only with no legs to pass between. The lower part is just a band. "Hasiek, you don't seem to be taking due care with the path. Am I missing something, or did you forget the lecture that Cass gave you on Zanzibar?" I asked, concerned. The attentive expression she wore when I addressed her breaks into an amused smile as she explains, "You are missing something, Captain. Zanzibar was a dead world, terraformed with life from a Class 12 death world. This is a lower-end Class 10. Pathogens on this planet won't be that much worse than ones from Sahak, and Neonesian thorns are much less likely to be able to pierce the scales of Asahas than Terran ones. I can be a bit more relaxed." "I'm sorry, Class 10?" I say incredulously. "The planet that swallowed an entire island from beneath us within hours of our arrival is barely a death world." Victor answers, laughing, "Yeah, it ain't a great look for this planet, but you gotta remember, most days it ain't drowning islands with tectonic activity. In fact, I'd guess the only reason they were happy to send their rescue fleet out of system for training without a substitute is because they reckoned the chances of them being needed was so negligible." Well, I would make a quip about even Death Worlders underestimating the deadliness of Death Worlds, but I feel like there are many ways in which that could be turned around on me. "So I shall say nothing," I chitter. At that moment, we reach the edge of the forest. Stepping from beneath the azure leaves of the canopy, we find ourselves on a spectacularly white sandy beach, around 500 millers long, 50 millers wide, surrounded on 3 sides by cerulean palms, and on the 4th by a crystal blue ocean. There are many delighted gasps, whoops, and hollers from the group, clearly admiring of the breathtaking beauty of this scene. "Whole beach to ourselves," exclaims Victor, with satisfaction. "Let's find a spot near the water." A suitable spot, judged by criteria I can't discern, is located. Victor places down the metal spheroid on stilts and the stasis box he's been carrying, which must weigh around a 40K turd between them. Opening the spheroid, he reveals a cage shelf with a hollow space beneath it. "You realize," I say wryly, causing his head to turn upwards to look at me, "if you had cooked your burgers on the ship, you could have put them in the same stasis box you brought them in anyway, and spared yourself the need to lug that antiquated cooking apparatus and sacks of solid fuel for it here. Also, why, oh why, is my head of health and safety cooking with combustion, rather than just using a heating element to cook the food?" He smirks. "Yeah, Cap, I realize reason I didn't use the stasis box to transport them pre-cooked or use a heating element is because it ain't the authentic experience. Cooking them on the beach is the done thing." Giving a Terran shrug, I respond, "Doesn't matter to me. You're the one who had to carry them here." "Yeah, and it was a doddle thanks to your gravity field," he answers smugly. "Easier than it would have been, but not as easy as it could have been," I retort. "I told you, it ain't the way," he says with both amusement and finality. I hop down from his shoulder and the group begins setting up. Later. "It wouldn't work," insists Jenny, cross-legged in the sand, Chinglong curled around her shoulders in such a way as he forms a backrest. "But if it's the strongest material," muses Krish, as he tends her, Burger, along with his own and Yuen's garlic bread, on the Dietary Requirements grill. "Diamond isn't the strongest material, it's the hardest," she asserts. "If you tried to build armor out of it, it would shatter like glass the moment it suffered an impact. Hardness isn't what you want for impact protection. You want toughness. Durasteel is tough. That's why battle armor is built from that with nary a diamond in sight." "But," says the slender man, screwing up his face in thought, "I'll tell you what, if you still don't believe me, I'll print a 30 cm 30 cm sheet of diamond and another of steel. It'll have to do as civilian nanoforges can't do Durasteel. I'll bring them to the beach with me tomorrow, and we'll get Hildy to take a crack at both of them with a sledgehammer. You'll see. The steel will dent, the diamond will shatter." Here, Victor interrupts sternly, looking up from the main grill on which he's tending the burgers, that Krish isn't able to, for religious reasons. "You are not shattering diamond on the beach. I know it don't look like many people come here, but how'd you feel if you found out that some kid had to call a medevac from here because they'd cut their foot on a shard of diamond you'd missed? Find somewhere to run your experiments on the ship and clean up after yourselves afterwards." Rolling her eyes, she answers, "All right, Granddad," with an amused, mocking tone. Brunhilde interjects, "You think you can mock the sportiness of my swim clothes one minute and the next volunteer me for sporty tasks that you're not up to?" With a wry smile. "Can't I?" asks the smaller woman, raising her eyebrows and fluttering her eyelashes. Pursing her lips, the blonde responds, "You definitely wouldn't be able to if you were just, like, 1% less charming. Someday you're going to meet someone who's not affected by your cuteness." "Already happened," volunteers Exxon. "I personally think you're the cuter one, Samus." Turning her attention to the rangy Schwani woman, her eyebrow raised skeptically, she responds, "That's so. jutting out her chin with a mischievous grin and putting her arm around her singularly bulky girlfriend. Zahn answers, I have a type. Burgers are ready. Come get 'em, shouts Victor, breaking off the interlineage flirtation. As Brunhilde, Thran, and Zahn rise to retrieve their beef burgers from Victor, I see Jenny's attention following the tall, slender woman, her face unreadable. It only lasts a moment before she looks back to Krish's smaller grill and takes a swig of her cold, dew-covered tapache. As Krish begins serving up the veggie burgers, Emiko sits next to Jenny and asks, Hey, Jenny, I hope you won't think I'm being rude, but you want to know why I'm a vegetarian? She answers coolly. Why, yes, how did you... Always comes up sooner or later. You want to know why on earth I would deny myself meat when, being lab-grown, it's not like the cows had to suffer? Emiko nods thoughtfully. Yes, I mean, I understand that for these two. She gestures at Krish and Yuen. It's religious, but it's not religious for you, is it? It's not, and it's not environmental either. Given that energy is effectively free, she turns to the purple-eyed woman. I hope you won't think I'm being rude, but would you eat a burger made of lab-grown human if I told you it was super delicious? Emiko's eyes narrow as she calmly but immediately answers, No. Why not? Answers the smaller woman, stroking the head of the contented dragon. Well, it would be cannibalism for one thing. She smiles. No, it wouldn't. You wouldn't be eating the flesh of a living, breathing human. You'd be eating meat grown specifically to be eaten. There should be no ethical issue with eating it, right? Taking a bite of her beef burger, I'm guessing to subtly buy herself a few moments to consider, the glamorous woman responds, There are many health issues with cannibalism, as if that fact is both common knowledge and common sense. I'm not particularly interested in needing to drag myself to the medroom and explain what kuru is or how I acquired it. Okay then, what about a rakali burger? No health issues with that, are there? Emiko looks to me appraisingly. Leave me out of your thought experiments, I chitter. As an obligate frugivore, I shall be no help in unteasing Terran ethical quandaries regarding the consumption of lab-grown flesh. Emiko nods, turns back to Jenny and answers, I understand what you're saying, but humans and rakali are both sentient, sapient, sophont species. Cows aren't. So you'd eat a dog burger? Queries Jenny, pointedly but not accusingly. Here, Sam interjects, Not eating, fancy mummy, small mummy, please. His translated tone indicating that he isn't sure whether being eaten is actually a possibility, but not carrying the appropriate amount of concern for that scenario, in my view. Both women turn broad, genuine smiles on the lovable semi-sapient and reassure him that him being eaten is not at all what's being discussed. Satisfied, he resumes begging Victor to allow him to have sauce on his plain burger. Lack of sapience not allowing him to recognize an utterly lost cause. Returning her attention to her interlocutor, Jenny says, The squeamishness you just felt about eating human, rakali, and dog burgers is how I feel about all meat. It's just that simple. Haven't eaten meat in nearly a decade. Contemplatively, Emiko responds, I see. Thank you for engaging with that, even though it's obviously a very boring subject for you. No probs, smiles Jenny reassuringly, though in a way that entirely avoids touching her upper face, before turning her attention back to the 19mm blonde and the tuna tumor chwani at the grill. Many burgers, some sunbathing, and a game of volleyball later. You're certain? Absolutely certain? I address the man, more than twice my age, with concern. Never been more certain of anything. He's exceedingly well-trained, Captain. I give you my word, responds the warrior cleric. I sigh. If Victor approves, then I won't prohibit it. The elder man turns to his young student. I'm really glad you thought about it at all, Cap, but if Shifu says it's fine, then I think it's fine. Plus, he's tracked, right? The warrior nods, naturally. Then I say go for it. The teacher smiles before turning his face to the azure dragon and saying, Qinglong, and raising his hand. The creature lazily opens its eyes and rolls them toward his owner before stopping and widening them. There's a subtle shift as the 4 millimeters tube of Deathworld muscle tautens, near imperceptibly. Oh, go, says the monk with a corresponding gesture to the water. I thought I was ready for the speed with which that monster would streak away. I was wrong. The shock of how quickly that animal goes from being coiled in a nap-time pile to being in the water, or meters away, actually induces autonomic fight/flight/freeze reactions in me, as I'm unable to tear my attention from the undulating motion with which he's now propelling himself through the water, and my heart's race into the quadruple digits. The speed with which he is able to move through the water is comparable to that which I'm able to achieve during flight in a shallow dive. In a spectacular display, the serpentine animal breaches the water and his entire body clears the surface in a breathtaking arc before re-entering with barely a splash. "Remember to breathe, Captain," chuckles the monk, though I'm glad I'm not the only one who sees how magnificent he is. Cocking a brow tuft, I answer. "Magnificent or not, if your pet decides to stray away, you may be responsible for introducing an ecosystem decimating invasive species." He smiles. "He won't. Plus, if I did, we could track him down with his tag's data. He's also a lone male. He wouldn't be able to reproduce on this planet. Unless he turns out to have been a she with a litter in her belly. Wouldn't be the first time. Or unless someone else brought a female to this planet thinking the same thing you did." He laughs. "You can rest secure in the knowledge that, biologically at least, he is male. Female shuilong are around 40% bigger and a bright vermilion color. Though you are right about the, however remote, possibility of him running into an escaped female. Or you would be, if I weren't absolutely sure he will come back to me when I call him. Just relax, Captain. Enjoy the display." I turn my attention back to the frolicking animal. "Shame Fluffy turns out to be as saltwater averse as she is freshwater," frowns Victor. Dr. Mink disdainfully responds, "Water is much less fun when your entire body is covered in waterlogging fur," gesturing to indicate that this is also why she has refrained from immersing herself. Victor shrugs a shrug of fair enough before looking to me. "How come Corey turned down the beach trip?" I sigh. Carcinization. Dumbstruck a moment, Victor eventually manages to laugh. "I'm sorry, what?" Incredulously. "You heard me," I answer, wearily. "He's worried he's going to evolve into a crab from a trip to a Death World beach," he replies, not containing his mirth at all. "No?" I correct her. He was worried he would be attacked by something that had evolved into a crab, and being surrounded by Death Worlders would mean nothing. The culprit would have snipped off a foot before anything could be done. A slightly abashed look crosses Victor's face as he says, "That's actually not quite as ridiculous as I thought. Still pretty ridiculous, though. Crabs ain't gonna just snip off a foot of an animal they ain't evolved to predate." "You're preaching to the choir, Victor." I told him he was being ludicrous, but he wouldn't budge about it. Victor frowns. "You guys gonna be okay?" I wave my wing, placatorily. "We'll be fine, dear boy. I'll have a calm discussion with him when I get back." At this point, Brunhilde interjects, "Hey guys, the Shings are here. The Fishers, too. Must have been for a walk together since they're not coming from the ship." I turn to see that, indeed, the auburn-furred Fulgensian couple are walking beside the newest additions to my crew, Alcina Dimitrescu Fisher and Mark King of the Squirrels Fisher. The 3 hours tall woman stands in a black one-piece, backless to allow her enormous chiropteran wings, normally concealed in her Terran-style sleeves, free motion. The man stands over a meter shorter than his wife, in a pair of trunks, his build and musculature comparable to Messiah's, and a shock of mottled scarlet hair at his fringe. "Ha!" crows Dr. Mink with gleeful venom at Messiah. "Looks like your girlfriend and boyfriend have become bored of you. They're shopping for replacements." Calmly, placidly, and with a nonchalant smile, Messiah answers, "They're not my girlfriend and boyfriend. We have a casual arrangement. If they want to pursue options outside of it, I'm very happy for them to do so." I see Mink's eyes narrow suspiciously behind her sunglasses, as she apparently tries to discern any deception. I'm just contentedly thinking that it's a good thing that the new hires can finally get to know the rest of the Terran contingent, whose mental health they have been hired to maintain. When I turn back around and see only the Shings making their way across the sand, the Fishers' backs disappearing as they continue to make their way, presumably, back to the ship. "Oh, hell no," I mumble under my breath, as I get up to follow after them. "Where you going, Cap?" queries Victor after me. "Oh, I just want to have a little chat," I say, containing my anger. "And no need to follow. I beat my wings and am, just about, able to get airborne, due to the atmosphere being unusually thick for gravity so low, not that it's low enough to allow me to go without a compensator. I give a brief downward greeting as I pass overhead of the Shings. I angle upwards to clear the canopy top, then through the cayenne palm fronds, I see them. I bring in my wings to pass through a gap that would otherwise not be wide enough, and alight on the path behind them. Still a little out of breath from the effort of flying on a death world, if just barely, I call out Doctors Fisher, causing them to turn in surprise. "On the beach. We're having a little social gathering to celebrate the successful transfer of the last of the refugees. I invite you to join us." The pair share an awkward frown with each other before the woman nods, as if giving permission for something. The man turns back to me and says, We won't be joining you guys," in his voice so baritone that it's in danger of falling off the bottom end of my hearing register. Anger flares up in me, and I'm about to shout at them. Just my luck to settle on antisocial therapists, ones who, upon hire, demand a room away from the rest of the Terran enclave and never visit socially. Why do they think I'll allow them to counsel people they obviously don't like, or at least don't wish to form friendships with? If they don't want to be near their future patients, then perhaps they ought to seek employment elsewhere? I'm about to say all that when I stop myself, take a deep breath, and say instead, "All right, what am I missing?" "Huh?" says the deep-voiced man with the scarlet on raven hair. I'm clearly missing something, so rather than me making a fool of myself, why don't the two of you just tell me, what am I missing? The two of them share another look before the woman answers this time. You two seem to be laboring under the misapprehension that therapists should be friends with their clients, that it's best for us to consort socially. This is not so. I balk. So therapists are meant to be adversarial with their patients? That seems quite odd to my way of thinking. Surely you should be friends with those you're meant to help. The ivory-skinned woman shakes her head and corrects, "No, we're not supposed to be enemies. We're allowed to be friendly. It's just being friends presents a boundary issue." "A boundary issue? Could you explain, Dr. Fisher?" I ask skeptically. "I can," she confirms. Terran therapy relies for maximum effect on talking, openly, honestly. Ideally, they should feel like they can tell us anything. If we're friends, that immediately alters the dynamic. Our opinions are suddenly ones that matter. There are things they feel they can't tell us. It gets in the way of counseling them effectively. I mean, there's definitely a minor boundary issue already with the fact that we have so many people from the same social group to be split between just me and Mark, leading to the possibility that one of them might tell one of us something about another that the other wasn't ready to have us know. But given that it's simply not practical for you to hire enough therapists for every one of them, to get their own exclusive one, plus we shouldn't and won't be divulging things said by person A to person B in the first place. The ethics committee rubber-stamped the arrangement, but we won't socialize outside of sessions. It would unnecessarily impede our ability to provide effective counseling. There is a long pause as my brain works to parse all of that information. Then I sigh. I should have known you would have method behind your apparent madness. There always is when it comes to Terrans, and Terraphiles, it seems. You had better not disappoint me. You had better turn out to be the first-rate graduates you seemed to be when I interviewed you. "Oh, we will," says the man, affecting cocksure self-confidence, slapping his shoulder with her hand and wing claw. The spellbook woman says, "Mark!" with mock horror. "Ignore him, Captain. What he meant to say was, we will do our best and thank you again for this amazing opportunity." I give a wry smirk before saying, "I'm sure." Anyway, off you go before you create a boundary issue. The two smile and turn back to the direction of the ship. I turn back to the beach. As I cross back over the threshold of the forest, I see Yuen cupping the cheeks of his water dragon with his hands, playing affectionately as the flexible, convoluting body of the excited animal roils this way and that in what is readily apparent to be a play version of the test he administered on my crew the first time we met. As I approach, I raise my voice to say, "It seems you were right, Master Yuen. He did come back." Snow, Crep Trees Perspective, 2685, Terran Calendar, 28 years BF. I walk atop the crust on a 57 deep layer of snow. How the enemy have managed to stay hidden in this forest when their bodies are so massively dense that the snow forces them to wade through it rather than walk over it, I will never understand. Winter on Visitrith is noticeably colder than on my home planet, 2 or 3 Celsius degree. Not enough to be life-threatening, but enough for me to feel the chill through my fur. 3 of my hands grip the improvised flag, while my 4th reaches instinctively for the sidearm I relieve myself of before setting off. As a career soldier, even before the war, I feel somewhat naked with no weapon, but I just have to keep reminding myself that I'm safer without one right now. I enter into a sloped clearing that was, just yesterday, the site of a crushing battle. Bloody patches in every color festoon the area, along with the twisted, frozen bodies of hundreds of my brothers and sisters in arms. I pause a moment, at the edge of the open space, before thrusting the pole over my head and waving it, such that the white sheet billows back and forth. I think about what else I can do to both make my intentions clear and attract their notice. "Sons and daughters of Terra," I shout in Kikitni, "I have come to parley. I beg of you to hear my words." I repeat in Galactic Basic. Silence. Not that I expected anything else. Of course, if they're here, if they're watching, they likely don't understand what I'm saying at all. Neural interface translators are not technology that they had developed pre-contact. I can only hope that my tone and the banner I'm carrying indicate my intentions. I wait and receive no answer. I lift up a foot and place it forward, only for a plume of snow to be violently thrown up 37 in front of me, followed by the crack of explosive propulsion, catching up a half-second later, limited as it is by the speed of sound. 14 years of soldierly discipline is all that keeps me from shrieking in terror. I managed to collect my spilled thoughts enough to determine that that shot was not intended to hit me. 6 years of grisly experience informed me that Terran snipers always hit exactly where they mean to. I think that was a warning. I continued to stand, stock still for a few moments longer. No more shots ring out and I'm still breathing. I wait for what seems like an eternity. Eventually, I decide that they clearly aren't willing to talk, and so turn to go. I haven't got more than 2 paces before I hear the psst of projectiles striking the snow behind me, followed by the crack, crack of their propellant blasts catching up to them. Another warning? Don't leave. Things are in motion. Have patience. Is that what they're trying to convey? I return my gaze to the incline and continue waiting. Finally, a chunk of snow breaks itself from a drift and stands. With powerful footsteps that cleave through the snow, as if it were but mist, the Terran approaches me. This Terran does not have the physique of a sniper in my view. Rather, they look like a line breaker. Even compared to other Terrans I've seen, there's an obvious power to the stocky body in matte white armor, advancing down the hill. The 1-8 Melzier soldier draws up to about twice their own height's distance away from me, clipping their rifle to their back. They point at me and do a twirling motion with their finger before placing their arms behind themselves. In answer, I take a boxed translator from a pouch on my sash and extend it to them, slowly and carefully letting them see it. They glance at the translator, then at me, then shake their head from side to side in a gesture I don't comprehend before, once again, jabbing the same finger in my direction, pointing it downward and twirling it, before briefly placing their hands behind their back. I don't understand, I say hesitantly. If you just take the translator, we can communicate freely. Why do you insist on this miming? I haven't a hope of being understood by them, of course, or so I thought. After a few seconds of staring unnervingly down at me through their blank, expressionless helmet, they reach up and detach it to reveal almost as expressionless a face. The heavy features, as well as a layer of fur on the lower portion, indicate that this is likely a male. Most humans I've ever seen, both in reality and recordings, have been wearing those face-obscuring helmets, but of those human faces I have seen, his is extremely unusual. A broad, proud nose is topped with an extremely prominent brow, with bushy bronze fur that matches that of his head. Unlike the far more common brown, blue, gray, or black arides that most humans have, his are a vivid turquoise. He has a chin that slopes back from his mouth, rather than jutting forward, as would be normal for humans. He must be one of these walking extinct subspecies of humanity that I've heard about. I know humans are extremely heterogeneous, but this can only be a cousin. None of his stark deviations from typical human facial structure are the most striking thing about his face, however. That would be the horrific burn scar at the left edge of his mouth. He opens his jaws to reveal a mangled speech organ that even I, with zero education in Death World anatomy, can appreciate renders him entirely mute. I understand. You wouldn't be able to talk to me even if you did put this on, would you? I sigh. Miming it will have to be then. He replaces his helmet and slowly points to me. Me? I queried, gesturing to myself. The Death Worlder bobs his head up and down. Could that be a yes? He places his arms behind himself first this time, changing the previous order. Unsure what else to do, I mimic him, placing my forearms behind myself. More enthusiastic head bobbing, coupled with an extended fist with an upward thumb. I'm choosing to interpret that positively. Finally, he points his finger down and spins it, to indicate something. I take one of my hands from behind myself to mimic the motion, eliciting a frustrated sigh audible through his helmet. Seeming to resign the attempt to make me understand his gestures, the man closes the distance between us and, with irresistibly powerful hands, turns me to face away from him. I understand now. The finger twirling was a representational gesture. He meant for me to turn around. I feel a little foolish for not having understood. I'm relieved of my sash and roughly frisked by his sinewy hands. I've always known the Terrans were something else, but this is the first time I've ever actually felt their strength. He controls my body as easily as I might handle a handful of powdered snow. Eventually, seeming satisfied that I conceal no weaponry, he pulls my lower arms behind my back and loops his thumb and index finger around my wrists, binding them with that hand while he fumbles for something. I feel a length of plastic being threaded around where his fingers were and then cinched. A zip tie. A Terran device that allows for quick, easy securement of a potentially resistant individual. I do not resist as he zip ties my upper arms behind me on top of my lowers. My hands bound, the man rounds my front and looks at me, seeming to consider something. He reaches behind himself and rips a long strip off of his heavy white canvas cloak as easily as if it were made of paper. He approaches me with the length of heavy cloth and ties it over my eyes. My world becomes darkness as he deprives me of my vision. I feel a solid hand reach to cradle my underside between my front and back legs. I'm hoisted into the air before being spun around disorientatingly. I hear the crunch, crunch, crunch of this Terran carrying me away through the snow, though I could not say in what direction. I turn my head down and beseech my ancestors to bless my task. Fang's perspective, exclaims the woman angrily as I disinfect her newly empty eye socket. I cock my brow, not that she can see that, and respond, "Oh, my apologies, little girl. I thought I was treating decorated war hero and certified badass, Commander Miyazaki. I didn't realize I was actually treating a small child." Pursing her lips in a way that lets me know exactly what she thinks of my attempt at comic relief, she asks, "Tell me, Doc, how many times have you had an eyeball burst from flash-boiled aqueous humor?" "0 times," I answer wearily. She feigns thoughtfulness. "Then, your qualification to dictate what an appropriate pain response is," cupping her ear as if genuinely curious. I think about answering that a mostly finished medical doctorate and 6 years of field experience should count for something, but sensing how that would be received, I instead sigh, "None." She taps her index finger against her chin as if considering, In that case, fucking ow. I flatten my ears and dip my snout, suitably chastened. After a few moments of silence as I dress her wound, I ask, "Out of curiosity, and what species were they?" She frowns. "The one who slagged your helmet and melted your face?" She laughs. "Lovely bedside manner, Doc." I smile. "Yes, well, if experience has taught me anything, it's that you soldiers appreciate candor. So, what were they?" She waves a hand dismissively. "Never bothered learning the whole menagerie. One of the big ones." "A Kiklo?" I inquire. "No," she negates thoughtfully. "A spellbook?" Her face turns hard as she says, "If there were rough-worlder elites on planet, you think I'd let anyone be ignorant of it? No. It was one of those motherfuckers that looked like a prehistoric rhino walking upright. What was the horn like? Like a brontotherium or more like an elasmotherium?" She says nothing, only giving me a hard stare, despite her lack of sighted eyes, that shouts, loud and clear, that she has no clue what the difference is, even though it was her who made the comparison to ancient rhinos. I sigh. Was it one of the purple, shaggy boys with the 2-pronged horns? Or was it one of the hairless red ones with the long, conical horn? "One of the purple, shaggy boys," she answers. "That would be a Threndian. How badly did it hurt?" She shrugs and answers, "Oh, what I assume, bearing in mind this has only happened to me twice, is the normal amount for having molten durasteel held against your face and scalp by your helmet." I give a forlorn little whine, causing her to burst into laughter. It's disconcerting to see such a hearty laugh from one with so little face left. "Don't make that noise. When you do, you remind me of Pochi, the Shiba I had as a child." I roll my eyes and shoot back, "Yes, and when you laugh like that, you remind me of a capuchin I saw at a zoo once, and doesn't feel good to be compared to a semi-sapient cousin species, does it?" She smirks back. "But you're such a good boy, Fang. That doesn't even... Your ancestors never told mine that they were good boys." "Yes, we did, and the ones we told eventually became domestic dogs." She shoots back. I frown. "You are far too coherent for someone on the dose of painkillers I've given you." She shrugs. "Yeah, I have noticed diminishing returns with every time you've given me them. That's not ideal. I would switch you to something else, but A, it's probably best if you aren't absolutely blitzed when Hram gets here, and B, we don't have anything else," I say. Her mouth tightens as I remind her. I start Emiko, but am cut off. "No," she interrupts. "Excuse me? I know what you're going to say, and if you're about to give me advice relating to my command, civilian, then it's not Emiko, it's Sadr Miyazaki," she says, all cheer gone from her voice, an icy chill in its place. "Apologies, Commander. As you've no doubt inferred, I was going to counsel you to attempt to negotiate some sort of safe passage back to Terran space, or, failing that, a surrender conditional on our rights as POWs being guaranteed. We can't trust any guarantees given to us by people who think we're monsters. People who think we're an affront to nature for the crime of existing," she spits, angrily. "Once they have us in a position where we can't fight back, they'll just murder us. That might well be the case, but you know as well as I that we're not going to make it to the next supply drop, and surely a likely death is preferable to a guaranteed death." "Sure you're not just getting soft, Lowell?" she asks, spitefully. Now it's my turn to get angry. "Is that what you think?" I say, with cold fury. "After everything you've seen me put up with? After everything you've seen me do? You think this is just about me not being able to hack it anymore? Wanting to get back to my creature comforts? Is it so unbelievable that I might have genuine concern about the dwindling supplies of everything, and including personnel? Who's going to replace you, for instance? As far as I can see, No one else left alive is even remotely qualified for command. She seems to realize that she crossed a line and she says, "I'm sorry, Doc. I didn't mean that." "It's all right, Emiko. You're doing a remarkable job of putting a brave face on it. But I understand that the pain must be agonizing. I'm certain I'd say things I didn't mean if I were subjected to 1/100th of the pain you must be experiencing right now." I say, my voice softened. I just can't do it. I can't. "Why don't you just hear what they have to say? Then make a decision," I suggest. She looks up with her sightless, bandaged eyes and nods. "Okay, hand me my katana. Facilities, Crabtree's perspective." The Terran places me on the ground and a moment later pulls off the cloth he used to blind me. In so doing, he reveals a cavern in which stands the single most fearsome-looking being with which I have ever shared an enclosed space. This creature stands easily more than 2 meters tall and is covered in a thick coat of dense white fur, over top of which is a fabric uniform in the usual Terran snow-white camouflage, only this one is streaked with bands of scarlet, which stirs a memory. Though right now I'm too terrified to recall the significance of white and red Terran clothing, has a canine snout with clearly predatory teeth, matching clearly predatory claws at the end of every digit, and predatory, forward-facing, yellow eyes. I am in no doubt that this brute must be the master of this warband. That they carry no weapon and wear no armor reads as more threatening than if they were radically armed and armored, as if to say I need no weapons, no defense, not even stealth, and even still I shall be your superior in all matters of war and death. Likewise, the placid expression with which they look down on me is, somehow, every bit as menacing as if they had their teeth bared in wrath. Next to this white-furred titan sits a woman, Terran, human, not a cousin. She doesn't look particularly tall or bulky by Terran standards. Rather, she's average height and slim-looking. The most notable things about her are the elegant, sheathed plasma blade that rests across her lap, the scars that cover every inch of exposed skin that I can see, and, strangest of all, the white cloth entirely enclosing the top half of her head. One look at her unrestrained hands holding a weapon, discount her being a prisoner like me, but why else would she be blinded like that? I don't have to wait long for my answer as the Terran who carried me here approaches her and not the predator standing to her right. He gives her the translator and she, presumably having explained to her what it is by the giant, whose voice it turns out is surprisingly soft, pokes it underneath her head wrapping. As she does, she reveals the edge of a patch of raw, burned flesh. Those wrappings are bandages. The moment she manages to activate the translator is made obvious by the fact that her whole body is racked by violent shuddering, clearly indicating a dearth of experience with nerve-jacking. "Hey, testing, 1, 2, 3, she says, her tone being rendered as almost bored. "I hear you, I volunteer." She gives a mirthless exhale, "Would you look at that? A working translator. A translator that works on humans. This thing must be worth its weight in gold." A little confused, I answer, "It's a lot more valuable than the same weight of any naturally occurring element, ma'am." Another humorless puff as she turns her face to me and answers, "A figure of speech. I mean that it's extremely valuable. I suppose they only started asteroid mining a few centuries ago. Being from such a high-gravity world, gold was probably quite scarce in their crust for the majority of their history. Being so rare will have made it valuable. Language may not have caught up to that no longer being the case. All right, I'm not here to ponder linguistics. I had better introduce myself. I am Group Leader Crabtree, son of Kirerit. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance." A sneer and curt bob of her head followed by untranslatable rank commander, meaning one who orders and is obeyed. Emiko Miyazaki, leader of the UTC 10,091st Rangers, and I wish I could say the same. "This is not going well." Her translated voice is layered with scorn and contempt. Also, did this blind woman just reveal that she is ultimately in charge? Not the monster. Does that make them her bodyguard? This is Fang Doc Lowell," she says, gesturing to the enormous carnivore to her right, "and you've met untranslatable rank sergeant, meaning one who serves, Hram Rivers," accurately gesturing, despite her sightlessness, to the armored one who carried me here. "Speaking of, thank you, Sergeant, you are dismissed. Please release our guest's hands before you leave." The bronze-haired man stiffens, brings his hand to his breastplate, and begins tapping out a staccato cadence, reminiscent of the automatic firearms with which Terrans fight. Listening a moment, the woman gives a mirthful puff and says to me, "Sergeant Rivers seems to think he needs to stay here in case you get violent. Would you mind telling me your species so I know exactly how hard to laugh at that?" Stumbling a little on the fact that Terran soldiers can, apparently, communicate through nothing more than rhythmic tapping, I manage, I'm a Keaton, ma'am. I'm the current leader of the Keaton detachment on Visi. Fang, describe him for me, would you? She interrupts, indifferently turning to the white predator. His goat gray forearms, forelegs, rodentane apparence, the canine says, looking at me appraisingly. She bursts into hysterical laughter. It's some moments before she manages, a chinchillator? My translator gives me an apologetic shrug over the word it's flagged as untranslatable. Ha ha ha. Nice try, Rivers. Release his hands, and then, kindly, untranslatable expletive. Fuck. Nearest to prox. Copulate. Off. Fang will look after me, even if he is a man of peace. A man of peace? That thing? The one called Rivers shrugs, draws a small blade, and deftly cuts my bindings before making to go. Rivers, calls the commander, causing her subordinate to stop and look back. Get some rest. I'm sure you're tired, she says, her voice softer than I've yet heard it. The man gives a bob of his head before leaving. Now, says the woman, her translated tone ice cold and her sightless gaze returning flawlessly to my location. I must say that I'm impressed you'd have the bravery to walk into our lair. You're not at all scared that we're going to untranslatable term flay, meaning peel strip, the entirety of an organism's skin, you alive. I wasn't until the moment she said that. I'd offer you a drink, but I'm afraid your choices would be tea or instant coffee. And while I don't know if you could survive drinking tea, I'm fairly certain our coffee would kill you. You could have water, I suppose. Thank you for the offer, I say, trying to be as cordial as this woman is terse. I'm not thirsty. If you don't mind my asking, the one to your right, what is his rank? He doesn't have one. He's an untranslatable term civilian, meaning one not engaged in military service. She shrugs. A civilian? What is a civilian doing on a military expedition? I ask incredulously. Untranslatable term, humanitarian, meaning concerned with or seeking to promote welfare. Observer and embedded medic, she answers nonchalantly. I appraise the red and white clad man, recalling now the meaning of that livery. That seems like a bit of a waste of talent, in my opinion. You're entitled to your opinion, she says flatly. But you don't share it? The blind woman gives an appraising puff through her nose, but does not answer. I have never felt as heavily scrutinized as I do right now. You'll have to forgive my appearance. One of your compatriots gave me the pleasure of a plasma spear to the face yesterday. She doesn't sound particularly apologetic. Also, strange. Do Terrans consider war wounds pleasant to receive? That seems to be what she just implied. Your appearance is forgiven. I hesitate over whether to apologize for her injury or congratulate her on her apparent happiness about it. I opt to say nothing. So, a white flag, huh? She asks smugly. Research indicated that it is the Terran symbol of truce and parley. She scoffs, maybe in the 22nd century. These days, white's a funerary color. I'm told that Rivers initially reported your appearance with the words, I've got a mourner here, she mocks. So, a white flag is outdated? What would the modern equivalent be? Her lips tighten as she says, there isn't one. We haven't fought a real war for centuries. Until this one, that is. And in this one, you've been a little too busy trying to untranslatable term exterminate, meaning kill, destroy entirely. Note, often associated with the concept of vermin, us to set any rules of engagement. Not much point in surrendering to those whose stated aim is your untranslatable term eradication, meaning utter destruction. It isn't as if I begin trying to defend. Both of my parents were aboard the Paloma, she interrupts, entirely forestalling me. I wince. My condolences. All they wanted to do was talk you idiots down from this stupid fucking war, she says with acrid bitterness. I give her a moment. So, tell me, why are you here? She asks in a low, seething anger. I steel myself to answer, I am here to discuss a surrender. This senseless fighting has gone on long enough. Her lip curls in what my translator informs me is both disgust and contempt. What have I done wrong? Wasn't she just saying, I'm afraid we haven't the proper facilities to take you all prisoner. Sorry, she sneers. What? I ask, flabbergasted. We'd like to, but we can't accept your surrender. Of all the answers I had considered, that was not one of them. I begin pleading, Commander, please be reasonable. You must... Shut up, she snarls in the most dire, chilling, ghastly voice I've ever been exposed to. I look to the humanitarian, who gives me a seemingly sympathetic curl of his mouth. How could I have so thoroughly misjudged both of them initially? The massive fury that I had thought a woman continues. I don't know if it's the pain I'm in, the untranslatable term painkillers, meaning drugs that murder pain. I'm on, or just the whole fucking situation, but I'm feeling in the mood to unload, so you are going to sit there and listen while I vent. Is that understood? Don't answer that, she says, preempting the paradox of me being asked to confirm that I understand that I am to say nothing before my brain has caught up to it. I say nothing. The feral woman continues, you have no idea what I've lost to this war. Me, personally. What your little attempted untranslatable term, genocide, meaning deliberate and systematic killing aimed at the destruction of a group, has robbed me of. My parents, more friends than I can count, my face, and most recently, my fucking eyesight. My eye, for the second time. Right now, if our two sides had never bumbled their way into each other, if we were still able to live unmolested on our planets, you know what my biggest concerns would probably be? She brings a hand to her chin and looks up in mocking mimicry of deliberation. Should I do a postgrad? Should I start my career? Should I travel first? Where should I travel? I sure hope my classmates don't saddle me with an embarrassing epithet. Should I shoot my shot with that hunk of the classmate before we never see each other again? You know where I am instead? Here. I'm thousands of light years from Terran space fighting you guys, solely to keep you here and not at the front. I'm almost certainly never going to get an epithet because I'm almost certainly not making it off this planet alive. I'm forced to play commander to a bunch of teenagers who already consider me part of the old guard. I'm 24. I never wanted to be a soldier. You understand? She doesn't give me the chance to answer before she stands, slams the chape of her sword against the floor, and continues. And now you think you can just waltz in here and demand our surrender, just because you've given us a bloody nose. You can mark my words. The 10,091st will surrender over my dead body. The blind woman stands, her chest heaving from the exertion of her wild event. She glares chillingly through her bandages. During the entire time she spoke, she managed to keep perfect track of where I am in space. Eventually, after an eternity of silence, I managed the courage to ask, "May I speak now, Commander?" She gives a disdainful sigh and waves a hand in the way that my translator informs me means something like, "If you must." You seem to have misunderstood. I'm not here to demand your surrender. She twitches her head, confused. But you said, I'm here to offer you the surrender of the planetary forces of Visitrith. She slumps back down onto her seat. I don't believe it, she says, breathless. It's true, I confirm. Though, honestly, I'm a little confused. You seemed to understand that at first, but then started talking as if you thought I wanted you to surrender. It was as if originally you were saying the opposite of what you meant for some reason. You mean the movie quote? The whole thing about how we don't have the facilities? She queries, does your language not have sarcasm? I listen carefully to my translator's explanation of that term, then answer, it does not, no. Emiko's perspective, 2714 Terran calendar. I pour myself out a measure of sake and raise it to the scowling, eye-patched face in the photo. Here's to you, young lady. You're still here. You made it. Well, most of you did. But the parts that didn't got pretty-looking replacements. I gesture to my purple eyes and the silver streak in my hair. 53 today. I'd say you've more than made up for the youth you lost to that war. You got over yourself, eventually. You managed to wipe that permanent scowl off your face. You grew into your epithet. I consider for a moment whether I should have let anyone know it was my birthday. No, I don't think so. I'm much happier not being subjected to a song and dance. A cup raised to the past is as much marking of the occasion as it needs. At that moment, I hear a knock on the door. I frown slightly. One moment, I say, throwing on my yukata over my chemise. I open the door to see a shock of frizzy, vivid orange hair, one head below mine, and one of jet black ringlets, two heads above mine. Miss Hunter, Miss Loper, to what do I owe the pleasure? I smile. Thran thrusts a nice-looking bottle of high ABV shochu at me and mumbles, Happy birthday. I beam, oh, you shouldn't have. How did you even know? It was in the file I got for you when I became your bodyguard, she says, almost guiltily. I didn't get you anything, I'm afraid. Someone didn't tell me until I bullied it out of her just now. Still, happy birthday regardless, smiles Han playfully. Appreciated nonetheless, I laugh. Would the two of you like to join me for a drink? I've just come into possession of a lovely bottle of shochu that I think would taste better shared. I hold up the present. The two women share a look before turning back. We'd love to, grins Zahn. Perfect. Please leave your shoes in the footwell by the door and come in. The two ladies step into my room and follow me back to the couch I was sitting on. Zahn emits an admiring whistle and gestures to the center of the photo of the 10,091st. Who's that hottie with a body and a shoddy? I laugh. She's a young, dumb soldier who thought the galaxy revolved around her. She's an old lady now. Both women sit before Zahn says, I'd like to hear all about her. I chuckle and sit. I can tell you about her, if you're sure you won't regret asking. Yukikaze, Emiko's perspective. No, 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 no. I slosh tipsily. Plasma blades were so easy to reverse engineer, we'd done it before breakfast. It's just a length of metal with a miniature fusion core attached, and a shaped containment field to keep it from vaporizing itself. Containment fields were some of the first tech we were able to replicate. Post-contact, I had ordered my sword before I even finished officer training. It was translators. I would have given my left tit to be able to communicate with the opposite side or take troops into my unit with whom I didn't share a language. That and FTL comms, phoning home for orders and to relay intel, would have been oh so convenient. The graceful Chwani woman smiles curiously, just as inebriated, and asks, I don't want to be tactless, but what was wrong with the mountains of translators you presumably could have foraged after any battle? Here, Thran murmurs, they weren't designed with the thought that they'd ever be used by Deathworlders, not seeming sure whether to address her girlfriend or me, and so addressing the floor. I beam at her. Exactly, girl! Terran neurons are very distinct from those of any garden world species. Terran languages are minefields of nuance and idiom. We tried scavenging them early in the war. They were worse than useless. And because they required a level of technological development that we just couldn't replicate, we had to fight the whole war without them. A light smile adorns the corners of her mouth at the implied praise well done for knowing that which I just gave her. The only evidence of the absurd amount of alcohol she's put away is the slight flush touching her cheeks. In one direction, she is a big woman. In many ways, not that ample chest of hers will be any help. Alcohol not being lipid-soluble, but in the other direction, Neanderthals have markedly lower tolerance per unit of body weight than sapiens, and she has had a lot. It's impressive that she still seems so sober. Hey, amico, interjects San excitedly, as if she's just thought of something. Yes, San, I answer, an eyebrow raised in amusement. You've still got it, right? I'm sorry, got what? The sword, obviously, she answers, rolling her eyes, an exasperated smirk twisting her mouth. Oh, my service saber? I do still have it. You want to see it? Zahn nods eagerly, and even Thran looks mildly curious. All right, I shrug as I get up and make for my wardrobe. It's not a plasma weapon anymore. Don't be disappointed. I pull out a 140 centimeters box, laying on its side, which I then bring back to the table we're sat around. I set the box on the table and bring my hand to its left side, sliding off the lid to the right. I reach inside and pull out my pride and joy. This is my sword, Yukikaze. Using my thumb, I push the tsuba until the seal that the hibaki maintains with the matte white sheath is released, exposing the glossy, black, woots-patterned blade. Sun's mouth falls agape, her eyes go wide, and an expression crosses Thran's face that, on anyone else, I would call mild surprise. On her, however, it looks like astonishment. No fucking way! For real? Shouts the Chwani. I smile with a hint of smugness and answer, yes, it's one of only a few tens of thousands ever made with a Durasteel blade. Afterward, they figured out that, as they cut with heat and not their edge, Durasteel isn't the best material for them. Not to mention, it would have been prohibitively expensive to manufacture as many as we needed out of Durasteel. The very sensible decision was made to switch to a far more cost-effective alloy for plasma blades. As a side effect, I ended up with an extremely stylish katana, probably worth more than a medium-sized house for the combination of its rareness and the value of Durasteel it contains. I couldn't be more jealous. That has got to be the coolest object I've ever seen, praises Exxon. I bet you kicked so much arse with that baby. I chuckle. I mainly use it for melting through the plating on armored vehicles and fortress walls. You say that like you think that sounds less badass, she roars mirthfully. Then another thought seems to occur to her as she stares at my fruit bowl. Emiko, do you reckon if I threw a peach at you, you could slice it in half? I laugh. A peach? You'd find that impressive, would you? Seeming to pick up on the fact that I consider what she just asked to be both amusing and a mild affront to my skill, she defends I've got quite a pitch in demonstration, extending her long, slim arm, which, like the rest of her, looks like that of a sapiens put through a taffy puller. I purse my lips, mirthfully, wave my hand, placatorily, and say, no doubt, but give me a minute and I'll give you a much better exhibition than fruit slicing. Her left eyebrow flashes upwards. Right, I'm intrigued, she smiles, and show us. I grin and take out my holopad. I open up the app I use to shop for nanoforged schematics and begin searching for what I need for this demonstration. It must have cost a fortune for TACOL to make private nanoforges standard issue on this ship. They're a little pricey for what it is, but it's not as if I can't afford it. Plus, you can't put a price on spectacle. I tap to purchase it and immediately send it to the forge, which hums to life. I hesitate a moment, but then decide that it's best to play it safe, and so send a pair of safety glasses to print as well. Definitely a good idea, given the quantity of alcohol we've all consumed. A few seconds more of the two girls looking curiously at my nanoforge, before I stand to retrieve the object. I pick it up and examine it a moment before extending it, handle first, to Zahn. "What's this?" She frowns. "It's a pellet gun." I answer it should shoot a metal pellet, 4 mm in diameter at a little over 300 column pH. "And what do you want me to do with it?" Instead of answering, I smile and walk over to the back corner of the room with my katana, unfold the safety goggles, and put them on. The red-headed and raven-haired women stare, disbelieving, for a few more moments before Zahn exclaims, "No, you're not serious. Not on my best day. You reckon you can hit a 4 mm ball traveling at more than 300 km?" I smile. "Well, I haven't done it since uni, and I don't think I've ever done it quite as close as this. So I can't promise to get it on my first try, but yes, I know I can. This was part of my final exam in Kenjutsu at 17, so it should still be locked in my kinesthetic memory." She laughs, obviously having a little trouble believing, shrugs, and rises to take position in the opposite corner of the room, pulling Thran along behind her. As much as one can pull a 1/6-ton woman, she turns around, effortlessly adopting the weaver stance, despite her intoxication, in a way that screams that she's had 1,000 times as much training as any subordinate I commanded in the war, though she's never been called on to truly use any of that training in anger. "So, on your left?" she asks, wiggling the barrel back and forth to indicate that she wishes me to instruct her. "Yes, actually, one moment," I say, having just realized that my yukata, though comfortable, was not really designed for martial arts. I unfasten the obi and drop it to the floor, shortly followed by the yukata itself. "You're joking," guffaws Iksan, dropping the gun to her hip. "That's what you were wearing before we showed up? You were just chilling out in a gossamer black chemise with red lingerie clearly visible through it. Are you a living advertisement from one of those ad cycles where companies are selling everything with sex?" I shrug. I like to feel pretty. Plus, we just spent all day at the beach together. My bikini was far more revealing than this. True, it showed more skin, but like Mao said, it's the mystery creating the allure. Like, when you're in a bikini, I'm like, yeah, sure, that's a stomach. It's sexy and whatever. But when you put a mostly opaque bit of clothing over that stomach, when you make me feel like I'm catching a glimpse of something I'm not really supposed to see, it becomes 100x sexier. I snort and chuckle before raising my sword slightly and wryly asking, "You still want to see how good I am with this, or are we on to the portion of the evening where we compliment each other's underwear?" "Why not both?" she quips, but then raises the pellet gun back to shoulder level. "You want me to count you in?" I shake my head, not necessary. "Just shoot whenever you're ready." With one last exhale, she squeezes. Before the trigger's even fully depressed, Yukikaze is clearing his sheath. My eyes have already calculated exactly where, in space, he needs to meet the pellet, and direct my body to put him there, without ever seeing the ball. My conscious mind has effectively no input into the procedure. If I tried to visually process where the ball was, then meet it, I would be too late to respond every time. Instead, I've got to intuitively calculate ahead and just trust that my calculations are correct. Ping tick 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 is the sound of the ball hitting the edge, followed by the two parts hitting the wall behind me, then the floor and audibly bouncing. The two women stand with their respective expressions of amazement adorning their faces. Zahn with her eyes wide and her mouth agape. Thran with her lips slightly parted and eyebrows raised. "Well, I couldn't see that, but I heard it. I know that you successfully drew that sword and hit the ball at least," says Zahn, still in bewilderment. I perform a noto with a tiny bit more flourish than I really need to sheath Yukikaze, turn around, and after a little searching, am able to locate the remains of the pellet. Didn't manage to hit it dead center? It looks like about an 80/20th split, I say, disappointedly as I examine the fragments. "Oh, you hear that, Thran? Just an 80/20th. She didn't manage to hit it dead on." "How lame," laughs Sun sarcastically. As the three of us return to our seats, I drop the imperfectly split pellet parts where they can see them, and she places the gun on the table, a little more forcefully than I suspect she would if she were sober. Thran looks confused a moment before Zahn playfully bends down to kiss the top of her head and clarifies, "Sarcasm, sweetie. It was very impressive. I used to be able to hit it dead on." I smile. "Yeah, but you said you hadn't done this since uni? That's what, 30 years, 32? I shake my head. "I didn't graduate until I was older than you are now. A few weeks before my 18th was when the Paloma was destroyed and the war truly began. For personal reasons. I was in the recruitment office the day of my birthday. I got scouted for officer training, lost an eye about 4 years in, and another 10 months before the war ended. Spent about 13 months on the waiting list to get them regened afterward, and only then started thinking about applying for higher education. So it's only about 21 years since I last pulled out that party trick. Oh shit, sorry, she says with an apologetic grimace. I wave my hand and smile. Ancient history, don't worry about it. She nods appreciatively and continues, still, the fact that you can do it at all after more than 2 decades, the fact that you could ever do it in the first place, that's like a legit superpower. That's very flattering, thank you, I answer sweetly. Here, Thran asks, that's why your eyes are purple, marking probably the 6th sentence she's spoken since she crossed the threshold of my room. Exactly. They hadn't perfected region yet, so my hair ended up silver and my irides purple. I smile warmly, causing her mouth to do that adorable and almost imperceptible upward curl again. Oh wow, I kind of feel bad now, says Zahn, biting her lip. Why do you feel bad, girl? I ask mirthfully. Hell. I sort of just assumed you purposefully got them modded that way to contribute to the whole. She splays her long fingers and waves the tips vaguely over my body. MILF aesthetic you've got going on. I burst into laughter. MILF aesthetic? My, you're a brave one. You don't think you've got a MILF aesthetic? She asks curiously. I consider a moment. I suppose, as much as one can have a MILF aesthetic with the face of a woman in her 20s, but that's not how I would have thought of it. You're partly right that my image is somewhat cultivated. Just as an example, I could have had my eyes and hair put back to normal after Taryn Regan had been refined. It would have been covered by the UTCM as veteran care, but by then I'd sort of grown into them. I'd come to think of them as enhancements rather than blights or mistakes. As I said, I like to feel pretty, and so I own and wear a lot of nice clothes. In my defense, I spent the entire war wearing nothing but cold weather fatigues and white-painted combat armor, so I feel as if I've earned the indulgence of wearing nice clothes for the rest of my life. This MILF aesthetic is also a useful persona to adopt with garden worlders, I find. The belligerence of my half-sister, my father, and I gesture to the photo of my younger self. Her is all well and good if you want to intimidate a garden worlder into doing what you want. But if you want to charm them, you need to be, well, charming. That's a lesson I learned while I was commanding the occupation of Visitrith. Zahn looks thoughtfully at me, tapping her long index finger against her chin. Eventually, she inquires, I'm sorry, did you just say you commanded the occupation of an entire planet? I mean, I've never heard of that one, so I assume it's not like a major hub world. But still, you can't have been more than, 25? How did that happen? I give a mirthless smile and answer, it's a lot easier to get promoted in a total war. Often the only qualifications necessary are you nearby? And do you have a pulse? You forget, are you the kind of badass who can cut bullets in half with her sword? Shoots back Exxon with a wry cock of her eyebrow. I wobble my head consideringly. I'm not saying I wasn't a good soldier, but a good soldier is not necessarily the same as a good commander. You still managed to command your way into a planetary surrender. Not bad for a not necessarily good commander, counters Exxon. A fair point, I allowed. It may not have had everything to do with the fact that, of the people in that photo, a quarter were dead within the year, and more than half would not survive the war. Holy shit, for real? Cries Sun, looking to the crowd in horror. I'm so sorry. That must have been really hard for you, she laments sympathetically. It certainly wasn't easy, but you do sort of go numb to it after a while. Well, I did at least. Anyway, as I said, ancient history. Do you talk to them still? Asks Thran softly. The survivors? Yes. I point to Fang. Do either of you recognize this gentleman? They both squint at the wolfman before Zahn goes, OMG, isn't that? She snaps her fingers, struggling to remember. I forget his name, but like fourth in charge of the UTCCHC. I nod. Well done. Of course, the Humanitarian Corps don't go in for strict hierarchy, but you're right that he's, de facto, in a position of some seniority. His name's Fang Doc Lowell, by the way. He and I regularly still chat over hello, and that, I point to the heavy-featured face of the 10,091st's best sniper. I don't expect you'll recognize him, Zahn, but Thran's mossy, dark green eyes squint at the photo. That's Hrumhush Rivers, she says in a low voice. He's one of the Neanderthal community's representatives to the Kurultai on Yangadala, my home. I nod enthusiastically. Yes, he is. He and I had a fling after the war. It was actually here, as it happens, on Neonesia. After we were finally withdrawn from Visitrith, we were housed in a compound next to the military hospital here. We were both waiting for them to crack Terran region. He was waiting for his tongue. I was waiting for my eyes. We spent a ton of time together because I needed a set of seeing eyes until I got my temporary cybernetics, and he needed someone to translate his words for anyone who didn't know Morse. Things naturally progressed. We ended things after we got our respective body parts back, and it became apparent that our plans for the future were not compatible with each other's, but it was an amicable separation. Like with Doc, I still talk to him regularly. Zahn smirks. You're sure you never ordered him to keep you warm on what, judging by your uniforms, must have been some very cold nights on campaign? I return the smirk. You're damn right I was tempted to grab a hold of him while we were still active duty, especially on those most hopeless days where it felt like the war was just not winnable. But, I mean, quite apart from the ethics issue of a superior engaging in a relationship with her subordinate, there was just the pragmatic issue of it being a distraction and compromising both of our fitness for duty. It was only after we were discharged that we were really free to have that kind of relationship. You're saying it wasn't distracting to have someone under your command who you were so attracted to? Queries Zahn with a cocked eyebrow. Oh, hell no. I'm only saying it was less distracting than if I'd acted on it. She shrugs. It sounds like you were denying yourself for no reason, in my opinion. You're entitled to your opinion, I say, letting just the slightest hint of edge into my voice. Now, how about a subject change? The tall woman splays her disproportionately lengthy fingers, raises both eyebrows, twists her mouth, and gives a slight nod, indicating that she's willing to drop it. There's a moment of silence before the deep voice of the stout, taciturn Neanderthal asks, I want to be clear, I'm not unhappy to be here, but why do you need a bodyguard, Mistress Miyazaki? I give a tiny sigh, resigned that I'll never get this woman to just call me Emiko. Then answer, that's actually an ODR regulation I helped to draft. Garden worlders, for all their many wonderful plus points, are, as a rule, absolutely terrible at assessing risk. So, we thought it was a good idea for those with the significant job of assessing the viability of species to join the GU to have some protection from a death worlder who's trained in threat assessment and neutralization. The fact that I'm not a garden worlder and am in fact a death worlder combat veteran does not mean I get to break the rules I helped to write. Plus, party tricks aside, I smile at Thran. I know which of the two of us I'd back in a fight. There's precisely no way I'd be a match for someone so physically powerful, with such deft combat skill and, not to mention, gallantry. I saw the footage of you getting the Lanixer Prime Minister to safety during that assassination attempt on Nova Italia. I believe that armor of yours in the Lanixer colors was a thank you gift. Here, Zahn cuts in. So that's how you could afford a triple-thickness suit of Durasteel. Why wouldn't you just tell me you got it as a thank you for heroics? Thran looks down abashedly and murmurs, Didn't want to brag. It's not bragging to truthfully answer a question, laughs Zahn. When you refused to tell me, I assumed you must have got it from the Yanga Dalan Mafia or something. Thran's light-tanned skin turns a vivid red. Putting my hand on her shoulder, my heart momentarily skipping a beat at the feel of the iron, hard flesh beneath my fingers, I smile apologetically. I'm sorry I revealed something you'd have preferred to keep hidden, Thran, but your girlfriend is also right that it doesn't make you a braggart to own your accomplishments. Face still bright red, she smiles at me and my heart skips another beat. Therapy, Alchinad's perspective. Come in, I say to the knocking sound at the door. It's waved open and in comes a brightly shining Terran. He falters a moment before saying, Lights on. One of the switches on the panel by the door thocks from up to down, but nothing changes about the room, at least as far as I can discern visually. Now having the ability to determine where I am in space, he directs his face toward me. Apologies, Mr. Taylor, I didn't realize the lights were off. I say, doing my best to convey with my tone that it was a genuine mistake. He waves his hand and answers, It's nothing. No problem. Good to see you, Dr. Fisher. I smiled, careful not to show too much of what my husband calls Maishark teeth, and reply, You can call me Alkinad, if you like. Please, come in, sit wherever you want, or stand if you'd prefer. Mercifully, he chooses to sit in the chair I've arranged around my own height away from and facing mine. It's important to put clients at ease, of course, but accommodating those Terrans, who felt most comfortable standing and pacing, was one of the trickier talents to learn during my training. So, I know we've met already, but I think it would be best if I start by introducing myself and just telling you a little of how this will ideally work. I pause for him to interject, but he just smiles and gives an attentive nod. So I continue. I'm Dr. Alcina Dimitrescu Fisher, and I have been hired to the Bright Plume to provide therapy for the Terran contingent. I only recently fully qualified, but please be certain you are not my first ever client. You can rest assured that anything you tell me in this room will be kept in the strictest confidence. The only exception would be if you tell me something that leads me to believe You are a danger to yourself or others. More nodding from the bright Terran. I should also clarify that I won't be telling you what to do or how to resolve any dilemmas you bring to me. That's not what therapy is for. Rather, I'm here to listen to you and ask you questions that hopefully will lead you to find your own answers. I may occasionally make notes on my holopad. Please do your best to ignore when that happens. Is that all clear? Do you have anything you want to ask? He shakes his head. Nope, you've covered everything quite well. I smile. Would you prefer the privacy field up or down for this session? The door locked or unlocked? He thinks for a moment before saying, privacy field on, door, lock, accompanied by 2 more thocks from the room's control panel. I give an encouraging nod before asking, have you ever had therapy before, Mr. Taylor? He screws his eyes and recall, not since uni. I needed constant psych evals to make sure I was still mentally fit for my course. Westminster'd have had a huge liability issue if they'd sent me off to the Amazon, Taklamakan, Antarctic, or wherever to survive for a week, and I didn't. If it had been discovered that I'd been unfit to be sent, well, it'd have been bad enough for them that they took no chances. I nod fascinatedly. And were you ever ruled unfit during that time? He holds up a finger. Once, and I got into a weird headspace where I was sort of hyperfixated, and my therapist ordered me to take a week of R&R before he'd sign off on my next excursion. I smile, a little too widely, but he gives no visible indication of discomfort. Well, as I said, I don't have the authority to order you to do anything. If I think you would benefit from R and R, I might suggest it. He chuckles at that. Okay then, why don't you tell me a little about yourself, Mr. Taylor? I smile congenially. All right, my name's Victor Cuddles Taylor. I'm 30 years old. I'm Chief Security Specialist aboard the Bright Plume. I identify as Sapiens. I'm in a relationship. I'm a martial artist. He speaks with the questioning intonation of one who feels he has run out of things to say. You have quite an interesting epithet, Mr. Taylor. I'd love to hear how you got it. I prompt, hoping to make it clear by my tone that I'm happy for him not to tell me if he doesn't wish to. Not much of a story, really. Whenever I went on field excursions from uni, I'd hug all my dorm mates goodbye. I came back, I'd greet them with a hug. One of them eventually said, "You sure give a lot of cuddles." And it just sort of stuck. Think there's like a kind of Little John-like appeal to it, in that it's a sort of soft name, and well, he gestures vaguely at himself. Not? I provide with a mirthful smile, which he returns. Sensing that he's done talking about that, I try a different prompt. Would you expand on what you mean by identifying as sapiens? He falters, seeming a little surprised that I picked up on that phrasing. Oh, well, I got nearly 10% Neanderthal genes in me. According to my genetic counseling, anyway. That's about 6% more'n I could possibly have just from ancient interbreeding. So I probably got a Neanderthal great-great-granny or grandpa, or like maybe 2 halves. I say identify because it'd feel a bit dishonest to claim to be a hybrid, just cause an extra 6.25%. Like claiming I'm bi, because I haven't gone home with men 2 or 3 times. He chuckles, and I refrain from proffering that would make him bi, in my opinion. He continues, like, I'd be suspicious of the motives of anyone trying to tell me I was a hybrid. Oh, before you ask, no, that's not where my green eyes and red hair come from. I'm afraid those colors fall outside my visual spectrum, Mr. Taylor, though I'm aware that they are the eye and hair colors of the majority of Neanderthals and a minority of sapiens. I smile, I hope kindly, in the face of his preemptive defensiveness. Oh, shit, obviously, sorry, he says, with a twisted face, as if enormously ashamed of the extremely mild faux pas. No need to apologize, Mr. Taylor. It's quite understandable that you would assume that I had the same visual spectrum as you. More than 99% of sapiens do, after all. Yeah, but obviously 380 to 750 nanometers only makes sense if your ecosystem's universal solvent is water, and you evolved on the surface of your planet. And I suppose the ability to see colors in that range only makes sense if there's enough light on your cradle world. And those are colors it matters for you to see. My girlfriend's completely colorblind because her cradle world's an eyeball world. You even had the lights off when I got here. I can even see your eyes are transparent in my visual spectrum, he says, clearly still not having forgiven himself. I smile and say, truly no harm done, Mr. Taylor. I'm not upset. He hesitates, then nods. What did you mean when you said you'd be suspicious of the motives of someone telling you were a hybrid, Mr. Taylor? I ask curiously. He shifts uncomfortably, then answers, most people fall into one of 2 camps on hybridhood. Grandparent or great-grandparent Some planets in the UTC record to the third generation. So, if you're an eighth Neanderthal, that fact will be on your ID and, like, other official stuff. Earth's government only records to 2 generations. Otherwise, I could check my parents' enlistment docs. For which of them was the eighth? I think it was my dad. But it's difficult to tell an eighth, just from photos and vids. The opinion that people should count as hybrids, with less than 12.5% tens, in my experience, to be correlated quite highly with anti-resurrectee bigotry. The kind of people who'd insist that my hair and eye color must have come from my hybridization, even after I tell them it's not, who'd look at my physique and write it off as genetics rather than acknowledge the hard work I put in to building and maintaining it. The kind who say they just don't agree with the decision to resurrect our cousins, because they had their time. Like they think resurrectees' right to exist is still up for debate. The kind who use words like unevolved and primitive. The kind of person who'd wait until a resurrectee was just at the edge of earshot, and then mutter the C word, just loud enough for him to hear. The C word? I query. His lips tighten. Yeah, the one that's a combination of either the word man or woman, following on from the word cave. And this word is a slur? I query. Yeah, it's a slur, he says, followed by seeming to again realize who he's talking to and saying, don't get the wrong idea. There's like cultural context, history behind that word. Don't, Mr. Taylor, I interrupt, which is not ideal. I'm not offended by the existence of a slur in your language, implying troglodytism to be undesirable, though I am curious about the cultural context behind it. He nods with a relieved smile before starting. So, the first thing is, it's wrong, absolutely and unequivocally. No human lineage, as far as we can tell in modern times, has ever favored living in caves, even in regions where there are tons of caves. Evidence is that all Paleolithic Heidelbergensian lineages, whether that's Sapiensoid, Sapiens, Longi, Kandwa, Danau, and Irhud, Neanderthalid, Neanderthal, Denisova, Lisri, and Jigda, Chwanoid, Chwane, and Inhatzinguela, or even Boato, the one non-Heidelbergensian lineage that we know sapiens bred with. All of them preferred living, camped out on somewhat open ground. Different people in different places had different relationships to their local caves. Some of them got used as burial sites. Some of them got used as religious sites. Some of them as rubbish tips, some as art galleries. But basically no evidence of long-term habitation. The only evidence consistent with caves' use as shelters is as short-term shelters of necessity. It'd be like digging up a site from the 20th century and calling them bus shelter people, then making pictures in textbooks that always showed them hanging around bus shelters, like they'd nowhere else to be. If there's no evidence of humans living in caves long-term, why does this slur exist? I ask, keeping my tone inquisitive, as if asking him to educate me, rather than accusing, as if asking him to justify his position. Preservation bias, he says with resignation. Stuff just preserves better in caves. So most of the art, artifacts, and remains we have from pre-modern times is stuff that's been lying in caves for tens of thousands of years. I often think about how much ancient humans must have painted outside of caves that just didn't preserve. Like, if you put a mural on a rock face that's open to the elements, then it'll be gone in a few years. Maybe they painted their entire worlds, painted footprints on the rocks beside trails, marked out the best gathering grounds by putting handprints on the trees, dyed their tents, their tools, their clothes, just to have something interesting to look at. We'd never know, because the paintings they left in caves are the only ones sheltered enough to survive. I nod attentively, before saying, I get the sense that it isn't only the lack of academic rigor that upsets you about this slur. He shakes his head. It's not, it's like the dismissiveness. Like, they think the only reason these people didn't develop housing, farming, metallurgy, wheels, etc., is because they was too stupid to figure it out. And not because they was living every day hand to mouth, you know? The kind of person who thinks that they'd be able to time travel back to 40,000 years ago and wow people with modern knowledge. But then, when you ask them what they know that would be useful to ancient people, that don't rely on something they need to bring from the present, the only thing they can provide is farming. Like they don't think that a Neanderthal would know that seeds turn into plants. The only thing I think I could teach ancient people that they'd find valuable is how to smelt bog iron. But I ain't so arrogant to think, if I didn't already know how to do that I could work it out from first principles. That's some interesting looking red mud. I wonder what would happen if I spent weeks making charcoal, building a furnace, getting it to hundreds of degrees, and then dropped it in there. I smile. I can see you're very passionate about this, Mr. Taylor. He nods firmly. Yeah. Well, I grew up in the room opposite a Neanderthals. She's the closest thing I have to a sister. First time I heard someone bring her to tears with that word, encouraged me to educate myself. After I got out of the head teacher's office, where I got a lecture about how we solve our differences with words, that is, don't hurt that natural history is the crossover of history and biology, which were always my two favorite subjects at school. After PE, he hesitates before leaning forward conspiratorially. You want to know the most messed up part about that guy? I match his conspiratorial lean and smile. Tell me, the week before he made Treg cry, he'd asked her out. She turned him down, and he immediately went nasty to her. Like he thought he could fucking bully her into saying yes, he says disgustedly. A real fucking Chad Johnson. Oh shit, sorry. Do you know who that is? I nod yes. A 24th century re-extinctionist who strongly advocated for the cessation of resurrection of not only lost animal and plant biodiversity, but also human cousins. After he made a public threat against a resurrection lab, a search warrant was executed, during which his home computer was found to have dozens of hours of Neanderthal pornography on it. After that fact became known to the public, support for Chad Johnson's ideas rapidly diminished, and re-extinctionism, as a movement, slowly died out. Slightly ironically, he pulls a surprised expression before saying, "Wow, impressive." I smile. Studying the Johnson phenomenon was part of my degree. Would you say, Mr. Taylor, that you think it's worse for people like Chad Johnson and this boy who made your friend's sister cry to espouse these views insincerely than it would be if they were sincere? He gives a firm nod, his brow knit, and answers, yes. If they truly believed what they were saying, they'd be wrong and hateful. But at least I could respect them as honest, you know? It's like the one they really hate is themselves, and instead of coming to see someone like you about it, they decide to make it everyone else's problem. He subtly just implied that he hates himself. I briefly consider confronting that right now, but decide that that's a bit heavy for a first session. That's the kind of thing that should wait until he's more at ease with me. He's likely to shut down if I ask, would you say you hate yourself? So instead, I observe, I can see that honesty is very important to you, Mr. Taylor. He answers with a firm nod, but says nothing more. So after a small pause, I ask, would you tell me about the experience of growing up in London? Was it London? He smiles. Yeah, Camden Borough. I smile back, a lovely place. Oh, you've been? He says, surprised. I have. I say, my husband and I had several dates in London early in our relationship, but we're not here to talk about me. Reminding myself as much as him, and what was life like for a pre-bright plume Victor Taylor growing up in London? He thinks for a few moments, seeming to be getting his thoughts in order before starting. Already said what my 3 favorite subjects at school were. My least favorites were maths and languages. To this day, I only speak 6. English, Italian, Mandarin, Japanese, Cantonese, and Old English. Italian's the only one I really learned at school. Old English I sort of got a grounded in at school, but it's one of the harder languages to stay in practice with, given how rare new Old English media works are. I did brush up a bit recently, because of something I want to do on Nova Fenouscandia. The others, I learned from my original Shifu and Jin Blitz Miyazaki. I can understand Ricali okay, but I can never get the hang of the whole front mouth, back mouth, and the cue that wants you to deep-throat it. He's not counting Galactic Basic or Galactic Basic Sign Language, despite the fact that he must speak them. Not particularly surprising, with only a few thousand words and, effectively, no grammar. Terrans tend to derisively refer to those languages as pigeons. Most of the galaxy would consider that to be quite an impressive number of languages to speak, Mr. Taylor, I say, amused. He just nods non-committally in answer. What about when you weren't at school? I prompt. Oh, well, when I was little, I remember Maya, the AI that ran my orphanage, renting out a droid and taking us to the frost fairs when the Thames froze over. He says with a wistful smile. When I got a bit older, I took up Shaolin. I'd be at the Guan for 3 hours on Tuesday evenings, 3 hours on Thursday evenings, and 2 hours on Saturday morning. When I weren't doing that, I was usually chilling with Treg in either her room, mine, or the common room at home. Sometimes we'd take the monorail somewhere and just have a bit of a knockabout for the day. We liked going to Italy, Norway, Dogger Island, Atlantis. I like going to China and Japan, but you got to change at Berlin, then Moscow, then Vladivostok, to get to Beijing, with another change in Busan to get to Tokyo. That takes all day and even longer if you want to change to get out to the countryside. So I'd only go when I had the pocket money to get a transport capsule or to stay the night out there. Treg only came a few times. Why did you need to travel to such faraway places to fight? Fight? We weren't fighting. Treg never went in for martial arts, he says, confused. There must have been a miscommunication. I thought you said you knocked each other about. He thinks for a moment, then bursts out laughing. I meant we went sightseeing. That's hysterical. I give a mirthful sigh. You'd think I hadn't spent the last 10 years living on your planet? Would you tell me how you went from knocking about your favorite hangouts on Earth to the position you currently hold? He shrugs, a pinch of dumb luck to start with. Cap came to Earth, looking for someone for this role. Miyazaki and her husband hadn't had any luck lining anyone up. Cap apparently stormed out in a huff. I saw her from a mile away, nearby Waterloo Station. Not too many non-Terrans on Earth, especially in those days. You notice a 131 centimeter secretary bird dressed in a sash, like she's off to her job as the mayor of a pre-unification village. She was being followed by that boy I told you about earlier, and 2 cronies he had from school. I knew if I didn't stop them, they was gonna do something they'd regret, and sure enough, when I caught up to them, they was trying to mug her for her devices. I got him back and chased the boys off. She took one look at me and decided I fit the bill, and the rest is history. What made you so sure these boys were going to try to hurt Takal? I query. He cocks an eyebrow. I'm sure I don't have to tell you how much anti-Garden Worlder vitriol there is on Earth if you've lived there for 10 years. Earth was one of the hardest hit planets in terms of war casualties, because we were the first to institute total conscription, meaning we were hugely overrepresented in the military. In the early war, when the fightin' was deadliest, because we hadn't worked out what we was doing yet, and because we had the most robust system of AI infrastructure in the UTC, meaning it was really hard for people to get exempted from service because this stuff was already in place to just hand every essential job off to an AI. Where the UTC at large lost 4% of its population, that figure is almost double for Earth. Because of that, growing up, bigotry against Garden Worlders was normal. Treg tells me it's getting better recently as the war gets further into the past, but I'm certain it ain't over yet. I'm sure you had more than your fair share of slurs thrown your way. I nod 1 or 2, yes. The ability to identify threatening behavior a mile away, then chase off 3 opponents, doesn't particularly sound like dumb luck to me. Another non-committal shrug. I frown slightly. Why weren't you affected by this anti-Garden Worlder sentiment? After all, from the sound of it, you lost to the war as well. His face goes hard and he says, I did, simply. Victor, if you don't want to talk about your parents, then you don't need to. He sighs. I feel like I talked my absent parents to death for a second time with my last therapist. My mom was a scarlet-haired lass from Stranraer. My dad was a strapping young buck from Dogger Island. They met at boot camp in the shadow of the Sussex space elevator, soon after they both turned 18. I've already lived 50% longer than either of them ever did. My mom's reproductive cycle deactivation didn't work. I am the result. I'm sure she must have faced prejudice as a draft dodger, because getting pregnant before you turned 18 was a well-known hack for women to temporarily get themselves and their baby daddy out of the draft. I don't think I'm a draft dodge baby, even if I didn't have her medical records confirming that, yes, the contraceptive cycle pause failed to take. It'd just be a bit weird for him to name me Victor after the victory at Krondu, as they claim to have in the video diary they left me. If they only had me to get out of fighting. As soon as she'd recovered from labor, I was handed off to Maya, and she and my dad were shipped off to New Australia, where they died. The reason I never requested info on my forebears from the government of Sol, like who my Neanderthal great-great-grandparent was, for example, is because it'd make me sad for no reason. I already know there was no one left alive who was close enough to him that they felt any obligation to raise me on their account. I'm kind of done talking about it. It's not why I asked for therapy. Oh, and to answer your question, I guess my functional sense of empathy allowed me to see that the Garden Worlders who killed my parents were almost certainly frightened conscripts who'd rather be anywhere but where they were, just like my parents. Not evil demons. It wasn't complicated. None of this is why I requested a therapist. I appraised the clearly wounded Terran. It could not be more obvious that he is less at peace with his parents' death than he's claiming. But no therapy was ever achieved by calling your client a liar, so let's try something else. All right, Mr. Taylor, if that's not the reason, then tell me, why did you ask for therapy? A smile twists his mouth. You can call me Victor if you'd like. I smile back. Is that what you would like? He shrugs. I don't care what you call me. I chuckle. All right then, Victor. Why did you request therapy? He pauses a moment, then speaks. I guess it started when I was sent to Atexia 3. Honor. If you guys had this, Why exactly did we need to get a transport capsule to Misitu on Zanzibar? Asks Cass, gesturing vaguely around the shuttle we're currently aboard, seeming to have only just thought of this question, despite this not being the first time she's ridden in it. I can answer that, offers Zahn. At the time, the Bright Plumers were, technically, all persons of interest in an ongoing piracy investigation. We couldn't allow them use of an interstellar-capable ship. It wasn't as if any of us thought that you were pirates. Even the pirates very quickly gave up on trying to claim that you guys had framed them. But rules are rules, and we couldn't give you access to an FTL-capable ship in case you decided to... Victor, what was that English phrase you taught me the other day? Victor smiles. Do a runner? Zahn nods and snaps her finger. That was it, in case you'd done a runner. At this point, we are hailed by local aerospace control. It may even be the same man who I spoke to the evening we arrived, though I can't be sure from just his voice. Craft, the Swift Claw, please be advised you are entering restricted airspace. Transmit the proper landing clearance codes, or you will be fired upon, he says casually. Twyla, I assume I can count on you to take care of that, I ask, a little nervous at the prospect of dying in a fiery anti-air barrage. Nah, thought it'd be fun to let you guys get shot down. I'd be fine, smirks Twyla's voice from the speakers. Codes received, Swiftclaw, you are clear to land. Welcome to Hal Aholelo, says the controller with an audible smile. I look out of the window as we approach. The main government council meeting hall of this planet juts from the lower slopes of a mountain, capped by ice and with a permanent river of molten rock flowing down its side. I'm told on Earth that mountain would be too tall to even exist. Its own weight would cause the crust beneath it to sink into the mantle. Where the mountain meets the sea is a city that, outside of Terran space, would be considered a megalopolis. Twyla lands our shuttle at the end of a long terrace, 100 meters or so, above the dusty, stony soil of the slope below. The ramp opens and a booming voice announces over speakers, Ladies, gentlemen, and all other configurations of being, the guests of honor, please welcome the crew of the Bright Plume. A cheer erupts from a gathered crowd, held at bay by velvet ropes that mark off a red carpet and look thoroughly inadequate to the task of telling a Death Worlder where they are and are not allowed to stand. The carpet is lined by soldiers in ceremonial-looking suits of armor and armed with plasma spears. The soldiers certainly look a better match to the task than the velvet rope. There's celebratory music being played from somewhere. Taking their spears in their left hands, the soldiers ball their right hands into fists and bring them to their chests, the backs of their thumbs against their hearts, in a Terran salute. On their right shoulders is the emblem of the United Terran Coalition, a quartered circle with 2 quarters green and 2 blue on their left shoulders, the Neonesian emblem, an ocean blue and teal spiral. As we near each soldier, they thrust their spear into the air at a 45 degrees angle, creating an arch for us to walk beneath. We approach the doors to the building, and they are opened for us by well-dressed, warmly smiling staff. We are ushered to a great auditorium, with a portion of the seating standing empty near the front. Those who sit are each directed by our guides to a chair bearing their name. Korak and I are guided to a perch occupying the space of a chair in the front row. They even went to the trouble of attaching our names to it, written out in Urkali unguiform script, as if anyone else here might think this perch was for them. Victor takes a seat to our left. A stocky man in distinguished-looking clothing, the sides and back of his head bare of hair, though it grows on the top, long enough to be tied into a bun, steps to the podium at the front of the stage. In his one bionic and one natural hand, he carries a fine piece of folded cloth that looks as if it weighs several times more than I do. He clears his throat and his amplified voice echoes through the enormous room. Haltingly and nervously, he starts, Good evening, all. For those of you who do not know me, I am Vasa Bluefin Twilagi, and I am, as of recently, the representative for the Ho'opuehu constituency, which includes Mokupua. Unfortunately, public speaking has never been a forte of mine, and I deeply regret that I cannot adequately honor the men and women before me with my words, the way they deserve. He takes a moment to collect himself before continuing. Their actions, when we called upon them, saved thousands of lives. It's impossible for me to conceive of the number of smiles, hello, waves goodbye, and kisses goodnight that will happen over the years to come, which would not have been possible without these people right here. His voice cracks as he says, 23,372, every one of them, someone's son or daughter, someone's mother or father, brother, sister, or friend, every one of them a life that now gets to be lived because of these people. He pauses for a moment, scanning across the room. I know that nothing I can say or do will convey the gratitude that these heroes and heroines deserve, the debt that the people of Neonesia owe, but as but a token. I am proud to be able to present them with the sailcloth of Hanohano in recognition of their gallantry. Captain Tiekkal, 27th daughter of High Spire Peak, and Victor Cuddles Taylor. Would both of you please step on stage to accept this accolade on behalf of your ship and its crew? I hop down from my place on the perch beside Korak, cradling Takak in his wings, and begin walking up to the stage. Victor rises from his seat and walks beside me. We climb the stage and the host picks up the cloth, turning to face us. Holding it with 2 arms, he speaks, "With this cloth, Neonesia honors you. May the wind ever blow behind it. May the stars ever glitter above it. May the waves ever calm before it. And may the fish ever swim plentifully beneath it." The man extends the cloth, wisely giving it to Victor rather than me, and the room erupts in thunderous applause. Later, I stand on the wall at the edge of the terrace garden adjoined to the building where the honors ceremony just took place. Behind me is a thrumming party. In front of me is a spectacular view of an enormous city surrounded by blue forests. Beside me is Victor. "Would you mind if I joined you?" comes a recognizable voice. I turn and see the man who presented us with the honor. Victor smiles and shrugs before extending his right hand to the man's bionic for a handshake. No objection from me. Cap and I was just admiring the bluery. The man bares his teeth in a hearty laugh. Bluery, I'll have to add that to my lexicon. Here I've just been calling it vegetation all these years, like some kind of fool. Victor grins back, glad to... "Oh shit, Truth. Truth, step away from the snack bar till I've told you what'll kill you to eat. Sorry, excuse me, you two." And with that, he disappears. Tuilagi gives an amused expression as he watches Victor go, before gesturing after him and asking, is he aware that the snack bar is staffed by attendants, whose only job is making sure no one eats anything that will poison them? I chitter. I'm sure, even if he were, he'd still want to make sure the man takes the safety of others very seriously. It seems to be a theme with you Terrans. Fierce about the safety of others. Blatant disregard for your own. You think we're that bad? He asks with amusement. In answer, I give a wry cock of my brow tuft, gesture behind him, using my primary flight feathers to point up the slope and ask, "Mr. Tuilagi, what's that?" He looks behind me. "Ke'ahilele, the volcano?" I nod, and what is that running down the volcano's side? He smiles, seeming to realize where I'm going. That would be a Lao, a river of lava. I gesture down to the coast, and that's the city of Kahakainani, capital of both the island of Kahakainani and the planet Neonesia. Indeed, indeed. And how many people live in Kahakainani? I smirk. Around 15 million, I believe. 15 million people who've chosen to live in a city at the base of a permanently erupting volcano. Point taken. But in our defense, this has got to be the best monitored volcano in the galaxy. Islao also hasn't significantly changed course in the entire 300 years that this planet has been settled. Excuses, I tease. He smiles and, after a few moments, indicates my position on the wall. Speaking of safety, you realize if a Terran were standing where you're standing, I'd be telling them how much they had to live for right now? I cock a brow tuft and answer, yes. Well, the difference is that a drop of this height would kill a Terran, whereas getting stepped on by a drunken, reveling Terran would kill me. Good point, he says with a corresponding gesture of his bionic index finger. I take it you served, I say, indicating his replaced appendage. Oh, this, he says, holding it up, pulling down his sleeve to show me how it attaches to his wrist, and then performing a 720-degree swivel that would definitely not be possible with a natural hand. Nope, I did serve, but that's not where I got this. I lost it as a child. That was the time before I could just spend a few days in a tube and have it grown back like an axolotl or Deadpool. It actually would have exempted me from service, if I'd wanted it too. I went to the recruitment office and had to beg them to let me show I could do anything a person with a natural hand could do. And more. I'm not entirely convinced the recruiter didn't just agree to get me out of his office. I laugh. I've never heard anything more Terran. He smiles and there is a brief lull in the conversation. I break the silence by observing, for someone who claims not to have a talent for public speaking, you certainly gave an eloquent and moving speech earlier. He gives a mirthful exhale. I'm just glad I managed to get through it without bursting into tears. I'm guessing you don't mean from stage fright? You're guessing correctly. Of those countless smiles, waves, and kisses I mentioned, I hope to enjoy many myself. My wife and son were on that island. I owe their lives to you and your crew. Thank you. From the bottom of my heart. I don't know what to say. He shrugs. You don't need to say anything. Another long pause. Eventually, a thought occurs to me. Mr. Twilagi? Yes? Why did you settle on politics? If you think yourself to be bad at public speaking, how were you elected if you are? I query. He chuckles and answers, I didn't and I wasn't. I don't blame you for not following the local news. My predecessor is sitting in a jail cell, awaiting trial for fraud, embezzlement, and endangerment of public safety right now. When I said I was the representative as of recently, I meant less than a week ago. What did they do? Your predecessor, why are they facing these charges? Well, he siphoned off funds meant for things like tsunami prediction systems, for example, and directed them to a personal account, then attempted to flee the system on a private yacht he'd bought with his embezzled money. When this fact came to light, I think he's going to get the book thrown at him. There will certainly be a sizable minority of the population advocating reinstatement of the death penalty, as there always is when a particularly emotionally charged crime like this is being tried. I highly doubt he'll ever be allowed to hold public office again, as if he'd ever find a constituency to vote for him. I'm just the highest level political clerk to whom no shit stuck. I'm only keeping the seat warm until a snap election is called. I'm sorry that it wasn't someone more prestigious who presented you with that sailcloth. I smile a Terran smile, as much as one can without lips, and answer, Mr. Twilagi, the heartfelt thanks of a man, grateful not to have lost a family, mean more to me than if that award had been presented by an emperor. Also, even if it's only temporarily, don't you hold just about the most esteemed position in Terran politics? In order to get any more prestigious, you'd have to go into diplomacy, right? The UTC is in rare company, galactically, for ruling exclusively by council. He beams before confirming, You're right. When Terrans were hammering out our unification, heads of state were one of the first things we agreed needed to go. Gone were the days when decisions needed to be more fast and considered. And gone were the days where politicians could be allowed the arrogance of thinking their people were their servants. There was even some talk of making manacles or collars a symbolic mark of office, to remind us of who served whom, ultimately ruled to be too much in poor taste. Political crimes, like my predecessor committed, are some of those that we Terrans look upon least charitably. I suppose I should enjoy this office while I hold it. I expect I'll be back at my old desk within the month. I think for a moment before saying, Mr. Twilagi, if you want to remain as a representative, could I give you some advice? He chuckles. Oh, already offering me campaign advice, so forward. Sigh, go on then. The way you speak when you have a lot to say is very halting. He nods and sighs. I know I should speak more fluently if I want. Lean into it, I interrupt. He turns to me, a bemused expression on his face. Lean into it? You mean I should just speak haltingly? I mean that you should learn the art of the dramatic pause, I say with a wry cock of my brow tuft. He bursts out laughing. I can tell that someone's been to the Ricali equivalent of elocution lessons. I neither confirm nor deny that supposition. But I am serious, the way you speak now. It's as if every pause is taking you a little bit by surprise, panicking you slightly. I think the easiest way for you to improve your public speaking is to relax, giving people the impression that you're letting your previous words sit, or carefully considering your next. Don't fear the pauses. Done right, they lend gravitas. You also did nothing to hurt your chances by being the highest level politician for your constituency who wasn't caught up in the corruption scandal. Though if I were you, I would only lean into that if you actually are as humble and squeaky clean as you appear to be to me. Humility and honesty are traits you Terrans love. But, in my experience, there's nothing that you hate more than insincerity. He nods consideringly. I'd never thought of that. Thank you. Already trying the dramatic pauses, I see. He laughs. I suppose so. I need some practice if I want to run in the snap election, that is. He sighs, looking out at the setting sun. I can't believe I just got given political campaign advice by the woman who pulled a Dunkirk on my home island the other day. Oh, sorry. Do you know what Dunkirk is? I narrow my eyes, thinking for a few moments. Then I recall. Yes, I do, actually. The 26th century film version is my CSS's favorite film. He says it restores his faith in humanity. I do know it was based on a historical event. When I asked Victor why he needed his faith in humanity restored, he asked me if I needed him to remind me what the other side of that conflict fought for. What you guys talking about? Asks Victor, freshly returned from policing the snack bar. Your favorite film, Victor, I smile. Hercules, 1997, he says instantly. I sigh. No, your other favorite film. He thinks a moment before saying, The Journey to the West series, 2311 to 2320. The martial arts are sublime. never been surpassed before or since. First ever major blockbuster to feature an uplift actor in a leading role, with Hue-ron Yang absolutely fucking killing it. As Monkey. No, your other favorite film. Another longer pause. Laputa, Castle in the Sky, 1986. The Xu Chang Saga, 2113. No, The Evacuation 2592, about Dunkirk. Oh my God, that's my favorite film, declares Victor, with almost enough enthusiasm to make one forget that he just named 4 other films as his favorites. He turns to Tuilagi, a broad grin on his face. You seen the making of documentary? The director telling how one of the producers wanted to film it on the original location and had to have it gently explained that the original location is 20 kilometers inland nowadays. Had me in hysterics. Defo made the right choice, with filming it on Nieuw-Vlaanderen and Nova Britannia. I'm sorry to interrupts a smiling Emiko, not looking overdressed for the first time that I've seen, and he flanked by Ms. Hunter and with 3 other people I recognize. Though we've never met, I thought introductions ought to happen now, before everyone gets too merry. She gestures to a man wearing a short-sleeved shirt made of highly durable-looking, khaki-colored cloth, a matching pair of shorts, a sturdy-looking pair of boots, and a wide-brimmed leather hat. At his hip hangs a sheath, which looks as if it usually contains around 30 centimeters of metal blade, which I assume he had to relinquish at the entrance. He steps forward and, offering his hand for me to take, speaks boisterously in a dialect of Victor's language that my translator informs me is called New Australian. Bloody pleasure to meet you. Name's Steve Taipan Kelly, expert on toxins and animal handling. Seems like I'm going to be joining you on your tinny. Captain Tkakal, I supply as I take his hand and he allows me to dictate the pace of the handshake. That done, he turns to Victor and grins. How's it going, you pommy wanker? I'm mortified by the disrespectful way he just spoke to my friend and crewman, but Victor, confusingly, just has a broad smile spreading across his face. Ain't too bad. How about yourself, you Aussie twat? Kelly throws his head back in a roaring laugh for a few moments before saying, I think us two are going to be good mates. Would someone please explain what just happened? I ask, extremely confused. Shared cultural feature. Insults are affectionate in both Brit and Aussie cultures, or can be, at least. Brave to do that as your introduction to someone, though, smiles Victor, without breaking eye contact with the man with whom he just exchanged, apparently affectionate, barbs. I see you, quivering hatchling, I say awkwardly. He turns to me and says, Cap, appreciate it, unnecessary, with a reassuring nod and smile. I give a sigh of relief. Thank the 17. I can't think of a time when I've been less comfortable than that. Laughing at the exchange, a Terran woman steps forward, dressed in a long-sleeved, long-hemmed dress of light blue fabric, with a matching cloth wrapped tightly around her head, resulting in her only visible skin being that of her face and hands, one of which she extends to me, saying, Yasmin Gold Tongue Soltani, linguist. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. It takes me a moment to realize that she just spoke in flawless Ricali. I chitter, do I even want to know how many languages a Terran linguist speaks? She giggles. I'm not even sure I know that anymore. I stopped keeping track at some point during the war. So many languages to decipher. Though I do need to point out that a linguist is not the same thing as a hyper-polyglot. I just happen to be both. She turns to Victor and, switching to English, says, It's a pleasure to meet you as well, Mr. Taylor, and likewise, answers Victor. She does not proffer her hand to him, nor he to her, though they do smile at each other, so I'm confident that this is not as a result of animosity. Finally, a woman approaches, walking on 4 cloven hooves at the ends of 4 slender legs, an impressive set of antlers on her head, and with her eyes arranged slightly to the sides of her face, rather than the front, her pupils elongated horizontally. Princess Vasila of Nhoedwig, she says serenely, bringing her 2 hands to her chest and then out towards me, in what my translator tells me is her species' gesture of greeting. I thank you most kindly for your agreement to convey me to Throlje. The ODR were quite insistent that I only use transportation that they had approved. You're quite welcome, Princess. It only made sense to accept the commission, given that I was already engaged in another contract with the ODR, and it didn't require my ship to go anywhere we weren't already planning to, I say cordially. There are a few moments of silence before Mr. Kelly slaps his thigh and says, Ripper, now we've all been introduced, how's about I get us a round of coldies from the bar?